Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 194, The Duo. Chapter 194, The Duo. Tanbo Tobitake stood there watching for a while. As he suspected, the power levels of the ninjas in this arena were quite decent. However, most were specialized, one-trick ponies, unlike the well-rounded shinobi trained in hidden villages. Nevertheless, they were veterans of many life-and-death struggles. The presence of bloodline limits was surprisingly high. He also learned from the crowd that this arena model existed across various nations. It served as a marketplace for the elite to scout for personal guards. The Oyashiro, everyone mentioned, was one of the big shots in the land of hot springs, a fabulously wealthy merchant. It seems Orochimaru is collaborating with these rich types. Not exactly a surprise, Tanbo thought. He sensed Orochimaru's chakra inside a specific room. Clearly, they hadn't finished their discussion. Orochimaru had secret bases scattered across every nation. Developing them so effectively required a method, and trading with the upper echelons of power was undoubtedly one of them. Tanbo left the spectator stands and headed toward Orochimaru's location. He wanted to see what the snake was up to. Thanks to your support, Lord Oyashiro, my base wasn't as difficult to set up as I expected, Orochimaru said with a smile inside a secret room. He was addressing a middle-aged bearded man with grayish-brown hair wearing a hooded robe. Oyashiro was lounging on a sofa like a lazy cat. Well, only when collaborating with a ninja like you do I feel like I'm talking to an intelligent person. I hope you can maintain this cooperative attitude. Facing Orochimaru, he showed no trace of fear, despite the terrifying rumors surrounding the Sannin. In the land of hot springs, most of Orochimaru's experimental subjects were supplied by him. After years of this arrangement, he was very familiar with Orochimaru. Of course. I am a man who favors win-win situations. I hope we can collaborate indefinitely, Orochimaru replied, sitting comfortably on a sofa. In that case, I'll leave this uninvited guest to you. I'm a businessman, I prefer not to fight if I can avoid it. Oyashiro chuckled, and with a poof, he vanished from Orochimaru's presence. Orochimaru turned his gaze toward the person standing right in front of him. Captain Tanbo, your Genjutsu is growing stronger. Long time no see. Is Sarutobi's health holding up lately? TCH. It seems Senior Orochimaru has developed quite the defense against my techniques. Why was that Lord Oyashiro in such a hurry to leave? Tanbo said helplessly. His invisibility had failed. Even without prior intelligence, it seemed the world was not lacking in experts. Orochimaru was one, and that merchant was another. Hee, when you walk in so openly, it's hard not to notice, Orochimaru laughed. That man is different from me. If I am a wily rabbit with 3 burrows, he is one with 15. He is far more cunning than I am. I can tell. Using a clone just to go outside, truly cautious, Tanbo remarked. Through his sensing, he realized both men were clones. He recognized Orochimaru's clone by the specific chakra volume. But that man is irrelevant. Senior Orochimaru, why don't you tell me what you're doing here? Tanbo was genuinely curious. Orochimaru's social circle was incredibly vast, from Konoha's high command to international gangs, he had partners everywhere. Orochimaru licked his lips. For my experiments, Captain Tanbo. Let's leave it at that for now. I don't particularly want to deal with you at the moment. If there's a chance in the future, we'll meet and chat again. His words seemed to carry a hidden meaning, leaving Tanbo puzzled. Chat in the future. Why not now? You're just a clone anyway. Poof. Orochimaru simply smiled and vanished. What a cautious fellow. Tanbo had been hoping to plant a neural thread on him to collect his biological data. Since they were all clones, it was a wasted effort. He couldn't deduce what Orochimaru was planning or why he was in the land of hot springs, unless it was exactly as the snake said, trading for corpses from the arena for experiments. Looking at the bodies left behind today, there was at least one user of a secret technique. Forget it, I'll just go borrow some data from the corpses instead. After considering it, Tanbo had no reason to chase Orochimaru. He was just being nosy. He turned his focus back to the abundance of bloodline limit users and secret technique practitioners in the arena. That was far more useful to him. He returned to the arena, used his Genjutsu to hide, and went back to his old habit, reading the memories and physical data of the deceased. That stealthy, thieving feeling was something he hadn't experienced in a while. Only a few of these ninjas are from the hidden hot springs. Most are rogue ninjas, and some are escapees who couldn't handle the oppression of the nobility. It really is tough for ninjas without a village to call home, he mused. Despite their power, ninjas were not the dominant force in the world's grand narrative that belonged to ordinary people. Tanbo's methods were too sophisticated for these average ninjas to detect. He noticed the quality of participants dropped once En Oyashiro finished his recruitment. 5 days later, he finally left the arena, feeling satisfied. It was a literal data bank. He decided he should visit the underground arenas of other great nations in the future. If the land of hot springs had this much variety, the major nations would be even better. Whoosh! Swallowing a secret pill to sustain his evolution, Tanbo headed north toward the border near the hidden mist. According to his Eye of the Creator reconnaissance birds, 2 strange individuals had appeared there recently. He looked at the map in his hand. North, the bounty station. Are they collecting funds for the Akatsuki organization at this stage? Right, they shouldn't be hunting tailed beasts quite yet. Akatsuki wasn't ready to make their big move. Itachi-san, the organization really doesn't treat us like people. I didn't work this hard to make money even back in the hidden mist. Honestly, for the sake of an interesting dream, I'm working myself to death. Kisame's complaints were just talk, he was actually quite willing to do the work. The goal of the Akatsuki leader aligned well with his own views. A body was currently slung over his great sword, Samahata. Uchiha Itachi replied, "We're almost at the bounty station. Don't be careless." Outside the bounty stations, it wasn't uncommon for vulture ninjas to ambush those who had completed missions to steal their rewards. Good. I was hoping to stretch my muscles. This guy wasn't strong enough to give me a proper workout, Kisame laughed, shaking the corpse hanging off Samahata. He was genuinely looking forward to a real challenger. Stop, Kisame. We might be in trouble. Itachi looked up at the bird circling in the sky, his Sharingan spinning. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Let the battle begin. Chapter 195, Let the battle begin. Outside the bounty station. As expected of Itachi, it's been a long time. A figure manifested from the shimmering air in front of the duo. Tanbo Tobitake looked at Itachi with a faint smile. He had grown up, he was a young man now. However, the deep tear troughs beneath his eyes prevented his image from looking particularly bright. But then again, after what he had endured, bright was hardly an option. Tanbo then glanced at Kisame. In reality, yeah, he really did have a shark face. He truly lived up to the name, tailed beast without a tail, his chakra was immense. In Tanbo's perception, Kisame's chakra was more than 10 times his own current level. Is this the power of a special constitution? The shinobi world truly never lacks for freakish physiques. Furthermore, the Samahata in his hand contained a massive reservoir of chakra, clearly ready to replenish him at a moment's notice. It has been a long time, Senior Tanbo. Are you here to hunt me down? Facing Tanbo, Itachi was extremely cautious. His hands were already in a seal, ready to respond to any threat. Kisame felt Itachi's tension and looked at the man dressed like a butler. Tanbo Tobitake. Konoha's Captain Tanbo. I've heard much about you. But Itachi-san, even if it's him, is there a need to be this guarded? He had heard the stories. The legendary Konoha Genjutsu master, the guy who even made their organization's leader look bad. But given that they had intelligence on him, Kisame didn't believe Tanbo could handle both of them at once. No. We must be more than cautious. He is more terrifying than you imagine. Itachi's eyes shifted, transforming into the Mangekyo pattern. The encounters between people are truly unpredictable. We were once teammates, colleagues. I even used to spar with you. To think that years later, you are a rogue ninja of Konoha, and I am the captain of the pursuit force. The world is a strange place, Tanbo sighed. Whiz. Whiz. Countless shuriken erupted from Itachi's hands like a rain of steel, covering the area around Tanbo's flanks. Kisame watched, confused. Itachi-san, aim before you throw. Release. At that moment, Itachi placed a hand on Kisame, dispelling a genjutsu. When Kisame looked again, the shuriken hadn't missed at all, it was just that he had been under an illusion that made it seem like they missed. Careful. It's an area of effect genjutsu. We were caught the moment we spotted him, Itachi warned. TCH. No wonder even our leader is wary of him. To fall for it so quietly, luckily I have a genjutsu specialist on my side. Kisame realized his carelessness and looked at Tanbo with a grim expression. His hands began to weave signs rapidly. Tanbo used a body flicker to evade the shuriken storm, praising him, Itachi, you've improved quite a bit over the years. To see through my genjutsu so quickly, impressive. He had hoped to complete the third's mission silently, but Itachi simply wasn't falling for it. He couldn't even breach his mental space before the technique was broken. Boom. Just then, Kisame's technique arrived, water style, great explosive water colliding wave. A tsunami-like wall of water surged toward Tanbo. Crash! Tanbo wove a sign, and a massive whale manifested. He stood atop the whale's back, riding the impact of Kisame's wave. He steered the whale to charge forward, swinging its tail with immense force. Thump! Kisame braced Samahata against the tail, the force sliding him backward across the water's surface. Roar! From Itachi's side, a great fireball came screaming toward Tanbo. Simultaneously, Itachi signaled Kisame to retreat. No. Let me have some fun first. Kisame wanted to test his mettle against the men who gave the leader such trouble. He used a body flicker to close the gap and swung Samahata. Swish. A miss. Kisame's eyes narrowed. He tried again. Still a miss. Once, twice, 3 times. Release. Kisame broke the illusion and saw Tanbo smiling at him from a distance. When did you? At all times. Poof. Another Tanbo appeared behind Kisame, a long blade in hand, thrusting downward. Clang. At the critical moment, Itachi's kunai struck the side of the blade, parrying it. Even so, the edge grazed Kisame's chest. The black cloak with red clouds was instantly torn, drawing droplets of blood. In the blind spot of Itachi's vision, branch-like nerves extended from the hilt to the tip of Tanbo's blade, spreading onto Kisame. Without either of them noticing, the branch-like patterns appeared on Kisame's back. Having achieved his goal, Tanbo gave a slight smile and retreated several steps, riding the momentum of Itachi's parry. Itachi, where is your Sharingan Genjutsu? Surely you, with those eyes, don't intend to just trade taijutsu and ninjutsu with me. Let's be honest, you weren't good enough back then, and you're still not good enough now. Tanbo chuckled. Itachi's gaze was heavy. Over the years, he had found a way to bypass Tanbo's anti-detection techniques by using his eyes to see chakra flow, allowing him to predict movements. But his seal speed is faster than mine, his chakra is greater than mine, and my demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change didn't even slow him down. His taijutsu is top tier, this is troublesome, Itachi realized. To escape Tanbo, he would have to show his true hand. Itachi-san, this guy's genjutsu is even more annoying than yours, Kisame growled, baring his sharp teeth at the wound on his chest. Itachi placed a hand on him. Yes. His genjutsu can be triggered through eye contact, chakra coverage, sound, or touch. We'll have to pay a price to get out of this. Just now, Itachi had noticed seed-like foreign chakra reactions in Kisame that responded whenever Kisame needed his own chakra. It had happened the moment the blade grazed him. Release. He dispelled the foreign chakra from Kisame. Watch out. His genjutsu can form seeds, if you refine chakra, you'll fall under his spell. Kisame snorted. TCH. What a nuisance. If even Itachi-san finds him this difficult, I guess I have to use my trump card. He slammed Samahata into the ground beneath him and wove his signs. Both Itachi and Tanbo raised an eyebrow. Kisame's body began to fuse with Samahata, turning him into a bizarre, monstrous hybrid. He shed the Akatsuki cloak, revealing his blue skin. The branch-like neural patterns on his back were absorbed and vanished into the surface during the fusion. With Samahata's help, I can ignore his genjutsu from now on. Let's see if I can't crush this guy who keeps playing tricks on me, Kisame told Itachi. Samahata had the ability to devour chakra. Once fused, any foreign chakra would be instantly consumed, making him immune to genjutsu. It was his ultimate counter against powerful illusionists. Usually, he was reluctant to reveal this, but against a ninja who could catch him in an illusion no matter what, he had no other choice. Itachi couldn't spend every second breaking spells for him. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Cramming at the Last Minute. Chapter 196, Cramming at the Last Minute. Tanbo Tobitake wore a faint smile, making no move to interrupt the fusion between Kisame and Samahata. However, his sensory perception remained locked onto the men, never wavering for a second. After the fusion, a chemical reaction occurred between Kisame and Samahata. Their chakra didn't just add up, it multiplied in a 1 + 1 = 3 fashion. It was far more complex than simple addition. Perfect. This move of mine was only recently perfected, and the range for data collection isn't quite far enough yet. The heart steel within him was pulsing, and his mind was racing. The nerves that had integrated into Kisame's body were stealthily mapping out his biological data. At such close range, Tanbo could manipulate these nerves as easily as his own limbs. He had finally achieved remote data collection. The day when he could coat a shuriken in nerves and infect an enemy just by throwing it was not far off. Kisame's data was massive, especially after merging with Samahata. The elements within his body, deoxyribonucleic acid, nucleotides, adenine, thymine, guanine, sugar groups, and phosphate groups, were undergoing fission-like transformations. This was likely the reason his chakra continued to surge after the fusion. Kisame must have put immense effort into developing this particular jutsu. Uchiha Itachi frowned as he watched Tanbo stand there unmoving, seemingly even enjoying the sight of Kisame's transformation. In Itachi's eyes, this was the only person in Konoha he found truly troublesome. With Tanbo's ability, he shouldn't be giving an enemy an opening like this. Suddenly, Itachi recalled the slight curl of Tanbo's lips when his blade grazed Kisame's chest, and his one hand that had remained hidden. He had previously assumed the Genjutsu seed was planted then, but now he began to doubt. He scrutinized Kisame's body with his Sharingan but found no abnormal chakra fluctuations. It seemed everything was just his own suspicion. Since I created this form, no one has forced me to use it. You are the first, Kisame said. After completing the technique, his tail lashed and the fins on his head turned as he shifted his gaze. He flashed a cruel smile at Tanbo. Oh. Then I'm truly honored, Tanbo replied, twirling his tachi with a graceful flourish and a smile. Water style, great explosive water colliding wave. Rumble. A colossal wall of water reached for the sky. The sheer scale of the movement drew the attention of figures far off at the bounty station. A literal ocean had appeared on land. The decades-old trees of the shinobi world, standing dozens of meters tall, looked like mere blades of grass before this deluge. Is that a jutsu? The ninjas emerging from the bounty station were stunned. What kind of battle required such a terrifying technique? That's water style. Who on earth is fighting? Who cares who's fighting? Run. If that water reaches us, we're dead. The smart ninjas vanished in the opposite direction. Of course, there were the reckless ones who thought they had the secret techniques to survive and drew closer, wanting to see the combatants. You're really giving it your all, aren't you? Did I kill your father or something? Tanbo grumbled internally. He suddenly realized he didn't have a great counter for an AoE attack of this magnitude. Surrounded by a literal sea and seeing the shark mode Kisame closing in, he used his Eye of the Creator to manifest a whale to meet the charge. Because his contact evolution nerves were still inside Kisame, he realized that any visual or sensory-based genjutsu was being instantly absorbed by Kisame's body. He couldn't induce an illusion at all. Damn, I underestimated these locals. I've spent so much time researching and learning countless techniques that I got arrogant. I thought knowing the plot meant I could just walk through them. Tanbo's mind was a mess of curses. Having intelligence was one thing, the problem was his current setup focused on phantom taijutsu, which wasn't great for handling a localized ocean. And the range of this jutsu was just too big. Earth style probably won't stop this. Calculation error. Without your illusions, are you already at your wit's end? Kisame smiled as he saw Tanbo standing there without a counter. But he wasn't careless. The leader had mentioned that the men possessed a powerful sealing jutsu. From the description, it was not something to be taken head-on. Kisame wove signs. Water style, 1,000 hungry sharks. Bam. 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 Countless sharks manifested in the water, swarming toward Tanbo like living arrows. Damn it, he's so cautious. Tanbo held his breath and wove his own signs. 100 puppets soul-binding jutsu. 100 special edition figurines he had crafted over the last few days burst from his ninja tool pouch. Some flew, some swam, and some ran, all of them charging at the incoming sharks. Fortunately, his chakra reserves had grown significantly, otherwise, maintaining this would have been exhausting. These custom figurines were already engraved with specific formula runes, a prerequisite for the soul-binding technique. Krun and Ch. The moment the puppets got close, the sharks opened their maws and tore them to shreds. Kisame, be careful. Itachi tried to warn his partner, but Kisame was underwater and couldn't hear a thing. Seeing Tanbo's clumsy response, using things that weren't even designed for underwater combat, Kisame's smirk widened. Snap. The exchange between ninjas was lightning fast. In just over 10 seconds, all 100 of Tanbo's puppets had been decimated by Kisame's sharks. Heh. The man the leader feared is nothing special after all. Kisame looked at the defenseless Tanbo. As Itachi-san always said, every jutsu has its weakness. Ninjas were the same. Crack. The final puppet was torn apart. Kisame wove the final sign to deliver the killing blow. Water style, water shark, wait, what's happening? He suddenly found his body paralyzed. No matter how hard he tried to command his limbs, there was no response. He looked at Tanbo, who was now smiling and adjusting his glasses with mock elegance. Disperse. Splash. The massive volume of water, which looked like a giant jelly from afar, began to dissolve and vanish like sea foam. Kisame could only watch in horror as his own body dispelled his own technique. Feeling the shift, Kisame's body began to writhe. Samahata forcibly detached itself from the fusion, and Kisame returned to his original form. This is puppetry. Itachi stared at Tanbo's fingertips. Threads of chakra were visibly connected to Kisame. And it's not standard puppetry. Is this a previously hidden jutsu? Every time Itachi thought he had the measure of Tanbo Tobitake, he felt the man was still holding something back. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Susanoo and the Actor. Chapter 197, Susanoo and the Actor. It's gone. Quick, go see who was fighting. The disappearance of the massive jutsu piqued the curiosity of the brave. Some ninjas with long-range visual techniques had already spotted two figures. Whoosh. Whoosh. Oh man, that was a close one. Almost had me there. Good thing I have new tricks up my sleeve. Tanbo Tobitake chuckled, looking at the duo. You're Kisame, right? S-rank rogue ninja from the hidden mist. Not bad at all. But unfortunately for you, my skills are a level higher. Haha. As he spoke, he slightly loosened his soul control over certain parts of Kisame's body. Kisame's head was now able to move. He turned toward Itachi, his expression remarkably calm. Itachi-san, you should leave. He's controlling my body, he can't focus on both of us at once. As for me, I'm just a remnant of an era that should have vanished anyway. Dying in battle is a proper end for a shinobi. Itachi's pupils suddenly quivered. What's this? Are you moved by me, Itachi-san? Haha. I always knew your emotions were a bit different from mine, but I didn't think the men who slaughtered the Uchiha clan could have a side like this. Kisame laughed, seeing the look in Itachi's eyes. Inside the mental space, Itachi's eyes trembled as he took in the scene before him. He was standing atop the Hokage rock. Below, the residents of Konoha were busy with their daily lives. The warmth of wood smoke and the bustle of life drifted up from the residential districts. Three young figures were performing a task together below. Most importantly, a very familiar silhouette entered his field of vision. How is it? This is the Konoha of today. The people live in peace, everything is harmonious, and your little brother is safe, Tanbo said, appearing beside him and speaking softly. Back in the real world, the moment Kisame had turned his head to speak, Tanbo had signaled Itachi. He successfully got Itachi to drop his guard and enter this mental construct. Itachi regained his composed demeanor. I see. I didn't expect the third to tell you about this. I'm here for intelligence on the Akatsuki. As for what Lord Third thinks, that's not for me to say. But if there's anything you want to know, I can answer you, Tanbo offered. No, that won't be necessary. I only ask that Senior doesn't tell Sasuke the truth. That is enough. Itachi watched Sasuke's figure, a long-absent tenderness appearing on his face. Hey, you really are a control freak. But as your senior, I can grant that one request. Let's leave it at that, Tanbo smiled. Who would tell him the truth? In the future, we need him to have a daughter who can fight Otsutsuki. Without hatred, Sasuke's growth might stall. Besides, based on how she awakened her eyes, Sarada's potential seemed even higher than his. She would surely play a vital role against the Otsutsuki. Tanbo figured he'd keep things on track, his intervention shouldn't make the protagonists weaker. Back in reality. Itachi-san, you really are moved. Kisame saw Itachi's reaction and thought, why haven't you run yet? Shink. Itachi's eyes spun into the Mangekyo pattern. Massive amounts of chakra erupted from his body as a crimson ribcage surrounded him. A gargantuan spectral image appeared, slowly solidifying into an armored energy construct. Impressive. I'll try one too. Water style, explosive water colliding wave. Tanbo looked at the Susanoo with excitement. Controlling Kisame's body, he launched another tsunami at Itachi. Facing the wave, Itachi simply swung his blade, cleaving the ocean in half. He then swung toward Tanbo. What is that? Kisame was shocked by Itachi's new move. To save him, Itachi had revealed his ultimate trump card. Itachi-san, you really are too kind. However, Kisame's hands moved against his will, weaving signs. A geyser of water erupted beneath him and Tanbo, launching them into the air to evade Itachi's strike. Water style, 1,000 hungry sharks. Another set of signs, and the sky filled with chakra-molded sharks diving toward Itachi. Boom. 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 A shield appeared on the Susanoo's arm, effortlessly blocking every attack. This puppet of yours is far too weak in terms of raw offense, Tanbo's voice suddenly rang out from behind the Susanoo. His right hand had turned pitch black. Iron fist. Crack. A punch slammed into the spectral ribs. Spiderweb cracks appeared on the Susanoo's energy armor. Itachi's brow furrowed. This level of physical strength, and what is that? He clearly saw that where the fist met the Susanoo, branch-like patterns had appeared briefly before vanishing. Was that another technique? Itachi didn't dally. Using the momentum of the punch, he retreated rapidly with his Susanoo. He sliced through the chakra threads controlling Kisame's soul and wove a final set of signs. Both of them dissolved into a flock of crows and vanished. Caw. Caw. The crows flew off, leaving Tanbo alone in the center of the devastated landscape. Being a spy isn't easy. You really have to study the self-cultivation of an actor, Tanbo muttered, scratching his head. It reminded him of his days undercover in the hidden rain. Sizzle. Countless neural threads swayed in his palm. But it's fine. I collected Kisame's biological data, info on Samahata, and some structural data on Itachi's Susanoo. Acting was one thing, but loot was mandatory. During that punch, he had used the cracks in the Susanoo to probe its energy composition. Though time was short, the data was invaluable. That energy structure was vastly superior to his cat god possession. This mission had been a jackpot. He'd have enough research material to last a long time once he returned. With Samahata's data and the Susanoo's structure, he finally had a lead on the third stage of contact evolution. He was piecing together the final parts of his ultimate jutsu. Once finished, he would have the power to face massive AoE attacks head-on without breaking a sweat. Just wait. My most perfect jutsu, it will be completed soon. Tailed beast bombs. Ocean-level water styles. All trash. Poof. He used earth style to smooth over the signs of battle, scanned the perimeter one last time, and flickered away. After a while, the onlookers poked their heads out. That was. Stop stuttering, who was it? I don't know. Then why are you talking? I say what I want. You want to see if my shuriken is sharp. Among them, some recognized Tanbo. They were shaken. Konoha's Captain Tanbo had come all the way to the land of hot springs and fought a fierce battle with an unknown enemy, leveling a forest in the process. To the nobles of the land of hot springs, this was now a designated clearing. This intel was worth a fortune, the smart ninjas were already on the move to sell it. Huff, puff. Itachi brought Kisame to an Akatsuki hideout and set him down. Blood tears leaked from his eyes. He leaned against the wall to rest. I never would have thought. Itachi-san, for my sake, you actually. Kisame was genuinely surprised. Did Itachi actually care about him? It seemed impossible for the men who killed his entire clan, yet he felt a deep respect. This man was more likable than any ninja he had ever met. Chapter 198, Aftermath. Chapter 198, Aftermath. A dark cave. Several spectral figures flickered into existence, including Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Why have you summoned us again? Has something major happened? Be quick about it, my prey is about to escape. A figure with sickly green eyes glared at the group, speaking with clear impatience. Hey, I say, Kakuzu, don't be in such a rush. Maybe they want us to take a break, a man with slick back hair, so smooth a fly couldn't keep its footing, said with a grin. Then I wouldn't have to follow you around working all the time. My fragile body is exhausted because of you. He felt that Kakuzu was far too obsessed with money. Shut up, Haiden, or I'll kill you, Kakuzu growled menacingly. I know. You're such a pain, Kakuzu-senpai. Enough. Stop this nonsense. Itachi, report on the situation. Pain's voice cut through their bickering. Kisame spoke up, we encountered Konoha's Tanbo Tobatake. If Itachi-san hadn't been there, I might not have made it back. In that battle, without Itachi, he might have lost right at the start. Even so, it was a brush with death. Tanbo Tobatake, huh? Tell us about his abilities, Zetsu said, looking at Itachi with surprise. To think that even with a Mangekyo, you and Kisame together found him so troublesome, especially when we already had intel on him. He was truly a terrifying enemy. Visual, auditory, and tactile triggers, he can launch Genjutsu from any of them, Itachi summarized the battle, including Kisame's experience. Furthermore, his taijutsu is elite, and he possesses an exceptional puppetry secret technique. Based on observation, after 100 of his puppets are destroyed, he gains the ability to manipulate the enemy's soul. It is a conditional technique, once the conditions are met, your soul falls under his control. Kisame nodded. Exactly. That guy is frightening. It was the most harrowing fight I've ever experienced. One slip up and you're finished by his endless stream of jutsu. It's also thanks to Zetsu's prior intelligence that we understood how to break his illusions. Otherwise, we might have died there, Itachi added. Puppetry. I didn't expect to find a master puppet user outside of the hidden sand, and from Konoha, no less. Incredible, a short figure said, his voice tinged with surprise. Beside him, a blonde youth laughed. Sasori-senpai, I told you. Only explosions are true art. That guy's puppetry sounds way more artistic than yours. Shut up, Deidara, Sasori croaked. Enough. We are here to discuss how to deal with such an enemy, not to argue, Pain barked. In a dim laboratory. He, what a capable fellow. Facing Itachi and Kisame together, he not only escaped unscathed but seemingly made them pay a price. Orochimaru chuckled as he read the intelligence report. It seemed this Tanbo Tobitake was just like him, a ninja who had mastered a vast array of techniques. Orochimaru didn't believe Tanbo's Genjutsu could truly rival the Sharingan, and since the duo had been specifically prepared to counter him, it shouldn't have been that one-sided. Still, he wouldn't belittle the man's strength. Strong was strong. Lord Orochimaru, are you speaking of that Captain Tanbo? He is indeed a formidable opponent. Kabuto, who was adjusting reagents nearby, responded. The events of the last Chunin exams had genuinely shocked him. Kabuto, if you were to face him, how would you deal with it? Orochimaru asked curiously. Kabuto smiled. I would probably just raise my hands and surrender. Heh, very much your style, Kabuto. But far too boring, Orochimaru remarked. You once said, Lord Orochimaru, that one must stay alive to find the meaning of existence. Facing an enemy like that, surrendering is a sound strategy. Fine. It seems I won't get an interesting answer from you. Orochimaru licked his lips. Tanbo Tobitake, what a troublesome variable. If he stays in the village, the plan will be difficult to execute. Fortunately, Konoha had individuals who coveted the Hokage's seat. Konoha. Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the intelligence in his hands with a hint of helplessness. Lord Hokage, how should we respond to the Land of Hot Springs? The assistant ninja asked. Just moments ago, the Land of Hot Springs had officially expressed its dissatisfaction. Their reasoning, a Konoha ninja had used massive-scale ninjutsu within their borders, causing the loss of a timber forest. The higher-ups of the Land of Fire were now pressuring the village to handle the matter. If handled poorly, it could escalate into a major diplomatic incident. Respond to them, don't take us for fools. At most, we will pay for the terrain damage. As for a timber forest, tell them not to think Konoha is an easy target. Hiruzen wasn't about to accept the full blame. It was just an undeveloped piece of land, calling it a timber forest was an obvious cash grab. But he couldn't be too blunt, he had to give the Land of Hot Springs a graceful way out to close the matter. The main issue was a Konoha jonin operating in another country without transit papers. Going on vacation was a weak excuse. Because of the secrecy, he hadn't coordinated with their government at all. I hope Tanbo got the intelligence, he sighed. The most annoying part of being Hokage was managing international relations. One wrong move could lead to war, his greatest fear. This was why he was waiting for a leader capable of taking over the grand scheme. Perhaps Tanbo is a good candidate, he thought. Tanbo's ability, talent, and contributions were all there. More importantly, he had a happy family, such a person would naturally dislike war, fitting the Hokage's role perfectly. Someone with much to lose would handle the responsibilities of the office more carefully. Then there were Tsunade and Jiraiya, those two also possessed the necessary capabilities. Capital of the Land of Fire. Your Highness, I believe Tanbo Tobitake is the perfect choice for that matter. His abilities are uniquely suited for it. The princess of that daimyo has grown up, it is time to execute the plan from over a decade ago. A minister named Toyotomi made the suggestion after presenting Tanbo's profile to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Indeed. It is about time to start. You will communicate with Konoha. Remember to make the preparations thorough before initiating the plan, we don't want any chaos. The daimyo fanned himself, his voice devoid of emotion. Understood. I will coordinate with Konoha, Toyotomi replied. After the meeting, he exited the hall with the other ministers. I didn't expect Minister Toyotomi to be so proactive. That doesn't seem like you, one minister joked. Toyotomi laughed. It's all for the development of the Land of Fire. Naturally, I must do my best. Internally, however, he was ecstatic. Lord Danzo's mission, completed just like that. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Terrifying Genjutsu. Chapter 199, Terrifying Genjutsu. Land of Waves. Ah no. I have so much money. Squelch. Zabuza remained expressionless as the kunai in his mouth sliced across Gato's throat. Clang. Clang. Only then did he weakly release the kunai from his teeth, letting it clatter onto the bridge surface. He turned slowly, limping toward Haku's body. To think that just because of a few failures, you decided hiring ninjas was a waste of money. You look down on shinobi far too much, Gato. Oh well. To have a world-ranked tycoon die by my hand, my life wasn't too pathetic after all. Zabuza muttered to himself. The men hired to guard Gato were paralyzed by his lingering killing intent, not daring to move an inch, until Zabuza finally collapsed beside Haku. What did he mean by that? Naruto asked, confused by Zabuza's words. Kakashi explained, I told you before, Gato was one of the world's leading tycoons. He once had countless ninjas under his command and used them to wipe out many rival factions, including the Hagoromo clan that joined our Leaf Village years ago. He also fought ninja forces in the Land of Hot Springs for control of the docks here in the Land of Waves, along with many other corporate battles. Kakashi continued, as time passed, Gato started to feel that hiring ninjas was a waste of funds. He shifted to hiring common thugs and gangsters, only hiring assassin ninjas when he specifically needed to eliminate a target. This use them and discard them approach resulted in his current guards being mostly low-level mobsters. Otherwise, given his peak style, even if Zabuza and I teamed up, we would have been killed. Hey! Don't talk them up so much. We're pretty strong too. We played a key role against Haku and Zabuza. Naruto clenched his fists. He hated people like Gato who started wars and made orphans. Sasuke and Sakura both had faint smiles on their faces. Well, your performance was indeed unexpected, Kakashi said, scratching his head. It seems Tanbo's training really gave you the right mindset. Keep it up. It was true, in the battle against Haku and Zabuza, all three had played vital roles. Whether it was the reckless Naruto, the genius Sasuke, or even Sakura, they all displayed tactical thinking far beyond the level of a typical genin. They were constantly coming up with unexpected maneuvers. Kakashi was teaching them about the broader world because a mission involving a tycoon like Gato couldn't be solved by fighting alone. He didn't want them to get arrogant, which was why he had initially tempered their excitement. Could you bury me next to Haku? Zabuza lay beside Haku, eyes wide for a long time. Realizing they hadn't noticed him yet, he finally had to speak up. A remote village. Whoosh. Sizzle. Heretics who do not believe in Jashin, only by offering your blood to Lord Jashin can you find salvation. A village was currently engulfed in flames. The perpetrators were a group of black-clad cultists of Jashin. They ended the villagers' lives one by one while offering prayers over them. They drew rituals in massive pools of blood, chanting to their evil god. Some villagers fought back, but their attacks hit the cultists only for the wounds to heal rapidly. Tanbo Tobitake watched from the shadows. Their bodies aren't truly immortal yet, it's just increased healing speed. Are they using some special ritual to activate their cells and maintain a high level of regenerative ability? He had been tailing this Jashin task force for a while now. After handling the business with Itachi, he began his stakeout, which led to interesting discoveries. The current cultists couldn't survive decapitation, but if a limb was severed, they could reattach it as long as the parts were held together. This meant the Jashin cult had already mastered a partial method of replicating immortality. Combined with their unique secret techniques, they were a terrifying group. Tanbo also noticed a flaw in death-controlling blood: the enemy had to be present for the ritual to start. It wasn't like the internet rumors suggested, where you could kill someone from across the world just by finding their discarded items. The cultists used numbers to swarm an enemy and draw blood, then relied on their high regeneration to tank attacks while they performed the curse. Unless their heads or hearts were destroyed, they wouldn't die. Still, this ability is frightening. Tsunade's regeneration requires the mitotic regeneration and the Een Seal stored chakra. These guys have it naturally. Alright, that's enough. Time to read their memories. Tanbo had gathered sufficient intel, it was time to head home. He missed his wife and child. He dropped his invisibility and greeted them. Hi. Flash. Every Jashin cultist locked their eyes on him. A survivor. Is he a ninja? One of those losers from the hidden hot springs? Who cares? Let his blood please Lord Jashin. The cultists grinned maniacally, licking their lips. They charged him as a group. The Jashin cultists loved a good gang-up. Whoosh. Whoosh. Their taijutsu was decent, mostly at the Chunin level, with one leader at the Jonin level. They didn't hold back against Tanbo. Clang. Clang. Thud. The taijutsu exchange was raw and unadorned. Sides clashed with kunai. Tanbo danced on the edge of their blades, seemingly escaping by a hair's breadth every time. Rip. A cultist's blade grazed his side, and a spray of blood flew out. Heh. Go meet Lord Jashin, little ninja. The cultist licked the blood off his blade, and his skin began to take on the ritualistic skull-like pattern. He drew the symbol on the ground and proceeded to stab his own legs and torso several times. Ah. Arg. Gak. Tanbo immediately let out cries of agony. However, the screams sounded wrong. As the cultist continued to stab himself, he noticed Tanbo was indeed showing pain, but the voices of agony were coming from his own comrades. Against people who aren't prepared, 5 senses manipulation really is a bugged ability, Tombo said, standing at the edge of the battlefield, watching the Jashin squad hack and stab themselves. Unlike a prepared ninja like Itachi, anyone who lacked intel on him or lacked specific genjutsu defenses was essentially dead the moment they faced him. He was increasingly amazed by his own powers. 5 senses manipulation controlled sound, touch, sight, form, and quality. Once caught, it was virtually impossible to break out alone. Because once you are caught, any action the enemy takes to break the illusion is just something Tombo wants them to think they are doing. If Tombo wants them to feel like they are weaving hand signs, they might actually be doing something as ridiculous as playing with themselves. Everything depended on his whim. Chapter 200, It's All Your Fault. Chapter 200, It's All Your Fault. The journey to the land of hot springs came to an end. Having obtained some information about the Jashin cult, Tombo Tobitake didn't linger in the hidden hot springs village. Instead, he headed straight back to Konoha. Gazing at the receding landscape of the land of hot springs, Tombo wore a faint smile. This trip had yielded great rewards. Next, he could proceed with the third stage of his secret technique. Though it would be difficult, who was he? The genius, Tombo Tobitake. Whoosh! The flying eagle beneath him carried him up toward the boundless sky. Konoha Village. School training ground. Dragon ascending sword. Boom. As Wataru brandished his tachi, a yellow divine dragon spiraled around him. In an instant, he bypassed his opponent, Udon, and rested the blade against Udon's neck. Udon, you lose, Wataru declared. Phew. Irika, who had been about to step in to stop the match, let out a sigh of relief. This child integrated Genjutsu and Genjutsu so well. His talent was far better than Irika's own. He was another promising sprout for a powerful future ninja. To think he developed such a technique just by studying Tombo's notes, he was even more remarkable than Irika, who had actually studied directly under the teacher. Irika then looked toward Tianyu, Maki, Konohamaru, and the others. The children of this generation were generally much more talented. Next, Kotaro Fuma versus Ichinos. As the sparring continued, Wataru returned to the group. Tianyu, when is your dad coming back? I want to show him my new ultimate move. Why do you want him back so soon? Besides, didn't you just use your new move on Udon? Tianyu muttered. Maki chimed in, exactly. I'm afraid he'll come back and start whipping us again. It's terrible. Though, I have to admit, that dragon ascending sword was pretty cool. Captain Tombo is such a gentle person, how could he ever whip you? I don't believe it. Despite Tianyu and Maki repeatedly emphasizing that Tombo liked to use a whip on them, Wataru simply refused to believe it. To him, his idol was the epitome of gentleness and consideration. Even as a fan, he could feel that boundless warmth. As Captain Tombo's own children, how could Tianyu and Maki possibly be beaten? Anyway, I don't want him back yet, otherwise I feel like I'm going to get a thrashing. Tianyu pointed at the bruised and swollen Konohamaru. Just before the practical combat class started, Tianyu had used Genjutsu to mess with Konohamaru, causing him to trip over his own feet. Konohamaru seemed to sense the gaze and glared back fiercely. Even if he wasn't the smartest, he knew Tianyu was behind it. It hurts. He clutched his face, fuming with rage. Just you wait. I'm definitely telling Grandpa when I get home. His grandfather had let it slip once. Apparently, every time Konohamaru complained, Tianyu and Maki's dad would give them a talking to, and a whipping. Konohamaru didn't think tattling was shameful. According to Ninja Rule number 12, collect intelligence and utilize the power of information. This was a professional ninja skill, not a childish complaint. Yes, that was it. Hokage's office. Poof. Tombo Tobitake appeared before Hiruzen Sarutobi. You're back. How was the mission? Hiruzen asked. Tombo handed over a scroll. Perfectly completed. This is the intelligence Itachi Uchiha gave me regarding the abilities of several Akatsuki members. Since some members hadn't revealed their powers yet, Itachi's intel was limited to a specific few that were relatively clear. Hiruzen took the scroll but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he looked at Tombo and said, do not disclose this information to anyone else. We must prevent leaks to the Akatsuki, or Itachi's cover will be blown. Understood. One more thing. In 3 months, we will hold a joint Chunin exam with the Hidden Sand and several smaller villages. We need to prepare our defenses to prevent any enemies from causing trouble, Hiruzen stated. Unlike a standard Chunin exam, a joint exam put more pressure on the village. Preparations had to begin well in advance. Understood, Tombo nodded. So, the big event was coming. He wondered how the Konoha 12, who had all become stronger, would change the course of this event. Change was certain. Since they were all stronger, the other villages were going to have a hard time. He wondered if he could collect some biological data from the other village's participants. Although he didn't lack much now except for time, perhaps the data from others could provide a spark of inspiration to develop even more outrageous ninjutsu. After Tanbo left, Hiruzen opened the scroll. His expression grew increasingly grave. He already had many wrinkles, and now he seemed to have more. According to the intelligence, every single member of the Akatsuki possessed unique and powerful abilities. They were all exceptionally dangerous ninjas. The storm is coming. The scroll also contained crucial intel from Itachi. The Akatsuki's goal was to collect all the tailed beasts to complete a plan called Project Tsuki no Mi, Eye of the Moon. The exact implementation was unknown, but once completed, it would revolutionize the entire shinobi world. This reminded him of Jiraiya's words, "I am going to search for the child of prophecy who will bring change to the ninja world." Those were some of the most significant words Jiraiya had ever spoken. Was the Great Toad Sage's prophecy intended to deal with this? It seems I need to notify Jiraiya to gather more related information. Honey, I'm home. Tanbo Tobitake had changed back into his normal casual clothes, looking handsome as ever. He returned home carrying a bouquet of lilacs. His steps were light and quick. When there is a dance in your heart, every place is a stage. Hubby, you're back. The door opened, and Ayam rushed out the moment she saw him, leaping into his arms. What happened? Tanbo held her, looking at his two children who were standing there meekly. These two. I told them not to forget to hang the laundry when they got home, and they forgot again, Ayam said crossly as she hopped down. Indeed, because Tanbo's thinking differed from that of ordinary ninjas, he had long noticed the technological development of the world. He had purchased a washing machine, a very novel item for the shinobi world, from the Land of Fire's largest tech company, along with several other gadgets. This way, when Tanbo was busy, Ayam and the others could use it themselves. Previously, he or his father would handle it using the Eye of the Creator technique. We were training. We want to become ninjas like Dad. Tianyu and Maki said in unison. Oh. So now you're turning the blame on me. When I was washing clothes, doing dishes, sweeping, and cooking by hand, why didn't you learn that? Now that I've bought nice things so you don't have to work, you dare to talk back. It seems my whip hasn't been used in too long. Tanbo didn't expect these two little ones to use such rhetoric. Become a ninja like him. Were they saying that because he made them become ninjas, it interfered with their laundry duties, so it was his fault? A supple bamboo switch immediately appeared in his hand, the kind that stung the skin without hurting the bone. He had used it for years and highly recommended it. Then why don't you teach us the Eye of the Creator technique? Tianyu and Maki stared at the switch and gulped. Chapter 201, Family. Chapter 201, Family. The second day after returning home. Tanbo Tobitake didn't go to work. Instead, he took his entire family to the movies, including Tucci, who usually insisted on working with a serious face. In Tucci's words, he just wanted to watch a movie with his grandchildren. He utterly refused to admit that without Ayam's help, his aging body couldn't handle high-intensity work at the shop. The Ichiraku ramen brand had already established a chain. Aside from the original shop which he kept for himself to stay busy, because sitting idle was too difficult to endure, Ichiraku ramen had begun to bloom across the Land of Fire. Many foodies traveled from afar specifically to taste the flavor of the original head branch. Tanbo, that recipe you improved is truly effective. People would never guess you've only been at Ichiraku for 10+ years and developed it yourself. As the three generations walked down the street, Tucci couldn't help but praise Tanbo's talent. The success of the chain, besides their guarantee of quality, was largely due to the seasoning formula Tanbo created. Tanbo, holding Maki's hand, smiled. Of course. If Tianyu and Maki don't have a future on the path of a ninja, we have to give them some security, don't we? To ensure repeat customers, he had used contact evolution to screen countless ingredients, running cross-experiments between seasoning data and human physiological data to arrive at the final formula. Anyone who tasted it couldn't help but exclaim how delicious it was. He had essentially cheated by developing a formula specifically targeted at human taste receptors and bodily absorption. It was a textbook example of applying ninjutsu to everyday life. Then Dad, if I don't become a ninja, does that mean I'll inherit a lot of money? Tianyu asked. Certainly. Then I'm not going to school anymore. Give me the money now, I don't think I strictly have to be a ninja, Tianyu said, practically drooling. With a lot of money, he could buy whatever he wanted. Looking for a beating, are you? Don't force me to slap you on our happiest day, Tanbo threatened. Blay. Tianyu stuck his tongue out at him. He knew his dad wouldn't actually agree. Soon, they arrived near the cinema. Looking at the massive theater sign, they all wore happy smiles. Watching a movie together as a family with no one to spoil the mood made all four adults feel very blessed. The two children were excited for a good film. They happily pulled their grandfather toward the popcorn stand. It wasn't just about the movie, but the delicious snacks too. As for why they only pulled their grandfather, he was the one who spoiled them the most. "Hey, Uncle Tanbo." Just then, Naruto's loud voice rang out. The family turned to see the 4 members of Team Kakashi. Yo, if it isn't little Naruto, little Sasuke, Sakura, and the single dog, Kakashi. A grin spread across Tanbo's face as he raised his right arm. I am immediately blushed but took his arm affectionately. Childish. Kakashi's dead fish eyes drooped even further. A point-blank personal attack, he really wanted to punch the guy. I'm a genin now, not little Naruto. Naruto adjusted his headband with a grin. Then, seeing the gesture of the Tobite couple, he mimicked Tanbo by raising his right arm toward Sakura. His face was full of expectation. Sakura didn't look at him. She leaned toward Sasuke's side instead. However, Sasuke took half a step back, dodging her. Please call me Sasuke. Don't add little in front of it. Sasuke clenched his fists. He hated this feeling of not being seen as a grown-up yet. Ha ha ha. Are you all here for a movie too? Is Kakashi treating? That's incredible. Does Kakashi even have money left? Did you get that Ica Ica Paradise Collector's Edition? I heard you got scammed out of a fortune by a bootlegger, Tanbo said, immediately poking at Kakashi's sore spot. Last time, in his quest for a rare book, a ninja as skilled as Kakashi had actually been swindled by a pirate publisher. It was hilarious. It proved that ninjas were human too, and not immune to such trivial mishaps. Oh, so Kakashi-sensei can be scammed. Oh, Kakashi-sensei got tricked. Oh, that's so funny. Hearing this, Naruto immediately burst into laughter. He put his hands on his hips and started wiggling his body mockingly. Enjoy the movie yourselves. I'm leaving. Kakashi suddenly felt that leaving was the best option and vanished in a puff of smoke. Hey! Kakashi-sensei, you haven't paid for us yet. Idiot Naruto. You teased Kakashi-sensei away. You're paying for the tickets this time. But it was Uncle Tanbo who. Tanbo watched them bicker while Sasuke watched the drama with a faint smile. As time passed, Sasuke's hatred had been buried deep within his heart, especially after forming the team. Without constant external provocation, Sasuke likely wouldn't have become so extreme. There was a saying that in the entire shinobi world, only Sasuke and the 4th Raikage were sane people. We're back. Oh, it's Big Brother Naruto. Are you watching the movie too? Tianyu and Maki returned with a mountain of snacks. Alright, let's go. Don't bother them, we're here to see the film. Today is the sequel to The Gale Princess starring the Land of Fire star, Yuki Fujikaze. It's bound to be great. Tanbo gave Naruto's group a final wave and led his family into the cinema. Clatter, clatter. Naruto, who was still mid-argument, suddenly stopped. Watching the Tobitake family walk away laughing and talking, a look of envy appeared in his eyes. Must be nice, he thought. If only his mom and dad hadn't died. He wanted that so much. Naruto, Sakura, let's go. I'm treating you to the movie this time. Sasuke watched the harmonious family as well, the ripples in his heart lingering for a long time. Then, with a slight smile, he spoke to his teammates. Ah. Sasuke, do you have a fever today? Naruto immediately snapped back to his usual self, leaning in to put a hand on Sasuke's forehead. I'm fine, Sasuke said, looking at him suspiciously, wondering if someone was using a transformation jutsu to trick him. Idiot Naruto, get your hand off him. This is a kind gesture from Sasuke. What are you doubting? Sasuke, you're so charming. Sakura shoved Naruto aside, her eyes turning into hearts. Sasuke's words just now were too cool. Humph, fine. I'll let you pay this time, but I'm definitely paying next time. Naruto pulled out his frog wallet, counted the coins, and realized he didn't quite have enough to treat, so he maintained his tough front. In the shadows, Kakashi watched the interaction between the three, a smile curving under his mask as he held his book. His team had never watched a movie together back then, but they had similar moments. It sent him deep into a nostalgic reverie. He didn't understand it then, but he understood it now. This was a bond. Well, since my wallet survived and I have some free time, I'll go visit Obito for a bit. Chapter 202, Forced Execution. Chapter 202, Forced Execution. Konoha Grand Library. Knowledge, there is truly no end to learning. Tanbo Tobitake flipped through various specialized books. He was no longer limited to medical texts, he was absorbing knowledge from all fields. Given his current status, the amount of information he could access had grown exponentially. In the past, his channels were limited to learning things like jutsu development from people like Inoichi Yamanaka. Now, he could not only utilize his professional convenience to view annotations on various high-level ninjutsu, but he also didn't need to rack up special merits to do so. As long as it didn't involve secret clan techniques, ordinary ninjutsu theory was as accessible to him as a common novel. Aside from reading, he spent most of his time physical training and developing the third stage of contact evolution. This was the application phase of his technique. Even with the metaphysical aid of chakra, this jutsu is still incredibly difficult. When he first conceptualized it, he knew it would be a challenge. Now, even with his increased chakra reserves and vast knowledge, it still felt like a mountain to climb. Forced execution. This was the name Tanbo had given to the third stage of his technique. According to his vision, the nerves in this stage would reach into the microscopic dimensions of micrometers, nanometers, atoms, neutrons, electrons, and even quarks. Once his nerves invaded a target, whether it be an enemy, an object, or pure energy, he could interfere from the microscopic world. At this level, microscopic leverage was key. As long as the nerves possessed a certain degree of structural strength, they could act as a lever to move the world. Very little force would be required to cause massive macroscopic effects from a microscopic starting point. To achieve this, he needed to borrow structural concepts from the Susanoo and integrate them into his technique to reinforce the nerves he created. By combining this with his Genjutsu capabilities and the integration of all his knowledge, he would reach his goal. If he could penetrate deeper into the microscopic world, the same amount of force would yield exponentially more powerful destruction. Furthermore, to defend against massive attacks like tailed beast bombs, he needed the chakra absorption ability he had analyzed from Samahata. When his nerves invaded a life form or energy mass, he could hijack the target's own chakra to fuel his nerves' further expansion at a low cost to himself. Once a target was infected, everything about them would fall under his absolute control. Of course, this goal was incredibly difficult. Reaching the microscopic world was simple to say but absurdly hard to implement, even with chakra. It wasn't as simple as adding a bit of this element and a dash of that. It was like making a smartphone in his previous world. Everyone could say, add a feature here and there, but creating a masterpiece that actually worked was a different story. This jutsu required the total integration and unification of all his knowledge. But if completed, the result would be magnificent. Who could withstand a touch and its game over ability? The thought made his passion for research burn even hotter. Indeed, knowledge is the ladder of human progress. Tanbo didn't fall into a state of fanatical, shut-in research. Much like a reader enjoys a good novel, he balanced his work with his life. He spent time educating his children, accompanying his wife, and going to work. The analytical team was exactly what he thought it would be when he first arrived in this world, Konoha's brick. Wherever something needed to be built, they were hauled over. He rotated through shifts as a Konoha patroller, a guest instructor at the Ninja Academy, and even helped the third Hokage process documents. He had truly made it, even assisting in the Hokage's office. He wasn't sure what the third was thinking. The Hokage's job was indeed exhausting. No wonder Asuma was rebellious, and Boruto would be in the future. As time passed, Konoha began to grow lively. Konoha main gate. Yash. I'm first. As expected of Guy-sensei. You won again. Next time, I will definitely be first. Might Guy and Rock Lee skidded to a halt in a cloud of dust in front of the gate. Niji and Tenten arrived a moment later. Sensei, you have too much energy, Tenten panted, complaining. Pointless, Niji remarked. Lee flashed his white teeth, his eyes burning with determination. Only a burning youth can produce true miracles. Guy gave a thumbs up. Well said, my disciple. This is youth. Hey, Guy, stop playing around. Register your return. Inside the registration booth, Tanbo Tobitake, Izumo Kamizuki, and Kotetsu Higain were sitting there, looking bored. Tanbo. Why are you pulling gate duty? Surely you aren't that idle. Guy looked at him suspiciously. Could it be you're waiting for me? Fine. We shall have a youthful battle. Before Tanbo could reply, Guy had already decided. Who wants to fight you? I have no interest in fighting a single dog without a wife. Besides, I'm not idle. The joint Chunin exams with the allied nations are starting soon. I'm here to safeguard Konoha's security, got it? Tanbo sucked on a lollipop, actually a specially flavored food pill. Oh. Is it already time for the Chunin exams? Guy asked. Being as sharp as he was, he didn't let himself get distracted by Tanbo's single dog comment. Yeah. And it's a joint exam. Only a few days left. These three little guys should be ready to participate, right? Tanbo looked at Lee, Niji, and Tenten. Their current strength was nothing like the original story. Their combat experience was vastly superior. Although their bodies weren't fully grown yet, preventing a massive leap in raw power, they were already solid core fighters. They were more than ready for the exams. The only question was whether Guy's leadership had taught them the right mindset. Being a Chunin wasn't just about strength, it was about the brain, specifically, a leader's brain. Guy-sensei, are we ready? Lee looked at Guy earnestly, then glanced at Niji. Can hard work beat a genius? Absolutely. Lee, of course we are. We've become very strong. Ten said confidently. Her strength had grown significantly, and she had even invented several useful ninja tools that had passed field tests. She was dying to show off her skills and move one step closer to becoming a woman like Lady Tsunade. Niji remained expressionless, looking at Tanbo. He felt this man had become even more terrifying. He hadn't even activated his Byakugan, but he just had an instinctive feeling. He tightened his fist. It doesn't matter. Destiny is already set. Of course. My disciples are the best. A mere Chunin exam will surely be conquered. Guy gave another thumbs up. After over a year of training and mission experience, the three of them had long possessed the ability to become Chunin. He had only held them back a year to polish their skills. Aha, quite the spirit. If you perform well, I'll reward you with another battlefield simulation training session. How about it? Do you have the confidence? Tanbo smiled at the energetic trio. Oh. As expected of Tanbo. How generous. I'll accept on their behalf. Guy's eyes shone with determination. Seeking benefits for his disciples was a teacher's duty. Lee was already moved to tears. Only Ten remained somewhat speechless. She wasn't exactly looking forward to that level of intense combat training again. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, The Real World. Chapter 203, The Real World. The Konoha Joint Chunin Exams. The official launch had begun. Groups of outsiders from different villages started pouring through Konoha's main gates in succession. Every single one of them had to pass under the watchful gaze of Tanbo Tobatake. Ninjas from the Hidden Sand, Hidden Sound, Hidden Grass, Hidden Rain, and various other minor villages arrived. It was far more diverse than what was shown in the original anime. There were villages Tanbo had barely heard of, like the Hidden Smoke or the Hidden Roast. Apparently, the Hidden Roast was a small ninja village located near the Land of Fire. It didn't belong to the Land of Fire, nor any other major nation. It was a village that specialized in using fire style for barbecuing. According to them, they were traveling through various nations to promote a new profession called the gourmet ninja, specialists dedicated to hunting and preparing rare ingredients. They had essentially abandoned traditional ninja roles like assassination and espionage. Surprisingly, this niche philosophy allowed their village to thrive quite well, and gourmet ninjas were becoming a trend in small regions. Much like the Nadeshiko village he had encountered in the Land of Hot Springs, these were isolated communities. But according to Tanbo's observations, most of these tiny villages were just here to see the world, they had no delusions of grand displays of power. In a world dominated by the five great nations, there wasn't much room for small fry to flex. Tanbo had looked into all participating villages. There were plenty of them using the exam as a platform to spread their unique ideologies, just as Nadeshiko village only trained female ninjas and the Roast village researched food. Many small villages had their own distinct philosophies. Eye-opening, Tanbo thought. This was far richer than the original story. While the main plot remained similar, the real world was much more textured. These small villages each had a set of unique jutsu. Nadeshiko combined combat with dance, and the Roast village's techniques were perfectly suited for culinary arts. Some even used gemstones to trigger secret techniques. It was all very eccentric. So this is Konoha. Doesn't look like much. While he was lost in thought, a group of youths wearing hidden sound headbands arrived, complaining about their surroundings behind a handsome leading figure. Dosu, the Land of Fire, is the most resource-rich country in the world, but its level of development hasn't quite kept pace with the rest of the world, one of the girls, Kin Tsuchi, said with a tone of disdain. It's the pride of a great village, Kin, Dosophonic replied, his long sleeves nearly brushing the ground. They think being big is enough and feel no need to learn from others. It's understandable. We'll show them that sound is the strongest and make Lord Orochimaru proud. Zakuabumi added, Konoha is nothing special. Right, Captain Mizuchi. Their leader, the handsome young man, smiled. Don't underestimate Konoha's shinobi. That will lead to a painful lesson. He then shifted his gaze toward the three men in the registration booth. Registration. He walked up and handed over the credentials for the Hidden Sound village of the Land of Rice Fields. Izumo Kamizuki took them, glanced at the men, frowned slightly, and completed the paperwork. Daimazuchi, what a strange name. Well, he's from the Land of Rice Fields, so I guess the naming conventions are just different there, Izumo thought. Thank you, Mizuchi said politely. He then looked at Tanbo Tobatake. So this is Konoha's Captain Tanbo. I've heard much about you. How cautious. Using an elite of this level just to watch the gate. Or is Konoha's strength simply that abundant? Mizuchi sneered inwardly. You have good taste. Could you be a fan of mine from the land of rice fields? Tanbo said, suppressed a laugh. Tell you what, I'll give you an autograph. I'm not exactly a movie star, but my signature can be worth money. Since you're a fan, I'll give you a discount. Tanbo was genuinely impressed. The Orochi-style transformation jutsu was incredible. If he didn't already know the hidden sound was Orochimaru's creation, and that the name, Mizuchi, a hornless dragon/serpent, was a dead giveaway for a limbless reptile, he might have doubted the connection. The transformation was so perfect it even bypassed his passive sensory detection. Orochimaru's chakra signature was completely different from their previous encounter. Orochimaru was speechless, though he found it amusing. This man's personality was not very ninja-like at this moment. To avoid trouble, he actually pulled out a book and handed it over for a signature. I didn't expect to meet you here, so this will have to do. Behind him, the sound ninjas were confused. What's with Captain Mizuchi? Why is he fanboying over a Konoha guy? Dosu and the other elites frowned, unable to comprehend the situation. Dosu suspected something was off but kept his mouth shut. Ika Paradise. And it's the Super Collector's Edition. Tanbo blurted out in surprise. What? Kotetsu and Izumo dropped their pens and leaned in immediately. It's real. You actually have the Super Collector's Edition. There are only 10 of these in the whole world. Indeed. It's signed by Master Jiraiya himself, Mizuchi noted. The two guards were green with envy. As adults, they certainly read this best-selling series. They weren't as obsessed as Kakashi, but they were definitely fans. It was a lucky find. A very important friend gave it to me, so I'm afraid I can't part with it, Orochimaru said. Good eye. Ranking me on the same level as Master Jiraiya, I like it. I hope your village produces a few solid core members this time, Tanbo said, scribbling his name across the book with a flourish. Thank you, Orochimaru replied. Once his team finished registering, he led them toward the hotel Konoha had assigned. Watching the sound ninjas depart, Kotetsu sighed. Damn it. Why don't I have a friend like that to give me a Super Collector's Edition? Izumo, you're a letdown. Why don't you have one? Kotetsu, why don't you have one? If you had it, it would be the same as me having it. As my best friend, you're the one who failed me. Izumo retorted. Meanwhile, Tanbo was laughing internally. I just gave Orochimaru an autograph. That feels way better than actually fighting him. I wonder what his face will look like when he finds out. Still, the Sound Village brought a lot of people, 12 participants just for the exam. The Sannin were truly the best teachers in the shinobi world, their educational output was top tier. As for Tanbo, he looked at his own record. Besides Kiba Inuzuka and Tobtake Tatusen, he hadn't produced much. He truly felt outclassed in that department. Chapter 204, The Vanishing Girl. Chapter 204, The Vanishing Girl. Konoha Main Gate. That boy is terrifying. Izumo Kamizuki finished the registration and watched the departing group from the hidden sand. His gaze lingered on a boy with the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead. Just now, with a single glance, he had felt a killing intent so searing it made his skin crawl. Even as a veteran of the Great War, he had never felt anything quite that intense. Kotetsu Hagane nodded. A bit. So that's a ninja from the sand. To think they produced such a monstrous genius. I wonder if our genius, Niji, could win if he went up against him. Hyuga Niji was currently the most famous genius among the Konoha shinobi. The other was Sasuke, who had just graduated this year, but most felt a rookie who had only been out of the academy for 6 months hadn't fully matured yet. Tanbo Tobitake chimed in, the Chunin exams are ultimately just a show for the daimyos to see our capabilities. If things look bad, I can always go up as a proctor and show off a few tricks. That'll show them Konoha's true depth. The daimyos from various countries came to watch specifically to see which village had the most heritage and was best suited for high-level missions, which in turn aided their own national development. Tanbo figured that repeating his performance from the last exams wouldn't be a bad idea. Forget it, Izumo said. The reason Lord Hokage didn't make you the chief proctor this time is precisely because he's afraid you'll steal the spotlight from the juniors. If the daimyos think our village has no rising stars and only relies on the older generation, our mission resources will be snatched away by other villages. That was the reality. If you needed the old guard to step in just to make an impression, you might as well just have the Hokage do a solo performance. Kotetsu nodded in agreement. Tanbo didn't argue. He was just a salaryman, after all. He just wanted to live his life. He planned to retire after the Fourth Great Ninja War, step back from the front lines, and become a relaxed commoner, maybe even a teacher. Who knew? Strength gave him the power to choose. He cast his sensory perception toward the departing sand group. No sign of the Kazekage. Is he arriving later? Or is Orochimaru so incompetent that he has to wait for the Sound Village to stabilize before showing up? Tanbo almost laughed. It was likely due to some logistical delay. Whoosh. Whoosh. Master Tanbo. High-level meeting. Please gather in the conference room. A figure wearing a cat-faced mask landed before him. I'm off. You two keep it steady, Tanbo said to the two gate gods before vanishing with the ANBU. Sigh. When will we get to sit in on those high-level meetings? Kotetsu lamented. Maybe in a few years. Just stack up more mission records and improve our skills, Izumo replied, being the more optimistic of the two. High-level meetings were reserved for those with Jonin rank or those specially promoted. Conference room. Tanbo walked in to find the room already bustling with officials. Aside from those necessary to guard vital departments, most of the high-ranking staff were present, including the two elders. Tanbo has arrived. Let the meeting begin, Hiruzen Sarutobi announced. The meeting primarily focused on Konoha's defense, protecting key locations and ensuring that the visiting ninjas didn't use the opportunity to gather intelligence. They also discussed the public order regarding the influx of foreign ninjas. This fell under the jurisdiction of the newly established Konoha police force. The second point was the discussion of genin participating in the exams. Because it was a joint exam with various daimyos present, Konoha took it very seriously. Does anyone have subordinates they believe possess the qualifications for Chunin? Hiruzen asked. Guy immediately raised his hand. I recommend my subordinates, Ten, Hyuga Niji, and Rock Lee. They all possess the capabilities of a Chunin. He was dead serious today, lacking his usual goofiness. I believe they are ready. Anyone else? Hiruzen paid close attention to the youth, he knew their general data. Guy's team was indeed qualified. I recommend my team, Tenma Matsuke's, Takuto Shindu, Kyusuk Tsurugi. Other jonin also recommended their squads. Tanbo wasn't surprised, as the village with the most resources, Konoha had plenty of ninjas beyond just the famous 12 guardians, such as Kabuto Yakushi's team. They just weren't the focus and would likely be eliminated early. Soon, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai recommended their respective students, causing the third to frown. Guy was equally concerned. Kakashi, they're just kids who graduated recently. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to let them take the Chunin exams? He knew exactly how much strength a fresh genin had. In a joint exam, that was suicide. Irika agreed. Yes. Even if their skills are decent, they lack experience. It's better to wait until next year. Asuma laughed. Haha, don't worry, Guy. Their strength is quite high. Don't look down on my students. Kurenai added, Kiba, Shino, and the others have the strength of a Chunin. Even if they fail, consider it a training exercise. Being a ninja was always dangerous, but these mentors believed in their students' ability to handle the combat. Guy, I'm letting them participate because I've confirmed their strength. Rest easy, Kakashi said. Guy frowned, wanting to say more, but Hiruzen cut him off. Guy, trust the judgment of the other jonin. However, we cannot decide this rashly. Since they've graduated for less than a year, I want you all to conduct a specific test on your subordinates to check their readiness. Everything was proceeding as usual, though Tanbo noticed Irika wasn't reacting as explosively as he did in the original story. Tanbo's butterfly effect had likely shown Irika that while Naruto and the others were deficient in some areas, raw power wasn't one of them. I support it. I'm also quite optimistic about their strength, Tanbo smiled. I just hope they don't die. The tests will be today, there are only a few days left, Hiruzen ordered. Guy and the others had nothing left to say. If there was a test involved, it was acceptable. As the meeting drew to a close and Tanbo was listening to the proceedings as if they were gossip, the phantom jutsu within him, heart steel, suddenly surged. A flood of memories poured into his brain. Sigh. Yakumo Kurama, has she finally disappeared? That memory told Tanbo that in the past few days, Yakumo Kurama had vanished from his conscious memory. Like a puzzle piece being snapped out and the edges seamlessly joined back together, he had forgotten her. It was only today, triggered by a preset timer in his heart steel, that he remembered the girl existed. Chapter 205, Collision. Chapter 205, Collision. Whoosh. Whoosh. Tanbo Tobitake moved rapidly toward the Kurama Mountain Villa. In his sensory range, the villa was virtually empty, only a few servants appeared in his perception. So thorough. What an incredible Genjutsu, Tanbo marveled inwardly. Soon, he landed on the grounds of the mountain villa. Before he had broken this illusion, his memory told him that the Kurama Mountain Villa was simply a pleasant resort in Konoha where he occasionally took his children to play. It was as if a person's entire existence had been erased from the history of the shinobi world. He began searching for traces of Yakumo Kurama. He found that physical traces did exist, her paintings were still there, but the memories of others regarding them had changed. In the current collective consciousness, these paintings were left behind by the previous owner of the villa, who had supposedly moved out of Konoha to the Land of Fire and sold the property to the village for public recreation. As for who that previous owner was, their presence was incredibly faint, much like when Tanbo used his invisibility Genjutsu. If one didn't pay special attention, they lacked any sense of existence. Had he not prepared a countermeasure beforehand, Tanbo truly would have been fooled by this technique. It altered cognition, it altered existence itself. He entered Yakumo's former room. It was still decorated exactly as it was when she was there. This meant the Genjutsu could only change perception, it could not alter physical objects or reality, except for things that happened specifically because she existed. Tanbo went to the back of the mountain. The marks from their previous painting and ninjutsu practice remained. However, in his altered cognition, he believed he had come here alone to research ninjutsu, and that painting was merely a personal hobby of his. Good thing I was prepared. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know my perception had been compromised. But I need to keep improving the heart steel technique. If I were to do something regrettable during those days when my cognition is altered, that wouldn't do at all. Tanbo felt that the heart steel, his specialized countercognition jutsu, still had flaws. The reason he didn't design it to trigger once a day was because repetitive memory overwrites would put too much pressure on the brain. 7 days was the interval he had calculated for safe digestion of information. He needed to eliminate these drawbacks. But how? This part stumped him. If it were easy, he would have developed it long ago. It seemed he needed stones from other mountains to polish his own jade, he needed outside inspiration. He thought of the 100 puppet soul binding jutsu he obtained in the Land of Hot Springs, Denkato's spirit transformation jutsu, and the Reaper death seal. Perhaps he could spend some time learning these other ninjutsu he wasn't particularly good at. These soul-related techniques might hold the key. Since altering cognition involved the soul or at least the deep brain, they were the best place to start. For now, he continued investigating the scope of Yakumo's genjutsu, finding the similarities between what was affected and what wasn't. After finishing at the villa, he went to the Konoha archives to look up the Kurama clan's history. By cross-referencing files and speaking with people who had supposedly interacted with Yakumo, he found the flaw. The records showed that the genius of this generation, a girl named Yakumo Kurama, had indeed existed, but she had supposedly died in a fire with her parents years ago. Because it was a tragic accident from years past, no one had very deep memories of it. Any physical traces she left behind were either ignored or reinterpreted by the minds of others. If someone as smart as Shikamaru had been in constant contact with her, he might have found the inconsistencies through tiny clues. I'll set a small goal, Tanbo thought. The next step is to develop a high-efficiency jutsu to counter this kind of illusion, the infinite Tsukuyomi, and even divine power, omnipotence. He decided that besides forced execution, he would focus on stacking armor for his mind. But with the Chunin exams imminent, he had to deal with that first. He hadn't expected Yakumo to disappear at this specific timing, it was likely caused by his butterfly effect. In the village. Bang. Sakura threw a shuriken, intercepting the hand reaching for Konohamaru. She then used a body flicker to appear in front of the boy, pulling him back to safety. Kankuro frowned, his hand moving toward the bandage-wrapped object on his back. Such a fast reaction. It seems Konoha ninjas aren't that easy to deal with. Zip. Zip. 2 pebbles flew toward Kankuro, but a wall of sand rose to block the attack. Gaara, the boy with the gourd on his back, looked toward a nearby tree. In Konoha, you'd better follow Konoha's rules. Don't cause us trouble, or we'll be the ones to solve the trouble that is you. Sasuke tossed a pebble in his hand, speaking coldly. However, his eyes were full of vigilance. Just now, he had felt a massive surge of killing intent. The moment Gaara looked at him, he felt a chill run through his entire body. Forget it, Kankuro. Stop. Do what you want during the exams. Gaara gave them a cold look, turned, and began to walk away. Beside him, Temari looked at Sasuke, her eyes momentarily lighting up. Hey handsome, see you at the exams. Humph, I'm not afraid of them. If they dare make a move, I'll show them what I'm made of. These trash ninjas born in times of peace. Kankuro boasted arrogantly. Kankuro, do you want to die? Gaara looked at him coldly, his killing intent overflowing. Humph. I'll let you off this time. But in the exam arena, I won't hold back. Kankuro broke into a cold sweat and put away his weapon. Stomp, stomp, stomp. You jerks. Do you know who you're messing with? I'm the Hokage's grandson. I'm gonna beat you up. Konohamaru yelled in rage. He had been scared earlier, and if Tianyu and the others found out, he'd be teased to death. Boom. He was met with Gaara's murderous gaze. Konohamaru broke into a cold sweat, but his eyes remained defiant as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, why is this so similar to Tianyu's move? He felt like he couldn't move. It was just like Tianyu's Genjutsu, but without the biting, icy coldness. Konohamaru. Udon and Moegi also watched the gourd-bearing boy with sweat beading on their brows. Sakura stood in front of Konohamaru, looking at Gaara as if facing a great enemy. This guy is a veteran who has killed countless enemies, how is it possible? Sakura had encountered this type of enemy in Captain Tonbo's battlefield simulations. She had even researched it specifically. This kind of killing intent usually only belonged to ninjas who had survived 100 battles and killed a mountain of people. Or, it was a Genjutsu. She was certain this wasn't a Genjutsu. Shink. A kunai appeared in her hand, ready for combat at any second. You jerk. How dare you bully Konohamaru? Watch out or I'll give you a thrashing. Naruto yelled, pointing at Gaara. Let's go. Gaara turned away. Kankuro and Temari sneered and followed. Damn it. You jerk. What's your name? I'm gonna flatten you. Naruto was fuming. Sasuke also took a serious look at the boy with the gourd. Gaara. Also, you're strong. Name. Gaara looked at Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Sasuke Uchiha. I look forward to fighting you. We're leaving. Ayakak. Damn it. I'm the one who said I'd beat you, so why are you asking Sasuke for his name? Naruto shouted, jumping in frustration. He had been upstaged again. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Hitting Below the Belt. Chapter 206, Hitting Below the Belt. Konoha, deep in the darkness. Lights flickered around the gloom, casting weak glows against the shadows. Two figures stood opposite each other, their gazes steady, devoid of even a hint of impatience. That guy is still around, Old Man Danzo. You aren't thinking of backing out of our cooperation, are you? Or are you questioning my skills? The dim light illuminated half of Orochimaru's face, catching the ever-present, inquisitive glint in his eyes. Danzo glanced at his heavily bandaged arm. Don't be in such a hurry. This joint exam lasts longer than usual. He will leave at the appropriate time. Orochimaru's expertise was even more impressive than Danzo had imagined. It seemed he hadn't stopped researching Hashirama's cells all these years. With just a gesture of goodwill, in technical support, Danzo found it significantly easier to suppress his Sharingan. However, even so, he intended to keep Orochimaru in check. He didn't want the Sannin thinking that Danzo couldn't get things done without him. Hey. I hope so. After all, there are things I can choose to do, and things I can choose not to do. I believe you understand my goals. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh, utterly indifferent to Danzo's petty schemes. His primary goal this time was Sasuke, destroying Konoha was merely a sideshow to display his power. Hokage's office. You want to apply to learn the spirit transformation jutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Tonbo Tobotake's application, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. This was a forbidden jutsu. Yes. I am developing a new technique and need soul-related formulas for reference, Tonbo replied without a shred of concealment. I'm developing jutsu, either you give it to me or you don't. Tonbo Tobotake, this is a Genjutsu. It is not on the same level as the Bringer of Darkness jutsu you applied for previously, Koharu Udatane said as she and Hamura Mitokado walked into the room. Forbidden jutsu matters were managed by the four elders of Konoha. If two disagreed, the scroll remained sealed. Hiruzen possessed great authority, but not the right to freely distribute forbidden jutsu to others without the consent of the other two and Danzo. Since Danzo had stepped back from frontline decision-making, it fell to these two. Knowing Tonbo's request, especially at a sensitive time like the Chunin exams, they naturally refused. Hiruzen shared their sentiment. Tonbo, Koharu is right. This technique is too dangerous. Without a specific innate talent, attempting to learn it will only harm you. I believe my talent is sufficient to learn it. Tonbo was speechless. Are you doubting my talent? Or do you just not want me to have it? No. You are a vital asset to the village. You cannot be allowed to learn such dangerous ninjutsu. You aren't even allowed to look at it. Go back to your duties, Hiruzen rejected him firmly. Fine. Tonbo vanished in a shush of movement. Hiruzen, why not let him have it? I believe his talent is likely sufficient, Koharu said once Tonbo was gone. Hiruzen mused, I know that. But I fear he might end up like Orochimaru, straying onto a crooked path. Tonbo's ability was undeniable, he had developed jutsu more than once. But that very talent reminded Hiruzen of Orochimaru. Back then, Orochimaru was the same, and he eventually became a catastrophic threat to Konoha. And now, Tonbo wanted forbidden jutsu for reference, specifically soul-based ones. I see. That is indeed a concern. Konoha cannot afford another rogue ninja like Orochimaru. Koharu and Hamura nodded in agreement. A betrayal at that level would be a devastating blow to the village. Rejected, huh? Seriously, they were so firm about it. Fine, if I don't have it, I don't have it. I'm gifted enough that even if I develop it myself, I can push Heart Steel to another level. Tanbo lay atop his summoned bird, gazing at the sun. Surprisingly, Hiruzen hadn't even considered the request before saying no. Humph. Being rejected feels a bit annoying. But then again, a Hokage has a lot to consider. Who knows what's going on in that old head? Forget it. I'll take my son and daughter to a movie. Time passed quickly. The day of the Chunin exams finally arrived. Hey! Get out of the way. You want a beating or something? A candidate shouted at the door of the exam hall, seeing two examinees blocking the entrance. The two gatekeepers laughed. Do you even have the strength? Better to stay outside and wait for us to pass, we'll share the joy with you then. They refused to budge, which immediately incited the crowd's fury. One person lunged forward to force them out of the way. Bang. He was sent flying. Others tried to swarm them, but they all ended up sprawled on the floor. In the distance, Team 7 was walking over and caught the scene. When Naruto realized these two were blocking people from taking the exam, he was livid. No one was going to stop him from becoming a Chunin. He charged right in. Bam. Bam. Thud. Naruto's Konoha-style taijutsu was well practiced, though he occasionally threw in unorthodox moves, like the monkey steals the peach or a reverse kick to the groin. But. Smack. Naruto's face was punched sideways, and he rolled several times across the floor. Suddenly, a figure caught him, bringing him to a stop. So strong, Rock Lee said, supporting Naruto while looking at the two guards. He had analyzed their taijutsu, they were formidable. Even better, he loved challenging the strong. Your taijutsu is too poor, you should just go home. The two guards were actually breaking out in cold sweat. Holy crap, that kid almost hit me below the belt. But they kept up their arrogant act. Naruto, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't be so reckless. Sakura grabbed Naruto and yelled at him. Just as Sakura was about to say more, she realized a green figure had appeared right in front of her. What are you doing? Sakura felt a shiver go down her spine at the intensity of his gaze. Lee's face flushed slightly. Hello. My name is Rock Lee. You can call me Lee. Will you be my girlfriend? You jerk. Don't you think that's incredibly rude? Who wants to be your girlfriend? After a brief stun, Sakura glanced at Sasuke, who was watching from afar, and screamed at Lee. If Sasuke misunderstood. I am sorry for the offense. But, will you be my girlfriend? Lee asked seriously. Naruto, finally recovering, pointed at the red-faced Lee. You bushy-browed weirdo. Who are you? Sakura is mine. Is she your girlfriend? Lee asked earnestly. Naruto stammered awkwardly, not for the time being. Then I still have a chance. Your name is Sakura, right? What a beautiful name. I will definitely make you fall for me. Lee then turned his gaze toward the two gatekeepers. The two guards felt uncomfortable under his stare. Wait, you aren't planning to use us as stepping stones to show off, are you? Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Glory in Cheating. Chapter 207, Glory in Cheating. Bam. 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 Whoosh. Whoosh. Thud. Lee, that's a fake classroom. Stop fighting. Just as Lee and the two gatekeepers were in the heat of combat, Niji and Tenten walked out. Shish. Lee repelled the two guards and retreated to Niji's side, spreading his hands in confusion. Fake. Sasuke stepped forward. The number on that classroom was placed under a Genjutsu. The actual testing site is on the other side. His words left the surrounding ninjas stunned. Looking back at the two gatekeepers, they transformed back to their original forms with a poof. They were indeed Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higain, once again guest starring as proctors. Looking at Sasuke, Niji, and the others, they laughed. Seems the genin this year are quite strong to have seen through that. This was a test of a ninja's ability to detect traps. Now that they had been exposed, they stopped the act. Boring. At the corner, Gaara appeared with Kankuro and Temari, turning away to head toward the real testing site. Hey! If you noticed, why didn't you tell me? Only Naruto felt victimized, shouting at Sasuke. Idiot. Sasuke kept his hands in his pockets and turned to walk away. Damn it, don't you run away. Naruto and Sakura immediately chased after him. Seems there's still an influence. Sigh, no drama to watch, so boring. Hidden in the shadows, Tanbo Tobitake was disappointed that he hadn't seen the famous scene, the fight between Sasuke and Lee, before the written exam started. He had really wanted to see Sasuke get thrashed by Lee. For some reason, the ripple effect of his presence had prevented the fight. There wasn't even much interaction, Sasuke was simply noticed because of his fame. Crunch. He tossed a special food pill into his mouth and chewed slowly. At this stage, Sasuke would definitely have been beaten one-sidedly. He wouldn't have had any chance to fight back. Lee's team had been trained by Tanbo using battlefield simulations for a month. Even at once a week, that was 4 sessions. Their combat experience was not something Sasuke could currently match, not to mention they had graduated a year earlier and accumulated more mental energy. In Tanbo's view, the gap would only start to close as they got older and their bodies matured. Unless, of course, Tanbo gave Team 7 a private special training session. But a guy like Kakashi probably won't come to me for special training, right? Unlike Guy, Kakashi was a six-tool ninja who could teach almost anything himself. He likely wouldn't ask for help. Besides, Kakashi was probably sick of Tanbo nagging him to get married, teasing him every time they meant he'd avoid Tanbo if he could. Tanbo then arrived at the written exam classroom. Whoosh! He arrived just in time to see the confrontation between Naruto's group and the Sound Ninjas, and the scene where Kabuto stepped in. Another famous scene. The arrogant attitude of the Sound Ninjas was practically designed to start conflicts. Kabuto was busy showing off his ninja info cards to Naruto and the others, introducing candidate data to earn their trust. Bang. 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 The proctor team appeared, led by Ibiki Marino. In the original story, Tanbo was one of the proctors, but this time he was hiding in the shadows for fun, so someone else had taken his spot. Quiet. One word from Ibiki Marino silenced everyone. The entire proctor team radiated a terrifying pressure. Credit where it's due, it was a convincing performance. Most candidates didn't dare speak a word. Aside from a few fearless individuals, most were trembling, intimidated by the sudden aura. Mibu Shinobu actually made it to the proctor team too. Tanbo was quite interested to see his disciple among the group. It had been a while, it seemed Mibu was doing well under Ibiki. You could tell by his eyes, he didn't look as dim-witted as before. Other members of the analytical team were also guest-starring as proctors, such as Shimon. As expected, the people from my analytical team are the pillars of Konoha, Tanbo thought to himself. The exam began. It was the same routine Tanbo remembered. As soon as Ibiki's rules were announced, the students broke into cold sweats. Everyone looked at their teammates with deep concern. Most knew their teammates' capabilities well and felt these rules were a death sentence. However, there were those with no self-awareness, like Naruto, who picked up his test paper with total confidence. Because Kiba had been so competitive at the academy, Naruto had actually studied a bit, though it was the fishing for 3 days and drying the nets for 2 kind of effort. When Naruto looked at the first question, he was speechless. He didn't know it. He tried to look at others and found that many looked just as confused as he was, which instantly put his mind at ease. Seems everyone is in the same boat. But he soon noticed something was wrong. Kiba Inuzuka had scanned the paper and was now writing without hesitation. The smile on Kiba's face showed total confidence. Akamaru, sitting on his head, occasionally signaled key points to him. Damn it, Kiba is cheating. Naruto gritted his teeth. Am I going to be outdone by Kiba again? He knew Akamaru's theoretical grades were better than his own. How sly. He wanted to lean over and copy an answer, but seeing the rows of proctors, he could only stare back at his paper. The teachers always said that when people are pushed to the limit, they can do anything. If you don't push yourself, you'll never know your potential. But, this was math. Naruto scratched his head in frustration. Beside him, Hinata was steadily writing down answers. Further away, Shikamaru seemed to be in a rush, his pen flying across the paper. Seeing Naruto's shifty-eyed behavior, Sasuke and Sakura both sighed. They felt their team was going to be disqualified in the first round. They knew Naruto's situation all too well and were desperately hoping he'd figure it out. When Ibiki had introduced the rules, both Sasuke and Sakura understood that while the goal was to answer the questions, that was only for the top students. For everyone else, it was a test of high-level cheating. Inside the room, strange techniques were everywhere. Many candidates were scratching their heads in despair. Ibiki, you sly dog, Tanbo praised the proctor's testing philosophy. The collective responsibility system was truly sinister. Moreover, those questions were honestly not something a standard ninja academy graduate could solve. Only theoretical geniuses or those who could apply and extend their knowledge during genin work could solve them. Everyone else had to cheat honestly. Even someone as strong as Gaara had to use his sand to spy on the plants Ibiki had placed in the room. Even Niji had to use his Byakugan to peek. Don't be fooled by his genius, his class didn't have the catfish effect of someone like Kiba, so he hadn't put much effort into theoretical studies. He had to copy. However, in Naruto's year, because of the butterfly effect, only Naruto and Choji are truly struggling. Compared to the original where even Sasuke had to use his Sharingan to cheat, the level here is much higher. Chapter 208, The Snake in the Shadows. Chapter 208, The Snake in the Shadows. After observing the atmosphere of the exam for a bit, Tanbo Tobitake headed back. He found that the feeling of absorbing knowledge was far more fulfilling. The development of forced execution and the further refinement of the heart steel technique were not yet complete. Regardless, he was now the head of the analytical team, and the third Hokage hadn't asked him to continue as a proctor. Within the entire village of Konoha, no one had a more relaxed schedule than him. Whoosh! Naruto and the others successfully endured Ibiki's torture-style test. Every ninja who remained in the room passed the first stage. It was at that moment that a figure leaped through the window. Surveying the numerous candidates left in the room, she looked at Ibiki and said, "How are there still so many candidates left? You weren't slacking off, were you?" The newcomer was Anko Mitarashi. At this point, she had put on some weight and looked quite plump. Ibiki smiled. "It's a bit unexpected, but it can't be helped. People always manage to surprise you." His gaze lingered on Naruto. "Hey, fat lady. This uncle already disqualified so many people, and you're saying he slacked off?" Naruto shouted at the new proctor. Silence. A heavy hush fell over the classroom. Ibiki and the other proctors felt a searing killing intent erupt from Anko. Those behind Naruto who knew him felt he was incredibly brave for shouting at a proctor like that. He was practically asking for death. Zip! A brown python shot out from Anko's sleeve. Before Naruto could even react, he was dragged right in front of her. "Kid, do you want to die?" Anko's eyes flashed dangerously as she unleashed her killing intent on Naruto, making his hair stand on end. Gulp. And no. "Big sister, I didn't mean it." Naruto was terrified. That gaze was far scarier than Sakura's. Umph. If there's a next time, watch your life. The second exam is at the Forest of Death. Everyone, follow me. The Forest of Death. Anko distributed the Heaven and Earth scrolls. After giving the candidates time to study their strategies, the exam officially began. With Naruto's previous encounter as a warning, no one dared to talk back to her. Only within the squad from the hidden grass did one figure watch Anko with an amused glint in their eyes. "Anko, she's actually gotten this fat. Seems life has been treating her well." The candidates entered the Forest of Death. A tense and thrilling exam began. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of candidates leaped through the forest, staying vigilant for potential enemies. Shino. Kiba gave a hand signal to Hinata and Shino. They understood immediately and activated their respective sensory methods. Aya. A short while later, a scream echoed out. 3 figures fell from the trees. Several giant leeches were writhing on their bodies, and their skin was rapidly shriveling up. Nice work, Shino. These guys were too weak. I wonder what scroll they have. Kiba and Akamaru sniffed the air. After confirming the targets were dead, they began searching the bodies. They found a scroll. Opening it, they saw it was exactly what they needed, an earth scroll. The 3 of them smiled. Got it. Now we just need to head to the central tower. This is way too easy. No challenge at all, Kiba grinned, looking at the earth scroll. Hearing this, Shino cautioned, don't be careless. Other candidates might target us. Moreover, the Forest of Death isn't just full of examinees, there are all sorts of venomous insects and wild beasts. We cannot relax. Oh, Shino, stop it. With me here, whether it's beasts or other ninjas, I'll flatten them all. Kiba was full of confidence. Wilderness survival was the specialty of their team. Plus, he had recently learned a few new jutsus and was certain no one could defeat him. Hinata said softly, I really envy your courage, Kiba. I wish I had that too. Kiba laughed. Haha. This comes from training. Trust me, you wouldn't want to go through the kind of training I did. Even now, thinking back to the training he received as a child, he felt a lingering fear. If he were his current age back then, he definitely would have cried harder than he did as a kid. Training. Hinata wondered inwardly. Is there actually a training specifically for courage? Let's go. We should reach the destination as quickly as possible. Otherwise, other candidates might set traps around the tower, Shino said. Whoosh. Whoosh. You mean they'll wait until the last moment to ambush players like us? True, nothing is easier than waiting for the prey to come to you at the finish line. Kiba followed behind, understanding Shino's point. In the brush. 3 heads poked out cautiously. No enemies, Ino said to her teammates after forming a hand seal to sense the surroundings. They looked somewhat disheveled. Just a moment ago, they had encountered a wild beast in the forest of death and had been chased around. Shikamaru had eventually found the correct path by observing the sun and the tree rings. Even so, the encounter had shaken them. Crunch. Suddenly, Ino heard a sound and looked at Choji, speechless. Choji. We're in a high-tension situation. Can you stop eating for a second? Hee hee. Choji quickly stuffed a few more potato chips into his mouth before tucking the bag away, a happy smile on his face. Let's just take a short break. This exam lasts 5 days, there's no need to rush. We need to save enough chakra for all kinds of situations, Shikamaru advised. Zip. Zip. There shouldn't be enemies here, right? Naruto's eyes darted around, staring intently at the bushes, the treetops, and behind the trunks. He was terrified an enemy would come flying out. Uncle Tombo's training often involved these exact scenarios, especially in forests, where traps were the easiest to set and the hardest to spot. During those battlefield simulations, he had died more times than he could count. He had learned his lesson, he absolutely could not be ambushed. Sasuke sighed. While we shouldn't be careless, you shouldn't be this tense either. You'll collapse from exhaustion before the match even ends. Because of Tombo's training, Sasuke was also used to the idea of enemies jumping out at any moment. However, he was smarter and had adjusted quickly without letting it affect his nerves. He had actually learned a lot from it. Naruto, on the other hand, was acting completely paranoid. Sakura looked at the sky. The horizon was glowing with the remnants of the sunset. It's getting dark. We need to find a good campsite, or we'll be sitting ducks for an attack. MHM. Whoosh. Whoosh. 3 figures were moving forward rapidly, seemingly unafraid of any ambush. Master, this way, a ninja wearing a grass headband said to the leader. Orochimaru adjusted his straw hat and smiled. Uchiha's eyes, accept my power. He disgustingly licked his lips. Roar. A giant tiger suddenly pounced, its maw wide open as it tried to swallow him whole. Flash. A blade light flickered. Before the tiger even hit the ground, the 3 figures had already passed its body. The giant tiger slammed into the earth with a thud, a hole drilled clean through its head, oozing blood. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, Love. Chapter 209, Love. Whoosh. Whoosh. Outside the exam grounds, Izumo Kamizuki led his team to a stone pillar where 3 corpses of grass ninja lay slumped. Ninjas from the hidden grass. Judging by the state of the bodies, they've been dead for a while, likely before the exam even started. Go notify the chief proctor immediately. After observing for a moment and gathering basic intelligence, he spoke to Koma behind him. Understood. Koma, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned and vanished instantly. Izumo and his companion stood guard until Koma returned with the chief proctor, Anko Mitarashi. Mibu was also with them. Anko's expression grew grim as she looked at the 3 corpses, noting their faces were a chaotic mess of flesh, the features had completely vanished. This is a familiar, chilling sight sent a shock through Anko's heart. Memories she had suppressed for years came flooding back. How is it? Did you see anything wrong? Izumo asked. Mibu added, the faces are gone. I'm afraid someone has infiltrated the candidates. Are they planning to make a move on the genin inside the Forest of Death? If an outside force killed all the candidates without Konoha's knowledge, it would be a devastating blow to the village's reputation. Deaths are expected for ninjas, but a total massacre is an international incident, not a local one. Damn it. Report to the 3rd Hokage immediately, Anko hissed, moving out instantly. The others exchanged looks and followed, leaving one ninja behind to handle the scene. Anko, what happened? Mibu asked, looking at her with concern. It was his first time seeing her with such an expression. Clearly, the intruder was no ordinary threat. Anko's face softened slightly as she looked at him. It's Orochimaru. He's returned to Konoha. The Sannin, Orochimaru. Mibu and the 2 behind him were stunned into silence. Then this is no small matter. They increased their speed. Hearing the name Orochimaru, Mibu reached up and touched his chest, feeling the hard surface of a tag-like object beneath his clothes. I hope I won't have to use this. Zip. Zip. Shuriken arced through the air, weaving around tree trunks toward a figure positioned behind the wood. Clang. Clang. Orochimaru wore a faint smile. His hands moved like a blur, catching the shuriken out of the air and spinning them around his fingers with casual ease. Uchiha-style shuriken jutsu. You have some skill, but you're still far too weak. He smiled at Sasuke. You jerk. Watch me flatten you. Naruto appeared above Orochimaru while the latter was distracted, driving a kunai straight down toward his skull. Hiss! A white python lunged from behind the Sannin. The kunai pierced the python's head, but the snake completely blocked the strike. Splatter! Blood sprayed. Orochimaru's smile grew more intrigued. Little brat, your combat experience isn't bad, but you're still too weak. Naruto, get back. Whoosh! Naruto reacted quickly, kicking off the dead python's head to retreat. 2 kunai rigged with explosive tags flew from a blind spot. Boom. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the area. Sakura didn't stop her assault. Facing such a terrifying enemy, her training in Tanbo's battlefield simulation taught her that this was no time to relax. She swiped her hand across her tool pouch. Having prepared in advance, she launched shuriken with explosive tags attached. Sakura Blizzard Jutsu. The shuriken and tags fluttered like falling cherry blossoms toward the enemy. Hiss! From the center of the blast came the roar of a beast. Faced with the sheer number of explosives, a shadow emerged from the smoke. Bang! Boom! The remaining tags detonated. Did it work? Sasuke landed beside Sakura, eyes fixed warily on the center of the blast. Naruto stood on a branch, looking on with equal intensity. He, quite the impressive coordination. But you're still a long way off. Great breakthrough. Form. A voice rang out from the blast center, followed immediately by a violent gale that swept away the smoke and tore through the trees toward the 3 genin. The surrounding forest buckled. The faces of the 3 were distorted by the pressure of the wind, and they clung to the branches with chakra, yet they were still sent flying back. The 3 tumbled through the air, looking quite disheveled. Damn it. Sasuke wiped dust from his face. A giant python had coiled around the center of the explosion, and it was now gasping its last breath. Poof. The python vanished, revealing the unharmed enemy inside. You are good. But my target is you, Sasuke. Let me see your capacity. Orochimaru's eyes were locked on Sasuke. Capacity. Hearing this word, Sasuke's Sharingan began to spin rapidly. He pulled a kunai from his pouch. Zip. What beautiful eyes. You lack the natural talent of your brother, but do you want power? I can give you strength beyond your imagination. Orochimaru engaged Sasuke in close quarters. Compared to Sasuke's desperate intensity, Orochimaru was leisurely, parrying every strike with simple, efficient movements. Naruto and Sakura, seeing this, prepared to rejoin the fray. You know Itachi. Sasuke's hatred swelled, his voice a snarl. Of course. But compared to him, your strength is still a bit green. I can give you more. Orochimaru grew more satisfied the longer he looked at Sasuke. This talent, it was perfect. The way Sasuke used tools and weapons had a unique flair, just like he had in his youth. No, it was more perfect than his own youth. This body. What? Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Why would Orochimaru appear in Konoha at this specific time? Lord Hokage, regardless of why he's here, we must find him and stop whatever he's planning, Anko said calmly, though she could feel the mark on her neck burning. She looked at Mibu, a look of resolve in her eyes. I'm sorry. Go search for any trace of him. I'll send backup shortly, Hiruzen ordered. He knew they couldn't let Orochimaru run wild, especially with foreign dignitaries and daimyos present. Yes, Lord Hokage. Anko turned and walked out, her heart set. Mibu noticed her mood was off and followed quickly. What's wrong? You've been acting strange, Mibu asked. Orochimaru was my teacher. I can't let him harm Konoha again. I have to stop him, Anko replied. Mibu paused. He was your teacher. I've never heard you mention that. He hadn't realized his lover was a disciple of the Sannin, neither Tanbo nor Anko had ever told him. Anko didn't hide it, telling him briefly of her past. Finally, she said, don't follow me. You aren't a match for him. As she spoke, she caught him off guard. A snake lunged out, knocking him unconscious. She caught Mibu and gently placed him outside the forest of death fence. Mibu, I'm sorry. I don't want you to die. With the resolve to die with her former master, Anko entered the forest. After she left, Mibu opened his eyes. Honestly. I think I'm actually stronger than you, he sighed. Whoosh. He followed her secretly. Since Anko had done this, she likely had a way to find her former master. Chapter 210, Battle. Chapter 210, Battle. Whoosh. Whoosh. This way. Anko sensed carefully, following the resonance of the cursed seal on her neck. Behind her, Mibu followed closely, keeping pace. After nearly half an hour, Anko finally came to a halt in a dark, secluded area of the forest. She felt it, he was nearby. Anko, it's been a long time. A voice suddenly rang out. Anko spun around instantly as Orochimaru appeared behind her. Swish. Anko lashed out with a kunai, aiming for Orochimaru's vitals. Orochimaru merely smiled, effortlessly neutralizing her strike with taijutsu before leaping back. Hiss. Giant snakes erupted from both of Anko's sleeves, attempting to coil around him. Bang. Bang. It was useless. Orochimaru displaced himself with graceful movements, easily evading her assault. Orochimaru, why have you come to Konoha? Do you plan to ruin more of your juniors? Anko gripped her burning cursed seal, glaring at him. Hee hee, is that how you see me? I am here to grant power to someone, the power he craves. It seems you haven't slacked off over the years. However, using my own techniques against me, that is truly heartbreaking, Orochimaru chuckled. I won't let you escape today. You're staying in Konoha for good. Anko didn't waste any more words, her goal was to pin him down. She launched a volley of shuriken in a pincer formation, her hands blurring into seals. As Orochimaru dodged the shuriken, she targeted the opening and released a fire-style technique. Fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Boom. A massive plume of fire erupted, its orange-red glow illuminating the dark woods. Hiss. Orochimaru's movements were fluid. He used a body flicker to bypass her encirclement, kicked off a tree trunk to change direction, and closed the distance to Anko. Giant snake surged from his hands, binding her tightly. My goal isn't you, my dear pupil. Just live your life quietly in Konoha. I have no need for your body, Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. My body. Anko thought of her seal. Was he after someone else? Poof. Anko transformed into a log. When she reappeared, she had already used hidden shadow snake hands to snag Orochimaru, grabbing his arm. Ninja art, twin snakes mutual death. Anko, look closely before you strike. I wouldn't want people saying I didn't teach you well, Orochimaru's voice echoed from behind her. Anko's eyes widened. The Orochimaru she was holding began to turn into liquid mud. Earth clone. When? Were. Just as Anko prepared to strike again and Orochimaru, losing interest, prepared to vanish, a deafening sound of rushing wind filled the air. Wind style, Wind Demon Shuriken. Orochimaru turned. A Fuma Shuriken infused with high-frequency wind-style chakra tore through the air like a localized hurricane. Along its path, ancient trees several meters thick were sliced through like paper. Rumble. Whir. The resonance of the jutsu was so intense that even Orochimaru felt a genuine threat. If he were hit, he would die. Rashomon. Orochimaru slammed his palm onto the ground. A massive, demonic gate rose from the earth. Clang. The wind-style Fuma Shuriken struck the gate. The collision between the offensive jutsu and the summoning defense created a screeching metal-on-metal sound. The wind-infused blade ground into the Rashomon. After a stalemate of less than 3 seconds, the gate vanished with a poof, and the shuriken continued its trajectory toward Orochimaru. A magnificent jutsu, to actually break through my Rashomon. In those 3 seconds, Orochimaru had already vacated his position. The attack sailed past him, plowing through the forest behind. Boom. Countless trees collapsed in its wake. What was that? The ANBU team sent by Hiruzen stood on the treetops, staring at the massive gate that had risen and the sheer destructive power of the follow-up attack. The path of the jutsu had essentially plowed the forest floor flat. That was the Rashomon. It's Orochimaru. Those fighting him must be Anko and Mibu. Hurry. The ANBU captain, recognizing the Sannin's signature defense, urged his team forward. Nearby, Genin candidates heard the commotion and used their abilities to observe. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Gulp. No way, is that the strength of a candidate? The ignorant Genin swallowed hard. This was just the Chunin exams. It couldn't be. Hinata, do you see it? Team 8 had heard the noise. Veins bulged around Hinata's eyes as she activated her Byakugan. Her vision pierced through the foliage. Those aren't candidates. It's a proctor and another Konoha ninja fighting a terrifying enemy. In her vision, Orochimaru's chakra was monstrous, appearing like a great white snake ready to swallow her whole. Woof. Woof. Akamaru says he smells something terrifying. He says don't go near it, Kiba told the other two. Shino added, then we should head to the central tower. With this distraction, there might be fewer people in our way. Whoosh. The Sand siblings also stood on a branch, witnessing the explosive aftermath. Hey, is this really the level of a Genin? Even your absolute defense couldn't block that intensity, right, Gaara? Kankuro swallowed hard. Temari observed for a moment. That was wind style. Such a powerful wind style user. Hey, if there are guys this strong, will the plan still work? Kankuro asked worriedly. Idiot, Konoha is clearly under invasion. They're dealing with an intruder, Temari countered. No genin had that kind of power. She glanced at Gaara. Not everyone was a monster like her brother. Gaara, one eye missing as he used his third eye jutsu, didn't respond immediately. His spiritual eye reached the battlefield, seeing the three in combat. It's Konoha ninjas fighting Orochimaru, he stated coldly. That guy, starting such a mess before the plan even begins. What a pain, Kankuro grumbled. If Konoha's alert level got too high, the plan might fail before it even started. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, great fireball. Combined art, crossfire. After Mibu engaged Orochimaru, Anko snapped out of her shock. Ignoring why Mibu was there, she joined the attack. One exhaled wind, the other fire. The wind fed the flames. Foom. Another violent explosion. Faced with the raging inferno and sensing more chakra signatures, likely the ANBU, approaching, Orochimaru decided he was done. Anko, you found a good man. His strength isn't bad either. But that's enough for today. We'll catch up later. Before leaving, Orochimaru didn't forget to tease them. Then, his form was swallowed by their combined jutsu. Anko and Mibu ceased their attacks, staring at the charred path in the forest, panting heavily. The mental transmission of experience in Mibu's mind faded away. The tag on his chest was now just an empty shell. His head lolled, and he began to fall from the tree. Swish. Anko forced herself through her exhaustion to catch him, looking at him with worry. Chakra exhaustion, thank God, it's not too serious. She let out a sigh of relief after checking his vitals. Whoosh. Whoosh. Just then, the ANBU finally arrived. Chapter 211, Natural Energy. Chapter 211, Natural Energy. Central Tower, Forest of Death. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to his subordinates' reports, noting the weakened state of Anko and Mibu. What exactly is Orochimaru planning? Konoha did not make a public scene, instead, they investigated quietly. With the daimyos of various nations focusing their attention on Konoha, the village could not afford to let the current situation be leaked. Inside a tree hollow. Sasuke, please be okay. Sakura looked at the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto, her face filled with worry. She didn't understand why the enemy had let them go. They had clearly lost all ability to resist. Naruto, Sasuke. I will catch up to you. I won't hold you back anymore. The previous battle had left them feeling powerless. The mere eruption of killing intent had caused them to experience mental hallucinations. Had they not trained within Captain Tanbo's Genjutsu, that killing intent alone would have left them defenseless. Furthermore, the performances of Naruto and Sasuke made her feel the vast gap between them. Sasuke's immense talent and adaptable combat skills had already put him far ahead. Even Naruto had just released an astonishing aura, exerting strength far beyond an ordinary person. Only she remained, capable only of providing minor support during their primary attacks. Even after training through countless deaths, her fundamental strength was still lacking. Whoosh. Whoosh. In the darkness outside the tree hollow, three figures appeared, eyeing the entrance. He. Sasuke Uchiha, found you at last. I want to see exactly what Lord Orochimaru sees in you, Dosu Kinyuta whispered gloomily. Analytical team. Safe, as long as they're safe. Tanbo Tobitake received the message from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Learning that Mibu and Anko had encountered Orochimaru and emerged safe allowed him to relax. Earlier, he had sensed Mibu using the proxy tag ninja tool he had provided, so he knew they had engaged a powerful enemy. Crossing paths with Orochimaru alongside Anko was within his expectations. However, after receiving intelligence on Orochimaru, Hiruzen tasked Tanbo with assisting in the internal security of Konoha. Overtime. Tanbo had no choice but to put down his books and join the ranks guarding the village. Time passed. Orochimaru did not show his face again. The Konoha village remained peaceful and serene, with no hint of the impending storm. Children played and laughed, and shops opened to welcome guests. The influx of outsiders made Konoha appear even more prosperous. Tuchi's Ichiraku Ramen was exploding with business every day. The never-ending stream of customers kept Tuchi and Ayam busy around the clock. Fortunately, they had hired extra staff. Tanbo naturally had no time to help out, because the Forest of Death exam had ended. The one-on-one preliminary matches were about to begin. Shish. At the arena, Tanbo appeared among the spectator group. Yo, busy man. You actually have time to watch the Chunin exams. Kakashi quipped. Tanbo glanced at him. Paying attention to the village's juniors is something I've always done, okay. Not like you, too lazy. I advise you to be a bit more diligent. Read less Ika and look at the beautiful women on the street more. Maybe you'll actually find a wife. Kakashi choked. He really shouldn't have teased this guy. Tanbo moved the conversation to him getting married at every opportunity. Eh? Uncle Tanbo, does Kakashi-sensei not have a girlfriend? Does that mean he's actually a monster under that mask, and that's why he won't show his face? Naruto was standing nearby and became instantly intrigued. Sasuke and Sakura's ears perked up as well. The three of them had exerted every ounce of effort and still failed to remove Kakashi's mask. They had been curious about what was underneath for a long time, even the currently preoccupied Sasuke was no exception. Kakashi gave Naruto a dead fish stare. Don't worry about whether I'm ugly or not. Worry about yourself first. I happen to know that no girls at the academy like you. Naruto slumped, his eyes drifting toward Sakura. Sakura noticed his gaze but pointedly turned her head away. Further off, Hinata seemed to have overheard Kakashi's words, her face turned bright red. This made Kiba feel strange. Why does she always turn red when she sees Naruto? Does she actually like that troublemaker? Tanbo found the little ones quite amusing. Just how many overlapping unrequited loves were going on here? The matches are starting. Get ready. In the arena, the screen began the random selection for the duels. Flash. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Will the contestants please enter the arena, the proctor, Hey8 Gecko, announced. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures dropped from the stands simultaneously, standing face to face. Good luck, Sasuke. Go for it, Sasuke. Two voices shouted from the stands at the same time. Then, Sakura and Ino glared at each other, sparks flying between them. This guy better not lose and embarrass Team 7, Naruto muttered, though his words were sharp. Sakura roared, you jerk. How could Sasuke lose? However, she looked at the side of Sasuke's neck, her eyes filled with worry. She didn't know how that thing would affect him. Let me see the power of the cursed seal. Tanbo watched Sasuke with anticipation. The cursed seal, which utilized natural energy, was a rarity in the shinobi world. He was quite interested in it. Now that he was a man with a decent chakra per pound count, he likely possessed the potential to suppress natural energy, making him curious about sage jutsu. In the past, his chakra was insufficient, so he didn't dwell on it. Now that his chakra levels had stood up, he naturally had ideas. Whether it was genjutsu or ninjutsu, adding natural energy resulted in a qualitative leap. He suspected that the genjutsu invented by Yakumo Kurama had utilized natural energy, which allowed it to manifest such unimaginable power. That was likely why he had been caught by it despite having multiple genjutsu defenses in place. According to Tanbo's theory, once he could use natural energy to upgrade his genjutsu into the realm of sage jutsu, its power would skyrocket, making it even harder for enemies to resist. Now was an opportunity to sense natural energy. He had been thinking about it the wrong way before. Sage mode mostly originated from the three great sage regions, but the application of natural energy did not. According to Tanbo's research, there were many jutsus in the world that utilized natural energy. A famous example was En no Gyoja of the Tsuchigumo clan, who, during the Third Great War, had wiped out an entire town roughly the size of Konoha. It was a terrifying feat. Many small nations also had trump card techniques that involved natural energy. Even mutants like Jugo existed. Unlike Sage mode, these were techniques that directly used natural energy without the transformative abilities of a true Sage mode. Currently, he found that Jugo's cursed seal power was the closest to Sage mode, as it possessed the ability to vitalize the body. The fight has started. Chapter 212, The Cursed Seal. Chapter 212, The Cursed Seal. Clang. Clang. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the battle unfolded. Unlike the original story Tanbo remembered, both fighters adopted standard genin tactics. They opened with shuriken to test the waters. Yoroi Akato was a man wearing a mask, his eyes pitch black and void of emotion. Facing a genius of the Uchiha, he showed no cowardice, in fact, he seemed quite confident. Fire style, running flames. Whoosh. Whoosh. Yoroi broke the stalemate first, weaving hand seals to unleash a fire-style jutsu. With him as the center, 3 streaks of flame erupted from the ground, crisscrossing and flowing across the floor toward Sasuke. Oh! This guy can use fire style. Tanbo's eyebrows shot up. In his memory of the original work, there was no such sequence. He turned his gaze back to Sasuke. Currently, Sasuke bore the cursed seal from Orochimaru but hadn't been sealed by Kakashi yet. He should be unable to use the Sharingan or high-level ninjutsu without triggering the seal's corruption. In other words, Sasuke was essentially limited to taijutsu. Furthermore, Sasuke hadn't had his pre-exam duel with Lee in this timeline, meaning he couldn't have copied the movements to create the lion barrage. Would he lose right here? Zip. Zip. Sasuke's expression was grim. He used rapid taijutsu movements to shift positions, narrowly avoiding the flames. However, Yoroi didn't make it easy. The flames on the ground curved, relentlessly pursuing Sasuke. Searing heat filled the arena, and soon, the floor was partitioned into a grid of fire. Whoosh. Enduring the throbbing pain from the cursed seal, Sasuke hurled a kunai directly at his enemy. A naive counterattack, Yoroi sneered, sidestepping twice to dodge the projectile. Thud. The kunai embedded itself in the far wall. Seeing his attack fail, Sasuke followed up with several shuriken. Still don't get it. You're too weak. Yoroi pulled out his own shuriken to deflect the incoming blades. Clang. 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 Whoosh. Just as Yoroi was occupied with the shuriken, Sasuke suddenly appeared right in front of him. How is that possible? Yoroi's pupils constricted. Bam. Sasuke's fist slammed into Yoroi's face, distorting his features. However, at the critical moment, Sasuke's body stiffened from a spike of pain. Yoroi seized the opportunity to grab Sasuke's follow-up kunai strike, and the two tumbled to the ground in a struggle. In the clinch, Yoroi noticed thin steel wires leading from Sasuke back to the kunai stuck in the wall. I see, you used wires to pull yourself forward, gliding over my flames. Clever. But it ends here. A blue chakra aura began to glow where Yoroi's hands touched Sasuke. Thump. Thump. Sasuke's cursed seal pulsed violently. Intense pain radiated through his body. That sudden jolt was exactly what had caused his attack to falter a moment ago. Damn it, not now. Sasuke's face paled. Suddenly, he felt his physical energy draining away. His grip on his opponent began to weaken as Yoroi slowly overpowered him. Thwack. Sasuke kicked off with both legs, entangling his opponent's arms in an attempt to break the hold with a leg lock. He realized that wherever Yoroi touched him, his stamina was being siphoned. With his arm strength failing, he had to rely on his legs. Flash. Yoroi wasn't a fool, he released Sasuke and jumped back. If his arms were broken, he'd lose for sure. Sasuke took the chance to retreat. By now, the flames on the ground had died out since they lacked fuel and a continuous chakra supply. The scorched earth told the story of their struggle. I can't let those hands touch me. This was the first time Sasuke had encountered such a troublesome technique. Ugh. Another surge of agony made him grunt. Damn it. The intermittent pain not only broke his concentration but also meant that any attempt to mold chakra might stimulate the seal, preventing him from going all out. Yoroi was also surprised. As expected of the last Uchiha survivor. You really are a genius. What's wrong with Sasuke? Why isn't he using ninjutsu? Naruto was dying of anxiety in the stands. Is Sasuke really gonna lose? Even though he wanted to see Sasuke humbled, seeing him actually about to lose made him restless. Sasuke. Sakura watched with worry. She knew the mark on his neck was the reason he was so defensive. Kakashi also observed the scene closely. What's happening? Sasuke's performance shouldn't be this poor. Is that the Uchiha genius, Sasuke Uchiha? Why does he look so weak? Lee watched the fight below, feeling that Sasuke didn't live up to the legends at all. Lee, don't underestimate others. There's something wrong with his body, Guy said. With his vast combat experience, Guy could tell from Sasuke's pained expressions that he was struggling with an internal issue. After all, the enemy hadn't hit him with any major jutsu yet, except for the touch. Yes, sensei. But what exactly is it? Lee was still confused. Why was Sasuke only showing this much? Was he trying to deceive future opponents by acting weak? Niji spoke up, there's a problem with his chakra. Every time he tries to mold it for a jutsu, a surge of sinister chakra erupts from his body. That must be the cause. Sinister chakra? How sinister? Ten asked. I know. It's as sinister as when Niji uses the Byakugan to look at girls. Lee said innocently, recalling a time Ten had gotten angry at Niji. Shut up, Lee. What are you talking about? Bam. Bam. Sasuke was kicked back, rolling several times across the floor. His stamina was hitting rock bottom. Damn it, this guy's ability is too much of a pain. Limited to taijutsu, facing an enemy who absorbed physical energy was a nightmare. Now, his chakra was dwindling too. If I can't even handle an enemy like this, how can I ever kill that man? Dark, malicious thoughts began to bubble up in his heart. The cursed seal on his neck started to flicker. It's over. Demonic illusion, hellfire. Yoroi wove hand seals, his eyes locking onto Sasuke. Whoosh! While Sasuke was still trying to devise a strategy, he suddenly found himself surrounded by a raging inferno. Ack! The fire seared his body, burns began to appear on his skin. He let out a scream of agony. Yoroi mocked him, Sasuke Uchiha, is that all you've got? ZZT. ZZT. Suddenly, something startling happened. Black patterns began to crawl slowly across Sasuke's skin, spreading from his arm to his face. One of his pupils shrank, turning orange, while the scara turned black. He lunged forward with explosive speed, as if his physical energy had been instantaneously restored. Sasuke! What are you doing? Just finish him off already. Naruto yelled from the balcony, unable to watch the struggle any longer. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, Uchiha War Dance. Chapter 213, Uchiha War Dance. Sasuke frowned as he heard Naruto's voice. He suppressed the dark patterns before they could fully transform his body. The marks on his face and arms slowly began to recede and vanish. Oh! Such powerful willpower. As expected of the vessel I meticulously selected. Standing in the instructor's spot for the Hidden Sound Village, Orochimaru watched Sasuke's change with an intrigued expression. The potential of this body was simply too immense. There were quite a few ninjas who noticed the change in Sasuke, but many did not understand what was happening to him. All they knew was that this sudden, subtle shift had allowed him to break through Yoroi Akado's illusion. Of course, those like the third Hokage and Anko saw everything clearly. Anko wanted the third Hokage to stop the match and have Sasuke taken away to deal with the cursed seal issue, fearing it was too dangerous. However, the third Hokage refused after considering it. While there was some risk, he believed the boy's willpower could temporarily suppress it. Uchiha War Dance. After suppressing the power of the cursed seal with his willpower, Sasuke knew this was his final chance. At that moment, he recalled an enemy he had faced during Tanbo Tobate's battlefield simulation training. That enemy had once defeated him with a single move. Now, he could only put everything on the line. Whoosh! His figure suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of Yoroi Akado. Yoroi didn't even have time to react. Sasuke gathered all his strength, spun his body, and planted his right hand on the ground. Bam! Chakra linked his hands and feet as he delivered a powerful kick to Yoroi Akado. Swoosh! Yoroi Akado was sent flying, slamming into the wall behind him. Huff, huff. Having used his final move, Sasuke knelt on one knee, exhausted. His opponent lay slumped at the base of the wall, motionless. The winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Hayate Gecko declared the end of the match. At the sound of the announcement, Sasuke finally reached his limit and collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, Kakashi moved quickly into the arena and carried him down. Let me check his body. Chakra manifested in Tanbo Tobate's hand as he tapped Sasuke's body. His neural network immediately spread through Sasuke's system, and he fed him a secret medicine, using Genjutsu to accelerate his healing. This kid Sasuke really is a genius. He actually learned the taijutsu I created, Tanbo thought while multitasking between healing and observing. He hadn't expected that even without the fight against Rock Lee, Sasuke would learn a different style of taijutsu. The battlefield simulation was essentially Tanbo using his own combat experience and memories to shape illusions of enemies. Naturally, some of his own taijutsu style had bled into it. The move just now was a discarded prototype Tanbo had developed for fun, based on a style from his past life called capoeira. It was only meant for specific situations. Unexpectedly, Sasuke had not only learned it but had adapted it to his own physical style based on experience. Such talent was truly worthy of a protagonist. Tanbo, how is he? Kakashi asked. Nearby, Naruto and Sakura watched with worried eyes. Hey, it's no big deal. He'll be fine after some rest, Tanbo signaled. Kakashi understood immediately. No problem meant Sasuke's physical condition was stable, but the cursed seal issue remained. I'm okay. Sasuke panted, forcing himself to stand. He could feel his physical energy slowly returning. It was likely that Uncle Tanbo's ninjutsu and medicine were taking effect. Gai-sensei, that move was so cool. Watching the move Sasuke used, Rock Lee's eyes sparkled. He hadn't expected Sasuke Uchiha's taijutsu to be this impressive. Gai laughed. Haha. But compared to my beloved disciple, there's still a gap. You will defeat him. Yes, Gai-sensei. Lee shed tears of emotion. The other candidates frowned. Defeating such a troublesome enemy using only taijutsu, as expected of a member of the Uchiha clan. Whether it was the Sound or Sand ninjas, they all felt Sasuke was a formidable opponent. However, none were overly worried, since they had come this far, they intended to crush anyone in their path. So this is the cursed seal. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutations, those words never lie. Tanbo Tobitake was still immersed in the data he had gathered from Sasuke's cursed seal. According to the original story, the power of the seal originated from the mutated Jugo. Orochimaru had discovered his potential and researched it to develop this power. Inside Sasuke's body, Tanbo felt it too. Compared to the data he had collected previously, there was now a unique enzyme in Sasuke's system. This enzyme was sealed within the cursed seal and functioned in tandem with it. This enzyme was truly peculiar. Tanbo had never seen anything like it in medical texts. There was only one somewhat similar type, which might be the source of the mutation. However, enzymes are part of the body, and he had already collected the necessary information. As long as he directed his own body's similar enzymes toward this path during his evolution process, he should soon be able to sense natural energy. As for how to utilize that energy, that would depend on his own development. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he left a portion of his neural threads inside Sasuke's body. Once Sasuke levels up in the future and obtains the power of the six paths, the Rinnegan, or the Mangekyo Sharingan, Tanbo would only need to be close by to activate his ninjutsu and collect all the data. He really was a genius. The matches continued. Shino Aburame took down his opponent with ease. Although his adversary was arrogant and possessed a specialized ninjutsu, they had no means of resisting his bugs and were quickly neutralized. Kankuro, the puppet master prodigy of the shinobi world, naturally dealt with his opponent as well. Then came the turn of Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. The two rivals, former best friends, and current frenemies staged a display of sisterly affection. In the end, it mirrored the original story. Despite Sakura's training in the battlefield simulation, she still lacked the ninjutsu depth of a clan heiress like Ino. She was caught by Ino's mind transfer jutsu. However, due to Ino's lack of intelligence on her target, she ended up in a prolonged stalemate with Sakura's inner personality. Both were eventually disqualified due to a double knockout from chakra exhaustion. The battle between Tenten and Temari, however, was much more interesting, at least in Tanbo's opinion. Tenten produced several very novel ninja tools specifically designed to counter Wind's style. One was a lasso-type tool launched at high speed, which successfully snared a blindsided Temari's legs. Two hooks dug into her fishnet stockings, causing drops of blood to seep through. Temari only managed to escape by using a rope escape technique, sacrificing pieces of her stockings and flesh to break free. Otherwise, it would have been game over for her right then and there. Tenten's other tool was a specialized structural weapon capable of flying through high winds. It even gained speed the stronger the wind blew. But Tenten was significantly younger than Temari and lacked experience in certain areas. When Temari unleashed her full-power wind style, the tool became unbalanced. Tenten was struck down by the sheer force of the gale, slammed against the wall with enough impact to cause serious injury. Tanbo highly appreciated Tenten's creative thinking. She truly lived up to the title of a weapons master. It was a pity the final wind style surpassed the tool's tolerance level. The structural design just wasn't perfect yet. Chapter 214, The Bizarre Exam Arena. Chapter 214, The Bizarre Exam Arena. After Shikamaru easily dispatched his opponent, the ninjas from other villages began to frown. The combat experience of Konoha's genin seemed unexpectedly high. Were they all geniuses? Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. The two school rivals stepped into the arena. Kiba, I'm going to beat you and become the fifth Hokage. Is that so? You couldn't cut it at the academy, and you won't cut it here. Woof. Hey, can you put Akamaru down? You aren't trying to cheat by making this a 2-on-1, are you? TCH, ninja hounds are classified as ninja tools. It's not against the rules. Since when did you learn how to use moral kidnapping on people? What moral kidnapping? 2-on-1 is just unfair. Fine. In that case, Akamaru, stay on the sidelines. I can flatten this guy by myself. Hey 8 Gecko watched them, speechless. Are you two going to fight or not? Stop wasting time, or I'll disqualify both of you. Fine, fine. Whoosh. Suddenly, both launched shuriken simultaneously. Clang. Bam. Thud. Damn it, a smoke bomb. Fong over Fong. Haha, Naruto, you're too weak. Just give up. I'm Naruto. I'm going to get everyone to acknowledge me. I'll never give up. If that's how it is, then don't blame me. Naruto began to take a brutal beating. His face was bruised and swollen, and blood was flowing, but he simply refused to go down. He wouldn't lose, especially not to Kiba. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Kiba was getting impatient. If I keep hitting this guy, will I actually kill him? The gap in our strength is so huge, is winning really that important to him? Poof. 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 The spectators watched in silence. This wasn't even a fight between equals. They couldn't understand what Naruto was holding on for. Is Naruto going to lose this time? Tanbo Tobitake felt things were veering off course. If Naruto lost, the butterfly effect on the future talk no jutsu with Niji and other events would be too massive. In his current state, Kiba was truly invincible to Naruto. If they weren't classmates, Kiba could have ended this with a kunai to the head long ago. Naruto was only holding on because of his shadow clones. Kiba, unlike Naruto, didn't have massive chakra reserves. Even with superior taijutsu, fighting a horde was getting annoying. Forget it, I'll help Naruto out. Otherwise, if the plot deviates too much, my advantage as a transmigrator will be gone. Sorry, Kiba. And sorry, Naruto, but you're just too much of a noob right now. Genjutsu, Naruto's farting technique. With Tanbo's current mastery of Genjutsu, Naruto was caught without anyone in the room noticing. What's happening? Dozens of Narutos were about to swarm Kiba when they suddenly felt their stomachs churn. Something was coming out. And then. Why did his face suddenly turn so pale? What is he doing? Kiba was confused. Naruto's attack had completely stalled. Puffed. 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 Dozens of faint sounds echoed through the arena. At first, the ninjas thought Naruto was unleashing some secret ultimate jutsu. But when the sound continued for over 10 seconds, they realized something was wrong. A certain scent began to permeate the room. Hiruzen Sarutobi's nose twitched, and his face instantly turned green. Orochimaru, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly looked ill, his usual composure shattered. Even the spectators, Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, all caught the strange odor. Their expressions soured instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Realizing the situation, everyone scrambled away from the arena floor, retreating as far as possible. Naruto. You idiot. What are you doing? Sakura felt her dignity dying. Her exhausted body found a sudden burst of energy as she roared at Naruto while sprinting backward. Sasuke's face was also pale as he retreated. Wind style, air break. To cover his tracks, Tanbo acted as if he were responding to the attack, creating a wind barrier. He looked at Kakashi beside him. Haha, you sure raised a great disciple. Kakashi's dead fish eyes looked like they were about to pop out. What is going on? What do you mean? Naruto just used his ultimate move. Tanbo was laughing hysterically inside. I'm sorry. I shouldn't just apologize to Naruto and Kiba. I should apologize to everyone in this room. He could barely keep a straight face. Any ninja with common sense used their skills to either flee or seal off their senses. They could tell just how powerful this move was. Tanbo's Genjutsu had tricked Naruto's body into fermenting gas, producing an odor far fouler than normal. And it was a chain reaction. The power of a multi-shadow clone chain fart was unimaginable. For a moment, a bizarre atmosphere filled the arena. Hayate Gecko, standing in the center and unable to leave his post, suffered the most. His eyes were rolling back into his head, but he had to maintain his professional duty as a proctor. Thud. It didn't take long. Kiba and Akamaru, foaming at the mouth, collapsed to the ground. Akamaru hadn't even entered the fight, yet he was defeated. Ah, ha ha ha. My stomach acted up, sorry about that. Dozens of Narutos clutched their bellies with awkward smiles. For the first time, Naruto truly felt the meaning of social death. Even the years of being shunned by the villagers hadn't made him want to disappear as much as he did now. Especially when he saw Sakura running away. How did this happen? Was it the expired milk I drank today? Naruto Uzumaki wins. As soon as the announcement was made, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the first to act, weaving signs for a wind-style jutsu to blow the odor out toward the exit. Whoosh. Honestly, I think we need to add a new rule to the Chunin exams, no farting in the arena, especially not chain farting. Hiruzen was utterly speechless. He never imagined his legendary reputation would be tarnished by a preliminary match. Kiba was carried out. After the initial embarrassment, Naruto returned to the stands, puffing out his chest and hoping for praise. Regardless of how it happened, he had won. Step, step, step. However, even the contestants from other villages moved away as he approached. Sakura and the others were even worse, though the third Hokage had cleared the air, they felt as if the scent was still lingering in their noses. The closer Naruto got, the stronger the feeling became. Naruto, stay over there. We can't take it. Shikamaru said. Choji added, yeah, I don't even feel like eating my chips anymore. He. I just drank some expired milk, it was an accident. Naruto finally felt genuinely sheepish. Only Tanbo Tobitake praised him, as expected of the number one most unpredictable ninja, Naruto-kun. What a powerful ninjutsu. How did you even come up with that? Ha 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 ha. Tanbo cackled internally. Naruto was at a loss for words. Why is he teasing me at a time like this? Eh? How come that uncomfortable feeling in my stomach is suddenly gone, he wondered, rubbing his belly. Chapter 215, Returning to Old Habits. Chapter 215, Returning to Old Habits. Naruto was utterly humiliated. He felt like he could barely show his face to anyone. However, he quickly recovered his previous state, acting as if that person just now wasn't him, and continued watching the matches. But the others didn't give him a warm look, they would simply have to let time bury this incident. The matches continued. Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. This was a Konoha civil war. Neji was currently stronger than in the original story because he had received more training from Tanbo Tobitake, making his combat experience much richer. However, Hinata's will was also much stronger, she wasn't as timid as before. She wanted to win, she wanted to change herself. After Tanbo's inhumane, killing training, where she died over 100 times in just one day, Hinata had long since found her courage. Coupled with Naruto's occasional cheering, her resolve was unwavering. Bam. Bam. Thwack. Thud. But it was futile. No matter how tenacious Hinata was, in the face of absolute strength, she was quickly struck down. Neji even subjected her to a barrage of mockery. Watching this, even Tanbo felt a surge of anger. What a stubborn, narrow-minded guy. Bigots are truly difficult to deal with. Hinata was carried out, while Neji returned to the team with an expressionless face. In Choji's match, he displayed his own strength, but Dosu of the Sound Ninja was indeed powerful, and Choji eventually lost. The match between Rock Lee and Gaara was intense and very close to the original. Lee went all out, leaving a deep impression on everyone present, but he couldn't avoid being severely injured. The combat experience from Tanbo's training didn't provide much practical benefit here, as this was a visceral, head-on clash of raw power. Even Tanbo felt his blood boil watching it. The preliminary rounds finally concluded. The proctor announced the upcoming exam procedures, officially ending this round of testing. 2 days passed. Konoha village became increasingly lively. The daimyos of various countries and other factions with their own agendas infiltrated the village, some to watch the matches, others with ill intent. Due to the crowds, the police force began frequent patrols, and the shops made a fortune. Ichiraku Ramen, for instance, was incredibly busy. On Sunday, Tianyu and Maki even had to help out at the shop. Whoosh! Tanbo Tobitake landed on a high platform behind a fountain. 2 people were already waiting for him. Tanbo-sensei, why are you starting to act like Kakashi-sensei and making a habit of being late? Sakura grumbled as she watched Tanbo arrive, glancing at the position of the sun. Tanbo laughed. Haha, the shop at my father-in-law's house was too busy. I helped out with some work and accidentally lost track of time. For the next month, I'll be troubling you with Sakura's training. Kakashi spoke up, I'll leave Sakura's training to you then. Yeah, don't worry. It's rare to see you so concerned about your students, Tanbo teased. This time, Kakashi had asked him specifically to train Sakura, while he himself would focus on special training for Sasuke. As for Naruto, someone else had been hired. In Kakashi's view, Sakura's talent was concentrated in chakra control and Genjutsu, fields where Tanbo was the perfect mentor. Naruto, lacking basic fundamentals, was sent to train with Ebisu. Then I'll be going. Whoosh. Kakashi vanished instantly. Left behind, Tanbo and Sakura stared at each other. Well, to give you more motivation to learn, I've also invited my old boss's daughter. You can compete against each other and strive for results, Tanbo told Sakura. He wasn't just training Sakura, after receiving Kakashi's request, he had asked Ino about her schedule. Since there were no special missions during the Chunin exams, Ino had agreed. Who is it? Sakura wondered. Why did she need a rival just for training? Uncle Tanbo, I'm here. Huh? Sakura, why are you here? Ino came running from the distance. When she saw Sakura standing there with hands on her hips, she was confused. She had been quite happy to hear Tanbo wanted to give her special training and had rushed over. Ino pig. Billboard brow. All right. Your teammates now, so get along well, Tanbo said with a squint-eyed smile. This was perfect, now he didn't have to worry about them slacking off. In the ninja world, girls are often different from boys. Because many retire from the shinobi profession after getting married and having children, they don't always work as hard as the male ninjas. The original story made this quite obvious. Sakura spent her days fantasizing about dates with Sasuke, and Ino was often helping at the flower shop. Meanwhile, boys like Shino, Choji, and Shikamaru worked incredibly hard. With these 2 rivals together, Tanbo's training would be much easier. Who wants to get along with her? The 2 turned their heads away simultaneously. Let's go. To the training area. Time waits for no one. Zip. Aya. Uncle Tanbo, why do we have to do this kind of training? Ino's wail echoed under the vast sky. This is terrifying. Sakura was also screaming. These are basic training exercises. Overcome them. Tanbo replied. Why do we have to train on the ocean again today? If we fall, we'll die, right? It's fine, I'll save you. It's so dark, can this really train our concentration? Guaranteed. Standard forest training ground. Alright, you've overcome the basic training. Now, we move on to chakra control. You both have a special talent for it. I want to develop this talent further so you can increase the power of your jutsu while reducing chakra consumption. After finishing several fear training sessions, Tanbo brought them to the field to begin the rest of their lessons. Tanbo-sensei, our chakra control is already very good. Look. Exactly. Shouldn't we be learning something else by now? Sakura and Ino demonstrated their mastery by walking up trees and standing on water with steady control. Ha ha ha. Big sisters, your chakra control is barely at the entry level. If people heard you brag, even Konohamaru would laugh himself to death. The voice of Tianyu rang out, dripping with mockery. He watched their demonstration and nearly died laughing. Beside him, Maki and Wataru felt the same. Since there was no school today, Tanbo had brought them along to train. With his growing chakra reserves, teaching via shadow clones was no longer difficult. What? Barely entry level. This is clearly great. What do you kids know? Sakura and Ino glared at the children. They're right. Your chakra control is indeed only at the introductory stage, Tanbo said. Then what counts as advanced? They didn't believe it for a second. You three, show them, Tanbo smiled. Haha, our turn. We're definitely going to make Dad look at us differently this time. That's right. Check out our new chakra control trick. Tianyu and Wataru sat facing each other, with Maki at the side. Sakura and Ino were completely baffled. How do you show off chakra control while sitting down? Tanbo watched with anticipation. Don't underestimate them. Their talent for chakra control is no less than yours, and they started training much earlier. Tanbo had supervised their training strictly, 2 were his children, and the other was his admirer and their teammate. We're starting, Maki. Here we go. Board expansion. To the shocked eyes of Sakura and Ino, Tanbo Maki didn't use any hand seals. Chakra flowed from her hands, and in front of Tianyu and Wataru, lines of chakra formed a shogi board, vivid and three-dimensional. Tianyu and Wataru used the same method. Their chakra formed individual shogi pieces on the board, each looking incredibly lifelike. They were indistinguishable from real shogi pieces, except for the fact that they weren't solid. Sakura and Ino's jaws dropped. How are they doing that? Chapter 216, Chapter 216, Training. Chapter 216, Training. Sakura and Ino watched in stunned silence as the 3 children played an entire game of shogi using nothing but chakra. This was, simply beyond ridiculous. Tanbo Tobitake was also extremely satisfied. He hadn't expected the 3 little ones to be this creative, a chakra shogi board. This level of microcontrol was something many jonin couldn't even achieve. So, big sisters, do you still think your chakra control is sufficient to do something like this? The 3 kids finished their game, looking smug. To keep suppressing Konohamaru, they had been working incredibly hard. That was exactly why Konohamaru could never beat them. Well done. I didn't expect you to reach this level already. I'll teach you even more fun things later, Tanbo laughed. He then turned back to Sakura and Ino, who no longer dared to claim they were satisfied with their control. Your training this time is to get your chakra control at least to this level. You understood. The 2 girls stammered, looking at the 3 children with disbelief. How old were they to have this kind of strength? Even Kiba probably couldn't do this. The first step of Tanbo's training was simple. He took 2 specially made spheres from his pocket, about the size of a palm. These are special ninja tools designed for chakra control training. When you input chakra, the sphere emits a specific musical pitch based on the exact amount of chakra provided. Your small goal is to use this sphere to perfectly perform every song in this sheet music book. He pulled out a music book, it was 3 centimeters thick. Is that it? That sounds simple, the girls thought. After all, music was a subject in their espionage classes, they just had to change the method of performance. Don't think it's easy, big sisters, Tianyu said with the air of a little adult. It took us a long time just to play one complete song. It was a fun hobby for them, and the 3 of them often competed to see who could learn the most songs. Exactly. The chakra sensitivity of this sphere is so high that even the slightest deviation, the width of a fingernail, will result in a different note. It's very difficult, Tanbo added, gesturing with his thumb and forefinger. Ting-aling. Dong. Refusing to believe it, the two girls funneled chakra into the spheres. Immediately, a chaotic mess of sounds erupted, bells, gongs, and other clashing tones. The moment their emotions wavered, the pitch shifted wildly. This precise. Sakura and Ino finally felt it. They were starting to get a very bad feeling about this. Meticulous women are more popular with boys, you know. Take a man like Sasuke, if your chakra control is strong enough, you can do things like this. Plus, you'll learn music. Sasuke would probably like that, wouldn't he? Tanbo's left hand crackled with lightning while his right hand surged with water. The lightning and water shifted into various lifelike flowers, blooming in his palms. Whoosh! Mentioning Sasuke set their eyes ablaze. We will definitely do it. Very good. Tianyu, Maki, Wataru, you three can continue to the third stage, the ultimate training for chakra manipulation and nature transformation. I call this stage bungee gum. Can you handle it? Yes. While Sakura was training, Naruto had been entrusted to Ebisu by Kakashi. Pervert. You brat. I am not a pervert. I am an elite private tutor of Konoha. You should be grateful to train under me, my tutoring fees are very expensive. I don't want to learn from you. I want to learn from Kakashi-sensei. The two got off to a terrible start, their personalities clashing perfectly. At the hot springs. There's a pervert. Naruto stood on the water's surface, pointing behind Ebisu. Splash. Naruto lost control of his chakra and fell into the scalding water. Ebisu turned around to see a white-haired man peeking through the wooden wall, laughing lecherously. Ebisu pushed up his glasses. In times like these, the black flash of Konoha, the messenger of justice, must deliver judgment upon this lecher. Pervert. Prepare to face the righteous judgment of Lord Ebisu. Swoosh. Bam. Naruto had just climbed out of the water when he saw that Ebisu-sensei had already been taken down by the old man. Pervert teacher. You jerk. Who are you? What did you do to my pervert teacher? Naruto shouted, pointing. Jiraiya, sitting atop a toad, saw Naruto's questioning gaze and his eyes lit up. He stood up instantly, striking what he thought was a cool pose. Since you have asked so sincerely, I shall tell you out of my great mercy. To prevent the world's destruction, to protect the world's peace. Ha ha ha. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, the white-haired youth, Jiraiya. Croak. The toad beneath him let out a timely croak in support. Ah. Toad Sage. You look like a pervy sage to me. Naruto didn't cooperate at all, delivering a direct critical hit to Jiraiya's ego. Thud. Jiraiya froze in embarrassment. His cool pose, and the lines he had borrowed from Tanbo Tobitake, had been completely ignored. Truly incomprehensible. Konoha Hospital. Guy-sensei, can I really never train again? Can I no longer prove that hard work can defeat genius? Rock Lee asked dejectedly, his arm in a sling and bandages covering his body. The doctor had just told him that he had multiple comminuted fractures, and bone fragments were pressing against vital spinal nerves. Konoha Hospital was powerless. Tears streamed down Lee's face. Guy's heart ached, but he spoke firmly. That's not true. Youth will never betray those who work hard. Tanbo already told me, your problem is big, but it's also not that big. We just need to find Lady Tsunade of the Sannin to treat you. Neither Tanbo's medical skills nor the hospital's medical ninjas could fix Lee's injuries, which was painful to accept. But Guy remained optimistic, remembering Tanbo's words. As long as we find Lady Tsunade and provide her with the diagnostic data I've collected, there is a very high probability of success. Don't worry. Tanbo had even compiled Lee's physical data into a detailed medical report and handed it to Guy. The hospital's medical ninjas had looked it over and agreed that with Tsunade, there was an 80% chance of a full recovery. Is that so? That's wonderful. Lee wiped away his tears. In another hospital bed. Zzz. Potato chips, grilled meat, cumin flavor. The chubby Choji was lying spread eagle on his bed, drool leaking from the corner of his mouth. How is he, doctor? What's the situation with Kiba? Hana Inuzuka was checking on Akamaru while asking the doctor who was examining Kiba. The doctor wiped his nose, looking fascinated. How did he manage to get methane, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen poisoning all at the same time? It's a medical wonder. It's as if he was trapped in an airtight room filled with farts and inhaled them for a prolonged period. Hana was speechless. This was too embarrassing. It turned out an extraordinary sense of smell was both a blessing and a curse. Chapter 217, each with their own intentions. Chapter 217, each with their own intentions. Inside the Sand Village lodgings. The investigation is out. The reason Konoha's genin have such abundant combat experience is because of Tanbo Tobitake. Baki opened the door and stepped into the room. At that moment, the three Sand siblings were sitting on the floor, deep in thought. Hearing Baki's words, Kankuro asked, "Can you really take a shortcut with combat experience?" Whether in the Forest of Death or during the preliminary matches, they had all noticed that the combat experience of those Konoha youths was far superior to any Konoha genin they had seen in the past. To Kankuro, combat experience was something that could only be gained through non-stop missions and actual combat. That required time, unless they were all from great clans with dedicated sparring partners. Even so, Kankuro felt some of them were borderline ridiculous. They looked at Baki, waiting for his answer. Yes. Tanbo Tobitake, also known to the outside world as Captain Tanbo. He is the finest Genjutsu master in Konoha. I've heard he created a specific Genjutsu suited for training combat experience, and he has already begun training the new generation of genin with it. He is a major threat to the Sand Village. If the opportunity arises, we cannot let him live. Baki laid out the situation. Just as he thought, Tanbo Tobitake's threat to other ninja villages was greater than most. It wasn't about his individual combat power, but his ability to cultivate the next generation. No matter how strong a single fighter is, a few jonin can solve the problem. But the ability to increase the combat power of an entire generation is something other villages do not possess. Temari mused for a moment. That ability is too terrifying. If possible, wouldn't capturing him to interrogate him for his methods serve the village's interests better? I'm afraid the chances are slim, Kankuro noted. I've heard a few things as well. This guy rarely takes missions outside the village, and every mission he does take is highly classified. It's impossible for our spies to find him easily. Gaara spoke up, once this plan is complete, he will have no village to stand in. We can seize him by force and bring him over to our side. Gaara has a point. We'll see when the time comes, Baki nodded. These three disciples, with the exception of Gaara being a bit difficult to manage, were quite capable. For now, stay prepared. Opportunities are fleeting. Keep increasing your strength. In a hallway. Lord Orochimaru, that Tanbo Tobitake isn't easy to deal with. If we execute the plan now, won't that guy interfere with us? Kabuto pushed up his glasses. Orochimaru leaned against a pillar, a smile playing on his lips. Naturally, someone will help us move that massive obstacle out of the way. You needn't worry. Kabuto gave him a surprised look, a glint flashing in his eyes. He smiled. I see. As expected of Lord Orochimaru. His master's thoughts were truly beyond his speculation, his methods were endless. What about the intel on Sasuke? Orochimaru asked. Kabuto replied, in every aspect, he meets your standards for reincarnation, Lord Orochimaru. It's a pity about Kimimara's physical condition, I haven't found a cure yet. Otherwise, he would be even more suitable than Sasuke. He felt a bit of regret. The most ideal body was still that man's. Sasuke Uchiha's body might not be inferior to Kimimara's, it might even be better. Orochimaru licked his lips. Thinking of Sasuke's performance, he grew increasingly satisfied. What beautiful eyes, what a perfect body, what powerful talent. Continue gathering intel on him, Kabuto. Understood. However, he has too many people protecting him right now. It's not easy to find an opening. I believe in your abilities, Kabuto. No one is better at this than you. You really think highly of me, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto chuckled. I'll take my leave then. As Kabuto walked away, Orochimaru's lips curled. No one believes in your talent more than I do, Kabuto. It's just a shame your hardware is a bit lacking. To a man with such high pursuits as Orochimaru, the quality of the hardware was everything. Ting-aling. Clang. Bam. Hey, big sisters. Put some more effort into it. This sounds horrible. Any man who hears this would run for the hills. Tianyu couldn't help but complain. He had already deduced from his father's words that these two were fighting over a man. Seeing such awful music, he didn't hold back his mockery. The sound stopped instantly. Twang. Twang. Boom. Boom. Then came an even more intense noise as the two women glared at each other, their competitive spirits flaring. I have to finish training faster than Ino. I have to finish training faster than Sakura. The same thought flashed through both their minds. It was as if the first person to finish would somehow win the favor of Sasuke Uchiha. They remained indifferent to the children's complaints, leaving only the single-minded goal of winning. Big brother, they're scary. Let's not bother them, Maki whispered, seeing the look in their eyes. Wataru added, is this what Captain Tanbo's swordsmanship experience calls one of the hardest things in the world, the power of love? Love, kindness, and hatred were things Captain Tanbo believed a blade could never sever. Now, Wataru felt he understood. as expected of Captain Tonbo's wisdom. While Tonbo Tobitake was practicing, he noticed their bickering. However, healthy competition was good. One really had to learn to use the power of information. Now, Sakura and Ino didn't need him to supervise them at all, they supervised each other. He pulled a special food pill from his pouch. As his body evolved faster and faster, his energy requirements increased. He had to eat better and more frequently. After swallowing the pill, he sank back into the data regarding Sasuke's cursed seal. The special enzyme could passively attune to natural energy and be actively stimulated by chakra. This was now the second sequence of his physical evolution. The first sequence, naturally, was his total chakra volume. Even if he wanted to use Sage Jutsu, he needed massive chakra first to suppress the natural energy. This was his backup plan in case the special enzyme couldn't fully neutralize the negative effects of natural energy. Either way, he had a few years, the order didn't matter much. Driven by his body's needs, the food pill was rapidly converted into nutrients as soon as it hit his stomach. His cells began to change slowly. Getting stronger, evolving. When the first small batch of enzymes evolved from his cells, he felt it, as if endless energy was surrounding him. The sensation was fleeting, but it was real. The effect shouldn't be this obvious so soon. Is it because my innate perception is already high, plus my extreme focus allows me to enter a meditative state so quickly? Chapter 218, Men from the Future. Chapter 218, Men from the Future. Time trickled by, and another 10 days passed. Tonbo Tobitake's ability to sense natural energy grew stronger by the day. However, he had not yet attempted to absorb it for experiments, he felt his chakra reserves were not yet saturated enough. He wanted to wait until his foundation was more robust before taking that leap. Nonetheless, he was becoming increasingly sensitive to the energy of the world. With his powerful spiritual talent, simple tasks like entering a meditative state were as easy as breathing, a far cry from the struggle Naruto would eventually face during his training at Mount Myaboku. Sakura and Ino's talent for chakra control is truly formidable. As expected of ninjas with such high spiritual affinity. Tonbo looked toward the two girls. Currently, both had their hands placed on the spheres, funneling chakra so precisely that a soothing melody drifted through the air. Ting ting dong, ting ting dong. This talent was worthy of the protagonist's circle. Of course, the credit ultimately went to him, the great educator, Tonbo Tobitake. Just as Tonbo was immersing himself in his physical evolution, a sudden sensation flickered in his mind. What's this? A chakra signature that feels exactly like Sasuke's, yet possesses a distinct difference. Tonbo was puzzled. Without a second thought, he refined his chakra and pushed his sensory perception to its maximum. His sight swept past the training grounds, the streets of Konoha, the shops, the bustling residence, and finally arrived near Naruto's house. Uncle Sasuke, is this where my dad used to live? A young boy with yellow hair, wearing a black track jacket and tactical gear, spoke to a tall, handsome figure beside him. MHM. Sasuke looked at the familiar room and the surrounding environment, a trace of nostalgia surfacing on his face. We really traveled back to the past. But where did Otsutsuki Urashiki go? Boruto was curious about what his father looked like back then, but the priority was dealing with the threat. One wrong move here could alter the future. The turtle time treasure is gone, and we don't know where Urashiki is. For now, we collect intelligence. Sasuke knew the urgency. He hoped they hadn't arrived too early. If Urashiki appeared now, the blow to Konoha would be devastating, and the future they knew might be erased. Boruto grinned. Hee, I'm so curious to see what the old Konoha was like. Let's go. He dashed toward the main street. Sasuke sighed and followed. Hopefully, we won't affect the future too much. Ichiraku ramen. Whoa. The ramen at Ichiraku even back then is so authentic. Boruto slurped the noodles into his mouth, his face radiating happiness. He looked at the shop's decor, noting it was still quite vintage. It wasn't like the Ichiraku of his time, which had all sorts of modern equipment. The equipment is a bit old school, but the atmosphere is totally different, Boruto said to Sasuke. Sasuke was about to reply when Tucci, who was working, spoke up with a frown. Kid, what do you mean, old school? My equipment is the most advanced in the world. Don't go talking nonsense about things you don't understand. Tucci spoke quite bluntly. One should know that Ichiraku ramen had many branches across the country now. The equipment they used was state-of-the-art, largely thanks to Tonbo Tobitake's foresight. Look at this machine. It's from the Land of Lightning's House of Food Corporation, used to precisely regulate and maintain heat with the latest tech. You're just a kid, so I'll forgive you. But you, the adult, you should teach the boy better. You can't just say whatever you want in public. Tucci lectured Boruto for a bit before turning his attention to Sasuke. If a child is rude, it's clearly a failure of the adult's upbringing. Ah, ha ha ha. Sorry, Tochi-san. I haven't taught him well, Sasuke chuckled awkwardly. Wait, you know my name. I don't recall seeing you before. Tochi was confused. Was he getting so old that he had no memory of such a handsome customer? Haha, maybe you're just too busy and forgot, Sasuke said quickly. Boruto also felt a bit embarrassed. Mocking the past while standing in it was indeed a bit overconfident. Sorry, mister. I shouldn't have said that. By the way, don't you have a big eater challenge in your shop? Boruto looked at the bare walls. There should be a ranking there, and his mom should be at the top. Big eater challenge. Tochi was puzzled. It's a contest to see who can eat the most. If you eat enough, you get on the leaderboard for other customers to admire. Boruto explained. Boruto, stop talking nonsense, Sasuke cut him off before turning to Tochi. Apologies, he's just babbling. He shot a warning look at Boruto, who lowered his head and went back to his noodles. It's fine. I actually think it's a great idea for an event, Ayam said, stepping out from the back of the shop. She looked at Sasuke and Boruto. But have I seen you somewhere? You look very familiar. She felt the yellow-haired kid looked especially recognizable. Tanbo-sensei's wife, Sasuke thought. He remembered being treated to ramen here by Kakashi back in the day. He hadn't expected her to be so perceptive. Was this woman's intuition? Oh. I remember. You look just like Naruto. Ayam suddenly realized. The yellow hair, the face shape, though Naruto isn't as handsome as you. She smiled as she handed Boruto another bowl. Sasuke was speechless. How is Ayam Nichin this sharp? Even if Tanbo-san were here, he shouldn't be this sensitive. Ah. Boruto stared at Ayam, his eyes wide as if he wanted to say something. Fortunately, Sasuke clamped a hand over his mouth. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Well, we're full, so we'll be going now. Sasuke shoveled down the rest of his ramen and dragged Boruto out of the shop. If they stayed any longer, there was no telling what Boruto might blurt out. Hey. You two punks. Not only did you waste the ramen I put my heart into, but you didn't pay. Tochi roared, seeing the unfinished bowl Boruto left behind. I'm telling you, my son-in-law is a brilliant ninja of Konoha. You won't get away with this. To Tochi, skipping the bill was one thing, but wasting food was disgraceful. Ayam was equally furious. No one had ever dared to cause trouble at a Chiraku ramen, let alone waste food and pull a dine and dash. They rushed out the door, but the two strangers had already vanished. Don't worry, Dad. No one eats at a Chiraku for free. When my husband gets back, I'll have the police force find them and give them a lesson. Ayam clenched her fists, her veins popping. She was truly angry. Chapter 219, The Illegitimate Son, Boruto. Chapter 219, The Illegitimate Son, Boruto. The streets of Konoha. Whoosh. Boruto was dragged into an alleyway by Sasuke. Confused, he said, that was the wife of the 4.5th Hokage just now. Why does she look exactly the same as she does in the future? He knew he had almost slipped up again, but he was genuinely curious. This was the past, yet she looked just as young as she did in his era. If he knew you were calling him the 4.5th, he'd probably pull a prank on you. Uncle Tanbo has a very wicked sense of humor, so watch your tongue. As for her appearance, Uncle Tanbo is a man who cares deeply for his family. He uses his own chakra to maintain his family's physical health. It's likely similar to the technique used by the 5th Hokage, Sasuke explained with a sigh. Why? He's a Hokage. Why doesn't he like being called that? A lot of kids at the academy use that title, Boruto asked curiously. He was quite the gossip when it came to Captain Tanbo, the hero of the Western Front and the founder of the academy's battlefield simulation. He wondered what the man was actually like. He cares for his family, so he must have a great personality. Not like my dad, Boruto thought. But judging by Sasuke's tone, the man also seemed to make Sasuke quite exasperated. The 4.5th Hokage, as the name implies, means an acting Hokage, not a formal one. Would you want that? Sasuke countered. Boruto definitely didn't. He wanted his own face carved into the Hokage rock. He has already retired from the front lines and moved to logistics. In the future, call him director. Uncle Tanbo seems to believe that title carries more weight than Hokage. He prefers it, Sasuke reminded him. Isn't he the deputy director? Once we deal with Otsutsuki Urashiki and you go back, feel free to try calling him that, Sasuke glanced at him. Boruto scratched his head. Forget it. I've only met Director Tanbo a few times, I wouldn't dare talk back. He was afraid of being pranked, having seen the victims of such jokes back at school. Let's go. The important business isn't settled yet. MHM. Whoosh. The two wandered Konoha for a while and finally gathered some intelligence. Currently, they were in the period of the first Chunin exams, the time of Boruto's father, Naruto. That meant the current Sasuke was only about 12 or 13 years old. However, they hadn't found a single trace of Otsutsuki Urashiki. It was as if he hadn't appeared in Konoha at all. But that didn't make sense. Urashiki should be looking for young Naruto right now to harvest the Ninetales chakra. Uncle Sasuke, what should we do? You don't think he's hiding somewhere else, do you? Boruto walked the streets, bored. His mind was already drifting toward seeing what his dad and Uncle Sasuke looked like as kids. No. The time travel treasure has a limit. We can't stay in the past indefinitely. Once the treasure recollects enough temporal energy, it will repel us back to our time. It's more likely that during the transit through the time tunnel, Urashiki ended up in a different space-time coordinate due to the interference I caused. If that's the case, it'll be troublesome. Sasuke was worried. If they weren't in the same time node, there would be no one to stop Urashiki. Will our future change? Will I end up being unable to be born? Boruto shivered at the horrifying thought. Uncle, there are powerful ninjas in this era too, right? They can stop Urashiki, right? He looked at Sasuke hopefully. I don't know. Research on time is something no one fully understands. Whether these are two parallel timelines or if they intersect and influence each other, no one can say for sure. There are many powerful ninjas, but without intel, Urashiki will be very difficult to handle. This was why they had to stop him. They couldn't leave hope to the unknown. The best way was to ensure the past remained untouched. Boruto felt terrible. He didn't want to die before he was even born. Let's find Dad. If Urashiki appears, he'll definitely go for him. Urashiki's goal is the Ninetales, so if we find Dad, there's a high chance we'll run into him. Despite his worry, Boruto had found the most logical path. At this point in time, Naruto should be training with Jiraiya of the Sannin. Let's go look for them. Sasuke nodded, pleased with Boruto's analysis. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Summoning jutsu. Damn it. Why can I only summon tadpoles and frogs with 2 legs? Naruto walked with his head down, his hands still practicing the seals. It was the same set of signs, so why was his result different from the pervy sages? No, he had to master this jutsu to beat everyone, including Sasuke, and become a Chunin. Suddenly, he looked toward his house. 2 figures were crouching in the alley next to his apartment, seemingly whispering to each other. Suspicious. Naruto wove a seal and poof, transformed into a generic passerby. He crept closer, ears perked, trying to overhear their conversation. He isn't back yet. He should be training. I'm so excited. I wonder what Dad was like when he was young. Naruto's ears twitched. A dad. Young. Who are they talking about? A mischievous brat. A guy who likes to use pranks to get attention. So immature. Naruto was completely baffled. Mischievous brat. Pranks for attention. Who are they talking about? Me. No. He wasn't a troublemaker, he was a top student. Even Uncle Tanbo said so. Besides, he was only 12, he didn't have a son. Suddenly, the voices stopped. He peeked around the corner only to find the alley empty. They weren't looking for me. Just a coincidence. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a sense of accomplishment. This was his first time acting like a real, intel ninja. Hello there, old, kid. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him, making Naruto jump. He spun around to find the 2 strangers standing right there. The younger one had yellow hair, whisker-like marks on his cheeks just like him, and blue eyes. He was the one who had spoken. Naruto was stunned. He didn't even care that the kid called him little brat. He quickly pulled a mirror from his ninja pouch, looked at his own face, then looked at Boruto. His expression became increasingly strange. Boruto and Sasuke looked back at him with surprise. Did Naruto figure something out? Naruto pointed a shaking finger at Boruto and shouted, You, could it be? No way, did Dad recognize me? Boruto screamed internally. Is Dad actually a genius? Only Sasuke, after a moment's thought, knew it was impossible for Naruto to recognize them. He just didn't know what kind of leap the boy's mind was taking. Could it be, are you my dad's illegitimate son? Naruto yelled. He rushed up to Boruto, examining him closely. The more he looked, the more it made sense. Same hair, similar face, similar age. Good grief. My long-dead old man actually had a secret kid. Naruto's mind immediately went into gossip mode. Who was his mom? Chapter 220, Niche Shinobi. Chapter 220, Niche Shinobi. The moment Naruto spoke, both Boruto and Sasuke were dumbstruck. How on earth did you reach that conclusion? Boruto was especially speechless. He had assumed his dad must have been a genius as a kid to grow up to be the Hokage, but looking at him now, he seemed a bit hopeless. So, you're here to find your long-lost family. Well, since that's the case, I guess I'll accept you as my little brother. Naruto crossed his arms, a sudden surge of responsibility rising in his chest. He seemed completely convinced by his own theory. Boruto was his brother. This kid had come all this way to find him. What a sudden stroke of happiness. I'm not your brother. I just look a bit like you, that's all. Boruto wanted to argue, but knowing he couldn't reveal the truth, he changed his tune. Being brothers with his own dad felt incredibly eerie. Sasuke chimed in from the side, that's right. We are travelers visiting Konoha. We were just discussing the best sights to see. Looking like you is merely a coincidence. Naruto rubbed his chin, looking Boruto up and down before shifting his gaze to Sasuke. Big brother, you have a familiar aura about you too. Actually, you're a lot like my teammate. This guy had that same vibe, it was very suspicious. Big brother. Hearing Naruto call him that, even Sasuke's battle-hardened heart couldn't help but flutter. So, this guy acknowledged me as a companion this early on. What a tsundere. He even calls me a teammate in front of strangers. Ah, no, wait. That guy is way too grumpy, he's nowhere near as gentle as you. It must be my imagination, Naruto muttered. He felt strange today, his head was filled with weird thoughts. Could you show us around Konoha? We need a guide, Boruto suggested. Sasuke didn't object. As long as they didn't expose their identities, it was fine. Their goal was to stay close to young Naruto and wait for Otsutsuki Urashiki to strike. Oh, show you around. But I have to train. Naruto was tempted, but the final stage of the Chunin exams was coming up, and he wanted to put in extra work. He couldn't afford to let Sasuke pull too far ahead of him, it would be embarrassing. Besides, Kakashi-sensei mentioned that Sakura was training with Uncle Tanbo, he couldn't fall behind. Boruto replied, is it for the Chunin exams? If you show us around, I can be your sparring partner later. He felt a surge of excitement. Getting a legitimate chance to beat up his dad. The thought was thrilling, as long as he wasn't caught. Naruto looked suspicious. You're a ninja too. Why don't you have headbands? He scanned them several times but couldn't find a forehead protector anywhere. He even adjusted his own headband to show he was a real shinobi now, unlike before. Sasuke explained, we are scenery shinobi. We're different from village ninjas. Our goal is to wander the world and experience various landscapes. We don't have specific headbands. We came to Konoha specifically to experience its unique scenery. Boruto nodded in agreement. We've been to so many places. The never-ending Wind Valley in the Land of Fire, islands overseas filled with summoned beasts, the famous hot springs in the Land of Steam, we've seen it all. Of course, he hadn't actually been to these places, but he had read about them in books. That didn't stop him from bragging to Naruto. Whoa. That sounds amazing. I'd been to the Land of Waves, and the scenery there was definitely different. But, scenery shinobi, what a weird term. Naruto looked at them with envy. They had traveled to so many places. Wasn't a ninja's job to protect people or things. It's a new type of shinobi, Boruto said, showing off his knowledge. Because people grew tired of constant war, the profession, originally meant for espionage and assassination, began to evolve. New branches started taking root globally. Now we have scenery shinobi, gourmet shinobi, jewel shinobi, and others who pursue different goals. This was a concept compiled by the future director Tanbo Tobitake, the first deputy director of the Technical Development Bureau. He had taken niche ideas and made them widely known. Unfortunately, extraordinary power always brings conflict, so these concepts never truly became the mainstream. Wow, you guys are so smart. I had no idea, Naruto said. He didn't quite understand it, but he could tell the people in front of him weren't lying. He memorized the terms, he could use this knowledge to brag to Sakura later. He thought gleefully. Sakura will be so impressed by how much I know. Even though we aren't combat-focused ninjas, we should have no problem helping you train. We have some skill, Boruto said, tilting his head up proudly. He was a prodigy, after all, ranked first in his class at the academy. All right. It's a deal. I'll show you the sights, and you help me train. Naruto figured this was a good idea, since the pervy sage was always busy peeking and wasn't training him properly. He was a little worried they might stand him up or that they wouldn't be strong enough, but his gut told him they were telling the truth. No problem, Boruto smiled. He had heard from his uncle that Naruto was a force to be reckoned with even in his youth, so he expected a good challenge. Great. Let's go to the Hokage Rock first. I'm telling you, the view there is the best in Konoha. You can see the whole village. Naruto tucked his hands behind his head and walked toward the mountain with a grin. Boruto and Sasuke shared a look and followed. Their goal was to stick to Naruto like glue and wait for Urashiki. Sasuke noticed the ANBU signatures hidden in the shadows around Naruto, but he remained calm. The power of the Nine Tails was currently a walking bomb for Konoha. He finally understood why Naruto had been treated the way he was. Under his cloak, Sasuke secretly wove a seal and cast a Genjutsu, a technique he had learned from Uncle Tanbo, in his own timeline, to lower the alertness of the guards. In the shadows, the ANBU guards, who had been extremely tense about two unknown ninjas approaching the Jinchuriki, suddenly felt different. Yet, they couldn't quite put their finger on why. "Captain, what is it?" "Nothing. Have we identified these two yet?" "We checked. According to their own words, they are some kind of traveling ninjas who collect scenery. They haven't asked about Naruto's movements, so they likely aren't after the Nine Tails. However, there is one thing." "What is it?" "They pulled a dine and dash at Ichiraku Ramen. They didn't pay." Chapter 221, Reconciliation. Chapter 221, Reconciliation. Whoosh. Whoosh. Konohamaru walked down the streets of Konoha, his long scarf trailing behind him. Udon and Moegi followed closely by his side. "Konohamaru, are we going to disturb Naruto Niken's training if we head over there now?" Moegi asked. "I don't know what kind of nerve Tianyu and those other two struck today, but they actually apologized to us. They even said we are comrades, that competition is necessary but they went too far before, and that they want to reconcile. I don't believe him for a second. I'm going to find Boss Naruto and ask for his opinion," Konohamaru said with a face full of suspicion. Moegi replied, "Isn't that a good thing? Tianyu and the others are actually quite nice. Even though they play pranks occasionally, they usually help give pointers to the other students." Udon added, Yeah. You guys are members of the Konohamaru Corps. How can you say that? They've beaten us up so many times, that debt hasn't been repaid yet." Konohamaru was very angry. He felt it wasn't that simple. He suspected that as they got older, they realized the value of his status as the third Hokage's grandson and wanted to suck up to him. As if it were that easy. Boss Naruto was already a genin, had defeated Ebisu-sensei, and was very worldly in Konohamaru's eyes. Naruto had even developed such powerful ninjutsu. Only Naruto's opinion was worth trusting. Moegi whispered, "But, he said he could teach us ways to get stronger." Udon chimed in, "Exactly. They really are strong." Konohamaru felt a bit tempted at the mention of getting stronger, but he couldn't bring himself to lose face. Besides, he was getting stronger quickly too, just not as fast as Tianyu and his crew. Curse his grandfather, the old man was always busy, and never had much time to teach him. "Hey, Konohamaru, we're at Boss Naruto's house," Moegi noted. Konohamaru nodded and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. "Boss Naruto, it's me, Konohamaru." After waiting for a while, Konohamaru realized Naruto wasn't there. Usually Boss Naruto has finished training by this time. Why isn't he here today? He had done his research. Maybe he's still training. After all, he's preparing for the Chunin exams. Moegi suggested. Udon said, "Let's go back, Konohamaru." "No, I have to find him." Konohamaru felt unsettled, he really wanted to hear Naruto's thoughts. Udon and Moegi had no choice but to follow. They began searching the nearby training grounds. Whoosh. Whoosh. The three used all the tracking skills they had learned at the academy and began searching through Konoha. This is the top of the Hokage Rock. It's a great view, right? Isn't it spectacular? Naruto sat high atop the Hokage Rock, looking down at the scenery below with a grin. This was his favorite spot. Whenever he was unhappy in the past, he would come up here for a while. Looking at the vast expanse of Konoha always gave him a brief moment of joy. Today was no different. Yeah, it really is a different kind of scenery. Boruto looked at the distant landscape. It was indeed different from the future. The buildings were older, possessing a certain historical beauty. There weren't as many modern architectural styles as in his time. So, this was the environment his father grew up in. He looked at the bright, sunny Naruto. His current dad was indeed very different from the dad he knew as an adult. If it weren't for the photos of his father as a child at home, he might have thought he had the wrong person. Was this really the same dad who was always buried in work? He looked at Uncle Sasuke and found him gazing at Konoha with a nostalgic expression. Right. I told you. Since we're done here, let's go to another place. It's somewhere I go often too, Naruto said mysteriously. He even started drooling a little. This made Boruto and Sasuke suspicious. What kind of place could it be? Where is it? You'll know when I take you there. It's one of my absolute favorite spots. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Naruto stood up and began to lead the way. Curiosity piqued, Boruto followed. What could his father's favorite childhood scenery be? Sasuke followed as well, knowing that to find Urashiki, he had to stay by Naruto's side. Brother, do you think Konohamaru and his friends will agree? Maki asked Tianyu. They were walking home. Wataru followed behind, equally curious about this question. They had been at odds with Konohamaru since the first grade, fighting for several years now. How would they react? Tianyu laughed, they will definitely agree. The will of fire of the third Hokage is about unity and comradeship. How could Konohamaru refuse? He's the third's grandson, after all. Why did you suddenly decide to reconcile with him? You weren't like this before, Wataru asked. Although they didn't have any deep-seated hatred, only minor frictions, they had been classmates who fought for years. Tianyu gave a sly grin. This is all part of the plan. I actually wanted to stop fighting him in the second grade, but then I suddenly thought, one day, I'm going to be the man who becomes Hokage. I need supporters. Konohamaru is the third's grandson and has great talent. With his support, my chances will be even better. He continued, the books say that fighting is a form of closeness and scolding is a form of love. We've built a bond through years of fighting. As long as I apologize and invite him to train together, I'll have the upper hand. He'll always be behind me, and the initiative will stay in my hands. That's why we decided to keep fighting until the third grade. Maki nodded. Exactly, that's it. Wow, you guys are so devious. Wataru exclaimed. What do you mean, devious? The shinobi manual says that a ninja must learn to utilize the power of information, otherwise they'll always be second-rate, Tianyu said, unfazed by Wataru's evaluation. Hearing you say that makes me feel you're even more devious. Wataru. Haha, fine. I have a feeling that when Konohamaru trains with you, he'll surpass you. When that happens, even if it's your home turf, you won't have the advantage, Wataru teased. Impossible. People I surpass will only ever stay behind me, getting further and further away. Brother, those sound like lines from the stories Dad tells. Don't go using those lines randomly, I don't think it'll work. It'll work. At a corner of a Konoha street. 3 heads popped out one by one, from bottom to top, watching the one tall and 2 short figures in the distance. Konohamaru, who is that? He looks just like Boss Naruto, Moegi whispered. Could it be Boss Naruto's twin brother? They're identical, Udon added. Konohamaru looked on suspiciously. You guys have a point, but according to my investigation, Boss Naruto doesn't have a brother. His only brothers are me, his little brother Konohamaru, and you too. Could it be a new, little brother he took in? It's possible. How could he do this? He already has the Konohamaru core, yet he's taking in others. Boss Naruto is so unfair, and he didn't even tell us. Konohamaru's head was practically steaming with jealousy. He had temporarily forgotten all about Tianyu's team. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, A Sense of Tension. Chapter 222, A Sense of Tension. The Streets of Konoha. Boss Naruto. As Naruto was leading the 2 strangers to his favorite spot, a voice rang out from behind him. He turned around. Oh, it's Konohamaru. You looking for me? I'm busy today, I'm taking these 2 on a tour of Konoha. He pointed at Boruto and Sasuke. A tour. Konohamaru, who had been ready to demand an explanation, froze. He looked at the duo, they didn't exactly look like Naruto's underlings, especially with that adult man standing there. Who are they? Konohamaru asked. Boruto looked at the 3 little kids in front of him, finding them somewhat familiar, especially the little leader. When he heard Naruto's words, his face filled with shock. Wait, Konohamaru. Isn't that sensei? He's so tiny. Boruto's eyes crinkled, he found this quite amusing. Hello, I'm Boruto. I'm here for a tour of Konoha. This is my teacher, Mr. Sukiya. Konohamaru crossed his arms. I see, so you're tourists. I thought you were here to be Boss Naruto's lackeys. In that case, I'll help introduce the village too. There's nothing about this place I don't know. That would be great, Boruto replied. Let's go then. I'm taking them to my absolute favorite spot, Naruto declared. Konohamaru nodded. Oh, Boss Naruto's favorite spot. I want to know where that is too. As Naruto led the way, the surroundings became increasingly familiar to Boruto. Sensei, isn't this? He looked at Sasuke. It should be, Sasuke replied. Boruto whispered, we didn't pay last time, did we? He had just realized a major problem. We have no money. Then we should probably run. After some coaxing from Boruto, Naruto finally gave up on the idea of taking them to Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto looked a bit dissatisfied. If they had already been there, they should have just said so. He then spent the rest of the day showing them various landmarks across Konoha. Alright, that's enough for today. You promised you'd help me train. Naruto, still full of energy, looked at the two and said. Boruto had been waiting for this. No problem. How strong is Dad right now? The Konohamaru Corps perked up their ears. Training. We want to go too. At the mention of this, they immediately raised their hands. Naruto laughed. Sure, come along. Konoha Training Ground. Naruto brought them to his private training spot, surrounded by dense trees. This is my secret training ground. Now, time for practice. I'm actually pretty strong, so you'd better watch out. Naruto stood in the center, brimming with confidence. I'm looking forward to it. Boruto walked out to face him. Sasuke and the Konohamaru Corps watched from the sidelines. Mister, aren't you going to join in? Boss Naruto is someone who can beat the Hokage with one move, you know. Konohamaru said to Sasuke. He was convinced that even though the kid opposite Naruto looked like him, he was no match for his boss. Sasuke replied calmly, there's no need. He wasn't worried at all, the current Naruto was simply no match for Boruto. His attention was focused elsewhere, on Urashiki, who could appear at any moment. That was their true mission. But even now, there was no sign of Urashiki, which made Sasuke start to doubt. With Urashiki's abilities, it was impossible for him to remain hidden in Konoha for this long. Something must have happened that he didn't know about. Or, as he suspected, the time they arrived wasn't the exact same moment Urashiki arrived. If that was the case, his greatest fear had come true. Konohamaru wanted to argue, what did he mean by, no need? Clang. The sound of metal clashing drew everyone's attention to the field. Naruto and Boruto's kunai were locked together as they began a taijutsu duel. Sparks flew where the blades met. Clang. Clang. Thud. How are you this strong? Naruto had just managed to parry Boruto's kunai when a kick landed squarely in his stomach, sending him flying back with a pained expression. Boruto instinctively pulled back his strength. He realized Naruto wasn't as strong as he had imagined. Just from a brief exchange, he could tell Naruto's combat experience was lacking. Indeed, the battlefield simulation technology developed by director Tanbo hadn't been invented yet in his father's era. Ow, ow, ow. Naruto clutched his stomach, feeling like his gallbladder had been kicked out of place. But he gritted his teeth and stood up. He hadn't expected this lookalike to be this powerful. He felt even more formidable than Sasuke. The Konohamaru Corps was stunned. Boss Naruto, are you okay? I'm fine. I can still fight. Naruto's fighting spirit was ignited. Training with someone this strong would definitely help him grow. Again. No problem. Recognizing his father's current level, Boruto prepared to hold back even more. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Poof. 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 Dozens of Narutos appeared, surrounding Boruto. I won't go easy on you now. Naruto said confidently. He was a pro at ganging up on people. So cool. The Konohamaru Corps' eyes sparkled at the sight of so many clones. Boruto smiled and put away his kunai. Facing his father's signature jutsu, he began to weave hand seals. Water style, wild water wave. Boruto's chest puffed out as he exhaled a torrent of water that surged like an ocean whirlpool. With just one move, Naruto's clones were caught in a washing machine of rushing water. Poof. 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 Hidden from view, Tanbo Tobite completely suppressed his presence. Using the hidden mole jutsu from the stone village to blend into the surroundings, he perched on a tree branch, watching the battle between Naruto and Boruto. He looked at the figures on the field, his brow furrowed. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Boruto, what is going on? Even though I haven't watched all of Boruto, I've seen enough clips to know this shouldn't be happening now. He had wondered why a chakra signature similar to Sasuke's had appeared in Konoha. It turned out Sasuke had traveled back in time. This meant that besides Kagaya, the other Otsutsuki were indeed active. And they must have been pursuing another Otsutsuki, right? Tanbo was almost certain of it. Crap, you're telling me an Otsutsuki might attack right now. Tanbo pushed his sensory perception to the limit. His mind swept through the trees, extending into the heart of Konoha, spreading out across every sector. The streets, the Hokage's office, the main gates. He scanned the sky, the ground, and even beneath the earth. Nothing, not here either. What abilities did the time-traveling Otsutsuki have? Damn it, I didn't pay enough attention to the unflammable sequel. Because he couldn't detect any abnormal chakra, a surge of tension flooded Tanbo's heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have watched the show more closely. Now he felt himself heating up with anxiety. He was afraid of a surprise, ultimate move like Pain's, or some hidden chakra masking ability. Since he couldn't sense the enemy, he turned his gaze back to Sasuke and Boruto. Chapter 223, Chapter 223, Karma. Chapter 223, Karma. Pig Tiger Horse Dash. Contact Evolution. Tanbo Tobitake wove the signs, activating his unique jutsu. If he hadn't died by that point in the future, then he certainly would have applied this jutsu to every single student graduating from the academy, and even to Sasuke. That was his philosophy. Ever since he created this jutsu, his plan was clear: gather all the world's knowledge to develop himself. Human biological information was, in essence, a form of proven knowledge. He couldn't afford to pass it up. It wasn't just because of Naruto and Sasuke's unique lineages. As long as it didn't threaten his own safety, he didn't mind helping out every ninja he could reach by tagging them with this jutsu. Thump thump. The moment his chakra was refined, two sensations, simultaneously familiar and alien, surfaced. As I thought. Tanbo felt a surge of joy. I'm definitely not dead in the future, and I seem to have made incredible progress. In his perception, the contact evolution, neural filaments were indeed embedded in the bodies of both Boruto and Sasuke. They were incredibly well hidden. Anyone who didn't know the specifics of this jutsu would find it impossible to detect them. At that moment, a massive amount of information flooded through the neural link into his mind, rolling in like a tide. This feels a bit unfamiliar. Comparing this data with the knowledge he had previously collected, Tanbo discovered a vast discrepancy. Within the bodies of Sasuke and Boruto, there was a wealth of alien information he had never encountered. Reflecting on the plot he knew, he wondered, is this the result of the Mangekyo and Rinnegan evolving, or Orochimaru's modifications to Sasuke? Within Sasuke's chakra, he sensed a trace of information similar to Orochimaru's. He didn't sense the legendary Yin power. In his current perception, it didn't seem to be there. As for Boruto, his data was far more complex than Sasuke's. Tanbo felt traits similar to Hinata and Naruto, but most of it was entirely foreign. At the genetic and cellular level, over 20% of the information he sensed didn't even belong to a standard human. In genetics, a 1% to 2% difference can define a separate species. Over 20%. Is he a true Otsutsuki Boruto? No, his body still adheres to normal human biological data, but it seems some genes have been added. This is the protagonist of the next generation, the child of fate. How terrifying. Tanbo couldn't analyze much more, but he knew the current Boruto was formidable. As he delved deeper, a massive energy signature appeared in his consciousness. The moment he touched it, bam, his consciousness was repelled. Tanbo quickly ceased the data collection. His head throbbed with a persistent hum. Whoosh. Boruto was in the middle of his duel with Naruto when his body suddenly stiffened. Naruto seized the opening and kicked him right in the face. Boruto went flying back but quickly regained his footing, looking at a gloating Naruto. What was that? It felt like something was peeking into my body just now. He rubbed his cheek, but when he tried to sense it again, the feeling had vanished. Haha. Now you've seen my true power. Naruto stood there with an arrogant grin, despite looking much more battered than Boruto. He had finally landed a hit. How is this kid so strong? If it were someone like Kakashi-sensei, he'd understand, but a kid his own age. He felt Boruto was stronger than Lee or that guy from the Sand Village. Scenery shinobi, all this powerful. Naruto felt that if Boruto weren't acting as a sparring partner, the match would have been over in an instant. MHM. Let's go again. Boruto was enjoying the chance to go all out against his dad. He dismissed the earlier sensation as a mere hallucination. Distracted at a time like this, it seems the Academy's battlefield simulation still needs improvement. Sasuke frowned as he noticed Boruto's lapse. The simulation was specifically designed to train a ninja's focus during combat, co-developed by the Technical Development Bureau. He suspected Boruto might be slacking off. Beside him, the Konohamaru Corps were wide-eyed. The exchange between Naruto and Boruto was a blur of high-level moves. So cool. This Boruto guy is even stronger than Tianyu and his team, right? Moegi marveled. Udon nodded. Yeah. Those three probably couldn't beat him even if they fought together. Konohamaru said proudly, of course. This guy is Boss Naruto's rival. Naturally, he's on a different level compared to Tianyu's bunch, who aren't even genin yet. This is my idol. Though it did look like Naruto was mostly getting beaten up, having only landed one punch. Just who was this Boruto kid? Was that the legendary Otsutsuki Karma? After regaining his composure, Tanbo couldn't help but wonder. It couldn't be anything else. If it truly was karma, did that mean in the future, Tanbo Tobitake didn't believe he had the strength to suppress Jura and the others? Did he have to rely on the child of fate? Or perhaps something else had changed his perspective? After all, from the snippets he knew, Kashin Koji's 10 Directions technique predicted a future where Jura destroyed the world. Most of his other knowledge consisted of memes, the Uchiha elbow, the kunai stabbing the Rinnegan, or Sarada's effortless Mangekyo awakening. It's annoying, things being out of my control. But judging by the fact that Sasuke traveled back, everything before the fight with Kagaya should still be under my thumb. Tanbo comforted himself. Furthermore, based on the jutsu he saw on Boruto, his future self was clearly still growing stronger. His current operation, compared to the refined jutsu of his future self, felt crude. If he were his future self, he'd likely be able to extract power to strengthen himself directly from Boruto's karma. Using the foreigner's techniques to control the foreigner, it fit his philosophy perfectly. I also can't rule out that they're from a parallel world. Maybe it's not even the same timeline, he thought optimistically. Sigh, why wasn't my cheat a system? That would be so much simpler. Still, constantly increasing his strength was never a mistake. But for now, he decided not to make contact. He would wait until he had collected enough information. He only had one chance to study a person from the future who was already tagged with his jutsu. Will the data I collect now form a closed loop with the future, or will it give me the power to defeat the enemies who would destroy the shinobi world? Tanbo felt that even with several more brains, he wouldn't be able to solve the temporal paradox. He continued to harvest biological data from Boruto and Sasuke, this time avoiding the depths of Boruto's body, focusing only on the surface data. As for the Otsutsuki that came with them, he understood, if Sasuke was here, the enemy's goal was the Nine Tails inside Naruto. He would wait and see. Chapter 224, August 15th, dedicated as ever. Chapter 224, August 15th, dedicated as ever. Time passed. Pervy Sage, have you ever met a true genius? By the side of a cliff where a stream cascaded into a waterfall, Naruto summoned a two-legged frog and turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya poked his head out of the bushes, his eyes fixed on the girls playing in the water below. He had no intention of answering. Hey! Pervy Sage. If you don't talk to me, I'm gonna scream. Naruto pouted, hands on his hips. Geniuses. I've seen plenty. But girls as top tier as the ones today. That's rare, Jiraiya drooled, hot steam practically huffing from his nose. Naruto clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead. Poor, vert. Help. There's a... He suddenly let out a deafening shout. Ah. Where? Where are my clothes? Damn pervert, do you want to die? Run, quickly. The girls playing below heard the sudden shout and scrambled out of the water. They hurried to where their clothes were kept, shivering as they dressed. Soaked and angry, they hurried away. No, my research material. Jiraiya wailed. Caw. Caw. He slowly turned his finger toward Naruto, trembling with rage. You brat, Naruto. What the hell are you doing? My precious research. Wah. Phew. Fine, fine. Why are you asking about geniuses anyway? Jiraiya sighed. They were gone, nothing could be done now. He wanted to see what was on Naruto's mind. Was it pressure from having a genius like Sasuke as a teammate? It would be normal to feel stressed next to an Uchiha. I met a genius. He's about my age, but his strength is terrifying. Really terrifying, Naruto said. A genius? Jiraiya frowned. Is it Sasuke? No, it's a ninja visiting Konoha for sightseeing. He said he's a scenery shinobi who specifically collects views from around the world. Someone is approaching Naruto. Is it because of the Nine Tails? Jiraiya thought immediately. Who could it be? And how did the ANBU allow foreign ninjas to get close to the Jinchuriki? It went like this. The fusion of the future and the present, how comfortable. After worrying about the future for several days, Tanbo Tobitake had returned to his usual self. Why overthink it? Just get stronger. At worst, he'd die, and it wasn't like he hadn't faced that possibility before. As he delved deeper into Boruto's body to collect information, a stream of data flowed into his mind. Proceed according to the original plan. This message emerged from the neural link within Boruto. According to Tanbo's deduction, his future self had likely discovered something and wanted him to stick to his long-standing philosophy. What was that philosophy? Be a salaryman, workingman, let Sasuke and Naruto be the saviors, play support, save some lives, and live a good life. Since his future self knew him best, this advice was surely correct. This temporal paradox made his CPU run a bit hot, but the message put him at ease. It meant that at least until the time Boruto fought Momoshiki, he was safe. His future self clearly wanted his past self to stay the course. It's a shame nerves are just nerves, they can't carry too much information. This bit of data was likely a code passed through Boruto's body by my future self, knowing my methods of intelligence gathering. However, from this perspective, the third stage of his jutsu, forced execution, was clearly perfected in the future. As expected of Tanbo Tobitake, he truly was a genius. Whoosh. Whoosh. Clang. Clang. Thud. In the training ground, Boruto dismantled Naruto's shadow clones. His kunai easily parried Naruto's blade, coming to rest against Naruto's throat. Haha, you lost again, Boruto said with a smile. But beneath the smile, there was worry in his eyes. Over the past few days, besides sparring with Naruto and waiting for Urashiki, he had met his young aunt, Hanabi, his uncle, Niji, and others. It had been an interesting few days. But as time passed and Urashiki failed to appear, even Uncle Sasuke's expression grew grim. Boruto followed suit, terrified that he might be erased before he was even born. Naruto looked dejected. You're way too strong. I can't imagine how strong your teacher is. He had lost for several days straight and was finally seeing the gap. The boy in front of him had bottomless combat experience, just like Kakashi-sensei. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, Naruto was being completely crushed in every category. Haha, we aren't combat-specialized ninjas, so we aren't actually that great, Boruto laughed. Uncle Sasuke is invincible, the truly scary ones are the Otsutsuki and a few hidden monsters. Behind the training ground, Jiraiya watched Boruto and the others intently. He was particularly struck by Boruto's appearance, his chakra, and the other men who hadn't made a move yet. Boruto's combat experience was a revelation, it wasn't something a child that age should possess. Even Orochimaru at that age hadn't reached this level. Could this little guy be the child of fate I'm looking for? Jiraiya wondered. It made him think of Nagato and the Rinnegan. Even Nagato hadn't been this refined at this age. Not even close. Sizzle. In a smaller training area, a thin thread of chakra shot toward a large tree. With a slight pull, Ino was yanked through the air. Whoosh. At that exact moment, a shuriken whistled through the space she had just occupied. Ino landed on the tree trunk and retaliated with several shuriken of her own. Bungee gum. Extended love. Facing Ino's shuriken, Sakura didn't weave a single seal. Chakra instantly wove into a rubbery, sticky sheet in front of her, catching the shuriken. Sakura took a step forward and flicked the trapped weapons back. Zip. Zip. Thud. Thud. The shuriken returned with even greater force, piercing through 2 or 3 trees before stopping. Damn it, you actually mastered it first, Ino muttered. Seeing Sakura use the move in a practical spar to counterattack while she could only move like a spider on a thread made her competitive. She hated losing to Sakura in chakra control. Ha ha ha. Ino pig, see how great I am. Sakura was ecstatic. Excellent, another win over Ino. Humph. What's so great about you? The great one is Uncle Tanbo for developing this no-seal ninjutsu. You're just a copycat, Ino retorted. But she truly admired Tanbo Tobitake. No-seal ninjutsu. Such an amazing technique with so many uses, mobility, defense, daily life. Most importantly, it trained chakra control, her mind transfer jutsu was much easier to cast now. La la la, I'm still better than you, Sakura teased, sticking her tongue out. You. Ino paused. By the way, why has Uncle Tanbo been disappearing lately? He promised to train us properly. I've almost mastered this move, he should be teaching us something new, right? Who knows? Tanbo-sensei is a jonin, he's definitely busier than us genin, Sakura replied. Meanwhile, the busy Captain Tanbo was. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, An Uneasy Deduction. Chapter 225, An Uneasy Deduction. Whoosh. Whoosh. Tanbo Tobitake landed in the training ground, nodding in satisfaction as he watched Sakura and Ino working hard. Both girls had top-tier talent for chakra control, though Ino was admittedly a step behind Sakura. Despite having her clan's specialized guidance, Ino still trailed Sakura, proving the gap in raw talent. If there was one downside, it was that as young girls, their discipline was occasionally lacking. Had it not been for their rivalry fueling their efforts, they might have spent more time slacking off than training. Then again, I'm the same way, hee, Tanbo chuckled inwardly. Even though he worried about future enemies, he wasn't the type to pour 100% of his energy into research or work. People who lived like that weren't human, they were Orochimaru. Tanbo-sensei. Sakura and Ino immediately stopped their movements and greeted him when they saw him. After these past few days, they finally understood why he was a teacher praised even by Kakashi and Kurenai. In terms of chakra control alone, he had opened their eyes to a whole new level of mastery. Then there was the no-seal ninjutsu, bungee gum, extended love. Even though the name was bizarre, it was a stroke of genius. By using powerful control to change the form of chakra into a high-density net, one could effectively block attacks and perform various support roles. It was a true jack-of-all-trades jutsu, and it required no hand seals. You've both nearly perfected your chakra control. From now on, you just need to practice daily. Today, I'm going to start teaching you Genjutsu dissipation, and Taijutsu to make you even more formidable ninjas. Both girls possessed a talent for Genjutsu, and Tanbo had prepared specific paths for them. For Sakura, he would teach traditional Genjutsu paired with Taijutsu. For Ino, he would teach the secret technique Eye of the Creator, which would allow her to create an independent combat style with her mind transfer jutsu so she wouldn't be helpless when lacking teammates. Yes, Tanbo-sensei. Now, listen closely. Genjutsu is about disrupting the enemy's chakra, thereby. Time trickled by. While teaching the two girls, Tanbo kept his focus on Sasuke and Boruto, as well as the Jiraiya observing from the shadows. Most of his mental energy was spent decoding the biological information within Boruto and Sasuke's bodies. He left only a fraction of his attention to watch for any sign of an Otsutsuki. According to his findings, the data within Boruto and Sasuke was indeed very foreign. Since he hadn't fully researched it, he wouldn't dare experiment on his own body yet. The parts he had figured out were those responsible for increasing physical vitality and boosting stamina, the source of chakra. Since he had already focused on this area in the past, he understood it much better. Ah, it seems the Otsutsuki really isn't here. What happened? Tanbo wondered. He recalled from the clips he'd seen that the Otsutsuki was supposed to be fought here. Meanwhile, Naruto had grown significantly while sparring with Boruto. He had to, Boruto was simply too powerful. Even so, Naruto, the #1 unpredictable ninja, couldn't gain the upper hand despite his surprising tactics. Instead, he was being beaten black and blue. What kind of grudge does this kid have to beat his own dad like this? Is he addicted to it? Tanbo thought as he looked at the bruised Naruto. Sasuke led Boruto away from Naruto. Since Otsutsuki Urashiki had failed to appear and they could feel their time in the past was running out, they had to prepare. Uncle Sasuke, Urashiki isn't here. What do we do? Boruto asked worriedly. Having to worry about the safety of the world at such a young age was quite a burden. Even though he'd enjoyed seeing his uncle, aunt, and others as children, the mission came first. It seems Urashiki didn't drop into this specific time node with us, Sasuke said gravely. The future is in trouble. But in our future, we never heard of anyone fighting Urashiki in the past. Does that mean the changes we make here won't affect our timeline? Boruto asked. No. We might only see the effects once we return, Sasuke replied, his heart heavy. Boruto rubbed his chin. So, time isn't linear. It might be intersecting paths rather than a self-contained closed loop. It's also possible that this place and the future we come from aren't actually the same world. Sasuke and Boruto looked back at the bustling streets. It felt like the same world, yet Urashiki was missing, and history didn't record this fight. With only a surface-level understanding of space-time, Sasuke could only speculate and prepare for the worst. In my opinion, Boruto said, trying to predict the outcome based on what he'd learned, either this is a parallel world, or the timeline moves between linear and intersecting points. Or maybe it is a loop, but something beyond our understanding is causing our deductions to fail. I just hope that when we go back, the history books don't suddenly mention a mysterious enemy attacking Konoha in this era. Boruto didn't want to see the past ruined. The best-case scenario was that when they returned, nothing had changed and Urashiki had been forced back to the future as well. That would be perfect. At least in the future, there were more powerful ninjas to deal with him, not to mention the two legendary figures at the Technical Development Bureau, the 6th and 5th Hokages, his dad, Uncle Sasuke, Konohamaru-sensei, and his rivals. Plus, they had scientific ninja tools, which were far more advanced than anything in this era. Sasuke was surprised by Boruto's insight and nodded approvingly. You've thought this through. Those are all possibilities. He was becoming increasingly impressed with Boruto's talent, he wished his own daughter had this kind of analytical mind. Hee. Uncle Sasuke, isn't your teacher the director of the Technical Development Bureau? When we get back, why not have him research time travel? Maybe he can give us answers, Boruto suggested. No. He is too dangerous. Even now, we haven't truly seen through him, Sasuke rejected the idea immediately. But isn't he watched by the deputy director? With supervision, it should be fine, right? Boruto was confused. Even if the man was a legendary ninja, he was suppressed by Naruto and Sasuke, the two saviors of the world, and kept under watch. Surely a research project wouldn't hurt. No, he's not as simple as you think. Sasuke wasn't as optimistic as Boruto. He still didn't understand how his younger self had managed to take down one of the legendary Sannin so easily. Looking back, it felt more like Orochimaru had allowed himself to be captured. When he was young, he thought he'd won because Orochimaru had lost his hands and the power of the Sharingan was superior. As he matured, he realized it had been far too easy. It was like everything had simply fallen into place exactly as intended. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, The Meeting. Chapter 226, The Meeting. As Sasuke and Boruto passed through a wooded path, Sasuke suddenly came to a halt. Seeing this, Boruto stopped as well. Yo, Sasuke. And the little guy from the future. In front of them, in a spot that had been completely empty a second ago, Tanbo Tobitake appeared with a playful grin on his face. Thud. Sasuke and Boruto were simultaneously startled. They weren't surprised by his sudden appearance, but by his words. Your Director Tanbo, MGH. Before Boruto could finish, Sasuke clamped a hand over his mouth. Sasuke looked at Tanbo Tobitake. You've been watching us for a while, haven't you? The moment he saw Tanbo and heard those words, Sasuke deduced that the men had likely noticed them long ago and had been observing them for quite some time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to guess they were from the future. Traveling through time was an unheard-of phenomenon. Is the Tanbo Tobitake of this era already this strong? Sasuke wondered. He hadn't sensed him until the man was practically on top of them. Yeah. This is Boruto, right? A very impressive little guy. I imagine he's quite the genius in the future, Tanbo said, looking at Boruto, whose eyes were wide with shock. Since you know we are from the future, Sasuke addressed him, you should know that people of the past shouldn't know too much about what's to come, or it might alter the course of history. So, your sudden appearance is for... Sasuke's eye shifted as the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. He intended to use Genjutsu to seal Tanbo's memory to prevent any impact on the future. Boruto watched expectantly. Uncle Sasuke was about to make his move. Don't waste your chakra. Even though you're strong now, if you want to force a Genjutsu on me, you'd at least need both eyes. Who do you think you're looking down on with just one? Tanbo's eyes glazed over for less than a second before he spoke clearly, a smirk still playing on his lips. As expected of Captain Tanbo. Then why have you revealed yourself? Sasuke sighed and deactivated his Sharingan. There was nothing he could do, but he wondered how the men had resisted so easily. I know you don't want to reveal much, or anything at all, about the future, Tanbo said slowly. However, I'm more interested in why you're here. My guess is that a powerful enemy wanted to return to the past, specifically, to the Konoha of now, to carry out some plan, and you're here to stop him. Boruto was completely stunned. Is this Director Tanbo the same guy who occasionally visits the academy to give moral education lectures? When did he notice them? How did he get so much information? And how was even Uncle Sasuke's Sharingan, the eyes of the savior who defeated Kagaya, not a match for him? But I've followed you for a long time, Tanbo continued, and besides the two of you, I haven't sensed any other strange, powerful chakra. This means your enemy hasn't appeared here. So, give me the intelligence on this enemy. Since you can travel back to the past, it stands to reason the enemy can too. If the enemy hasn't appeared yet despite having a goal, they might have dropped into a different point in time, perhaps a few days or even years from now. I need the intel. Tanbo stated his purpose clearly. In the original plot he remembered, Sasuke and Boruto defeated the Otsutsuki here. Since that hadn't happened, things had veered off course. He didn't want to fight an unprepared battle, especially against an Otsutsuki. Even if that Otsutsuki hadn't absorbed a Ten Tails, they were still beyond the level of ordinary ninjas. Gathering intel from scratch would be a hassle. He figured his future self had sent that message through Boruto precisely because he knew his past self would seek out Sasuke for answers, even at the risk of changing the future. Boruto and Sasuke fell silent. Tanbo's reasoning was exactly what they were worried about. If they revealed the future, it might change, who knew what the consequences would be. But if they didn't, and Urashiki appeared later, that too would change the future. As for whether Urashiki would appear in the more distant past, they doubted it. The current state of Konoha remained unchanged. Following that logic, the enemy could only appear later in the timeline or be lost in another dimension. Between the two risks, who should they trust? The choice was obvious, the men standing before them. This was the man who would propose the Technical Development Bureau, the deputy director who would contribute immensely to Konoha even after retiring from the front lines. Before they could speak, Tanbo smiled. You don't need to worry about the future. I will only keep a file that this enemy might exist. I'll use a seal to lock the memory and set specific activation conditions. If my future self is some kind of director, he must be living a good life. I don't want to mess that up for myself, do I? Director. Tanbo thought. The title sounded high-end and authoritative, much cooler than Hokage. That one word told him a lot. It meant that knowing the Boruto plot was coming, he had taken steps to change the status quo to face the Otsutsuki. After all, one man's strength is limited. Without a system, gathering the collective strength of everyone was the best way to defeat being stronger than Kaguya. What kind of bureau will I create? Tanbo wondered. If it's to deal with the Otsutsuki, it must involve researching Otsutsuki genes, the Ten Tails, Hashirama cells, and Sage mode. Since I'll live through the Fourth Ninja War, I'll definitely find a way to get biological data from Kaguya, Zetsu, and the Ten Tails. I'll need a lab for that. It won't be called the Politburo or SHIELD. It'll probably be called the Technical Development Bureau. While Tanbo was lost in thought, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and he finally relented. This enemy is a member of the Otsutsuki clan, his name is Otsutsuki Urashiki. Sasuke had realized that in all of Konoha, this man was one of the few who was consistently trustworthy. No matter what he did or what position he held, he never made a mistake. Besides, Sasuke had to trust him, he couldn't seal the man's memory, and he certainly couldn't kill him, that would truly rewrite the future. Boruto could only watch in silence. Every word out of Tanbo's mouth was decisive, he had them completely figured out. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, Otsutsuki Urashiki, you deserve to die. Chapter 227, Otsutsuki Urashiki, you deserve to die. Tanbo Tobitake meticulously recorded the intelligence Sasuke provided. I hope he doesn't show up too early, he thought. The current lineup in Konoha wasn't exactly ideal for taking down an Otsutsuki. Or better yet, it would be best if he never showed up at all, getting lost in some trash dimension would be the ideal outcome. That's all the intelligence we have on Otsutsuki Urashiki, Sasuke concluded. There may be other unknown abilities. I'll handle it. Let's hope he doesn't appear, otherwise, it'll be a massive pain. Tanbo sighed. At that moment, Tanbo felt a ripple in space. A small turtle appeared before them. Treasured tool, Karasuki. I'm telling you, you must do exactly as you just said, the turtle addressed Tanbo. Then, turning to Sasuke and Boruto, it added, otherwise, since you've made contact with people from the future, you might affect history. They could vanish. What a unique summoning beast, Tanbo remarked, eyeing the pink-bodied turtle with a green shell. You idiot. I am the treasured tool, Karasuki, a tool capable of traversing time and space. Hurry up and seal your memories, or if something goes wrong, the future really might be altered, the turtle shouted. Boruto and Sasuke looked at Tanbo expectantly. What's the rush? We haven't even finished chatting, Tanbo said, sounding genuinely interested. I still wanted to ask, how many kids do I have in the future? 4. 5. 6. How strong are they? Are they ninjas, or did they inherit the family business? Or did they go into another industry? They must be very capable people. He began rattling off a long string of questions. The two humans and the one turtle were rendered speechless. A barrage of questions, and every single one was about mundane daily life. The turtle spoke up, my temporal energy is fully charged. It's time to return to the future. I've said all I can, hurry up and seal your memories. It was terrified it might get stuck in this era if they lingered. Hey, don't leave so fast. If you've gathered enough energy in just a few days, doesn't that mean you can manipulate space-time? That's an incredible power. Can I learn it? If it exists, it should be logical, I should be able to do it too, right? Tanbo asked. Temporal fluctuations cannot be used frequently. They can only be activated at specific nodes, for instance, when the Otsutsuki activated me in the future, that was a node. I am merely a tool, the turtle explained, exasperated. Why hasn't he sealed his memories yet? Buzz. Buzz. A vortex appeared behind Sasuke and Boruto. Hurry, or the space-time gate will close, the turtle urged. Alright, fine. Bird monkey board dash. Memory seal. Tanbo closed his eyes and wove the signs, his chakra activating. After observing the flow of Tanbo's chakra, Sasuke nodded to Boruto and the turtle. The trio leapt into the portal. The vortex slowly twisted and eventually vanished. Tanbo, his eyes still closed, suddenly smirked. Tricked you. With an unknown enemy lurking, how could I possibly seal my memories? I'm not stupid. I'll just make sure not to influence things too much. Release. The dense signals traveling through the neural filaments in his body flooded back into his brain. It wasn't that Sasuke's Sharingan had been useless, future Sasuke's visual prowess was indeed formidable. However, Tanbo had prepared a countermeasure long ago. Before meeting Sasuke, he had already cut off his brain's control over his body, switching to a neural-driven system. It was like converting a central CPU into a distributed cloud processing network spread throughout his entire body. Sasuke's disruption of the chakra in his brain had no effect. Choosing the wrong method makes all the effort go to waste. This was originally his first line of defense against Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi. His second was Heart Steel. I won't do anything to change the future, but Urashiki probably will, Tanbo mused. How he appears and when he appears, that's the question. He already had enough on his plate preparing for the Fourth Ninja War, now he had to add Urashiki to the list. Don't let me catch you, or you're definitely becoming a lab rat. No wonder I found a bureau in the future. I really do need subjects for experimentation. He rubbed his chin. Now that Sasuke and Boruto were gone, he needed to focus on the intel he'd gathered. He needed to develop jutsu specifically to counter this guy. Byakugan, Rinnegan, the Byakugan alone could see through chakra flow, and the Rinnegan had too many abilities. He was going to be busy again. Urashiki, just you wait. Take your time showing up. Not only am I going to use you as a test subject, but I'm also going to invite our great biologist, the one who will eventually turn over a new leaf, to perform a deep dissection on you. Tanbo was annoyed. Since his future self told him to stick to the original plan, it meant that was the optimal path. And the optimal path included letting Orochimaru kill the third Hokage and take Sasuke as a student. These were critical nodes. Eventually, Sasuke would kill Orochimaru, who would then be resurrected and drop the butcher's knife. He happened to need a scientist, so it all formed a perfect closed loop. Urashiki was destined to be a specimen. If worst comes to worst, I'll just learn the reanimated soul impurity, Edo Tensei, and bring the third out occasionally to check on Konohamaru. That's a great idea. Actually, he'd need to snag some of the third cells for the ritual. Everything for survival. Third, I'm sorry. I'll let you out for a stroll every now and then, if you don't mind. As for why he needed Orochimaru, Tanbo had realized his own scientific mind wasn't as professional as Orochimaru's. He was a genius at developing and learning ninjutsu, especially in release, but in pure science, he wasn't top tier. He relied on the wisdom of accumulated knowledge. Compared to a true natural like Orochimaru, he fell short. Trying to do what a natural genius does through sheer effort was twice the work for half the result. No wonder Boruto called him director. In the future, I'll create a technical development bureau. I'll be the director, and I'll hire Orochimaru as the deputy director and chief scientist. I'll be the associate chief. Then I'll bring in some other experts to do the grunt work. The more I think about it, the better it sounds. That way, I can retire from the front lines of Konoha and move to logistics. I'll have more time to do whatever I want. If I don't want to work overtime, I'll just apply for a project and take my time with it, saying I'm busy. With my strength and status, who would dare say anything? Whoa, no wonder my future self wanted to be a director. I'm a freaking genius. This is the perfect life for a salaryman like me. Tanbo felt better the more he planned. Otsutsuki Urashiki, you really do deserve to die. Urashiki, what the hell? We haven't even met yet. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, Nation vs. Nation. Chapter 228, Nation vs. Nation. They seem to have skipped out on the bill, they didn't pay. It was only after Sasuke and Boruto had departed that Tanbo Tobitake remembered I am mentioning the two customers who ate without paying. How was he supposed to explain that when he went back? Forget it, I'll just cover it for them. Consider it a fee for the intelligence they provided. With future Sasuke and Boruto gone, Tanbo watched as Konoha returned to its usual rhythm. The Chunin exams were still underway. Those who were training hard continued to do so. Outside the village, more and more people from other lands were arriving, preparing to watch the final round of the exams. They wanted to see the last survivor of the Uchiha, and more importantly, they wanted to gauge Konoha's current strength. When a client posts a mission, they prefer a village that looks powerful. Meanwhile, in between teaching Ino and Sakura, Tanbo began developing specific countermeasures and ninjutsu based on the information about Otsutsuki Urashiki. He was back to being busy. Specifically, he was focused on the forced execution stage of his jutsu. Aside from the tailored countermeasures, this jutsu was his main priority. As long as Urashiki arrived late enough for him to finish development, there wouldn't be much of a problem. After all, without absorbing a Ten-Tails, Urashiki was just a standard Otsutsuki. The Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the order in his hand from the Land of Fire. Why at a time like this? There is no other choice, the opportunity is too good to pass up. This is a plan the Land of Fire set in motion over a decade ago, Kohara Yuditane replied to Hiruzen. The timing is finally ripe, and the high-ranking officials in the capital believe there won't be any issues. Hamura Mitokado added, furthermore, this plan doesn't require much of Konoha's military strength. They only asked for Konoha to dispatch Tanbo Tobitake to lead a small team as support. Indeed, Koharu continued slowly. The opportunity is rare. Establishing diplomatic relations with the Land of Snow across the ocean isn't easy. The internal strife in the Land of Snow over 10 years ago was an opening the Land of Fire worked hard to seize. Now is the time to execute the long-term plan. Once the mission is complete, we gain an ally and significant economic benefits. Hiruzen raised an objection. This involves the power dynamics of an entire nation. Is it enough to send only Tanbo's squad and the personnel from the Land of Fire's Royal Guard? Missions between nations were never simple, especially when they involved a regime established through a coup. That is exactly why the high-level officials want Tanbo Tobitake. He is the best user of the mind-reading technique in the analysis division and possesses considerable strength. As long as intelligence gathering is thorough, and considering there is a resistance force within the Land of Snow plus their grown princess, if they can rally the people, the chance of success is high, Koharu explained. Will this draw the attention of other nations? Interfering in another country's internal affairs? Hiruzen was worried. The princess of the Land of Snow is the legitimate heir. She is simply using the Land of Snow's future funds to issue a mission to the Land of Fire. There is no need to worry about that, Hamura countered with his own perspective. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and fell into deep thought. When the vast majority of the Land of Fire's leadership agreed on something and was even willing to dispatch the Royal Guard, he, as the Hokage, found it difficult to refuse. The conditions weren't outrageous, just one high-level intelligence expert leading a small squad. Konoha's strength had largely recovered since the Third Shinobi War. One squad was perfectly feasible. Supporting a princess who had ties to the Land of Fire would yield immense benefits, whether through friendship or trade. For Konoha, helping reclaim the Land of Snow meant gaining a new source of mission requests, giving their ninjas more options and resources. No matter how he looked at it, this was a profitable venture. The only concern was whether the current ruler of the Land of Snow could be taken down. Phew. Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke. If the only worry was whether they had enough strength to put the princess back on the throne, then it wasn't a worry at all, it was a tangible benefit. Reply to the Land of Fire. I will have Tanbo clear his schedule. Koharu and Hamura both smiled. They were also surprised that the officials in the capital had planned this far ahead, starting the setup over 10 years ago. They bowed and left. Left alone, Hiruzen began flipping through the files on the Land of Snow. Had it not been during the Chunin exams, he would have preferred Kakashi's team for this, as Kakashi was the one who handled the mission there 10 years prior and was familiar with the terrain. However, Sasuke and Naruto were still competing, and as their teacher, Kakashi needed to supervise them. It wasn't that he doubted Tanbo's ability, but in international missions, familiarity with the region often ensured a smoother success. The underground base. Lord Danzo, the mission is set. A man in a cat-faced mask knelt before Danzo Shimura to report. Good. Now we just wait for the opportunity. Orochimaru, do not disappoint me, Danzo said. Behind him, Orochimaru, wearing a hood, chuckled. Don't worry. Once my plan is complete, you might just be the next Hokage. Isn't that your dream? Danzo was truly a man who would use any means to achieve his ends. He had actually managed to maneuver Konoha's important combat assets away. At the same time, Orochimaru had to admire the old fox. Danzo was meticulous and left him no room to maneuver against him. I look forward to your performance, Danzo said slowly as he walked away, disappearing from Orochimaru's sight. How interesting. If it weren't for the need to move that troublesome Captain Tanbo out of the way, I really wouldn't want to keep cooperating with that old fox, Orochimaru mused. He found men like Danzo, ruthless and impolite, quite distasteful. The training ground. Sasuke, won't you go on a date with me today? Okay. Hee, Sasuke, you're so good to me. Tanbo Tobitake watched the love-struck Sakura and felt speechless. It's just a simple genjutsu, is she really this immersed? He hadn't even put much effort into it. With her talent, she should have been able to break it instantly. He looked over at Ino, who was standing next to Sakura with a flushed face, seemingly acting spoiled toward some imaginary handsome guy. If they didn't have each other as rivals, these two wouldn't put in any effort at all, he sighed. Such a waste of talent. He turned his attention back to the knowledge of sealing jutsu in his hands. According to the intel on Urashiki, the enemy had a fishing rod tool that could hook and steal chakra. He absolutely could not allow that. Sealing jutsu was the most effective countermeasure. Back when he sealed a portion of Kurama Yakumo's physical tissue, he had wondered if the tissue would disappear once the genjutsu ended. As it turned out, it remained. The tissue was still preserved within his seal. This proved that sealing jutsu was truly useful. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, S-Rank Mission. Chapter 229, S-Rank Mission. The Hokage's Office. What? A mission to the Land of Snow. Tanbo Tobitake listened in shock to the new task Hiruzen Sarutobi was handing him. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. An S-rank confidential mission. You will lead a squad to escort the princess of the Land of Snow, Fujikaze Yuki, originally known as Princess Koyuki Kazahana, who has been in exile for over a decade, back to the Land of Fire. The objective is to eliminate the current usurper of the Land of Snow, Dodo Kazahana, and have Koyuki Kazahana succeed him as the rightful ruler. This news was genuinely staggering. Tanbo couldn't wrap his head around it. Wasn't this Kakashi's job? Why was it falling to him? He remembered that Kakashi was the one who handled the Land of Snow mission years ago. Surely he was more familiar with the situation. With just one squad? That seems impossible, doesn't it? As Tanbo's intelligence network grew, he had paid some attention to the Land of Snow. Unlike the Land of Waves, the Land of Snow had its own dedicated hidden village, the Snow Ninja. They were currently under Dodo Kazahana's control. It wouldn't be like the movies from his past life where there were only 3 or 4 ninjas total. Furthermore, ninjas weren't even their primary strength. The Land of Snow was a heavy industry nation, one of the most technologically advanced countries outside the Land of Lightning. Because they were located overseas and remained untouched by the Great Shinobi Wars, they possessed modern technology including railways. Tanbo was confident he could take down Dodo, but helping someone seize the throne. That wasn't a task for a single squad. Hiruzen smiled. Rest assured, besides our Konoha team, the Land of Fire's Royal Guard will provide a unit to support you. Your goal is to gather intelligence within the Land of Snow and hand it over to them. Additionally, intel suggests there is a resistance force inside the country waiting for Koyuki's return. You won't be fighting alone. They've been waiting for this chance for a long time. Tanbo sighed. All right. It's a good chance to see the world outside, I suppose. Lord Third, if this is heaven's will, then rest in peace. Tanbo really felt the world had a corrective force to it. When do we leave? Immediately. The sooner, the better. And my teammates? Tanbo asked. Hiruzen chuckled. Come in. The door opened, and 3 figures walked in. These are the new Chunin promoted last year. You know them. Shuya Goenji, Yudo Kido, and Jinsu Genda. Oh, it's you guys. Tanbo recognized them immediately. Last year, when he was the chief instructor, they were among the genin promoted to Chunin, and he had even taken them through his battlefield simulation special training. He'd even spent a bit of his own money on secret medicines for them. Yudo Kido spoke up, Captain Tanbo, please look after us on this mission. Genda and Goenji greeted him with equal respect. Last year's training had given them a deeper understanding of death and made them much stronger. They were genuinely happy to work with Captain Tanbo. MHM. Let's work well together, Tanbo nodded. He was quite satisfied with these 3. At 16, they were already Chunin and formed the backbone of Konoha's forces. Their talent wasn't bad, though Tanbo felt that having them there wouldn't change the outcome much. Their job was espionage and intel handover, after all. Hiruzen briefed them on the specific mission flow. All right, let's go. After the briefing, Tanbo led the 3 out of the office. I hope nothing goes wrong, Hiruzen thought. He wasn't worried about the mission's completion. He acknowledged Tanbo's intelligence-gathering abilities as superior to most ninjas in the village. He was simply worried that if the other great nations found out, it might spark a war. Even with a legitimate reason, war sometimes doesn't need a reason at all. Whoosh. Poof. Tanbo performed the shadow clone jutsu, sending a clone to handle loose ends, Sakura and Ino's training, and the upcoming Konoha Crush planned by Orochimaru. He had to ensure his family could escape if war broke out. His 3 teammates watched but said nothing, following closely behind him. Another mission. During the Chunin exams. That's terrible, Ayame complained when she heard the news. Lately, Ichiraku ramen had become incredibly popular, and even the main shop was busy enough to kill them. Now Tanbo was leaving again. Haha, can't be helped. It's an emergency mission, Tanbo said apologetically. It was indeed abrupt. He hadn't expected to be sent away for this right now. He was still researching how to counter Otsutsuki Urashiki, now he'd have to think about it while on the move. By the way, tell Tianyu and the others to pass on the training methods to Konohamaru's group. I'll train them together when I get back. Tianyu and Maki had mentioned a few days ago that they wanted to train with Konohamaru's team. Tanbo hadn't expected his kids to be so big-minded, looking out for people outside their own squad. Even more surprising was that they had reconciled with their former school rivals. Since it was the kids' request, he wasn't going to discourage them. Teaching one was the same as teaching 2. Besides, he wanted to see how far Konohamaru's talent could go. Ayame nodded. I understand. Just come back early once the mission is done. Smack. Tanbo gave her a quick kiss and laughed. Of course. I have a wife waiting for me at home, after all. He truly felt that happiness was found in the intimacy of a close-knit family. He felt more and more that the best thing he'd done since coming to this world was establishing his own family. Time spent with them was more joyful than any successful ninjutsu development. They said a home was a person's castle, and he firmly believed it. Without a family, he would be a piece of wandering duckweed in the shinobi world with no coordinates of his own, no different from Haiden or Kakuzu, living only for slaughter or money. All right, remember to tell Tianyu. I'll bring back some local specialties for you when I finish the mission. Tanbo gave Ayam a hug and then vanished with a poof. Honestly, just coming back safely is enough. Forget the local specialties, Ayam murmured, her eyes a bit red as she looked at the empty space where he had been. Chapter 230, the Take Torai Clan. Chapter 230, the Take Torai Clan. Screech. High in the sky, a giant eagle soared over a carriage traveling from the land of fire toward Konoha. Looking from afar, its destination appeared to be the capital of the land of fire. I finally get to experience the feeling of flying through the sky again. The free wind blowing against my face, it's truly comfortable. Yudo Kido spread his arms wide, savoring the headwind. Kido, once this S-rank mission is complete, you can ask a senior to help you capture a flying summoning beast, Genda joked with him. Kido sighed. It's not that simple. I've been looking for traces of flying summoning beasts for a long time and found nothing. Shuya Goenji snorted. Perhaps this trip to the land of snow is an opportunity. After all, their geographical environment is different from Konoha's. Then you're out of luck, Tanbo Tobitake interjected as he listened to them. The land of snow is a country where all 4 seasons are winter. Powerful flying beasts are extremely rare there, basically non-existent. He recalled encountering one back when he took Guy's team to the ocean for training, but he had slaughtered it after finishing his research on it. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll find one eventually, Kido sighed. Haha, alright. Let's organize our mission parameters now so we aren't scrambling later. As the captain, Tanbo had to set a good example. Ninjas had to check their equipment before setting out. However, he knew they wouldn't forget, they were already Chunin. He was just giving a reminder. Understood, Captain. The 3 didn't argue and began meticulously checking their ninja tools. Tanbo looked at the approaching capital of the land of fire with a hint of nostalgia. It had been a long time since he'd visited. As the most prosperous city in the land of fire, it had only grown grander over the years. The silhouettes of high-rise buildings were already taking shape. A massive wall enclosed the entire capital, and within Tanbo's perception, a giant barrier completely enveloped the city. He led his subordinates to land just outside the capital. Tiger boar dash. Poof. He unfurled a scroll, wove hand signs, and pressed his palm onto it, sending out a signal pulse. Genda and the others stood guard around him. They waited for about 15 minutes before a team moving stealthily appeared within Tanbo's perception. It was a squad of 15. So this is the Land of Fire's unit. Only 15 people. Even with a resistance in the Land of Snow, taking down a sitting monarch with just this seems a bit difficult, doesn't it? Tanbo mused. No one knew his full strength, even the Land of Fire high-ups likely viewed him as a powerful jonin, not some god-tier shinobi. Was this the plan they had set in motion over a decade ago? He was a bit skeptical. However, as the team drew closer, his perception registered that 5 of them possessed chakra levels exceeding Kakashi's. While chakra isn't the sole measure of a ninja's power, it certainly dictates their margin for error. I spoke too soon. If they have some secret techniques, they really might be able to pull it off. Tanbo felt he had judged too early. There were too many secret arts in the ninja world, the Land of Fire surely had some trump cards up its sleeve, perhaps even techniques capable of slaying a tailed beast like the Nine Tails. The longer he sat in the upper echelons of Konoha, the more he realized just how deep the water in the ninja world truly was. Whoosh! At the first sign of movement, Genda's trio turned their gazes toward the source, ready to strike. This was no small mission. Don't worry. It's the Royal Guard, Tanbo signaled them to stay calm. Tanbo Tobitake. The lead ninja had light brown hair parted down the middle. The 2 exchanged countersigns. Once confirmed, the other man spoke. I am Tensho Take Torai, former member of the Guardian Shinobi 12, now an instructor for the Royal Guard. I will be leading this unit to handle the combat side of this mission. The ninjas behind him stood in perfect discipline. So you're from the Take Torai clan. I've long heard of your reputation, Tanbo replied, surprised but polite. Let's move. Your team is responsible for espionage and establishing rapport with Princess Yuki. No problems there. For this operation, the Land of Fire's unit was the hard power, the combat. Tanbo's team was the soft power, the finesse. No problem. I look forward to a successful cooperation, Tanbo nodded. The Guardian 12 had disbanded, but he hadn't expected a member of the Take Torai clan to still be serving the daimyo in the Royal Guard. This clan was not to be underestimated. This was exactly why Tanbo felt the world was more complex than it seemed. The Take Torai clan had been renowned since the Warring States period and had been allies with the Hyuga clan for generations. Even now, the Hyuga clan head would often visit them to maintain ties. However, they operated as a one clan, one village entity. It seemed their political power was aligned with the daimyo's side, much like the Fire Temple. Zip. Zip. They began making their way toward the film crew where Koyuki Kazuhana was located. Because of the Royal Guard unit, Tanbo didn't continue flying, they moved in standard ninja fashion. They moved through the shinobi passages, so silent that even livestock didn't notice them. Tanbo-sensei, the Take Torai clan seems really powerful, Kido asked as they traveled. Tanbo nodded. Yes. They are a family that has existed since the Warring States period. They were a powerful group that once fought alongside the Hyuga against common enemies. I've never heard of them, but they definitely feel formidable, Kido noted with a look of realization. Of course they were. The clan was famous for its massive chakra reserves. While not as vast as the Uzumaki clans, they were still significant. It seems the Land of Fire is taking this very seriously, sending out a former Guardian 12 member, Tanbo thought. The Guardian 12 had collapsed due to internal strife. The radical faction, led by Kazuma, believed the Hokage shouldn't exist and wanted all power centralized under the state. The conservative faction, led by Asuma and Chiriku, fought back. The conflict resulted in many deaths and the eventual dissolution of the group. That was one of the reasons Asuma had returned to Konoha back then. Still, it was a good thing. Tensho Take Torai was a powerful ninja who would be a great asset. Ideally, Konoha would just handle the intel and not have to fight at all. Instructor, is that Tanbo Tobatake, the head of Konoha's analysis division? Is he really as legendary as they say? One of the Royal Guard members whispered to Tensho behind Tanbo. As someone capable of pursuing Itachi Uchiha, he naturally possesses strength, Tensho replied. I wonder if he has the ability to handle our new scientific ninja tools, the guard muttered, patting the gauntlet on his arm. Chapter 231, Chapter 231, The Journey. Chapter 231, The Journey. Konoha. Orochimaru licked his lips. He had already received intelligence that Tanbo Tobatake had left the village. Sarutobi-sensei, I shall let you witness how much I have grown. As time ticked away, the final stage of the Chunin exams was drawing near, and with it, the moment his grand plan would unfold. In the ravines. Summoning Jutsu. Naruto had been thrown off a high cliff by Jiraiya. In a moment of desperation, the chakra within his body condensed to an extreme degree. Poof. Jiraiya, why did you summon me in a godforsaken place like this? A giant toad appeared, legs splayed wide to avoid falling into the canyon floor. Naruto landed safely on its head. Jiraiya. Gamabunta roared, but there was no response. Seeing that Bunta had emerged, Jiraiya had already scurried away from the cliff edge and hidden himself. Crackle. Crackle. Sasuke gripped his right wrist with his left hand. Electric sparks flickered and shrieked with a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. He lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, thrusting his hand directly into the rock face in front of him. Screech. The Chidori sang, and the entire rock was pierced through. Not bad. But for now, you can only use this jutsu twice in a short period. Any more and your body won't be able to take it. You must analyze and choose the absolute best time to use it, Kakashi said, marveling at Sasuke's talent. It was truly terrifying. Ugh, how annoying. How could Tanbo-sensei just happen to run into an emergency mission right now? Ino lay on the grass, sighing deeply. She already missed the days when Tanbo-sensei was around. During his time, the progress she and Sakura made was visible to the naked eye. The feeling of knowledge entering her brain and then being put into practice made her feel like a genius. If their learning speed with him was a 5, practicing alone felt like a 1. The gap was massive. Sakura lay beside her. Yeah. I never thought I'd get strong this fast. I feel like maybe even Sasuke isn't my match anymore. Forehead girl, there's no way you're a match for Sasuke. You can't even beat me, Ino said disdainfully. Imagine thinking a few days under Tanbo-sensei makes you comparable to a genius like Sasuke. How naive. In Ino's heart, no one's talent surpassed Sasuke's, not even Tanbo-sensei's. Damn it, Ino pig. We're neck and neck. If you're so brave, stop using that secret technique and let's go again, Sakura barked. She knew she couldn't beat Sasuke and believed he was a true genius, but she hated hearing it from Ino. Ino smirked. Humph, Tanbo-sensei taught me that. It's not my fault you can't learn it. To fully master, Eye of the Creator, one needed to be a sensor type and know the mind-reading technique. Sakura lacked the sensory talent, which made Ino quite smug. Let's see how you compete with me for Sasuke now. They used to be equal, now, Ino felt she had the upper hand. Humph. I'm going back to practice. Sasuke will definitely be mine. Fueled by spite, Sakura resumed her training. Not wanting to be left behind, Ino followed suit. An alleyway in Konoha. What? You had a secret training method all along. No wonder I couldn't beat you. That's so unfair. Konohamaru looked at the documents Tianyu handed him, staring at the chakra exercise methods. They were actually more advanced than his own clan's methods. Moegi and Udon leaned in to look. Wow, incredible. This is our gift to you. We'll all train together when my dad gets back from his mission. For now, try practicing on your own. If there's something you don't understand, you can ask me, Tianyu said, feeling quite superior. If you ask me for help, I'll have the high ground. Konohamaru, you'll never beat me. He felt like a tactical genius. Konohamaru tucked the papers away. Since you gave me this, I, the grandson of the third Hokage, shall forgive you. With this, I'll definitely beat Tianyu's trio later. Even if you apologized, I'm still going to win. Good, good. Let's go eat. Want me to treat you? I've got money, Tianyu offered generously. Lately, his and his sister's pocket money had been increasing. They were no longer the kids who had to scheme just to buy a crystal shuriken toy. No thanks, let's go. In the middle of the vast ocean. A massive wooden ship was sailing through the waves, its sails unfurled. Cut. Good, good. Excellent performance. Miss Yuki's acting is getting better and better. The director looked at the footage, highly satisfied. Tanbo and his 3 teammates watched from the side. Miss Yuki's acting is really something. As expected of a superstar famous in multiple nations, Kido remarked. Yeah, I've watched her Princess Gale series so many times. Genda's eyes were practically sparkling. Goenji added, we should ask for an autograph when she takes a break. She really is beautiful. As they chatted, Fujike's Yuki's gaze inadvertently drifted toward them. Thank goodness for those Konoha ninjas. That captain is so handsome. Yuki looked at Tanbo, her face flushing slightly. A few days ago, while she was out scouting locations, she had been attacked by bandits. These Konoha ninjas had saved her. Specifically, the sight of the captain's back as he protected her had left her mesmerized. It was because Tanbo's mission was to escort the crew to the land of snow for filming that Yuki had found the courage to board the ship. She wanted to be near him, even if it meant risking discovery by Dodo Kazahana. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone back to the land of snow if her life depended on it. It was her lifelong nightmare, a place of tears she never wanted to revisit. The Konoha ninjas are amazing, the director's assistant whispered. They actually got Miss Yuki to stop avoiding the land of snow. She went from being completely unwilling to being eager. Beside him, Sandayu, watching Yuki's brilliant performance, nodded in agreement. Hiring Konoha was definitely the right move. He only hoped they could deal with the tyrant and liberate the people of the land of snow. In the shadows, Tensho Taketorai was keeping watch in secret. How did those Konoha guys do it? I didn't see them talk to the princess much. Why did she look like she'd known them for years the moment she saw them? One Royal Guard member asked curiously. Since the mission began, everything had been smooth sailing. The princess, who had been adamantly against the trip, seemed to fall under a spell the second she saw the Konoha squad and boarded the ship without a word. It made no sense. Tensho pondered. I suspect the princess is already under the Konoha captain's Genjutsu. If he achieved that with just a single glance, his strength is likely far greater than we imagined. What kind of Genjutsu can do that? Has he completely mind-controlled her? Even the legendary Sharingan is only supposed to be that effective. The guard was horrified. Chapter 232, Chapter 232, Nature. Chapter 232, Nature. On the deck of the ship. By the way, Captain, does she know you? How come the moment she saw you, it was like meeting an old acquaintance? Mondo asked Tanbo Tobitake. He was genuinely curious. It was one thing if the captain knew Miss Yuki Fujike's, but it felt more like the other way around. The captain is the most famous Genjutsu master in Konoha. I presume he placed Miss Yuki Fujike's under a Genjutsu. Though it's a bit of a breach of professional ethics, right, Captain? A glint of wisdom flashed beneath Yudo Kido's goggles. Shuya Goenji added, I thought so too. But the captain is incredible, his hand signs must have been so fast that we didn't even notice. Recalling the day they arrived at the film crew, they indeed hadn't seen the captain weave any signs when they first met Miss Yuki Fujike's. One-handed seals. I hid one hand, Tanbo admitted to his lack of ethics in using Genjutsu on an employer. He remembered from watching the series in his past life that this princess had a rather difficult personality, so he temporarily implanted a memory in her. He made her believe she had experienced a hero saving the beauty scenario, then used Genjutsu to lower her guard. He took her down easily. As everyone knows, ninjas have no professional ethics. That's amazing. Catching someone off guard without them even knowing. Mondo was full of admiration. As expected of Captain Tonbo. Then this makes things much easier for us. Next is the matter of intelligence. I wonder what the strength of the ninjas in the Land of Snow is like. Kido asked. For these ninjas who had just been promoted to Chunin, their understanding of the various parts of the world was still far too limited. The majority are snow ninjas. In terms of ninjutsu, most use ice style. Compared to the diversification of secret techniques used by foreign ninjas, the Land of Snow is quite monotonous in this regard. However, don't think they aren't strong just because they are monotonous, they still possess some real skill, Tonbo said. How strong is ice style? Even Hashirama could only run. Ice style. The entire force uses ice style. Mondo asked in shock. Shuya Goenji followed up, Sensei, your monotonous is a bit too monotonous. Ice style is a Kekkei Genkai, right? If the entire force has a Kekkei Genkai, is it enough to rely solely on those people from the Land of Fire? The fame of Kekkei Genkai wasn't limited to things like the Sharingan, other Kekkei Genkai were also ridiculously powerful. If the entire force used ice style, how could they fight? It felt like there was no chance of victory. How could there be a country where everyone has a Kekkei Genkai? I've never heard of such a thing. Kido considered himself well-read, yet he had never heard of a country where every ninja possessed a Kekkei Genkai. No wonder the Land of Fire wanted to send people to assist the princess of the Land of Snow in ascending the throne. If they succeeded, they would have a powerful ally. Haha, you're overthinking it. Don't be intimidated. Actually, their ice style is caused by the geographical environment of the Land of Snow. Once they leave the Land of Snow, their ice style loses its form, Tonbo explained. If the ninjas of an entire nation had Kekkei Genkai, they would have to be the size of the Uzumaki clan. If that were the case, the Land of Snow would be the sixth great nation, not huddled in a mountain corner where they have to import most of their food from the outside. Phew. That's good. Facing so many enemies with Kekkei Genkai would have been terrifying, Mondo sighed in relief. However, they only become weaker when they leave. That doesn't mean their strength within their own country is any worse than a normal Kekkei Genkai user. Before the three could finish exhaling, Tonbo's words tensed them up again. It was true, their objective was the Land of Snow, right on the enemy's home turf. This meant the enemy's strength would be at full capacity. Ugh. If there are masters among them, they might even be stronger than foreign ice-style Kekkei Genkai users. Because of their geographical environment, ice-related natural energy manifests outwardly. In other words, their ninjutsu utilizes natural energy to undergo various amplified changes, creating a pseudo-ice style. Tonbo felt the cold air gradually reaching his skin. They must have entered the Land of Snow's territory. Already researching cursed seals, he could clearly perceive the special energy spreading through the air at this moment. It was very distinct. Having mastered all basic elemental nature transformations, he could immediately sense the differences in these natural energies. It leaned more towards low-temperature properties. That was why he said if a genius appeared in the Land of Snow, they could be truly powerful within its borders. This was likely the hidden foundation of the Land of Snow. He recalled watching videos in his previous life where many Naruto fans argued over whether the ice style in the Land of Snow was an environmental issue or if they all had Kekkei Genkai. Now that he had entered the Land of Snow's region, he sensed that it was a territorial issue. And it wasn't a simple matter of low temperature, but a matter of natural energy. It was another group of people who could utilize natural energy. However, it was likely an indirect usage. They knew the laws and could develop ice-style ninjutsu, but they couldn't develop a sage mode. Or perhaps the natural energy of the Land of Snow, like that of the three great sage regions, possessed specific side effects that forced the people of the Land of Snow to use ice style as a substitute. Previously, he felt that very few people knew about natural energy, but he realized he had been misled by the original series. After researching the power of cursed seals recently, he specifically looked up data. Quite a lot of people actually know about natural energy. It's just that very few people can develop a sage mode or sage art. For instance, the Tsuchigumo clan's sage art, Fury, which was used to destroy villages during the Third War, and those stone toads at Mount Myaboku when Naruto was training, you don't even need other evidence. Those stone toads alone prove that many people know about natural energy. But he could also feel that the natural energy of the Land of Snow could not be absorbed, it would be very dangerous. Although he didn't know the exact nature of the danger, his intuition as a sensory ninja told him not to attempt to absorb this natural energy. The maximum limit would be to follow the Land of Snow's method and apply it to ninjutsu. Natural energy. The three were confused, hearing a new term again. MHM, natural energy. It exists in the sky, in the earth, and in every corner of the world. Those who can utilize this power are not to be underestimated. Understood. The three felt the pressure mounting again. This sounded terrifying, and it wasn't something taught at the Ninja Academy. Don't try to use this yourselves. It's very dangerous. Also, regarding the land of snow, besides ice style, they have other advantages. You must be careful, Tanbo advised. If one of them actually had such a thought and happened to have a bit of talent, getting tainted by the side effects would be GG. Ah, there's more. Indeed. The land of snow is most famous for its technological strength. According to intelligence, they developed chakra amplifiers over 10 years ago. They can perform powerful ninjutsu using half or even less chakra. In other words, with the same amount of chakra, they can use stronger ninjutsu more frequently. Tanbo continued to feed them intelligence bit by bit. At the same time, he was interested in the land of snow's chakra armor. His own chakra was already growing rapidly. If he could get a few sets to wear, wouldn't his margin for error be even larger? Chapter 233, Chapter 233, Snow Ninja. Chapter 233, Snow Ninja. Genda and the other two were stunned. Good grief, how does this sound so ridiculously overpowered? Amplifiers that boost ninjutsu and other advanced technologies, was this really a mission they could complete? The pressure mounted instantly. Haha, don't worry too much, Tanbo Tobitake said, deciding to stop teasing them. The number of ninjas in their country is actually limited. The land of snow is just a small nation with very little arable land. They simply can't support a massive ninja population, so you can rest easy. As he said, compared to Konoha, the number of ninjas in the land of snow was minuscule. The three exhaled in relief. So that's how it is. If the numbers weren't high, then with the captain, the land of fire's royal guard, and the snow resistance, they should be fine. There are roughly 500 ninjas under Dodo Kazahana's command. This is a conclusion drawn from the land of snow's geography and the volume of food supplies they import from overseas. The estimate shouldn't be far off, Tanbo added. The three felt their eyelids twitch. They really wanted to ask, are you sure we shouldn't be worried? What kind of concept was 500 ninjas? A single three-man squad could be overwhelmed in seconds. And the Royal Guard only had 15 people. No matter how they looked at it, the odds were terrible. Does the Resistance have a similar number, they wondered. The Resistance has about 100 ninjas, plus many strong civilians. Combined with us and the Royal Guard, we can handle it, Tanbo said, smiling as if sensing their anxiety. Captain, could you please finish the intelligence brief all at once next time? Yuto Kido muttered. It felt like the captain had a bit of a wicked sense of humor. Honk. Honk. Suddenly, the ship's horn let out a low drone. Something was ahead. A man ran over from the distance, shouting, ice. Iceberg. An iceberg has appeared ahead. As he shouted, the actors and the director stopped their work and rushed to the bow of the ship. A massive iceberg loomed over the sea, towering, majestic, like a continent made of ice. What a spectacular sight. It fits the scene in my mind perfectly. Get us closer, the director shouted excitedly. Director, wait. Let us investigate first, Tanbo stopped him. The director figured it made sense. Safety first when traveling. If Konoha ninjas were willing to scout, that was for the best. Meanwhile, Fujike's Yuki seemed to remember something upon seeing the iceberg. She quickly moved toward Tanbo and stood timidly behind him, staring at his back. Tanbo glanced at her. As long as she didn't cause trouble, it was fine. Kido, Goenji, Genda, reconnaissance. Yes, Captain. Swish. Swish. The three moved rapidly. As the ship neared the ice, they leapt down, sprinting across the surface of the water. As expected of ninjas, actually running on water. A non-ninja crew member watched them with envy. Yeah, if only we could film them. It's way more realistic than our special effects. Nice idea, but a pity they aren't part of the crew. The crew members sighed. They didn't have the aptitude to be ninjas, otherwise, they could use ninjutsu while acting and earn a fortune without needing post-production effects. The director, hearing the discussion, had a flash of inspiration. Cameraman. Quickly, capture their silhouettes. This might take our movie to the next level. It was a rare opportunity. The cameraman, being dedicated to his craft, quickly filmed their dash. Meanwhile, Tanbo extended his sensory range. He was certain the people of the land of snow had arrived. They had likely known of the princess's existence for a long time but hadn't dared to act within the land of fire. Now that she was within the land of snow's territory, she was a target. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Summoning jutsu, emperor penguins. Poof. 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 Yuto Kido bit his finger and released the jutsu the moment he landed on the ice island. Go. Patrol the perimeter for enemies. Quack. Quack. The penguins nodded, straightened their legs, and began sliding across the ice at high speeds. Meanwhile, Goenji and Genda utilized their ninja training to leap forward and investigate. Whiz. The moment they separated, ice caltrops rained down from above, hitting the ground and instantly sprouting into a forest of ice. Thanks to their high alertness, they dodged the initial strike, though Genda's arm was grazed, drawing blood. Konoha ninjas. Meddlesome fools. You can stay here forever. A squad of 4 stood coldly, looking down at the 3 who had boarded the island. Genda, Goenji, the enemy is here. Don't hold back, let's show the captain what we can do. Yudo Kido's eyes were serious, but as a former team commander, he entered a combat state instantly. Yes. Roger. Ah. There really are enemies. Thank goodness Konoha is here. On the ship, the crew was shocked to see the Konoha team suddenly under fire. They hadn't expected a movie shoot to involve so many ninjas. Which rival company dares to attack us? The director roared. In his mind, this was clearly corporate sabotage fueled by jealousy. He'd have to investigate his competitors when they got back. He'd been in the business a long time and had backing, he wouldn't let this slide. Beside him, Sandeya looked at the attackers and then at the princess. He walked to Yuki and said, "Miss, please go inside. Leave this to the Konoha ninjas." "No, I feel safer right here," Yuki said, her eyes fixed on Tanbo Tobitake, who stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching his teammates fight. "You're their captain, right? Don't you need to help them?" she asked, confused. "Our goal is to protect the film crew. I am staying to protect you. As for the enemy, those 3 will handle it." Tanbo's eyes never wavered as he watched the clash. He saw ninjutsu strike the snow ninjas, only to be deflected. Just as I thought. The scientific ninja tools of the land of snow are already at the forefront of the world, Tanbo mused. Among the 5 great nations, perhaps only the land of lightning could surpass the land of snow's technology in certain areas. It truly was a heavy industry powerhouse. Chapter 234, Brave Warriors, Fight. Chapter 234, Brave Warriors, Fight. Bang. Bang. Thud. Puff, puff, puff. Faced with the high-tech attacks of the snow ninja and their armor capable of deflecting strikes, the trio was panting heavily, their bodies covered in bruises. It was a difficult fight. They had attempted various tactics with shuriken and explosive tags, but against unknown technology with varying capabilities and 0 prior intelligence, they found themselves helpless. This lack of information rendered a ninja's usual methods ineffective. "Don't think you can beat us just like this. We can't let the captain look down on us," Genda shouted. "We've grown this past year too." Ha! After dodging another volley of ice caltrops, the 3 simultaneously wove hand signs to refine their chakra. The snow ninja, seeing them weave signs so quickly, knew they couldn't let the trio succeed and moved to intercept. The snow ninja also began casting. Augmented by their chakra armor, each member of the foreman squad prepared a technique. Twin Dragon Blizzard. Fire Style, Flame Tornado. Summoning Augmentation, Emperor Penguin No. 2. Secret Art, Iron Fist of the Demon God. Facing the powerful snow ninja, the 3 unleashed their ultimate moves at once. Ordinary ninjutsu was simply too ineffective against enemies equipped with chakra armor. Through the heat of battle, they had realized the armor's weakness, taijutsu. While the snow ninja's gear was designed to compensate for this flaw, the trio noticed that their auxiliary equipment was far less effective than the primary chakra armor. Thus, they brought out their high-level trump cards. Goenji's feet ignited, creating a trail of flames as if he had rocket boosters attached, allowing him to close the distance instantly. Facing the enemy's ice style, he spun in midair, fire-natured chakra coiling around his legs. The rapid rotation created a flame tornado that shattered the ice. His flaming feet slammed into 2 of the enemies. Bang. Bang. The 2 snow ninjas, along with their armor, were smashed into pieces by Goenji. Flesh flew, and blood splattered across the ice, staining the crystalline blue surface crimson. Huff, huff. Having finished the move, Goenji broke into a cold sweat. He glared at the remaining 2, gritting his teeth. This move took a massive toll on his reserves. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Kido wove signs for a summoning. 5 summoned penguins immediately shot forward, their rears emitting a sound like rocket propulsion as they broke through the snow ninja. Bang. Bang. Meeting the ice style head-on, the penguins shattered the jutsu and continued their charge toward the snow ninja. Damn it. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The snow ninja were shocked that their combined attack was broken in a single move. They reacted quickly, manifesting an ice wall to block the path. Puff, puff, puff. Under their collective casting, a massive wall of ice rose before the penguins. Tweet. The sound of a whistle echoed. The propulsion of the 5 penguins suddenly shifted, allowing them to curve around the massive ice wall. What? The 4 snow ninjas stared in shock. The attack was too fast and too close, all they could do was raise their arms in a desperate guard. But how could flesh and blood stop an attack that even ninjutsu couldn't block? Their armor was useless here, the penguins were summoned physical entities, this was a raw physical strike. Crunch. All four were shattered upon impact, exploding across the ice island. As the ice wall collapsed without chakra to sustain it, Kido could be seen in the distance looking haggard. The chakra consumption was clearly too high. Damn, this move takes too much chakra, Kido muttered, looking toward Goenji. Seeing that Goenji had only taken down 2 and had 2 left to face, he looked worried. Forcing himself past the exhaustion of his secret technique, he prepared to help. The illusory iron fist looked almost solid. Facing the ice style, Genda thrust his fist forward in a left hook. The phantom behind him mirrored the movement, crushing the ice and smashing toward the snow ninja. Boom. The 4 snow ninjas tried to use an ice wall as well, but under Genda's iron fist, they were flattened into meat pies. Only then did the phantom behind Genda slowly dissipate. Goenji. Genda looked toward his teammate. Seeing 2 enemies still standing while Goenji was vulnerable, his face filled with concern. He prepared to rush over despite his exhaustion. Die. The 2 remaining snow ninjas snapped out of the shock of their comrades' deaths and glared at Goenji with predatory eyes. One pointed his hand at Goenji. Zip, zip. Ice caltrops were launched, closing in on him. Goenji's pupils shrank. Whoosh. Clang. Clang. Squelch. A flash of cold light flew by, slicing through the ice caltrops and cutting both snow ninjas in half. A dark shadow appeared in front of Goenji, holding a katana. Can you make it back? Tanbo Tobate's voice came from the figure. Goenji looked at the unfamiliar black-clad ninja, but from the voice, he guessed it was the captain's doing. In the distance, Genda and Kido sighed in relief. Decent strength, and good trump cards. Tanbo retracted his Eye of the Creator technique. Looking at the 3 returning subordinates, he showed a satisfied expression. In the future, these 3 could at least become special jonin. At their age, they were already quite impressive. Having only been chunin for a year, they had plenty of room to grow. He then looked up at the sky. A massive airship was hovering in the clouds. After his team finished the enemies, it slowly began to sail away. Tanbo's keen eyes could see someone on board who looked very much like Nadar Roga from the original story. Are they going back to prepare? The attack just now was likely just a probe. But they were certainly ruthless, they stood by and watched their own men die. Tanbo could tell that without the chakra armor, those enemies only had the strength of genin with very poor combat experience. Otherwise, with that technology and a bit more skill, they could have easily defeated the trio. This also showed that chakra armor was quite a mature technology in the land of snow, allowing a genin to fight with the margin of error of a chunin. Good job. Keep it up. Tanbo said to the returning 3. Yes, Captain. The 3 smiled. They had finally been of use, their performance was likely acceptable. Incredible. As expected of Konoha ninjas. Now we can go up and film, the director said, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the footage captured by the cameraman. He had his material, and he didn't even have to pay for special effects. No, that won't be possible, Tanbo interjected. As if on cue. Rumble. The ice island seemed to lose its structural integrity and began to crack, sinking into the depths of the ocean. The displacement triggered a massive surge in the waves. Turn the rudder. Now, the director screamed. Rumble. The helmsman worked desperately to turn the ship to run with the waves. Tanbo sighed and secretly manipulated a giant whale beneath the surface to stabilize the vessel. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, Konoha Crush. Chapter 235, Konoha Crush. Konoha Village. Bang. Bang. A large group of foreign ninjas broke through Konoha's outer defenses and launched an assault on the village. Simultaneously, 3 massive giant snakes appeared within the walls. Boom. 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 Damn it, shuriken are useless against creatures of this size. The Konoha ninjas looked on with grim expressions. Dealing with massive summoning beasts like these was always a nightmare. Right at that moment, several chains streaked across the sky, binding one of the giant snakes and rendering it unable to move. That's the barrier division's phantom sealing chains. It can only seal one life form, we have to stop the others. With one snake neutralized, the Konoha ninjas felt a surge of morale and launched a fierce counterattack on the remaining 2. Whoosh. Another squad arrived on the scene. Seeing the gargantuan serpents, Marino Ibiki turned to Mibu Shinobu. Those are huge. This is a problem. Shinobu, do it. Mibu Shinobu nodded and wove hand signs. Eye-opening touch, pangolin. Rumble. A massive pangolin rose from the earth, lunging forward to grab one of the snakes, and the 2 beasts began to grapple. Captain, I can only control one. You have to watch my back. Mibushinobu called out after releasing the jutsu. He couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, he had only learned a half-baked version of the technique. Lacking the reverse application of the mind-reading technique, he had to manually control the summon. For now, he could only stall the giant snake, unable to deal lethal damage. However, that was his goal, to minimize the destruction caused by the beast. Hachi, look after him. I'll deal with the other one, Ibiki ordered his other subordinate. Understood. The land of snow, Monarch's Manor. Tanbo Tobitake moved through the halls as if he were in an uninhabited land. The snow ninja guard seemed completely unaware of his presence. This manor is huge. Before a guard could even react, Tanbo placed a hand on the man's head. The long-absent, time-space tunnel appeared once more, and a flood of memory fragments poured out. Tanbo quickly found the intelligence he was looking for. He now understood why their chakra armor hadn't blocked his genjutsu. At its core, the current armor was just an amplifier. It required the ninja to actively trigger it and refine chakra for it to function. Armed with this knowledge, he moved through the manor like an invisible ghost. His teammates had stayed behind with the resistance forces. This time, Tanbo had been a bit selfish, since this mission didn't involve the growth of Naruto or Sasuke, he had used his techniques on his employer. The current Koyuki Kazahana was now a woman determined to save the land of snow. Mondo and the other two were responsible for her safety, while the royal guard waited for Tanbo's intel before launching their final assault. Boom. 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 Battles erupted all over Konoha. Irika led the students toward the shelters, while nearby ninjas acted as their guards. Damn it. We're supposed to be ninjas, but Irika-sensei won't let us go out and fight, Tianyu sighed. They were already quite strong. We're too young. Besides, the village seems to have it under control, Wataru said beside him. Maki added, I wonder if Mom and the others are okay. Rather than fighting, she was worried about her family's safety. Of course they are. Grandpa is really strong too, Tianyu reassured her. Don't let the fact that I only have one hand fool you, taking you lot down is still easy. Faced with the enemy, Tobitake Tozii pulled a wire with his right hand. The ground flipped open, launching a volley of shuriken that killed several sand ninjas attempting to attack civilians. Around him, a group of residents followed his lead toward the shelters. Whiz. Whiz. He remained calm and collected. His mastery of shuriken and kunai was exquisite, and his taijutsu was so fluid it was almost art, showcasing decades of combat experience. He only used ninjutsu occasionally when facing a particularly strong foe, as his chakra reserves were limited. Clang. This proxy license my son gave me is actually quite useful. As expected of my boy, he inherited my genes, Tozii mused. He could feel a steady stream of combat inspiration flowing from his mental space. Using his base strength, he cut down enemy after enemy. He never expected that, after being retired for so many years, he would have another day on the battlefield. In the forests of Konoha, Shikamaru wove a sign. 8 sound ninjas were caught simultaneously in his trap, their shadows linked and frozen. Caught in a trap. It's useless. You can't hold this jutsu for long, the sound ninja said, showing no fear. To them, alone Shikamaru was a weakling. Shikamaru smirked. Are you waiting for your teammates in the shadows? The sound ninjas froze. He analyzed that. But it didn't matter. Thud. Suddenly, a body fell from the trees, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. A figure appeared on a branch above them. There's also me. Whoosh. Ino didn't waste words. Under the terrified gazes of the sound ninjas, her shuriken pierced their throats. Shikamaru released his shadow possession jutsu. Ino, your stealth is getting incredible. That special training with Captain Tanbo really paid off, he praised. Of course. I've been working really hard, Ino said proudly. A month of effort hadn't gone to waste. Should we pursue them? No, we need to stay here to block any potential reinforcements. We'll leave the rest to Naruto and the others, I trust their strength, Shikamaru decided. He figured that as long as they cut off the enemy's backup, Sasuke's group would be fine. Bang. Bang. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Reanimation Jutsu. The battle between teacher and student was incredibly fast. From the initial dialogue to the arrival of the first and second Hokages, less than a minute had passed. Tanbo Tobitake, you were the one behind the scheme to lure him away, weren't you? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Even facing the legendary Hokages, he showed no fear. But what pained him more was the realization that there was a traitor within Konoha, or perhaps within the high command of the Land of Fire. At this critical juncture, moving Konoha's key combat asset out of the village was a calculated move. Yes, that guy is indeed a nuisance. But for now, Teacher Sarutobi, focus on the fight. Let me show you the results of my years of research, Orochimaru replied, not bothering to deny it. Danzo really is a piece of work, he thought. The Land of Fire. In a hidden Akatsuki base, Itachi looked at the intelligence report in his hand. Kisame was doing the same. That Orochimaru is certainly busy. No wonder the leader is always hunting him. He might actually cause some trouble for the leader's plans, Kisame remarked. They had just received word that Konoha was under joint attack by the Sound and Sand. Is Konoha really going to fall? Kisame mocked. Faced with two villages attacking their home soil and Orochimaru's insider knowledge, he wondered how they would cope. No. Even with Tanbo Tobitake gone, Konoha's foundation is not that simple. Kisame, get ready. We're going to Konoha. Oh. Going for the Nine Tails. It's a perfect time with Tanbo gone. To be honest, that guy actually scares me a bit. Tanbo being sent away on a mission was also in their intelligence. To Kisame, Tanbo was the most troublesome person in Konoha, even more so than the third Hokage. Chapter 236, The Return Journey. Chapter 236, The Return Journey. The Land of Snow. Charge. Kill Dodo Kazahana and help the princess reclaim her throne. Ice Style, Eternal Blizzard. Facing the standing army of the Land of Snow, over 100 ninjas from the resistance released a massive combined ninjutsu. A localized avalanche of ice and snow swept toward the monarch's manor. Naive. Against absolute power, all resistance is futile, Dodo Kazahana sneered as he watched the oncoming storm. His subordinates simultaneously released their own ice-style techniques to intercept the Eternal Blizzard. Augmented by their chakra armor and superior numbers, the regular army made short work of the resistance's desperate attack. Earth-style, Crushing Stone Array. Just as Dodo was reveling in his perceived victory, 15 figures surrounded the monarch's manor. The royal guard wove signs in unison, forming numerous barrier seals as runes drifted through the air. As soon as they spoke the incantation, countless jagged rocks manifested out of thin air. Whiz. Whiz. The stones rained down like cannonballs into Dodo's ranks. Squelch. Numerous snow ninjas fell in an instant. Even with chakra armor, it was useless against a concentrated, high-velocity physical impact of this scale. Earth-style, multi-pillar rain. Massive stone pillars descended from the sky, targeting Dodo's position. This was the result of the intelligence Tanbo Tobitake had gathered. Roar. Faced with such a wide-range assault, Dodo could no longer remain passive. Ice-style, Twin Black Dragon Blizzard. Two black dragons manifested, spiraling around Dodo and shattering every incoming stone pillar. Beside him, high-ranking ninjas like Nadar Roga also began to show their true strength. Boom. 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 The royal guard is amazing. Genda watched the spectacle, utterly stunned. As expected of the daimyo's protectors. This level of power would be a suppressive force even on a World War battlefield. Yuto Kido remarked. Tanbo Tobitake nodded. MHM. The Take Torai clan lives up to its name. This level of strength would make them elites even in Konoha. Having lived in this world for so long, he was finally seeing the top-tier power of the Land of Fire outside of Konoha. It was indeed formidable. An attack of this magnitude could likely wipe out an average hidden village. The intensity was also staggering. Combined ninjutsu was a field Tanbo hadn't explored much personally. Though he had memories from Iwagakure ninjas and understood the synchronization keys, he was just one man. Group ninjutsu required a team. It was fascinating to observe. As for the snow ninjas, their techniques were indeed infused with natural energy. During the casting process, they drew in ambient energy to form the unique ice style of the Land of Snow. As Tanbo's perception grew and his research into cursed seals deepened, his ability to enter a meditative state allowed him to sense natural energy with increasing clarity. Perhaps with more experimentation, I can develop my own sage arts or sage mode, he thought. There's still the unknown threat of Urashiki Otsutsuki to consider. I need to speed up the pace. Tanbo had originally wanted to explore the Land of Snow further, but the thought of Urashiki was like a weight on his chest. Until that threat was neutralized, he couldn't shake the feeling that Konoha was at risk. He didn't care about himself, but his family, his wife, and his children were lines he would never allow to be crossed. Genjutsu, Hypnosis. During his earlier infiltration, Tanbo had already planted seeds of Genjutsu within several snow ninjas. Since today was the final battle, it was time to trigger them. What are you doing? Die. Bastard, we're on the same side. Die. Clang. Clang. Squelch. A portion of the snow ninjas fighting the resistance suddenly turned their blades on their own comrades. In an instant, their formation collapsed into bloody chaos. The resistance was overjoyed, though they didn't understand why the enemy was self-destructing, they seized the opportunity. Damn you, Land of Fire. Are you not afraid of a joint trial by the other nations? Interfering in the internal affairs of another country is a death wish. Dodo roared. He knew Yuki didn't have this kind of power, it had to be the Land of Fire's intervention. Tensho Take Torai chuckled. Don't worry. It will be over quickly. Earth-style, resonating abyssal prison. He clenched his hand. The runic seals connected to the ground, linking the chakra of all 15 guards. Rumble. The rocks previously shattered by Dodo were suddenly detonated by the surging energy of the earth itself. Boom. The deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. Everyone turned to look toward their monarch's position. He was gone, hidden behind a wall of explosions and dust. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left, not even scrap meat remained, only faint traces of blood. The chakra technology the Land of Snow took such pride in was nothing but dust against such an attack. Hiss. Truly not to be underestimated. That was a technique that drew upon terrestrial energy, essentially a sage art. I didn't expect the royal guard to possess such a thing, Tanbo observed. But it was over. The Land of Snow mission was practically complete. Several days passed. The new monarch of the Land of Snow, Koyuki Kazuhana, took the throne with Sandayu as her advisor. They expressed their deepest gratitude to the Konoha team. Koyuki even attempted to persuade Tanbo to stay in the Land of Snow by offering him a position as her consort. Faced with such a temptation, Tanbo simply inserted a memory modification to erase those specific romantic notions from her mind, leaving only a deep professional respect for Konoha's contribution. I'm a married man. Trying to seduce me. Dream on, Tanbo muttered. He wasn't someone who lived solely for his base instincts. Other traversers might have played along and then wiped her memory before running off, but Tanbo Tobate considered himself a man of integrity. That said, even a man of integrity has his schemes. He went and captured the scientists responsible for the chakra armor and other technologies. Using Genjutsu, he hollowed out their knowledge and copied all their data. He planned to establish a technical development bureau in the future and serve as its first director. It was best to start preparing now. The war-torn Land of Snow didn't even notice the theft. With this data, Konoha wouldn't have to start from scratch. Additionally, he read the memories of countless fallen snow ninjas to acquire their ice-style techniques. Even if they were regionally dependent, they were invaluable research materials for manipulating natural energy. Thank you for your support. I hope our cooperation continues in the future, Sandayu said, standing with Koyuki on the pier. The film crew was ready to head back. By now, Koyuki's feelings for Tanbo had been completely neutralized. Tanbo felt there was no need to control her like Obito controlled Yugura, a simple mental adjustment was enough. Goodbye. The sails unfurled, and the ship began its voyage home. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Acting Hokage. Chapter 237, Acting Hokage. Konoha, Hokage's office. As you can see, Konoha suffered heavy losses in this battle. Lord 3rd Hokage is dead. Tanbo Tobate had just returned to Konoha to report the completion of his mission when the two elders, Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu, summoned him. They informed him truthfully of the village's current situation. Tanbo wasn't surprised, he had long been prepared for this. The hidden safeguard he left for his family, the proxy license, had been used by his father, Tobate Tozai. This meant his family was safe. As for the others, he could only offer a silent prayer. What about Kakashi and the others? Tanbo asked. Kakashi is currently bedridden, Udatain Koharu replied. He fought to repel an incursion by Akatsuki, specifically Uchiha Itachi and the Kirigakure rogue ninja, Kisame Hashigaki. Tanbo frowned. That is, truly not good news. Do the elders have any further instructions? If not, I'd like to go home and see my family. He had been away for nearly a month. He wondered if the two little ones had been terrified. He hadn't started honing their minds with Genjutsu yet, they were still too young. He worried the war might have left a scar. We do, Udatain Koharu continued. Due to the death of the 3rd Hokage, the position is vacant. We initially wanted Jiraiya to succeed him, but he refused, claiming he wasn't suited for it. He has already left with Naruto to find Tsunade and convince her to take the mantle. In the interim, the vacancy in Konoha must be filled to handle the reconstruction efforts. We have noted your capabilities, and the High Command of the Land of Fire agrees. We want you to serve as the acting Hokage. The news hit Tanbo like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned. Since when did he have the qualifications to be Hokage? What happened to the tradition of master teaching disciple? What was his status? A commoner, at best a bit stronger than average. And he hadn't even revealed just how strong he actually was. The two elders should be more than capable of handling the village's administrative affairs, right? An acting Hokage seems unnecessary, Tanbo declined. Being Hokage meant dealing with too much paperwork. He'd much rather stay home and relax. Mitokado Hamura barked, Tanbo. Making you the acting Hokage is to familiarize you with the position and its responsibilities. Once you have enough seniority, you will eventually take over from Tsunade. This is about grooming you. He looked at Tanbo with a "why can't you be more ambitious" expression. Why was everyone like Jiraiya? This wouldn't do. If he wouldn't volunteer, they'd force him. Udatane Koharu shared the sentiment. Exactly. Konoha is in a difficult period. Do you intend to shirk your responsibility? Does this live up to your will of fire? Tanbo scratched his head. There it was, the will of fire. Even he hadn't used that line in a while, and now the two elders were throwing it at him. Fine. But I'm only temporary. My personality isn't suited for being Hokage. Also, I'll need Senior Shikaku to help me. Tanbo relented. He really didn't want the job. Historically, things didn't end well for Hokages. The first died of unknown causes, the second was killed, the third was murdered by his student, the fourth died in the Ninetales incident, the fifth lost her lover and then Jiraiya, the 5.5th Danzo died in a quest for revenge, the sixth stayed single until old age, and the seventh was equally tragic. It was like a cursed buff. He wondered if the eighth, Shikamaru, could handle it, but it seemed unlikely. You don't need to ask. We, including Shikaku, will help you. Do your job well, Konoha needs your strength, Kohara said. All right. I've just returned from a mission, so I'm going home first. Without waiting for a response, Tanbo vanished before the two elders. Now, I'm the Hokage. Really, another slacker, Udatane Kohara sighed. Why were all the people capable of being Hokage so strange? Either they had odd tempers, weird hobbies, or simply no interest in the position. Indeed. Since the fourth passed, there truly hasn't been a perfect candidate for Hokage, Hamura agreed. They couldn't be blamed for not choosing a fifth for so many years, even now with the third dead, they had to settle for the older generation Sannin. There was simply no successor ready. Pushing aside the thought of how to be an acting Hokage, Tanbo first went to get a haircut, tidied his appearance, and bought a bouquet of lilacs. He headed home with a smile. However, the moment he arrived, his smile faltered. Before him stood a house that looked like it had been patched together like old clothes. Daddy's back. As he reached the door, Tianyu and Maki rushed out, throwing themselves into his arms. A moment later, Ayam stepped out as well. What happened? Tanbo asked, handing the flowers to Ayam. The house was damaged during the ninja battle, Ayam said, keeping a positive attitude. Their family had plenty of money, after all. Those guys went too far. They wrecked our house. When I grow up, I'm going to beat the crap out of them. Tianyu was furious. His toys had been destroyed, valuable, collectible toys. I see. As long as everyone is safe, that's all that matters. We can fix the house, Tanbo said. Seeing that his wife and children weren't traumatized made him feel better. Many surrounding houses were in similar states, undergoing emergency repairs. Of course everyone is safe. I was here, wasn't I? While they were having their moment, Tobitake Tozii stepped out, chest puffed out proudly. He had certainly made a grand showing during the attack. That's right. With Dad here, the family has a full sense of security, Tanbo complimented. Since you're back, I'll tell you all about my glorious deeds. But that proxy thing, give me 2 more. That thing is incredibly useful, Toa said, basking in his son's praise. They cost over 10 million each. Do you think they're cabbages? Tanbo rolled his eyes. The price of chakra metal fluctuated wildly, but it was never cheap. What? Dad, you're going to be the Hokage. Tianyu and Maki screamed when Tanbo mentioned his new role. So until the fifth returns to take over, I might be a bit busy. The time I spend teaching you ninjutsu might be significantly reduced. Plans change. Yay. That's awesome. Tianyu and Maki were so happy they were jumping. Their dad was the Hokage. What would Konohamaru have to say now? Now we're the Lord Hokage's children, and Konohamaru is just the Hokage's grandson. However, they quickly realized the third Hokage had just died. It was better not to provoke Konohamaru yet. They'd wait until his mood improved before teasing him. Tanbo could see the mischief brewing in their eyes. They were definitely planning how to brag. Konoha Hospital. Tanbo found Kakashi's room and walked in, carrying a basket of apples. Even though you can't eat these yet, I can at least give your body a checkup. Tanbo wove a sign, and sensory threads emerged from his hand, covering Kakashi. Chapter 238, Chapter 238, Tears. Chapter 238, Tears. By the hospital bed. As expected of Kakashi, a genius who has been on the battlefield since he was a child. His neural cells are far more active than a normal person's. Tanbo Tobite carefully examined Kakashi's body. Kakashi was suffering from a mental breakdown, which had resulted in his comatose state. While Tanbo was a professional in this field, he decided to leave the final treatment to Tsunade. He would simply ensure that Kakashi's physical condition was stabilized. Why do this? To welcome Tsunade as the fifth Hokage, of course. To prevent Tsunade from pulling any stunts, like making him continue as acting Hokage, he decided to leave the credit for this miraculous recovery to her. Kakashi was going to be bedridden plenty of times in the future anyway, missing this one recovery wouldn't hurt. However, while probing Kakashi's body, Tanbo discovered that the Sharingan in his eye was draining his chakra even in this state. This was one of the reasons the coma was being prolonged. Kakashi's Sharingan was fundamentally different from Sasuke's. From its construction to the nature of its chakra, there were subtle variations. Tanbo also figured out why Kakashi couldn't deactivate the eye. It was due to mutual rejection between the body and the eye. To the body, the Sharingan was a foreign object, to the Sharingan, the body was foreign. But since the Sharingan required chakra to maintain its state, it created a situation similar to the theory behind Tanbo's Eye of the Creator. It was all about the ratio of physical energy to spiritual energy. When the two are unbalanced, the system craves the energy of the missing side. Currently, the Sharingan's spiritual energy ratio was too high, so it constantly drained Kakashi's physical energy to find balance, resulting in his notoriously low chakra reserves. This is another excellent research topic. One has to admire Orochimaru's expertise, Tanbo mused. The technology required to balance the energy between Hashirama cells and the Sharingan was truly impressive. Fortunately, Tanbo felt he was even more impressive now, although he hadn't obtained Hashirama cells for comparison yet, he could estimate that his current physical strength was immense. After collecting Kakashi's physical data, Tanbo's hands blurred into a series of rapid signs. Countless sealing formulas manifested as runes, spreading across Kakashi's body. He used a hidden method to seal his specialized sensory nerves within Kakashi's Sharingan. Tanbo didn't know if the plot would follow the original path where Madara steals Kakashi's eye, but it didn't hurt to leave a safeguard. He was wealthy in chakra now and could afford the expense. In a supernatural world, surprises were common, utilizing information as a ninja was simply good practice. Alright, all set. Sleep well, Kakashi. You're going to be very busy later. Konoha, Tianyu's secret training ground. Konohamaru walked alone under the shade of the trees, without his usual Konohamaru core following him. His eyes were lonely, devoid of his past liveliness. Grandpa. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the training ground where he had reconciled with Tianyu and the others. After receiving the training insights Tianyu had gifted him, he had worked very hard. Until. This wasn't the first familiar place he had wandered to today. He had sent Moegi and Udon away because he wanted to be alone. Thud. Thud. Clang. Clang. Suddenly, sounds of combat reached his ears. Konohamaru peered through the gaps in the bushes. He saw two figures locked in fierce combat. Wataru, take this. Iron Fist. Dragon Scale Sword. Bang. Konohamaru drew closer. It was Tianyu and Wataru training, while Maki watched from the side, a lollipop in her mouth. Tianyu's improved again. So strong. Wataru, in case anyone ever invades Konoha again, we have to strike back with our own fists, Tianyu said firmly. We have to train. Next time, we won't hide in a shelter waiting for adults to protect us. Big brother is right, Maki chimed in. We have to protect the village and save everyone. We can't be like Konohamaru, acting all depressed and skipping training. In the future, we'll have to protect people like him. Tomorrow, let's bring Moegi and the others along. Just because Konohamaru isn't training doesn't mean we should let them fall behind. Well said, sister, Tianyu added. We'll get strong and protect Konohamaru. He's not even fit to be our rival anymore, just crying all day and doing nothing useful. Yeah. Like dad and grandpa, we'll protect mom and the family. No more crying. Listening to their conversation, Konohamaru's fists clenched. What do you know? You don't know anything. Thinking of his grandfather, tears began to fall from Konohamaru's eyes. But then, he remembered his grandfather's words. Konohamaru, if you want to be Hokage, you have to protect everyone. It's not enough just to beat your grandpa. You have to train hard. His grandfather's kind smile surfaced in his mind. Caught between the grief of loss and the weight of those teachings, the retort he wanted to scream at Tianyu died in his throat. Wiping his tears, Konohamaru slowly retreated. Once Konohamaru was far away, the three children stopped their act. Tianyu asked, was that too much? What if it makes things worse? Maki replied, based on his personality, he really admires Lord Third. In his lectures, Lord Third always said that to be Hokage, you must protect your comrades. saying that should stir his spirit, right? Wataru suggested, Tianyu, Maki, should we go back and ask Captain Tanbo? The three had staged the dialogue the moment they sensed Konohamaru approaching. Seeing their rival so dejected made them feel uneasy as well. Good idea. I'll ask when I get home. We can't let Konohamaru stay this way, Tianyu said. Exactly, Maki nodded. If there's no strong rival when we grow up to compete for the Hokage seat, winning wouldn't mean much at all, would it? Meanwhile, Tanbo Tobitake had arrived at the third Hokage's grave. He placed a bunch of chrysanthemums down. My condolences. The third died as a hero in battle. A legendary end, wasn't it? Tanbo said to Asuma, who was sitting before the grave. Yeah, it's a ninja's fate. I realized that long ago, Asuma said, reaching for a cigarette but then putting it back. I was just a rebellious kid. I spent so little time with the old man. Now that I think about it, I actually miss the days we spent arguing. I hated him then, he wanted to control everything, yet because he was Hokage, he never had time for the family. Haha. I think I finally understand a bit about what the king is. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, Power and Responsibility. Chapter 239, Power and Responsibility. Hokage's Office. Thud. A massive stack of documents landed in front of Tanbo Tobitake. Because of the attack on Konoha, there is much to be done. You are responsible for processing all of this, Udatane Koharu said. Mitokado Hamura added, indeed. This is a difficult time for Konoha, and we are short-handed. Otherwise, we wouldn't have asked you to serve as acting Hokage. Tanbo sighed. Looking at Shikaku Nara beside him, who wore a similarly troubled expression, he had no choice but to start working. So many documents, what a drag. He wasn't exactly a political genius. Post-war damage reports. Funds for housing repairs. Border movements, enemies attempting to test Konoha's strength. Spies within Konoha. From minor reconstruction details to major incidents affecting international relations, everything passed before Tanbo's eyes. Troublesome. That was his first thought. Once Tsunade returned, he had to find a way to ditch this title as quickly as possible. Any excuse would do. However, through these documents, Tanbo gained a clear view of the current global situation. Following Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan, borders across various nations were beginning to stir. They were already covertly increasing troop deployments. If Konoha showed even a hint of weakness, other nations would invade immediately. The test of a Hokage's ability was how to avoid exposing that weakness. This was Tanbo's primary task. Fortunately, with a figure like Tanbo Tobitake sitting in the Hokage's seat, even temporarily, other nations hesitated to be too arrogant. One could only imagine the pressure Tsunade would face when she officially succeeded. The Land of Water was fine for now, they were in a period of weakness themselves and didn't dare reveal the fact that they lacked a Mizukage. However, according to Umbu intelligence, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth were already amassing troops at the borders. Other smaller nations were also waiting for specific intelligence from their spies before taking action. But Tanbo's immediate priority was to familiarize himself with the identity of the Hokage. He needed to coordinate with Umbu and other departments and gain a thorough understanding of the village's various codes. Every department had its own specific signals as well as general ones, a system established by every Hokage to prevent a spy from taking down the entire village with a single piece of intelligence. Tanbo glanced at Shikaku and the two elders helping him. This was so tedious. He wanted to use shadow clones to process the work, but with the two elders watching, he didn't want to appear too extravagant. Even the third hadn't been that flashy. If Danzo or Tsunade found out, it would just lead to more trouble. That evening, Tanbo returned home and stretched his sore muscles. You're back. I saw him enter and quickly came over to massage his shoulders. You're the Hokage now. How is it? Is the pressure too much? Tanbo smiled. Haha, just acting Hokage. The pressure is manageable, it's just that processing all those documents is a pain. I'll get used to it. Today was just a small appetizer, familiarizing himself with the duties and solving simple problems. For major international issues, he provided the initial suggestions, while Shikaku and the two advisors performed more detailed analysis. The two elders weren't foolish enough to leave everything to a newcomer just yet. That's good. But I feel like there hasn't been much of a stir. Shouldn't the appointment of a Hokage be announced to the villagers? Sensing Tanbo's relaxed attitude, felt relieved. She felt her husband wasn't really Hokage material, he was usually far too laid back, lacking that sense of tension or gravity. We only notified the ninja ranks. Since it's not official, there's no need for a big fanfare. Otherwise, when the actual fifth Hokage returns, we'd have to do it all over again, which is a waste of resources. Konoha is going through a tough time right now. Tanbo preferred it this way. If he made a big scene, it might give Tsunade a reason to decline the post, and then he'd be stuck. Dad, you're back. Tianyu and Maki came out of their room when they heard him. Not in bed yet. Don't you have school tomorrow? No, we have something to ask you, the two said. What is it? It's like this. The two explained the situation with Konohamaru. Tanbo fell into deep thought after hearing them out. You did the right thing. In a few days, tell him to go to your usual training ground. I will personally train you all and give him a bit of a pep talk. He couldn't use ninjutsu to fix Niji's obsession, but Konohamaru. He had a way. He felt a scroll at his waist. Inside, he had sealed some cells he'd retrieved from the third's grave. Just a little extra insurance. All right, that's enough for today. Your dad is tired, go back to sleep, I am intervened. Yes, ma'am. Seeing the look in their mother's eyes, the two kids chickened out and ran back to their rooms. Dear. Ayam said softly. I understand. Tanbo didn't spoil the mood, he picked Ayam up and headed for the bedroom. A few more days passed. This application for building repairs. Approved. Repelling the giant beast appearing in the Land of Fire's fishing village. Send team guy. Tell the Land of Lightning and Land of Earth to withdraw their suddenly increased border troops, or else. We fight. Notify the Land of Wind to state their position as soon as possible, or else, we fight. Tanbo quickly drafted the documents. Hey. Do you even understand the responsibility of a Hokage? The two advisors glared at the proposed plans. While the basic internal affairs were handled well, as soon as it came to international relations, his answer was always fight, fight, fight. Had they misjudged him? Of course. I believe Senior Shikaku agrees with my approach, Tanbo said calmly. Konoha is currently burdened. We must use lightning-fast, decisive methods to make them wary. That is the only way to dispel their thoughts of starting a war. Shikaku nodded in agreement. Lord Hokage is correct. Until they gather concrete intelligence, the Land of Earth and Land of Lightning will not rashly start a war. Therefore, we must show a position of strength in diplomacy while simultaneously stifling any intelligence leaks. That is the priority. As for the or else we fight in the documents, that is merely a posture on paper. The two advisors weren't stupid. Hearing Shikaku's explanation, they realized it made sense. It was just that the third's diplomacy had always been soft and reconciliatory, and they had grown accustomed to it. From now on, the Barrier Division and Umbu are to monitor all outgoing communications. Every message must contain a special code I've set, or it will be treated as professional negligence, Tanbo ordered. He wasn't afraid of a real fight, but he preferred to avoid it if possible. Once war started, things would become uncontrollable. It wasn't just about Naruto and Sasuke's growth, there was still the threat of Urashiki Otsutsuki, who could appear at any moment. Chapter 240, Forgotten. Chapter 240, Forgotten. Konoha. Training ground. Konohamaru. Moegi looked at him with concern. Opposite them stood Tianyu's squad. When is that guy coming over? Konohamaru asked, his voice thick with anger. His grandfather had only been dead for a short time, and already someone else had taken the position of Hokage. Even if it was just acting, he couldn't accept it. Tianyu's temper flared upon hearing that tone. Konohamaru, what do you mean by that? You should address him as Lord Hokage. We called you here to help you get stronger. He's not the Hokage. My grandpa is the Hokage. Konohamaru roared. Yes, your grandpa was the Hokage, and my dad is the Hokage too, Maki added. He's not. He's just a proxy. Then why are you so angry? Do you not want Konoha to recover quickly? Or do you have rebellious thoughts? Do you want to become a rogue ninja? Tianyu was relentless. The current Konohamaru was nothing like the one he knew, he was radiating negative energy. You're the one who wants to be a rogue. Konohamaru stammered, momentarily speechless. Then work hard to get strong and protect Konoha. You spend all day idling and complaining, who do you think is going to indulge you? Tianyu barked. Konohamaru clenched his fists. You don't have to tell me. I'll work hard. He just didn't understand. His grandfather had barely passed away, yet a new Hokage was already in place. It felt as though no one cared about his grandfather anymore, no one even talked about him. If you want to reach that level, you need resolve, a voice said as Tanbo Tobitake descended from the sky, landing before them. Dad. Captain Tanbo. Lord Hokage. Not bad. You're all improving fast. I'll have to give you some harsh medicine for this training session. Tanbo sensed their chakra and spirits. The sensory nerve tentacles he had left on them relayed their physical data back to him. During his absence, his children, Watarabe Kodu, and the Konohamaru core had made significant progress, though he hadn't planted nerves on the latter three yet. So, Konohamaru, I heard you've been quite dejected lately. Want to join the training? Tanbo asked. Why did you take the position of acting Hokage so soon after my grandpa died? Konohamaru became agitated again. He didn't understand why the world kept moving. If you want to be Hokage, you have to realize something, Tanbo said seriously. This is the world of ninjas. Once you die, besides your family, no one will dwell on it for long. The dead are gone, the living must continue to live. You're only saying that because you got the position. You're just making excuses to brush me off because you wanted the seat for yourself. Konohamaru wouldn't listen. Tanbo laughed and pointed toward Hokage Rock. Hey, kid, Lord Third's face is still up there watching you. How can you say such things? You wouldn't want Lord Third to see you acting like you have no upbringing, would you? Grandpa wouldn't see me that way, he'd call me brave. Konohamaru looked at the stone faces, tears threatening to fall. Moegi and Udon watched him stubbornly, terrified that the new Hokage might punish him. Is that so? Well, in the scroll of seals guarded by the Hokage, there is a technique called reanimation. Since you miss him so much and claim he'd call you brave, how about I summon Lord Third back so you can talk to him? Tanbo said, feigning seriousness. Summon him back. The children were stunned. Konohamaru was incredulous. Nonsense. Dead people can't be brought back to life. Konohamaru shouted. You underestimate the power of a ninja. That's a resurrection jutsu created by the second Hokage. If you, as his family, agree, I'll summon him back right now without a moment's hesitation. I just wonder what Lord Third would think when he sees his grandson acting like this. Hee, Tanbo chuckled. A jutsu that could revive the dead sounded incredible. The kids were wide-eyed, looking at Konohamaru. Moegi was happy for him. Konohamaru, didn't you miss Lord Third? Lord Tanbo is going to revive him. That's wonderful. Udon wiped his nose. Moegi. Lord Third is dead. Wouldn't it be bad to disturb his peace? As expected of Dad. He can even bring people back. Captain Tanbo is truly my idol. Amazing. Konohamaru was initially shocked and excited, but hearing his friend's words, he fell silent. He knew his grandfather wouldn't want to be revived, and disturbing his rest in the Pure Land was. Tanbo waited quietly for his response. In traditional ninja culture, toying with the deceased was a grave act of disrespect, unless you were someone who transcended tradition. If it were Tanbo's own family, he would say, revive them, without a second thought. He wanted to see what Konohamaru would choose. I just don't want Grandpa to be forgotten by the people of Konoha. I'm afraid that once a new Hokage appears, everyone will forget him. Konohamaru's clenched fist slowly relaxed as he whispered. Will he be forgotten? He looked at Tanbo with tearful, hopeful eyes. In his heart, he feared it was inevitable, just as he rarely heard stories of the first, second, or fourth Hokages. Hey, kid. Will you forget Lord Third? Never. Konohamaru shouted. There you go. Look at Hokage Rock again. If you don't want him to be forgotten, it depends on whether you work hard, train well, and protect Konoha. As long as the village isn't destroyed and the rock faces aren't chiseled away, the Third will never be forgotten. Tanbo looked toward the mountain. Konohamaru followed his gaze. The distant statue of the Third stood tall, and for a moment, it felt as though the stone was smiling at him. Konohamaru, named after the village, you must protect Konoha well. That is my hope for you. Inherit my will of fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gentle voice from long ago echoed in his mind. Konohamaru finally burst into tears, feeling his grandfather's will. Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon murmured. I'm going to train hard. I'll get stronger and protect Konoha. You're the new Hokage, you can make me stronger, right? Konohamaru's eyes were now determined. Of course. Under my training, you'll build the foundation to become the pillars of Konoha. But remember, I'm only a proxy. The fifth Hokage is someone else. Watch your phrasing in the future, Tanbo emphasized. Chapter 241, Controlling Resources. Chapter 241, Controlling Resources. The Secret Chamber of the Scroll of Seals. Taking advantage of his authority as Hokage, Tanbo Tobitake was reading the Scroll of Seals. This time, the two elders didn't stop him, they only instructed him not to neglect his duties as Hokage. The person teaching the children was merely one of his clones. As for whether the reanimation jutsu could revive the Third, it certainly couldn't, at least not without first releasing the Third's soul from the Shinigami. He was simply bluffing Konohamaru. If the boy ever truly demanded a resurrection, it wouldn't be difficult for a master of Genjutsu to stage one. Ordinarily, Tanbo had principles, he wouldn't use Genjutsu on non-enemies without a baseline. But then again, his bottom line was flexible, he could always adjust it if necessary. Finally looking through the scroll of seals without anyone stopping me. Tanbo fixed his gaze on the complete version of the scroll of seals. Unlike learning the Bringer of Darkness technique, where he could only see one jutsu at a time, today he was feeling bold, he wanted them all. First, he looked at the most famous ones, the multi-shadow clone jutsu and the reanimation jutsu. The multi-shadow clone jutsu went without saying, Tanbo basically mastered it after a single glance. With shadow clones and his decade plus of research into ninjutsu, if he were still worse than Naruto at this, he really might as well retire. The key, however, was the reanimation jutsu, Edo Tensei. Good grief, it's just a framework. The complete formula of the reanimation jutsu appeared before his eyes, but it contained only basic theories and the method to summon souls from the Pure Land using the summoning jutsu. It couldn't guarantee the strength of the revived person. In other words, in its current state, it was merely a technique to summon a soul from the Pure Land for a chat, it couldn't create actual combat power. So, for the reanimation jutsu to become that overpowered in the future, it still relies on Orochimaru and Kabuto. They truly are the most talented commoners in the ninja world besides me. I have to give them a thumbs up. Tanbo was deeply impressed. To take a technique that merely summoned souls for conversation and develop it into a terrifying jutsu capable of starting a world war, that was truly impressive. This wasn't to say Orochimaru and the others were smarter than the second Hokage, as the method of how to even summon a soul from the Pure Land couldn't be summarized in a simple sentence. The knowledge involved truly lived up to its title as a forbidden jutsu. Using cells to summon a soul from the Pure Land was similar to a cultivator using a piece of flesh to summon a ghost from the underworld. No matter how you looked at it, the spatial knowledge involved was a feast for Tanbo's eyes. The summoning jutsu is a space-time ninjutsu, and summoning souls from the Pure Land is the very essence of that field. Tanbo hadn't forgotten that the Otsutsuki basically all possessed spatial abilities, so he had to be prepared. Summoning was a core capability he had to consider when dealing with the Otsutsuki. Let's see, the Flying Raijin. Tanbo turned to the fourth Hokage's claim to fame. This was even more complex, one had to be proficient in sealing jutsu, have incredible neural reflexes, and possess a specific talent for space-time ninjutsu to use it like the second or fourth. Otherwise, one would end up like in Shiranui's group, requiring 3 people to stand in a rigid formation just to activate it. There were hundreds of forbidden techniques in the scroll, including the dead demon consuming seal and Orochimaru's 8 branches technique. Every single one had massive side effects. For any genius, learning just one would take a long time, and mastering it would be even harder. Unless it was something like the multi-shadow clone jutsu, simple and crude. One only needed to be able to withstand the chakra cost and possess a brain capable of handling the mental backlash when the clones were released. Hey, being Hokage is truly great, Tanbo chuckled to himself. Being the acting Hokage was perfect, he could learn so much, and he wouldn't have to stay in the position forever. The spirit transformation jutsu he had wanted for a long time was also in there. This was perfect. With more ninjutsu material, an endless supply of material, he lacked nothing now except experimental subjects. He felt like he had said that line once before. Regardless, Tanbo immersed himself in the scrolls. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Puff. 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 In a deserted area, dozens of Tanbo Tobatakes appeared out of thin air. My chakra is still a bit lower than Naruto's. Just wait, once my body evolves to that stage, I'll be able to do the same. For now, I'll just research ninjutsu, the real Tanbo thought, looking at his dozens of copies. You, research the summoning jutsu. You, research flying Raijin. You, research the heart steel. You, research spirit transformation. The rest of you, research ninjutsu enforcement. Quickly assigning tasks to his clones, Tanbo felt very satisfied. He had already tested it, his brain could withstand the negative effects of the multi-shadow clone jutsu, thanks to his immense spiritual talent and high-functioning mind. With more chakra and shadow clones, he could finally use the cheat mode of the ninja world. Meanwhile, the original body went back to play the role of acting Hokage. It couldn't be more relaxing. Report. News from the Land of Wind. They have sent a letter seeking peace. While Tanbo was processing various documents, a ninja from the cryptanalysis team entered and handed him a scroll. He took it and began to read. It was indeed a peace proposal from the hidden sand village. The general message was that due to an oversight, the rogue Konoha ninja Orochimaru had seized an opportunity, leading to a misjudgment by the sand. They hoped Konoha would take steps toward reconciliation and wished to re-establish their alliance. Throughout the letter, they emphasized that the sand was also a victim and focused heavily on the culpability of Orochimaru. Now that Orochimaru's goals had been exposed, they naturally couldn't let a war break out. Who says the sand is empty of talent? They still have capable people, Tanbo mused. Shifting the blame entirely, Framing themselves as victims, they practically told Konoha, "It was all Orochimaru's fault, we're doing you a favor by not asking for compensation." Plus, they stated an intent to cooperate and gave us a way out, even if that way out is laughable. Tanbo looked at the document and sighed. Their top-tier combat power was weak, but their political strength was quite high. Since Konoha was also currently fragile, they couldn't actually fight the Land of Wind. Since Orochimaru was the perfect scapegoat and a way out had been provided, the political maneuvering was solid. However, Tanbo decided to remain firm. He couldn't let other nations think Konoha had turned soft. This was a critical moment. If handled poorly, a war could still ignite. Senior Shikaku, draft a reply. We will sign the alliance, but the Land of Wind must make concessions. They must open up trade rights for oil, and in exchange, Konoha will open trade for certain important resources. Tanbo turned to Shikaku. Oil was a fundamental material for ninja tools like incendiary bombs and had always been a strictly controlled resource in the Land of Wind. Except in special circumstances, they would never trade it with other nations. As Hokage, fighting for Konoha's interests was exactly what he was paid for. This was his principle: do the job required of the position you hold. As for the Land of Fire opening up its own controlled resources for trade, it was to lower the Sand's resistance. Would they lose out? The Land of Fire was the most resource-rich nation in the world. As long as it was an equal exchange of controlled resources, they would definitely profit. The Sand would merely be filling a gap, while the Land of Fire would be raising its upper limit. The significance was entirely different. It was like his past life: if those other nations ever dared to open up their restricted resources to China, they would quickly understand the meaning of terror. This reflected the vital importance of a controlled resource policy. Chapter 242, Estrangement. Chapter 242, Estrangement. It seems there's no problem with Tanbo serving as Hokage. Shikaku Nara continued to help Tanbo Tobitake process the documents, going through them one by one. He felt that Tanbo's talent in this area was actually quite decent. While there weren't many flashy or groundbreaking maneuvers, he was exceptionally steady. It was as if his goal was very clear: to stabilize the current situation. In this regard, Shikaku was quite willing to have Tanbo lead. However, compared to seniority and reputation, Lady Tsunade was obviously more suitable. Still, Shikaku felt relieved. At the very least, Tanbo wouldn't perform poorly. He was a good fit for the stability Konoha currently required. The two elders, who were secretly monitoring Tanbo's movements, were also quite satisfied. Aside from being somewhat firm about his request to view the Scroll of Seals, they felt that in some aspects, Tanbo was actually quite fit for the role. Indeed, Tanbo's access to the Scroll of Seals required an application to the three elders of Konoha. Since Danzo was no longer meddling in official affairs and the other two wanted to keep Tanbo's mindset stable, they approved his request. To be honest, they were left speechless by his "if I don't get it, I'll slack off" attitude. To keep the village stable, they had to concede. In their eyes, even if Tanbo had the Third's foundation in ninjutsu, he wouldn't be able to learn more than a couple of forbidden techniques in such a short time. Once Jiraiya brought Tsunade back, they could simply revoke his access. Lord Hokage, intelligence regarding the hidden Sound Village in the Land of Rice Fields has been gathered by our spies. How should we proceed? While Shikaku was helping review the files, a particular document appeared. After seeing the information inside, he addressed Tanbo. Since the hidden sound was one of the primary forces behind the attack on Konoha, they naturally had to address it. Shikaku had some basic ideas, but he still reported them to the acting Hokage. Tanbo took the file, looked it over, and said, "Humph. As the resource provider for the Sound Village, the Land of Rice Fields cannot be let off the hook. This is also a way to pressure the Land of Wind and search for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Issue a warning to the daimyo of the Land of Rice Fields, demand they dissolve the Sound Village and issue an order allowing Konoha ninjas to pass through their territory to hunt for Orochimaru." The Land of Rice Fields was a small nation, and for that, Tanbo could only say, "Sorry. To be behind is to be bullied." Who told them to be fooled by Orochimaru? At the same time, Tanbo mused about Nagato's obsession with war. It was no wonder it was so deep. Most ninjas who had lived through war probably thought exactly like him. Due to their lack of strength and the fact that they were at fault first, they likely won't dare offer any stiff resistance. However, they will probably try to stall for time. Who should we send? Shikaku agreed with Tanbo's logic. The Land of Rice Fields was the perfect target to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, ensuring the Land of Wind didn't feel too relaxed. Let Senior Shibi Aburame lead the team. For the environment of that country and the skills required, his abilities are second to none. Tanbo had already memorized the current mission status of all squads. Shibi was currently unassigned. With his strength, he was perfectly suited to handle the Land of Rice Fields. Even if they encountered Orochimaru while dealing with the sound, Shibi had the power to hold his own. The Aburame clan is just too cool, Tanbo thought. Are there any other urgent matters? Tanbo asked. Being Hokage was like this, besides the power, there was far more responsibility. That was Tanbo's current realization. Every mission issued involved the lives of his Konoha comrades. Therefore, he had to deliberate again and again. Compared to the Hokage's seat, he felt that being the head of the cryptanalysis division or occasionally teaching juniors was much more relaxing. Less responsibility meant less guilt when people died. Now, every command he gave might lead to countless deaths. It made him feel uneasy. It wasn't that he was overly compassionate, he had been on the battlefields of the Third Great Ninja War. His heart was as hard as steel. He could watch the original plot unfold and see people die without changing it because he wasn't the cause. But in this seat, those countless lives were his responsibility. The sense of burden was different. So, while experiencing the power of the Hokage, he was secretly praying for Tsunade to hurry back. Then he could just look after his division and focus on his family. That was the kind of person he was. A ninja's life. This Hokage business, I'd rather not do it. He hadn't wanted it originally, and now he wanted it even less. That's all. Aside from the land of rice fields, everything else is minor, Shikaka said. However, the spies within Konoha are stirring again, attempting to send intelligence out. The Umbu needs to pay special attention. Spies were an inevitable part of any village. Even with layers of screening, they always managed to infiltrate. Now that Konoha was perceived as empty, they were desperate to get word out. Understood. I'll send someone to investigate, Tanbo nodded. After finishing his tasks, Tanbo walked down the street. From time to time, insights from his shadow clones flooded his mind. However, having processed the memories of countless enemies, there was no way he would be overwhelmed, he wasn't even shaken. It was just a bit of extra knowledge. At the same time, he marveled at how great it was to have the multi-shadow clone jutsu and a massive amount of chakra. Now, no matter what ninjutsu he researched, he still had time to live his own life. He looked at the houses being rebuilt and the hard-working residents. It would still take some time before Konoha was fully restored. Seiji will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. I think being as great as his father is already enough. Really? But I still hope he becomes as great as Lord Hokage. Tanbo looked toward the voices and saw Shimon chatting with his wife, who was holding an infant only a few months old. Shimon, long time no see. The kid is already this big. Tanbo went up to greet him. Captain Tun. Lord Hokage. Shimon almost used his old nickname but quickly corrected himself, remembering the current situation. His tone was noticeably more respectful. An air of estrangement had appeared. To an ordinary ninja, the acting Hokage was as high as the heavens. It felt different from his previous superior. Haha, this is my child, Seiji. He wants to be someone as great as Lord Hokage in the future, Shimon introduced the baby to his wife. It was clear he was very happy. He definitely will. And don't be so formal, I'm just the acting Hokage. I'm still far from it. Tanbo said. Looking at the chubby baby, he marveled at how fast time flew. His former teammate already had a child. He felt a wave of pity for Guy and Kakashi, those poor single dogs. No, it's still the Hokage. To receive a blessing from Lord Hokage is his honor, Shimon said respectfully. Chapter 243, Reactions. Chapter 243, Reactions. After parting ways with Seishimon, Tanbo Tobitake walked with his hands pillowed behind his head. Just being the acting Hokage has made my old acquaintances act like this. What would happen if I became the real thing? He hadn't expected that a mere temporary title would create such an estrangement between him and Shimon. It felt as if a distance of 10,000 miles had suddenly opened up between them. To Tanbo, the reverence in Shimon's voice felt like a curse attached to the seat of power. In the past, as the head of the analysis division, people were respectful, but you could still tell they were proud, teammates who had bled in the same trenches. But now that he had become the Hokage, that feeling, it was unpleasant. For someone like Tanbo, it was very hard to stomach. Only now did he realize that while he possessed great strength and a high position, he was still ultimately just an ordinary person at heart. He feared that aside from Kakashi's inner circle, most people likely thought the same as Shimon. Just a proxy. No wonder the emperors of his past life called themselves the Lonely One. Fortunately, his position hadn't reached that extreme yet, it was only some people who had changed. His family and capable peers like Kakashi probably wouldn't think too much of it. To his old acquaintances, however, he was likely now just a subject for bragging. I used to be teammates with Lord Hokage. I once went on a mission with the Hokage. Phrases like that, but they were no longer truly teammates. A dark cave. Prismatic lights flickered, casting various shadows. That fellow Orochimaru really knows how to stir up trouble. But leader, since Konoha took such a massive hit this time, do we really not need to move against the Nine Tails? Haiden asked, pouting. He was itching to start a slaughter. It is not yet the time for total preparation. We must wait a little longer. Soon. The time is almost here, Pain spoke. Kakuzu added, it's indeed a problem. Aside from the Jinchuriki's whereabouts, we must ensure the 5 great nations do not unite. Otherwise, the leader's plan won't be able to proceed, right? Zetsu, have you found any trace of that guy Orochimaru? Don't tell me he slipped out of your surveillance again. This was such a perfect opportunity, a hunched figure, Sasori, spoke. Deidara chimed in, Sasori Dana, what's the rush? If the two of us move, even the legendary Sannin will only end up dying at the hands of our art. He was supremely confident in his craft. To him, Orochimaru was just a remnant of the old era. Once he witnessed Deidara's art, he would go to the Pure Land to repent for betraying Akatsuki. Zetsu interjected, Deidara, don't be so sure. Orochimaru isn't easy to deal with. A veteran of the Second and Third Wars doesn't just show his strength on the surface. If the leader hadn't stepped in personally, he might not have joined Akatsuki at all. Deidara was unimpressed, his confidence in his art unshakable. Clinging to past glories and using them as praise, the Sannin Orochimaru is nothing more than that. So, is there news on Orochimaru or not? Sasori asked impatiently. He hated people who didn't get to the point. I haven't found him. The guy is too slippery, Zetsu said, spreading his hands. Useless. If there's nothing else, we're leaving. Without another word, Sasori vanished. Sasori Dana, wait for me. Deidara quickly exited the meeting as well. Swish. Honestly, no respect for organizational discipline at all, Zetsu grumbled. Kakuzu said, if there's nothing else, we're leaving too. We've picked up a very lucrative bounty. Seeing the others leave, he departed as well. Beside him, the slick-backed Haiden followed suit. Uchiha Itachi remained indifferent, his eyes as deep as the ocean, watching everyone's movements. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. A gloomy underground laboratory. Hiss, hiss. The sound of snakes flickering their tongues echoed through the dark tunnels. Past long corridors and rows of lamps, the scene shifted. Lord Orochimaru, our base in the land of rice fields is likely compromised. Word has reached us that Konoha's acting Hokage, Tombo Tobitake, has dispatched a force led by Shibi Aburame to the border to pressure the daimyo and demand the dissolution of the Sound Village, the silver-haired Kabuto said, pushing up his glasses. Hehehe. The land of rice fields wouldn't dare clash head-on with the land of fire. Have our people withdrawn? Orochimaru laughed coldly, though the agony visible on his face suggested he was in significant pain. The evacuation is complete. We've scattered to various locations. Even if Konoha has capable trackers, they will only find pawns who weren't even qualified to be experimental subjects, Kabuto explained calmly. Orochimaru was satisfied, but he had a more pressing matter. Have you found Tsunade's location? Yes, we've located Lady Tsunade. Shall we depart now? Go and prepare. These hands of mine. I must rely on her. Orochimaru endured the intense burning sensation in his arms. It's my fault my medical ninjutsu isn't skilled enough, otherwise we wouldn't have to risk contacting someone of her stature, Kabuto said self-deprecatingly. No, you are excellent. I told you, you are the best gift heaven has given me. You are more useful than anyone, including Kimimaro, and even Sasuke. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto with apparent sincerity. Now, go. Prepare the medicine to dull the pain in my hands. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Kabuto's mouth as he bowed and withdrew. Hehehe. Kabuto, I wasn't lying. Your talent is the best I've seen, it's just that your goals are too nihilistic. I truly hope you find your own purpose, you might even surpass me one day, Orochimaru murmured to the empty room. Humph. He suddenly groaned. The burning pain in his hands was so intense that even his elite ninja training couldn't suppress a violent urge to destroy everything around him. Walking through the dark tunnel, Kabuto's shadow stretched long against the walls. More useful than anyone, including Kimimaro and Sasuke, the trust from Lord Orochimaru always fills me with infinite strength. But compared to Kimimaro and Sasuke, I'm probably far behind in your heart, aren't I? Kabuto knew that for Orochimaru, perfect vessels for reincarnation were the most important thing. As someone without a special bloodline limit, he wasn't that vital. But Orochimaru's trust was exactly what he needed. For someone with no goals, Orochimaru's words were the ultimate warmth for his soul. Only in these moments did he feel needed. He reached the lab and began mixing the concoction Orochimaru required. No matter what, he could not fail that trust. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, The Second Child. Chapter 244, The Second Child. Swish. An ethereal figure surged out from Tanbo Tobate's forehead and began soaring toward the horizon. This feeling isn't bad at all. Tanbo flew through the sky, looking down at his own stationary body. His perception had fundamentally shifted. In the spirit transformation state, he felt his sensory range expanding significantly. Still in spirit form, Tanbo wove hand signs and released his sensory field. It swept through the streets of Konoha and surged past the village gates. His previously linear perception had transformed into something far more powerful. His awareness of the environment had become incredibly sharp. In the spirit state, it really is possible to weave signs and refine chakra. Some ninjutsu can be used as well. However, looking at his motionless body below, he felt this technique wasn't without its drawbacks. Tanbo tested a few more maneuvers. He could weave signs to perform various abilities, including sensory ninjutsu, and could even lend chakra to others. This is a good ability. He lowered his spirit form onto a wild boar outside the village. Oink! Oink! The wild boar's feral eyes suddenly flickered with intelligence. It even let out 2 sharp grunts. The control capability of the spirit transformation state is excellent. For an enemy, this is a terrifying trump card. Controlling an enemy's body and using it to cut down their unsuspecting comrades was a top-tier assassin's technique. For Tanbo, it was also vital research material for soul energy, material he needed for the evolution of the heart steel. Soul and physical power had always been the twin pillars of a ninja's foundation. Now that he finally had full access to the Scroll of Seals, he had enough material to delve deep into the mysteries of the soul. Eventually, he left the boar and returned to his physical body. How can I integrate the capabilities of spirit transformation into other ninjutsu? This was the question Tanbo pondered, and it was a difficult point in ninjutsu development. The nature transformation of spirit transformation was in release. Combining that specific nature transformation with others was incredibly difficult, almost like developing a bloodline limit. The reconstruction of Konoha continued. Thud, thud, thud. It wasn't just the residents, students like Konohamaru helped build the school and other facilities in between their training sessions. In the residential area, Ichiraku Ramen had spent the money to get their storefront back up and running first. Tanbo didn't even need to use his Hokage authority to pull resources for them. Despite the hardships of reconstruction, Ichiraku Ramen never lacked customers. Even the branch stores were the same. Hey, since Tanbo became the Hokage, he's certainly been much busier. Tochi commented to Ayam. It's fine. He's just the acting Hokage, Ayam replied with a smile. Once the real fifth returns, he can go back to his relaxed life. She didn't complain about her husband being busy, instead, she was proud. Furthermore, Tanbo still made plenty of time for the family. Even as acting Hokage, he checked in daily on the shop, the children, and her. It was only slightly less frequent than before. Tanbo mentioned that you two are preparing for a second pregnancy. Tochi teased. Ayam blushed as she looked at the customers eating their noodles. Dad, I'm working. But yes, we are preparing for a second one. He always said he wanted several children, and I feel the same way. Tanbo had once mentioned wanting at least 4 children. Recently, they had revisited the topic. Since Tianyu and Maki were growing up and only needed supervision with their studies, they actually had the time and energy to raise another 1 or 2. She saw no reason not to, it wasn't like they couldn't afford it. Haha, as long as you've decided. I'd love to have more grandkids, Tochi laughed as he prepared a bowl of ramen. Tanbo's decision to have a second pregnancy now was partly because he suspected that with Tsunade's personality, she might try to shirk her responsibilities. Having more bargaining chips for a stable family life made things easier. Plus, having 4 kids had always been a personal goal. He was just going with the flow. Report. Lord Sato Najiri, a high minister of the Land of Fire, has been assassinated. The squad responsible for his protection has also been wiped out. According to headquarters intelligence, it is suspected to be internal family infighting. As Tanbo was processing files, an intelligence division ninja rushed in to report the critical situation. Tanbo took the report. It detailed the background of the minister, the identities of the fallen Konoha guards, and other relevant data. Have we identified which faction is responsible? Tanbo asked. To successfully assassinate a high minister of the Land of Fire required significant capability. The minister had private soldiers as well as Konoha guards, they were a formidable force. Could it be Akatsuki again? We haven't found much. From the scene investigation, there appear to have been 2 assailants. There are traces of ninjutsu, but they mostly belong to the minister's guards. We haven't collected any information suggesting other hidden villages were involved. Just 2 people. As soon as that detail surfaced, Tanbo knew it was Akatsuki. Their current goal was to accumulate funds, and the internal disputes within nations provided the perfect vacuum. Generally, the major hidden villages wouldn't accept missions to assassinate the ministers of other nations to avoid triggering a war. Without profit or political gain, they stayed away. Konoha, for instance, wouldn't normally accept a mission to kill a daimyo's official in the Land of Water. Order Hinata Takuma's squad to investigate. They must find the culprits, but warn them that the enemies are likely very strong. Their goal is intelligence only, no combat. Akatsuki was quite clever at finding loopholes. They had discovered the gray zones between the hidden villages. Also, issue a warning to all bounty stations within the Land of Fire. Any station that dares to post assassination missions targeting the high-level officials of the Land of Fire will be shut down. While there were powerful rogue ninjas outside the villages, the 5 great nations remained the ultimate authorities. The bounty stations were no exception. Akatsuki used these channels to pick up high-paying, illicit tasks. Tanbo knew it was impossible to eliminate them entirely. There was a reason they were called underground bounty stations, but tightening the noose on their funding sources was a logical move. While Tanbo was methodically managing Konoha's internal affairs, the scene shifted to Tanzaka quarters. Swish. Kabuto Yakushi used a chakra scalpel to stop Tsunade, who was pretending to treat Orochimaru. Kabuto, give me a reason, Orochimaru said, his voice showing no anger, only curiosity. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, his eyes fixed on the retreating Tsunade. I am also a medical ninja. When a medical ninja treats a patient, they don't leak killing intent. Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Tsunade. Tsunade, we were once teammates. I even offered to revive Dan and Nawaki for you. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Hearing Kabuto's words, he understood immediately. He had been too desperate, otherwise, he would have noticed the killing intent himself. Tsunade trembled, her face masked with murderous intent. I want them back more than anything, but they would never want to return like this. So. Her eyes erupted with a ferocious light. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, The Journey Home. Chapter 245, The Journey Home. Rumble. Among the hills, several giant creatures collided with bone-shaking force. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. One man and one toad, Jiraiya, suppressing the lingering effects of the drugs in his system, coordinated with Gamabunta to unleash a massive ninjutsu. Across from them, Orochimaru was hit head-on, his massive snake form charred into a blackened husk. Boom. Just then, another giant serpent lunged out, coiling around Tsunade's waist in an attempt to crush her to death. Ha! With a thunderous shout, Tsunade grabbed Manda's tail and swung the massive beast bodily through the air. What a violent woman. Truly worthy of being a legendary ninja. Though, compared to the current acting Hokage, she's slightly less troublesome, Kabuto remarked, landing on the snake's head looking rather disheveled as he spoke to Orochimaru. Orochimaru hissed, of course. And to display such power while suffering from hemophobia, only she could achieve that. He watched Tsunade and Jiraiya, licking his lips. Bang. 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 The sounds of fierce combat echoed as giant craters pockmarked the landscape. Orochimaru, today I'm taking you back to Konoha to atone for your sins. Jiraiya shouted toward the snake's head. Atone. Heh. Don't forget what you once said to me, and what I said to you. Since Tsunade refuses to treat me, I have other ways to heal my hands. So, let us end this for today. Orochimaru released the summoning, and Manda vanished instantly beneath him. Don't you dare run. Jiraiya frowned. Memories of the past flickered in his mind, and he moved to strike, only to find that Orochimaru and Kabuto had already vanished. He moved to give chase, but on the other side, Tsunade suddenly collapsed to the ground. Grandma Tsunade. Naruto scrambled up from the dirt and rushed over. Hokage's office. It's been almost a month. Why haven't Naruto and the others brought Tsunade back yet? Honestly. Tanbo Tobitake felt like he had been waiting for an eternity. He was now intimately familiar with everything in the Scroll of Seals. He hadn't just learned many of the jutsus, he could actually use them. Thanks to the multi-shadow clone technique, his proficiency was skyrocketing. Research into the heart steel was finally on track. He had mapped out the development direction, sealing the nature transformation of the spirit transformation jutsu inside the heart steel, then using sealing techniques to merge the two. This would allow for better defense against unknown cognitive attacks. Because of the sealing techniques, Tanbo was confident that Tsukumi would not be able to break his defense. Furthermore, the new variation created by combining those two nature transformations would give the heart of steel more spirituality. Much like how Gaara's mother imbued her will into his sand, this was a ninjutsu distinct from biological life, yet capable of quickly restoring cognition at a critical moment. If Tanbo's cognition were altered, causing a change in his behavior or chakra patterns, the spiritualized heart of steel would catch it, overcoming the time-setting flaws of the original version. Of course, this would take some time to perfect. But right now, he just didn't want to be in the Hokage's office anymore. There were too many chores. Even with his brain capacity, he didn't want to waste it on bureaucracy. Having enjoyed the perks and the power, he was now only eager to shed the burden. It's clock out time. Going home. Reverse summoning jutsu. Poof. After finishing his tasks, Tanbo vanished in a cloud of smoke. When he reappeared, he was in the middle of his living room. A large figure stood in the center of the hall, covered in intricate runes. This was the result of his month-long research into summoning jutsu. As long as the summoning medium was placed, he could use reverse summoning to reach any location instantly. As for the flying Raijin, he could learn the theory, but he couldn't fly around like Minato. His primary focus wasn't sealing arts, weaving signs in an instant and placing a sealing anchor on a moving target was currently beyond him. Besides, flying Raijin was a coordinate-based spatial jutsu. For someone who didn't fight exactly like Minato, it wasn't as practical as reverse summoning, which was an interdimensional spatial jutsu capable of summoning things, and himself, across different spaces. "You're back, husband." I.M. emerged slowly from the bedroom and greeted him. "MHM. Any movement from the baby yet?" Tanbo smiled. "It's only been 10 days, what movement could there be? Have those documents turned your brain to mush?" I.M. laughed, covering her mouth. Thanks to Tanbo's hard work, she had finally conceived again about 10 days ago. Haha, true. It's still just an embryo. Tanbo chuckled. A main road in the land of fire. Eh? You're saying Konoha already has an acting Hokage? Then just let him be the Hokage. Why do I have to go back? Tsunade grumbled, annoyed after hearing Jiraiya's explanation. What? Who? Who is the acting Hokage? Naruto's eyes went wide. He had worked so hard to trick Grandma Tsunade into coming back, and now there was already someone in the seat. How could this be? A guy named Tanbo Tobitake, Jiraiya explained. He's young, and while the Jonin and the advisors think he has the potential, he lacked the seniority. It's not like Minato's era anymore. He chuckled, then added, besides, that guy is just like me, he doesn't actually want to sit in that chair. Tsunade paused. Tanbo Tobitake. That's an unfamiliar name. Wait, is it that guy they call Captain Tanbo? She recalled a legend. Even while she was traveling, she had heard that name mentioned as one of Konoha's more famous figures. Yeah. Uncle Tanbo is amazing. And he's been really nice to me since I was a kid, Naruto added, speaking up for Tanbo. He didn't mind if Tanbo was the Hokage, but after all the effort he'd put in to bring Tsunade back, he felt a bit like his labor was wasted. Wait, no, Naruto realized. Grandma Tsunade is the only one who can heal Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, and bushy brows. So it's not a waste. His mood brightened again. He's a genius on the same level as Minato in certain aspects, Jiraiya mused, remembering Tanbo's Genjutsu-based invisibility. But times are different, he doesn't have the military record Minato had. Jiraiya also thought about that Genjutsu that could manifest countless beautiful women. Because of that, Jiraiya was convinced Tanbo was an even bigger closet pervert than he was. Who else could create so many women, and women he'd never even seen before? He must have a massive library of experience. If Jiraiya hadn't been an expert in intelligence, he might never have guessed Tanbo had such hobbies. A genius like Minato, huh? I'd like to see for myself what kind of man earns that kind of praise from you. Tsunade felt a spark of interest. She had already agreed to return, but the sudden appearance of a proxy irritated her. Now, she wanted to see exactly what this Captain Tanbo was made of. Chapter 246, The Fifth Hokage. Chapter 246, The Fifth Hokage. Hokage's Office. Lady Tsunade is returning. Tanbo Tobitake received the intelligence from Jiraiya. He immediately jumped up in excitement. Senior Shikaku, come with me to welcome the return of the Fifth Hokage, Tanbo said to Shikaku, who was nearby. Shikaku put down his work. Hearing Tanbo's words, and especially seeing the joyous, relieved smile on his face, he felt quite speechless. For many, becoming the Hokage was a lifelong dream, the ultimate idolized goal. For Tanbo Tobitake, it was just a chore that he couldn't wait to be rid of. Shikaku shook his head. He felt that Tanbo's personality really wasn't suited for being Hokage in the long run because he lacked that, toil until the end, sense of self-sacrificing responsibility. However, Tanbo's ability as acting Hokage was beyond doubt. Shikaku had watched him grow up, no matter what position Tanbo occupied, he did it well. That wasn't an ordinary skill. Even in a position he didn't care for, he had kept the village's affairs perfectly organized. Let's go. It has been a long time since I've seen Lady Tsunade. Mentioning Tsunade brought a smile to Shikaku's face as well. Perhaps she was indeed the right choice. If she was even slightly more diligent and responsible than Tanbo, it would make Shikaku's life a lot easier. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two of them, along with the Umbu guards, left the Hokage's office. In front of Konoha's main gate. Umph. That old man Sarutobi, to think he let Orochimaru make such a mess of things. He really did get old. Tsunade walked at the front, venting as she looked at the familiar sights. Jiraiya sighed. There was no helping it. We are all in our 50s now. It was inevitable that Sensei would grow old. Whoosh, a cool breeze blew past. Shizune and Naruto, who were about to greet the gate guards, suddenly felt the atmosphere shift and quietly stepped back. Bam. Jiraiya went flying. You bastard. You're the only one who's old. I'm still young. Tsunade barked, dusting off her knuckles. Swish. Yes, let's just go. The two advisors and Tanbo have probably been waiting for a long time, Jiraiya said, wiping blood from his nose as he walked back. Swish. 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 Just then, several figures landed from the sky. Long time no see, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade. Tanbo smiled the moment he landed. Finally. They were back. He was finally going to be free. And you are? You know me. Tsunade looked at the stranger with confusion. She recognized Shikaku and the Umbu members behind him, so she assumed this was the genius ninja with talent rivaling Minato that Jiraiya had mentioned. Head of the Analysis Division and acting Hokage, Tanbo Tobitake. Naturally, I know of Lady Tsunade, Tanbo said, launching into a tireless string of praise. The legendary Sannin, the greatest medical ninja in the world, the strongest kunoichi who has Lord Jiraiya head over heels, the future 5th Hokage, and the pillar of Konoha. If I didn't recognize you, I'd be a laughingstock. Shikaku stood behind him, listening in silence. You just want to ditch the job as fast as possible, don't you? Even Naruto, standing behind Tsunade, felt his blood boiling with excitement. He wanted to be the cool one day, then Sakura would surely fall for him, too. Kid, you really aren't suited to be Hokage, Jiraiya remarked, hearing the subtext. Tanbo had zero lingering attachment to the seat. Tsunade countered, on the contrary, I think this kid is quite suited for it. Why don't we just let him keep it? Looking at Konoha's current state, hasn't he handled things quite well? She gestured toward the ongoing reconstruction. She wasn't particularly moved by Tanbo's flattery, but the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her good mood. Lady Tsunade, that simply won't do. Your appointment as the 5th Hokage was voted on by all the jonin of the village, it wasn't just a random whim of the Land of Fire's officials. Besides, my wife is pregnant. She needs me to spend more time with her. This position makes me feel like I'm failing her, Tanbo said, his eyes turning slightly red as if the single month of being acting Hokage had caused him to neglect I am terribly. Wife? Tsunade asked. Haha, Tanbo already has 2 children, and yes, his wife is pregnant again. It's the truth, Shikaku explained. Tsunade looked at Tanbo suspiciously. What a coincidence. Why do I get the feeling you're doing this on purpose? Most importantly, she wondered, if you're so busy, how do you have the energy to get your wife pregnant? Nothing of the sort. I'm just not suited for the Hokage's seat. The responsibility is too heavy. The burden of my family alone leaves me physically and mentally exhausted, Tanbo said, shaking his head with a weary expression. Lord 5th, let's talk back at the office. I'm sure the advisors have been waiting for a long time. He didn't give her time to keep doubting him. After seeing them through the registration at the gate, he led the group toward the Hokage's office. As Tsunade walked through the streets, she saw people carrying lumber and stone. Residents were busy repairing their homes. Even after a month, the repairs weren't finished, proving just how much damage Orochimaru had caused. However, seeing the children playing happily among the rubble, she realized Tanbo had handled the vacuum period exceptionally well. If he hadn't, rival nations would never have let Konoha recover so peacefully. Uncle Tanbo, are Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei okay? Naruto asked from behind, his first priority being his friends. They're fine. Aside from not waking up, they're perfectly healthy. I go to see them with apples every day, Tanbo reassured him. Apples. A mental image flashed through Naruto's mind, a sleeping Sasuke and Kakashi subconsciously reaching out to grab apples and stuffing them into their mouths. As expected of Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke, they can even eat apples while asleep. He had a moment of realization. Wait, no. How can they eat apples if they're asleep? His delayed reaction made everyone laugh. I ate them for them, Tanbo chuckled. I was so kind as to bring them treats, and since they wouldn't accept them, I ate them on their behalf. You. Uncle Tanbo, you're too sneaky. Have the medical ninjas check them. There won't be any lasting issues, right? Tsunade asked, shifting into her professional role. Kakashi was a vital asset to Konoha. Rest assured. While we can't wake them, maintaining their vitals is no problem, Tanbo said confidently. He checked on them every day and even used Genjutsu to trick their biological signals into absorbing nutrients more efficiently. Guaranteed safety. It seemed Tsunade's succession as the fifth would go smoothly. Tanbo felt a wave of relief. Under Naruto's influence, Tsunade seemed to have regained quite a bit of fighting spirit. Though, he suspected that spirit wouldn't last long before she defaulted back to gambling and drinking. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, Hidden Snakes. Chapter 247, Hidden Snakes. Konoha Hospital. The village was already preparing the inauguration process for Tsunade to succeed as the fifth Hokage. Meanwhile, Tsunade had arrived here to deal with the casualties. Grandma Tsunade, how is he? Naruto asked expectantly. His body has been maintained very well, he actually looks quite healthy. If it weren't for the mental trauma, I'd suspect he wasn't injured at all, Tsunade remarked. From Kakashi's body, she felt a vibrant vitality. However, her chakra probe confirmed that his mind had indeed suffered severe damage. Then, under the hopeful eyes of Naruto and the others, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. A familiar yet slightly altered figure appeared before him. So big, no, Lady Tsunade, ahahaha, long time no see. Kakashi spoke, then immediately realized his slip of the tongue. How do you feel? Any discomfort? None. It's just. I feel like I had a recurring dream. There was someone constantly eating apples next to me, asking if I wanted one, Kakashi said, feeling the lingering exhaustion in his mind as he tested his physical state. Tanbo Tobitake chuckled. Our genius Kakashi, beaten into such a state by a junior. How embarrassing. Oh, it's you. Don't talk to me, I want to rest. Kakashi gave him a deadfish stare, clearly unwilling to engage with Tanbo's twisted sense of humor. Tsunade looked serious. It seems Uchiha Itachi is truly powerful if he could take you down like this. Uchiha Itachi, huh? A troublesome fellow. He reminded her of Orochimaru. Every defector from Konoha seemed to be a massive headache. There was no helping it. His Genjutsu is too formidable, Kakashi recalled the clash. Having sparred with Tanbo, he felt he had a deep understanding of how to dispel Genjutsu and was on high alert. Theoretically, he should have been able to break it in less than a second. Unfortunately, that technique was clearly on another level. In less than a second of real time, it felt as though 3 days had passed. His mind was ravaged before he even had a chance to resist. How does it compare to my Genjutsu? Tanbo asked. He was curious to know the difference between his own techniques and Itachi's Tsukuyomi from Kakashi's perspective. He had never experienced Tsukuyomi himself. Kakashi shot him a look. There is no comparison. Is that so? I didn't realize you trusted my strength so much. You have good taste, Tanbo said, satisfied with the answer. I mean your Genjutsu is nothing compared to Itachi's. Kakashi remembered those eyes. To him, Tanbo's Genjutsu was something that could still be cracked. Facing Itachi's, the only way to break it was to not get caught in the first place, otherwise, there was no escape. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Tanbo Tobitake was currently the strongest Genjutsu-type ninja in Konoha. If he was considered nothing in Kakashi's eyes compared to Itachi, the power of the Uchiha was terrifying. No wonder Kakashi had been bedridden for so long. Hey, Kakashi, what's that supposed to mean? And what's with those looks from the rest of you? Tanbo felt his pride wounded. As a senior who is nearly 10 years older than Itachi, it's embarrassing to be overtaken like that. Don't compare my past self to my current self, my Genjutsu has improved significantly. Is that so? If you ever have the chance to experience it, you won't be saying that, Kakashi replied. He didn't believe Tanbo's progress over the years could reach that godlike level. However, if it was a matter of defending against Genjutsu, he felt Tanbo might have a chance. Uncle Tanbo, stop bragging. Kakashi-sensei bought this intelligence with a long stay in the hospital. Naruto teased from the back. We can discuss the intelligence later. Let's go save the next one, Tsunade said, seeing that Kakashi was fine. Behind her, Guy, looking extremely hopeful, could barely wait. Lee's condition had haunted him for a long time, and now that Lady Tsunade was back, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. He was currently fidgeting nervously as he looked at her. A dark cave. The time is almost right, Kabuto. Orochimaru spoke while enduring intense pain, addressing Kabuto who was tending to him. I've already found a way to crack Konoha's barrier. That senior Tanbo is quite impressive, he actually adjusted the village's barrier, making your previous preparations useless, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto said while administering medicine. One could hear the genuine praise for Tanbo's abilities in his voice. Since Tanbo became acting Hokage, many things in Konoha had changed. Beyond the barrier adjustments, even the codes and ciphers had been overhauled. Kabuto had expended a great deal of effort to keep up. He wondered if Tsunade would change things again now that she was back. He'd have to wait for an opening to scout the new situation. Heh, that guy. He truly is one of the most interesting people I've seen. I always get the feeling he's doing something significant while being afraid to reveal too much of his true strength. It's almost like a version of me back then, plotting something in the shadows. Orochimaru recalled the intelligence on Tanbo and their few meetings. He felt that while Tanbo looked normal, he was different from the ninjas of the 5 great villages, different from normal ninjas entirely. He seemed to have his own private goals, and those goals were long-term. It was just a hunch. Orochimaru couldn't be certain what Tanbo was after. But he was sure something wasn't right. In the files, Tanbo seemed like an ordinary ninja, but his strength was immense and continued to grow. Someone like that doesn't just act like a normal ninja. The acting Hokage stint might have even been a piece of his puzzle. You seem very concerned about this, Captain Tanbo, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto noted. Tanbo was strong, but compared to the 3rd Hokage, he surely was just a regular ninja, right? Do not underestimate him. Avoid contact with him if possible. He might be even more dangerous than I am, Orochimaru warned, looking at his sensationless hands. Of course. For the plan to invite Sasuke, I've made sure to bypass him entirely. I've even prepared special ninja tools to block chakra sensing abilities. That alone cost us a fortune. As an elite spy, Kabuto wouldn't go head-to-head with an unknown threat. Lord Orochimaru's goal was the priority. I trust your abilities, Kabuto. Chapter 248, Do you believe in the light? Chapter 248, Do you believe in the light? Dimness. Flickering lamplight. It reflected on a face drenched in cold sweat. Once Orochimaru's face had been contorted in agony, but after Kabuto left, a look of profound intrigue flickered in his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, whether you can fulfill my objectives depends entirely on your talent. The eyes that reflect the heart, eyes that bring forth infinite unknowns. Why was he so obsessed with the Sharingan and Sasuke's body, rather than finding a way to take Pain's Rinnegan? Why not covet the Byakugan? Beyond the fact that Pain was incredibly powerful, Orochimaru's research suggested that the Sharingan possessed even greater plasticity than the Rinnegan. According to historical records, the Rinnegan was the eye of the Sage of the Six Paths, a powerful eye, certainly. But its potential for evolution and adaptation paled in comparison to the Sharingan. He had obtained genuine Sharingan before and had studied them deeply for a time. Ultimately, he discovered that the internal structure of the Sharingan could evolve into something even stronger depending on the talent of the host body. The Sharingan's power was tied to mental and emotional stimulation. There was a chance it could evolve into a powerful eye that surpassed even the Rinnegan. Although history didn't record such an eye appearing within the Uchiha, he had drawn this conclusion from the Sharingan's genetic factors. This was the origin of the eyes that reflect the heart. As great as the heart's desire, so too would be the power. Jiraiya said that the great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku predicted a future battle concerning the survival of the ninja world. That's why he's so obsessed with the Child of Prophecy and has searched for so many years. But how can a person pin their hopes on something as ethereal as fate? Can we humans not create our own Child of Prophecy? We shall see if my prowess is greater, or if the Child of Prophecy you seek, Jiraiya, is stronger. I will never place my hope in others. To achieve immortality, relying on others was impossible. As for why he believed the prophecies Jiraiya spoke of, it was naturally because he had consulted the White Snake Sage. Although the 2 great holy lands didn't see eye to eye, the White Snake Sage clearly did not refute the Toad Sage's prophecy. The 3 great holy lands had always been the strongest forces maintaining the nature of the ninja world. They had no reason to lie. Uchiha Sasuke was his vital bargaining chip to seize control of fate. As for Tanbo Tobitake, no matter what his goals were, as long as he didn't interfere with Orochimaru's plans, it was fine. Konoha Hospital. Tanbo Tobitake was unaware that Kabuto had already found a way to bypass the barrier adjustments he had made as acting Hokage. At this moment, he was handing over the data he had extracted from Rock Lee's body to Tsunade. Your abilities are better suited for a medical ninja, Tsunade remarked, shocked by the data in her hands. The figures were even more detailed than what she, a professional medical ninja, had probed. Though their logic and medical theories differed, combining their findings led to a much better solution. However, this little guy's situation is not optimistic. Even with the physical data you extracted, the success rate can only be raised to 60%, Tsunade concluded. Guy asked anxiously, what happens if it fails? He will die. Tsunade's words cast Guy and Lee into a heavy silence. Death. No need to be so gloomy. In the Scroll of Seals, there is a technique called reanimation, Edo Tensei, the same one Orochimaru used against the third. Even if it fails, we can just go catch Orochimaru and make him summon Lee's soul back from the Pure Land, Tanbo suggested, seeing their dejected faces. That could be considered a form of medical treatment, couldn't it? No. How can we just summon back those who have passed? It's a forbidden jutsu, it would completely dismantle the order of the ninja world. Tsunade's immediate reaction was a sharp rejection. Guy and Lee shared her sentiment, they didn't want to be summoned back after death. Traditional values made them recoil at the idea. Don't be so rigid. No means no. Don't mention such suggestions again. The two old advisors were right not to let you become the official Hokage, Tsunade interrupted him. She finally understood why Tanbo, despite having sufficient ability, hadn't been voted in as Hokage by the advisors and Jonin. His mindset. Tanbo didn't seem to possess traditional values. In that sense, he was just like Orochimaru. That was something she could not allow. All right. But given Lee's current condition, aside from changing bodies, the only way to improve his survival rate is to develop a ninjutsu that creates protein cells to complement your abilities, Lady Tsunade, Tanbo suggested, secretly pleased and offering a suggestion he knew Tsunade would eventually arrive at herself. A protein cell creation technique. Tsunade recalled Orochimaru's subordinate. This move is called Yin Healing Wound Destruction. It uses chakra to create protein cells, thereby healing injuries. It was because of this ability that I was favored by Lord Orochimaru. That was what Kabuto, who had been hit by the Rasengan, had told her. That move was highly related to her own creation rebirth, so the memory was vivid. Creation rebirth worked by using chakra to force the body's protein cells to divide rapidly for instant healing. Since forced cell division shortens one's lifespan, she had been deeply impressed by Kabuto's technique. Tanbo's words now sparked an idea. Combined with Lee's physical condition and the risks of the surgery, if she could develop a way to create cells rather than just forced division, the success rate would indeed climb. That's a good suggestion. Much more decent than your last one, Tsunade said, her voice turning cold as she warned him, but I'm warning you, don't you dare learn that technique, reanimation, or I will personally arrest you. Don't worry, I haven't even finished researching my own jutsus yet. I don't have time to learn that one, Tanbo reassured her. In his mind, he apologized silently. Sorry, but that move is too simple, I've already learned it. It was just the early version, though, not as refined as Orochimaru's or Kabuto's versions. Really? That's wonderful. Guy and Lee both beamed upon hearing there was still hope. Don't get happy too early. It only improves the success rate, it's not a 100% guarantee. You still need to think it over. Honestly, I suggest he stops being a ninja. I can restore him to the level of a normal person's life, Tsunade said. She hated giving hope only to take it away, but compared to his life, what did being a ninja matter? Lee lowered his head. Death was a heavy topic for a young boy. Guy also fell silent. Didn't Tanbo once say that people who believe in miracles are even greater than the miracles themselves? Lee, do you believe in miracles? Guy suddenly cheered up and laughed. Even if it fails, it's fine. As your teacher, I'll go with you to the Pure Land. Guy gave Lee a big thumbs up. Lee's eyes erupted with inspired light. Guy-sensei. The two of them began bawling in front of Tsunade and Tanbo. Tsunade shot a fierce glare at Tanbo. Tanbo could only look away. How did this end up being my fault? This scene happened in the original story anyway, he had just interfered enough to make it happen a little earlier. Chapter 249, The weather is turning cold. Chapter 249, The weather is turning cold. The surgery for Rock Lee was not destined to be performed immediately. Not only did Tsunade want them to take more time to consider the risks, but the inauguration ceremony for the fifth Hokage was also fast approaching. The fifth Hokage has returned. The fifth? I thought it was Captain Tanbo. Are you a spy? Captain Tanbo was only the acting Hokage. The person about to take office is Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. I see. The villagers were buzzing with excitement. Unlike Tanbo Tobate's temporary proxy status, the formal appointment of a Hokage had to be proclaimed to the entire village. The news spread like wildfire. This announcement was a massive boost to the residents' morale. Having a Hokage felt like having a pillar of strength, making their hearts feel more secure. This was the true role of a Hokage. A certain training ground. Bang. 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 A massive sphere of chakra spun rapidly, repelling every ninja tool that dared to approach. Once the technique ceased, a giant crater was revealed in the earth. A sea of kunai, shuriken, and various other weapons lay scattered around its rim. Niji, that's incredible. Ten praised him sincerely. Niji's rotation was far too powerful, he had blocked her ultimate move with a single technique. Through their daily training, Ten could sense Niji's immense progress. This move is sufficient for defense, but it's still sorely lacking in offense. The weaknesses are too obvious, Niji remarked. After training under Tanbo Tobitake, he had long ago come to understand the flaws of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, it lacked a powerful long-range attack. I believe you'll definitely be able to bridge that gap, Niji, Ten said confidently. With Niji's talent, success was inevitable. Even she had managed to overcome many of her own flaws recently. I already have an idea. Once that ninjutsu is complete, I won't lack for long-range options anymore, Niji replied. Aside from refining his shuriken and kunai throwing, he had been studying a ninjutsu specifically designed to compensate for the Hyuga clan's lack of range. It was close now. Ten. Lady Tsunade has returned to the village. Just as they were about to resume training, a voice called out from the distance. Whoosh. Whoosh. Akamaru. Woof. Woof. Two-headed wolf, Fong passing Fong. Shino was busy catching insects when he heard the commotion and looked toward the source. A massive two-headed wolf let out a howl and transformed into a silver tornado, slamming into the mountainside behind them. Rumble. The side of the mountain was pierced through in a single strike, sending rubble flying, and scaring away the insect Shino had been trying to catch. Shino's raised hand froze midair. A moment later, Kiba Inuzuka appeared from the distance with Akamaru perched on his head. Shino, was that move cool or what? I can only use it 3 times in a short burst for now, but it's definitely enough to finish off an enemy, Kiba said, flashing a toothy grin. Woof. Woof. You disturbed my insect collecting, Shino said flatly. However, beneath his dark sunglasses, a flash of shock passed through his eyes. Kiba was getting stronger at a terrifying rate. To be able to use a ninjutsu with that much destructive power 3 times in a row, according to his analysis, it should be impossible for Kiba to have that much stamina at his age. The only possibility was that Kiba's chakra control had improved again. The stronger the chakra control, the greater the power and the lower the consumption. This was the foundation of Shino's analysis. At their age, they lacked experience and didn't have chakra to waste. Is Captain Tanbo's basic training really this effective? Shino pondered. According to Kiba, his strength came from Tanbo Tobitake's childhood guidance more than his own daily studies. It seemed truly formidable. Shino, Kiba. Lady Tsunade is back. Hinata appeared in the distance, panting for breath. Really? Damn it. If only I were a little older. When it comes to being Hokage and stabilizing Konoha, I wouldn't hesitate to step up. Kiba lamented that his father hadn't had him sooner, otherwise he'd be the one going to become Hokage. With his progress, he was becoming increasingly confident in his suitability for the role. Lady Tsunade of the Sannin, huh? Shino murmured. Boom. On the mountain behind the Akimichi compound, a giant crater appeared. Chozo Akimichi stood holding his staff, watching intently. Soon, a figure flew out of the pit. Choji landed on the ground, looking disheveled and battered, but his eyes were bright. Choji, your combat experience is getting higher and higher. It seems Asuma has taught you a lot. Chozo laughed. He was very satisfied with his son's performance during this spar. Choji was no longer the confused boy he once was. Choji smiled. Yeah, Asuma-sensei taught me a lot, but Captain Tanbo's training made me realize my own inadequacies even more. Why? Because during simulated battlefield training, Tanbo Tobitake had used every trick in the book to steal the snacks out of his arms, and killed Ino and Shikamaru in the process. It made Choji realize that if he didn't train hard, he wouldn't be able to protect his comrades, or his snacks. Through Tanbo's acting like an enemy method, Choji had discovered many of his own flaws. After discussing this with Asuma, his sensei had provided specific training advice. His defeat against Dosu of the Sound had further hammered home his lack of strength. Today, he had finally earned his father's recognition. Tanbo, he is indeed remarkable. Chozo chuckled. Shikamaru, come with me to meet the 5th Hokage, Lady Tsunade, Shikaka said to Shikamaru, who was currently lost in a game of shogi. 5th Hokage. Shikamaru started, but after a moment's thought, he understood. Tanbo was only a proxy, now the official 5th had returned. What a drag. Shikamaru, don't be like that. That's Lady Tsunade of the Sannin, one of the top kunoichi in the world. Is she tougher than mom? Don't talk nonsense. Shikaka looked around nervously, only breathing a sigh of relief when he saw no one was there. Henpecked, Shikamaru muttered. Nonsense, that's love. You'll understand once you find a woman to spend your life with, Shikaka lectured. I don't want to. That sounds like too much trouble. Say that now. When you grow up, you'll regret it, Shikaka snorted. He had thought the same thing back then. Let's go. Hokage's office. These are the administrative affairs currently being processed, and these are the adjustments I've made to some of Konoha's internal defense mechanisms, as well as the changes to the codes. Tanbo Tobitake went over the work he had done, the tasks in progress, and the missions yet to be completed. Tsunade looked utterly impatient, but Shizen was staring at her from behind, forcing her to endure it. She listened to Tanbo's handover bit by bit, with the two advisors assisting on the side. The inauguration was in a few days, she had to have a sufficient understanding of her duties before then. Lady Tsunade, don't worry. Senior Shikaka will assist you, Tanbo said, sensing her impatience and casually throwing a support buff her way. Sorry, Senior Shikaku. You're the strategist, you're the glorious one, you're the brain of Konoha, / Chapter 250, Darkness. Chapter 250, Darkness. Hokage's office. What a drag. Tsunade stared at the documents Shizen had handed her, they were all key issues that needed immediate attention. Lady Tsunade, those are just the priorities. Please familiarize yourself with the Hokage's seat quickly, there are so many more files waiting to be processed. Shikaku looked completely helpless. That Tanbo Tobitake had run off far too fast. And what was the meaning of dumping all these files on him? Even if he was the strategist, that didn't make him the actual Hokage. It felt like Tsunade was the Hokage in name, but Shikaku was the Hokage in practice. Tsunade countered, you handle the paperwork. I need to familiarize myself with the village's current affairs. I'll start working once I'm settled. As for when she would be settled, who knew? Lady Tsunade, no slacking. Shizen scolded from the side. Meanwhile, Tanbo Tobitake had already returned to the analysis division to resume his duties as division head. Perhaps it was because he had stepped down from the Hokage position, but when the members of the division heard their captain was back, the entire atmosphere felt much more relaxed. Keep up the hard work. Leaving behind that single sentence, he headed out. Returning to this post meant he had things to handle as well, specifically, turning the intelligence he had gathered into written reports for Tsunade. But that was just a clone. With his current chakra reserves, he could use shadow clones to handle multiple tasks at once without worrying about running out of energy should an enemy suddenly appear. An unnamed mountain behind the village. Nerve distribution. Tanbo pressed his palm against the ground. Branch-like nerves spread across the entire area at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Transfer. His body began to blur, seemingly turning into something indescribable. Poof. The clone was destroyed, and he vanished, leaving only the nerves covering the ground. Up on a tree trunk, the real Tanbo watched with a frown. Turning the body into a chakra form and emerging from wherever the nerves are distributed, this project is a bit difficult. Now that he had stepped down as acting Hokage, Tanbo had no immediate goals other than daily work. His remaining objective was to strengthen himself to the point where he could overpower an Otsutsuki should one appear. The existence of Urashiki Otsutsuki pushed him to work even harder. Currently, he was researching a rapid displacement ninjutsu. Based on the concept of contact evolution, he wanted to transform himself into a pure chakra state within his nervous network and emerge at any point. Since summoning and flying Raijin weren't part of his personal technical style, this was his new direction. To maintain his consciousness while in a chakra state, he was applying the principles of the spirit transformation jutsu. Soul control. It involved many complex variables, but he had a clear direction. Now that he was retired and had more free time, he could focus on research. As for the force execution stage of his development, he was still quite a way off. The training ground. The fifth Hokage. Konohamaru's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the news from Tianyu. He then relaxed. Whatever. I just need to keep getting stronger to protect the village. Konohamaru no longer felt anything special about the succession. His only desire was strength. That's Lady Tsunade of the Sannin, though. Aren't you even a little curious? Maki asked from the side. A legendary ninja. I'll be a legend myself one day. Konohamaru was confident. As he spoke, the chakra in his hand acted like taffy, being molded into various shapes. He had learned a lot from Tanbo Tobitake. Now, facing Tianyu, he was confident he wouldn't lose again. The inauguration ceremony. Tsunade stood before the gathered ninjas and residents wearing the Hokage hat. A light breeze blew by. She took off the hat representing her new office. I am the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. From this day forward, I will protect this village. Her eyes were firm. There was none of the, I want to go drink and gamble, attitude she often showed during office hours. This is great. The fifth is finally here. She's so beautiful. As expected of the legendary Kunoichi. I want to be just like her. Below, the residents and ninjas looked on with pure adoration. This was especially true for the female ninjas. Tsunade was their ultimate role model. Ten, for instance, was practically trembling with excitement. Beside her, Guy, Niji, and Lee were also swept up in the atmosphere, their hearts swelling with emotion. So that's the fifth Hokage. Tianyu and Maki stood beside Tanbo, looking up at Tsunade with curiosity. Maki looked at Tsunade's impressive figure, so that was what a legendary kunoichi looked like. She wanted to be like that, too. Tanbo smiled. Yeah. She's the fifth now. Don't call me that anymore. It was a nostalgic scene. He had been there when the fourth took office, when the third returned to power, and now, he was here for the fifth. He figured he'd probably be around for the sixth, seventh, and eighth, too. In my heart, Dad will always be the Hokage, Tianyu said seriously. Don't. I don't want to be Hokage. It's no fun, Tanbo stopped him immediately. The fifth had ascended. Konoha regained its usual tranquility. New life and vitality brought new hope to the village. Tanbo spent most of his time with his family and researching ninjutsu, all while keeping an eye out for any signs of Urashiki Otsutsuki. It felt as though everything had returned to a peaceful era. But someone didn't think so. The Shimura clan compound. The position of Hokage will only lead Konoha to true prosperity once it is in my hands. Shimura Danzo sat expressionless, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. He hadn't expected Jiraiya to actually bring that woman back, causing his own preparations to fail. According to his intelligence, there was no way Tsunade should have followed Jiraiya back. He had originally planned to wait for Jiraiya's mission to fail, then seize the opportunity to remove Tanbo from his proxy position and convince the daimyo to appoint him instead. In the end, it was a failure. As expected, one cannot place hope in others. Danzo felt the eye under his bandages. He ultimately abandoned the idea of trying to control Tsunade for now. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures suddenly appeared. Lord Danzo, here is the intelligence on the code adjustments from the various departments. They handed over a scroll. To seize the Hokage's seat, Danzo naturally had to understand every mechanism of Konoha. Mastery of the ninja's codes and internal intelligence was the foundation of his operations. During Tanbo's proxy period and Tsunade's succession, the codes had been significantly adjusted. The ciphers Danzo once knew by heart now felt foreign. Danzo opened the scroll and began to read. Did they think this would limit me? Or was the goal to restrict spies from other villages? Looking at the report, Danzo saw that the changes were indeed extensive. Fortunately, he was clever enough not to continue with his old patterns and had sought out this intelligence first. Tanbo Tobitake was indeed a troublesome individual. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, A Chance Encounter. Chapter 251, A Chance Encounter. Whoosh! Whoosh! A figure streaked across the sky, arriving at a residential sector of Konoha. Thud! A body collapsed into a pool of blood. A Konoha forehead protector and a flak jacket were visible on the fallen form. Looking down at the body, Sabi remained expressionless. He sealed the room and set the entire house ablaze. Then, suppressing his aura, he quickly vanished from the neighborhood. Sizzle. Crackle. Fire. Help, put out the fire. It's Kasuke's house. Hurry, hurry. Before long, residents discovered the blaze. Neighbors rushed from their homes with water buckets, frantically tossing them toward the building. Splash. Soon, thanks to everyone's efforts, the flames were extinguished. But it was too late, the entire house had been reduced to charred remains. It wasn't long before the residents discovered a corpse pinned to the floor. What happened? Was it an accidental fire? Unlikely. It's not even a season where fires start easily. Go notify the police force, quickly. Shortly after the fire was put out and while the residents were seeking the authorities, a figure wearing a cat mask dropped from the sky. Looking at the familiar, charred silhouette on the ground, this battle-hardened elite ninja couldn't stop a few tears from falling. Kaori. I'm late. The sky seemed to mirror his grief, as a thin drizzle began to fall. In the rain, the Umbu ninja searched for clues in the vicinity. After a final, lingering look, he moved off with grim determination in a specific direction. Whoosh. Sabi, is it you? In his heart, he already had a suspect. He just wasn't certain yet. Now, he was going to verify it. It's raining. Tanbo Tobitake looked up at the light drizzle. The rain pitter-pattered against the river, growing heavier until the drops began to smash down like heavy dew. Plop. Plop. The raindrops hitting the water's surface created a rhythmic, pleasant sound. Suddenly, he sensed two auras approaching rapidly. Tiger Seal. He refined his chakra and released his sensory field. 2 chakra signatures, quite strong by the standards of ordinary ninjas, were closing in. 2 Konoha ninjas, one chasing, one fleeing. What's the story here? Tanbo leaned against a large tree. His form began to blur, eventually vanishing from sight. The rain hit the tree canopy above, never touching his skin. His hidden illusion technique was effective, but in this kind of rain, an experienced ninja might notice the subtle displacement of water. He adjusted his presence to a minimum. Before long, the 2 figures appeared. One in front, one behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! The pursuer hurled shuriken at the men in front. Clang! Clang! The leading ninja dodged most of them and used a kunai to deflect those he couldn't avoid. Stop, Sabi. Your identity has been exposed. The pursuing ninja wove hand signs. Several iron wires from his tool pouch seemed to come alive, extending rapidly to coil around the kunai embedded in the ground. Snap. With a flick of the wires, the shuriken were redirected, completely locking down Sabi's path of retreat. Bang. Sabi smiled slightly. The moment he was hit, he turned into a log. Substitution jutsu. Did you think you discovered me? I discovered you first, Elite Umbu Kasuk. Sabi appeared behind Kasuk, thrusting a kunai ruthlessly into his back. Wait. He soon realized something was wrong. The kunai didn't hit flesh, it sank into a strange, viscous liquid, as if he had stabbed into jelly. Sizzle. Several explosive tags ignited beneath his feet. Damn it. Boom. Boom. Under the rainy night, the 2 figures engaged in high-speed combat. Clang. Clang. They traded blows at lightning speed, kunai and shuriken flying through the air. Kasuk of the Umbu, and the other is Sabi from the Konoha Security Department. Tanbo recalled their files. I remember seeing Sabi's name when I was acting Hokage. As an elite ninja of the Security Department, he submitted a proposal regarding Konoha's defense network once. It was actually quite good. Tanbo processed the information. From the looks of it, Kasuk had discovered that Sabi was a mole. What a coincidence. To stumble upon this while researching ninjutsu. If Sabi really was a spy, and they had actually implemented his new defense network, all of Konoha's blind spots would have been handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Even Senior Shikaku had thought the proposal was excellent. If Tsunade hadn't returned, they might have already approved it. These spies, they really do find every possible crack to crawl into, Tanbo sighed. Even though he could read minds, he couldn't go through the village and scan every single ninja one by one. Searching memories caused brain damage, after all. He really did have to admit the ninja world was full of talent. Since he had seen it, this spy was as good as caught. However, Tanbo wasn't in a hurry to intervene. A battle between 2 jonin was a rare sight. Both had their own specialized tricks. Bang. Bang. Water dragons rose from the river, attacking Sabi. Worthy of an Umbu elite, but your life ends here today. Sabi retreated rapidly, dodging the jutsu. He landed on a rock face by the river. A talisman appeared in his hand, along with a strand of hair. He smiled at Kasuk. Soul body separation jutsu. Massive seal formulas extended from the talisman, and spectral tentacles reached into the void. Kasuk tried to stop him, but as the sealing jutsu formed, his body stiffened. He felt as if another version of himself was trying to crawl out of his skull. As his ethereal figure was slowly pulled out, Kasuk watched his own body go limp, his soul was being stripped away. How is this possible? He was horrified. He had zero experience dealing with the sealing jutsu that targeted the soul. Hey, are you wondering how such a powerful jutsu could seal you? I noticed your suspicion long ago. This hair is the medium I took from your house. Don't worry, go join your wife in the Pure Land, Sabi gloated. Kasuk's face was pale with despair. He could only watch helplessly as his soul slowly left his body. So, you really are a spy. I almost authorized your defense network proposal, a voice said. Tanbo Tobitake appeared beside Sabi and placed a hand on his shoulder. Instantly, the sealing jutsu halted, and Kasuk's soul snapped back into his body. You're the acting Hokage. Sabi's eyes darted around, realizing only his eyeballs could move. The moment he saw Tanbo, his pupils shrunk. This is... I've fallen into a genjutsu. He realized he had been completely neutralized. He was distraught. At such a critical moment, when did he get caught? Was it when he submitted the proposal? He began to doubt every move he had made, but he knew he was finished. He never had the confidence to beat the men who filled the Hokage's seat, and now he had lost the initiative entirely. Lord Tanbo. Kasuk regained control of his body and saw Tanbo. His entire body relaxed. Then, he turned his gaze towards Sabi, his eyes filled with cold fury. Chapter 252, Chapter 252, The Soul-Body Separation Jutsu. Chapter 252, The Soul-Body Separation Jutsu. Sabi wanted to commit suicide, but he couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as Tanbo Tobitake pressed a hand onto his head. Tanbo didn't hold back. Since Sabi was a spy, he had to live with the consequences of that choice. The mind-reading jutsu activated, diving deep into the recesses of Sabi's psyche. Memories flickered like a time tunnel, with countless fragments lining the walls. First came the most recent memories. A flash of fire. A figure collapsed in a pool of blood. Tanbo frowned. It was Kasuke's family. To obtain the physical medium needed for his jutsu, Sabi had murdered Kasuke's wife. As a member of the Umbu and a Konoha elite, Kasuke had been relentlessly investigating spies who had infiltrated the village during its period of heavy losses. Sabi realized he was being watched. To eliminate the ninja who suspected him, he tracked down Kasuke's home, stole a strand of his hair, and killed his wife. This is war, Tanbo sighed internally. He didn't feel a massive emotional surge. Back when he was a spy in the Hidden Rain, he had killed enemy ninjas too. That was standard procedure. It was just a bit more somber when it involved one of their own. However, he knew one thing for certain: if someone killed his family, he would never let them off easy. How strange. He's not a ninja from the 5 great nations. He's a member of the Prajna group from the Land of Woods. Tanbo found Sabi's true identity within his mind. The Prajna group was the armed ninja force of the Land of Woods. They had originally established diplomatic ties with the Land of Fire, but out of greed for resources, they began colluding with the Hidden Stone. Konoha found out. Back when Itachi was still in the village, he had accompanied Guy, Kakashi, and other Umbu members on a mission to wipe them out. The Land of Woods was subsequently destroyed. Tanbo had read about this in the archives during his time as acting Hokage. Sabi's goal was to sabotage Konoha's defenses and sell the intelligence to other major nations as an act of revenge. So loyal, even after all this time. It was a pity. He had been so close, just seconds away from killing Kasuke and continuing his deep cover mission. But he had failed because of Tanbo Tobitake. Tanbo also extracted information about other remnants of the Prajna group plotting in the shadows. However, their strength was negligible. If he remembered correctly, Danzo would eventually deal with the rest of them. The soul-body separation jutsu, a sealing jutsu involving the soul. This structure is truly ingenious. He had gained another powerful technique. And the best part? It wasn't even classified as a forbidden jutsu. As long as one had a medium and the prepared sealing talismans, they could pull an enemy's soul out and seal it. It was a fine addition to his collection alongside the puppet soul binding, spirit transformation, and reanimation techniques. How is it, Captain Tanbo? Kasuke asked from the side. He waited until Tanbo opened his eyes to speak. He knew Tanbo was a sensory specialist and the head of the cryptanalysis division. He was clearly reading the man's mind. Just a remnant of the Prajna group. No useful strategic information left. Kill him, Tanbo said, not giving Sabi another glance. He had searched everything worth searching. It was time for the person seeking vengeance to have his closure. Hearing this, Kasuke removed his mask, revealing eyes rimmed with red. He gripped his kunai, looking at Sabi with a gaze of cold cruelty. Arg. Aya. Aya. Tanbo left the area to the sound of fading screams. Through various counterintelligence efforts, Konoha managed to prevent any critical leaks or security breaches during its most vulnerable state. Under Tsunade's leadership, the village continued to rebuild its strength. However, Shikaku Nara was suffering. Dad, is being the Hokage's advisor really this exhausting? Shikamaru asked, seeing his father return home drained yet again. It wasn't the first time lately. Every day Shikaku returned, the fatigue was palpable. It had reached a point where even their mother had stopped losing her temper with him. Shikaku sighed. I naively thought that once Lady Tsunade returned, the restoration of Konoha would be organized and we could go back to a peaceful life. Don't get me wrong, Konoha is organized. But that's because I'm the one doing all the work. Shikaku almost teared up. These past few weeks had been brutal. If it weren't for his loyalty to the village, he would have resigned by now. He thought things would be easier with Tsunade back, but honestly, it was worse than when Tanbo was in charge. At least Tanbo didn't dump everything on him. Tsunade only handled the big-picture decisions. The rest of the time, she was off drinking and gambling. If Shizen weren't there to nag her, she might even try to hand the big-picture stuff over to her assistant too. I told you. This whole thing is a drag, Shikamaru muttered. It was exactly as he expected. Being the Hokage's assistant was way too much trouble. It's a drag, but it's for the sake of Konoha, isn't it? Shikaku managed a smile. Tiring as it was, seeing the village improve bit by bit brought a sense of satisfaction. Konoha Hospital. Chakra from medical ninjutsu flared in Tsunade's hands as she worked on Rock Lee's body. Her expression was more serious than ever before. Her brow was furrowed, and sweat dripped from her forehead. Numerous seals covered Lee's body, assisting Tsunade with the intricate surgery. Tsunade wasn't quite as idle as Shikaka thought. Between her Hokage duties, she had been working tirelessly to develop the medical ninjutsu to create protein cells. With her immense medical knowledge, she had finished the development in less than half a month. Today was the day of the operation. She liked to gamble and drink, but she was a woman of profound responsibility. Outside the operating room, Tanbo watched Guy pacing back and forth. 1 lap, 2 laps. Guy, relax. Lady Tsunade raised the success rate significantly. There's no way it'll fail. Tanbo finally offered some comfort. I know it will succeed. I am a man who believes in miracles. Guy shouted, but then his eyes suddenly flooded with tears. But I'm still nervous. Lee is my beloved student. If anything happens to him, sob. I'll have failed him. Lee, you have to come out of there. You are the Blue Beast of Konoha. Blue Beast. Tanbo was speechless. What a cheesy nickname, even worse than Captain Tanbo. He preferred Blue Beast of Prey. While it was fun to watch in the anime, it was incredibly awkward to witness in person. But Tanbo's mind drifted elsewhere. Lee's success was a certainty. After Lee recovered, the battle to retrieve Sasuke would begin. He wondered if Orochimaru would still be able to break through Konoha's newly adjusted defenses. If he couldn't, the plot would go completely off the rails. Sasuke needed to go to Orochimaru, steal his power, and eventually help save the world. Tanbo had no intention of being on the front lines. He always planned to remain a high-tier support. If it really comes down to it, maybe I'll have to leave a back door open for Orochimaru, he thought to himself. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, The Sound 4. Chapter 253, The Sound 4. Whoosh. Whoosh. In a residential area of Konoha, 4 figures appeared on a rooftop. Is that Uchiha Sasuke? The gazes of the 4 landed on Uchiha Sasuke, who was lost in thought in the distance. Kadamura snorted. We really went through a lot of trouble for this brat. Why is Lord Orochimaru so obsessed with him? Tayuya snapped, stop talking and finish the mission. Konoha adjusted their defense grid recently, we don't know if there will be any unexpected changes. Wait, that's Hatake Kakashi. Sakan stopped them, watching the silver-haired ninja who had suddenly appeared in the distance. Even though they looked down on these Konoha ninjas who lived in soft peace, they weren't arrogant enough to think they could take on a shinobi of Kakashi's caliber head-on. For this mission, they had spent a fortune on special barrier equipment just to evade Konoha's detection. It had even taken Kabuto a massive amount of effort to find a flaw in the village's updated defenses. What a drag. I hope we don't get spotted. Konoha has someone that even Lord Orochimaru finds troublesome, Kadamura said with a cold laugh. Tayuya scoffed, just a man who likes to hide. He was nowhere to be found when Konoha was in crisis. Lord Orochimaru lured him away, it wasn't a matter of him being absent, Sakan corrected. Whoosh. Tanbo Tobitake landed silently behind the Sound 4. Thousands of microscopic nerves extended from his palms, subtly spreading across their bodies. I'll just put a little insurance on Kiba and the others. After all, they're students I've taught, Tanbo thought. If his butterfly effect caused some unforeseen accident, leading to a different outcome for Kiba and the team than in the original story, this insurance would ensure the Sound 4 died instead. Now that Niji and the others had been strengthened by his combat training, and Kiba was significantly more powerful than his original self, things would surely be different. But in the world of ninjas, being a bit stronger doesn't mean there are no accidents. A kunai to the brain is still fatal. Without intelligence on the enemy, even a stronger team could be counter-killed by the Sound 4. The 4 wouldn't be stupid enough to stick strictly to their original tactics if they faced different threats, they would adapt. To ensure the timeline didn't break while protecting his students, Tanbo decided to place these fail-safes. At the same time, it served a second purpose, collecting data on their cursed seal transformations. Tanbo's research into sage transformation was now on track. He could already sense natural energy. All that remained was to learn how to apply it, or how to merge it with his own chakra to create Senjutsu chakra and enter sage mode. This was highly dangerous, and he needed more data. 2 birds with 1 stone. Once he finished, Tanbo vanished. Despite his actions, the Sound 4 felt nothing at all. They were still busy discussing how to complete their mission. How could Tanbo let them sense him? If he did, he would have to surrender his title as a master of Genjutsu. Through the release of his nerves, the Sound 4 were already trapped in a subtle Genjutsu. Every move Tanbo made was rendered non-existent to their senses. They literally could not perceive a human being standing behind them. A pity. Most of the Sound 4's physical abilities lean toward the yang release path. For me, they're just data points, Tanbo noted while collecting their physical profiles. The abilities of Sakan and Kadamaru were heavily based on yang release, not his point of highest talent. Yin release creates form out of nothing, yang release breathes life into form. Tanbo's Yin release talent was sky high, but his yang release didn't even amount to a fraction of it. Otherwise, he would have loved to develop both paths to their peak. Perhaps then he could be like the sage of the six paths, creating worlds and life itself. It was an exhilarating thought, dividing a living organism and giving it life. It felt like playing God. Unfortunately, his comprehension of yang release was far behind his Yin release. It was better to focus on the latter. While Sakan's ability to merge with another cells and Kadamaru's secretion of spider gold belonged to the yang category, Tanbo thought that if he had high yang talent, he could have tried Sakan's ability to merge with something like the Ten Tails. But what he had was enough to study. He wasn't devoid of yang talent, his Yin talent was just absurdly lopsided. Now, he just had to wait for Sasuke to defect and for the Sound 4 to activate Stage 1 and Stage 2 of the Cursed Seal to collect more perfect data. Just as Tanbo expected, the Sound 4 moved to manipulate Sasuke that night. Tanbo watched everything unfold. In the end, Sasuke was successfully swayed by the promise of the Cursed Seal's power and made his decision. Tanbo felt that he had become selfish and hypocritical to the extreme. Even with events happening right before his eyes, he didn't have the courage to let the main world line deviate. Perhaps, this was the result of having the bonds of a family. Since there was a clear path forward that didn't put his family in danger, why not take it? Why take the risk of interfering with the rotation of the world's gears? He wasn't that selfless. If his cheat were a system that rewarded him for changes, he might consider it. But for now, he chose the known path. After all, a system is invincible, he is not. If he hadn't known about the existence of the Boruto era, he might not have even had the desire to show off his growing strength from the very beginning. Now that he knew for certain that the Otsutsuki from Boruto would appear, it was even more impossible for him to alter the growth path of Naruto and the others. Furthermore, if his future self had instructed his current self to act according to these thoughts, there had to be a good reason for it. Since the future Tanbo Tobitake sent back information guiding him this way, it was undoubtedly the best choice for him. A choice that was best for oneself, that was something no one could refuse. He felt once again fortunate that he hadn't transmigrated into a member of the Uchiha clan, otherwise, the butterfly effect would have spiraled out of control. Sakura's sixth sense, could that be influenced by her inner Sakura personality? Even though the timing has shifted slightly, how can she still accurately predict Sasuke's intentions? As Tanbo Tobitake shadowed Sasuke, he discovered Sakura waiting under the moonlight, exactly like in the original story, despite the change in time. This was precisely why he had tampered with the Sound 4. With the timing off, the Sound 4 might not encounter Shizen's team returning from their mission. Without those ninjas wearing them down first, Choji and the others might not be able to win. He wondered if things would still play out so coincidentally. Thud. Through tear-blurred eyes, Sakura was struck in the neck by Sasuke and collapsed onto the ground. Sasuke then carried her to a bench by the roadside. He gave her one last look of tenderness before walking away with eyes full of determination. That girl is far too love-brained. What about the combat techniques I trained her in? Truly embarrassing. While Tanbo wanted Sasuke's growth path to remain unchanged, he found Sakura's performance pathetic. He had taught her for quite some time, and he knew her current strength better than anyone. It wasn't just that she was off guard, she was trying to use love to move Sasuke. Otherwise, given their current levels, it wasn't even certain how Sasuke would fare against her. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Everything is under control. Chapter 254, Everything is under control. Whoosh. Whoosh. 4 figures traveled through the forest. One of them carried a large barrel on his back. For someone Lord Orochimaru is so wary of, he didn't notice us at all. It seems Lord Orochimaru was overthinking things, Kadamaru mocked. Swish. Swish. Stop talking. How boring. Konoha Village. Sakura was discovered by the village guards in a timely manner. Because Konoha was still in a weakened state, the security measures implemented by Tanbo Tobitake during his proxy period and later refined by Tsunade allowed her to be found quickly. Sakura. Sakura. A security ninja woke her up. The moon in the sky had already descended considerably. What happened? Sasuke. Sakura suddenly snapped to her senses and cried out. Bam. Awakened in the dead of night, Tsunade slammed her palm onto the desk in front of her. So, organize the available jonin immediately. Start the operation to bring Uchiha Sasuke back. Upon hearing the news, Tsunade took action instantly. As the last survivor of the Uchiha, they couldn't allow him to fall into Orochimaru's hands. Otherwise, it would only bolster Orochimaru's power, putting Konoha in peril once again. Tsunade, you can't. Konoha's strength cannot be allowed to diminish any further right now. The door opened, and Koharu Yutane walked in, followed by Hamura Mitokado. Are you saying we should just hand Uchiha Sasuke over to Orochimaru? Do you have any idea how dangerous he is? Tsunade faced the two advisors, her face flushing with anger. To be restricted by them at a time like this infuriated her. Hamura Mitokado stated calmly, most of Konoha's Jonin are currently out on missions to restore the village's power. The Jonin strength currently in the village is at the absolute minimum required for defense. Sending more out on a pursuit mission would leave Konoha dangerously vulnerable. But Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade began urgently. Koharu Yutane interrupted, he is just one person. Even if Orochimaru obtains the Uchiha power, his revenge would be a future problem. Emptying Konoha's defenses now poses a much more immediate and greater danger. Exactly. The safety of the village comes first, Hamura added. Tsunade's expression turned grim. What about sending Tanbo Tobitake? She thought of the one man who, according to her analysis, definitely had the ability to bring Sasuke back alone. Tsunade, don't be impulsive. Sasuke is a minor issue. Tanbo Tobitake is a vital defensive asset of this village. While our forces are spread thin, he cannot leave. You've read the files during your time as Hokage, whether it's Uchiha Itachi, the Masked Men, or the leader of the Hidden Rain, they are all individuals capable of dealing catastrophic damage. If Konoha's strength is depleted and they attack, who will take responsibility? Koharu said sternly. To them, only the village itself was worth protecting, Sasuke was ultimately expendable. As for Orochimaru, they believed they would find a way to deal with him in the coming years. So, go find Nara Shikamaru and bring him here. Move as fast as you can. Tsunade shot a venomous look at the two advisors. She knew they were right about the village's current state, a core pillar like Tanbo indeed couldn't be sent out. Being reckless when facing so many powerful enemies was wrong. However, it didn't make her any less frustrated. Understood. The Umbu named so disappeared in a body flicker. This time, the advisors did not stop her. Chunin-level forces were not considered decisive power in the village, so as long as she didn't send too many, they would give the Hokage some face. Night. Shikamaru, who was sound asleep, suddenly snapped his eyes open under the covers. Knock knock knock. Knock. An emergency mission in the middle of the night. His expression changed instantly upon hearing the signal at his window. It was the code for a Hokage emergency mission. Swish. He tore off his pajamas and threw on his flak jacket. After checking his equipment, he climbed out the window, glancing at the moon sinking toward the horizon and the Umbu ninja waiting for him. He gave a hand signal indicating he was ready. Whoosh. Whoosh. Hokage's office. Shikamaru hurried in and saw a very displeased Tsunade. Lord Hokage. Emergency mission. Gather the capable ninjas you see fit and bring Uchiha Sasuke back to me. Move fast. This is your first mission as a squad leader since becoming a Chunin. Tsunade quickly summarized the situation and issued the final command. Understood, Lord Hokage. Aware of the urgency, Shikamaru suppressed his sleepiness and quickly exited the office. Once he was gone, Tsunade muttered in annoyance, being Hokage isn't fun at all. She walked to the window, watching the moon about to dip behind the forest. The strength of a few genin and chunin probably won't be enough. For such an urgent mission, the team couldn't be too large. Notify the Cryptanalysis Division. Send a message to the Sand Village. During Tanbo's time as acting Hokage, the issues with the hidden sand had been settled. The Land of Wind had agreed to the controlled exchange of resources. Because Tanbo had been quite assertive, the Land of Wind didn't dare complain, they hadn't suffered too great a loss, though they were now positioned beneath Konoha in negotiations. Tsunade was now taking advantage of that. Suddenly, she thought of someone else. He had just made it back in time. Konoha main gate. Let's go. After checking everyone's equipment and briefing them on the battle plan, Shikamaru signaled the start. New enemies, huh? If I get the chance, I'll let them taste my ultimate move. Kiba Inuzuka had a confident smirk. Being taken down by Naruto's 1,000 farts previously had robbed him of the chance to fight Sasuke, which had annoyed him. Now he had to bring Sasuke back, fate certainly worked in strange ways. He just hoped these enemies were strong enough to make him use that move. In this team, he considered himself the strongest, so he had to take on more responsibility. Whoosh. Whoosh. The group sped away from the gate. After they left, 4 other figures followed them out. If anyone could see them, they would realize they were all Tanbo Tobitake. Well then, it looks like I'm wasting 4 clones tonight. No research for me. Tanbo ultimately couldn't rest easy and decided to play nanny for a while. In the original story, they started the pursuit at dawn, but here they were starting in the middle of the night. The difference was significant. Beyond ensuring the survival of these kids, he also had to ensure Sasuke reached Orochimaru. As for Sasuke, he naturally had a backup plan. Even if things went beyond his expectations, he would ensure Sasuke wouldn't be used as a vessel by Orochimaru immediately. Back when Sasuke was in the hospital, Tanbo had already tampered with him. It would be impossible for Orochimaru to take over Sasuke's body within the next 3 years. Even if Orochimaru discovered the tampering, it would take him a considerable amount of time to remove it. This was Tanbo's confidence. Chapter 255, Kabuto and Kimimaro. Chapter 255, Kabuto and Kimimaro. Swish. Swish. This way. Kiba Inuzuka led the team, his nose twitching as he rapidly analyzed the direction the enemies had fled. Shikamaru and the others followed closely behind. Naruto's expression was grim, he was determined to drag Sasuke back. Bang. Bang. Along the way, it seemed the sound ninja ahead had realized they were being pursued and had set traps. However, all 4 members of the recovery team had undergone Tanbo Tobotake's real battlefield training, where they had been killed by traps countless times. They dismantled the obstacles with fluid precision and continued the chase. Kiba only needed a sniff to tell where something had been tampered with, and if that failed, Akamaru was there to assist. Boom. They triggered another explosive tag trap intentionally to clear the path. Looks like my training wasn't for nothing after all. Tanbo Tobotake watched their trap disarming techniques from the shadows. The seamless way they handled it proved his efforts had paid off. From the way the Sound 4 were setting traps, it was clear they hadn't encountered the special Jonin squad led by Genma Shiranui as they did in the original story. Without that drain on their stamina, the Sound 4 should have been in peak condition, which gave them the energy to set so many obstacles. However, because they hadn't fought Genma, the Sound 4 were moving faster. They should still be able to catch up for a fight. My student's speed in clearing traps is already much higher than any average squad, Tanbo mused. Whoosh. Tanbo erased all traces of his aura and scent, continuing the pursuit. His 4 clones followed doggedly. Having massive chakra reserves truly made things convenient. Konoha. Tsunade arrived at Rock Lee's house and called him out. Lord Hokage. Lee stood at attention upon seeing her. Is your body feeling all right now? Tsunade asked. It had been some time since Lee's surgery. She had come personally to check if he was fit for backup duty, as the reinforcements from the Sand Village might be a bit slow. Lee's eyes sparkled. Thanks to your treatment, Lord Hokage, and Captain Tanbo's assistance, my body has returned to its former state. Not only can I train, but I could even open the 8 inner gates again if I had to. That was the light of hope. He was a living miracle. Is that so? His method might be taxing, but it's quite effective, Tsunade admitted. After the surgery, Lee was supposed to recuperate for a long time. But Tanbo had stepped in, using Genjutsu to stimulate the body's natural accelerated self-healing. Unlike standard medical ninjutsu that forces cell division, Tanbo's method guided the body's natural processes. It was less violent, though it required several secret medicinal pills worth tens of thousands of ryo each. She had thought Lee would still need more time, but he looked ready for action. I have an emergency mission for you. Tsunade briefed him. Without hesitation, Lee packed his gear and vanished. Tsunade finally felt a bit of relief. She would have preferred sending a Jonin, but her hands were tied. Konoha needed its defensive core to stay behind to deal with any potential raids. Sasuke was important, but the village's safety was paramount. Orochimaru's secret base, Land of Rice Fields. This base was separate from the Hidden Sound headquarters. By hiding in plain sight, Orochimaru had successfully evaded the search parties led by Shibi Aburame. Kabuto, I have a bad premonition. I'm afraid I'll need you to step in, Orochimaru said. For some reason, he felt the Sound 4's journey wouldn't be smooth. Kabuto paused while shaking a vial of medicine. Lord Orochimaru, you are too kind. But if I leave, your body. Kabuto hesitated. He was currently the one managing everything regarding Orochimaru's health. Cough, don't underestimate me. Besides, your intervention shouldn't take too long, Orochimaru coughed several times. I must perform the reincarnation in half a day at the latest. Without you out there, I can't rest easy. Kabuto's eyes gleamed behind his glasses. In that case, I shall take my leave. Take Kimimaro with you. I was thinking the exact same thing. Kabuto had intended to bring Kimimaro anyway, for the sake of Lord Orochimaru's new vessel, they could not afford a single failure. Cough. Cough. After Kabuto left, a look of agony returned to Orochimaru's face. Is this body already at its limit? Sasuke, hurry. Tap, tap. Kabuto navigated through various tunnels and entered a hidden room. A young man lay there, his bare torso covered in monitoring equipment and sealing formulas. Teacher Kabuto, is it something for Lord Orochimaru? Kimimara's eyes shifted toward Kabuto. Yes. I'm sorry, Kimimaro, but you have another mission. It might be your last, Kabuto said. Kimimaro smiled gently. Is that so? Then let me use this dying husk to do one last thing for Lord Orochimaru. I am happy to help him obtain a better body. Hey, it's not just you, I'm going with you. Kabuto hadn't expected Orochimaru to send him away at the critical moment of his reincarnation. Was it because of that man, Tanbo Tobitake, again? As a veteran spy, that was Kabuto's best guess. Even Teacher Kabuto is being sent out. It seems this mission won't be easy, Kimimaro said, somewhat shocked. Kabuto was Orochimaru's favorite assistant, sending him away now was a serious move. Kabuto walked over to a computer and operated it. The screen displayed numerous experimental subjects in various cells. He spoke into the microphone, kill each other. I will release the families of the last survivor. The subjects on screen paused for a moment before their eyes exploded with murderous intent. Kabuto didn't stick around to watch. Kimimaro, let's go. Teacher Kabuto, wasting test subjects like that must be stressful even for you. Kimimaro asked as he tore off the monitors and followed. High-quality test subjects were hard to find. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. Yes, but to prevent any accidents, there's no other way. We can't be certain we can bring Sasuke back before Lord Orochimaru's current body gives out. You've thought of everything, Kimimaro agreed. If they didn't make it back in time, Lord Orochimaru would at least have a survivor from the deathmatch to use as a temporary vessel. Adjust your mindset. Our enemies this time might just be Konoha's finest elites. Kabuto's lips curled into a smirk. Chapter 256, Choji's Combat Intelligence. Chapter 256, Choji's Combat Intelligence. Whoosh. Whoosh. Earth style, Earth prison dome of magnificent nothingness. Rumble. Those spider webs, we were careless. Leave this guy to me. Shikamaru, you guys go after Sasuke. Swish. Swish. The team instantly evaded the surrounding Earth-style formation. Choji shouted to Shikamaru as they moved. Got it. I'm leaving him to you. Shikamaru felt completely at ease leaving the rearguard to Choji. In fact, he felt confident in all the genin of their class. Only those who had undergone the former acting Hokage's battlefield simulation training could understand what it felt like to experience death thousands of times. Furthermore, recent training had allowed them to iron out many of their personal weaknesses. Had the Chunin exams not ended so abruptly, preventing them from fully digesting that combat experience, they likely would have all been promoted to Chunin by now. Choji was the teammate Shikamaru knew best. He knew Choji had a trump card up his sleeve. Whoosh. Jirobo, of course, wasn't about to watch them chase after his comrades. His goal was to take them all down. He immediately entered the Cursed Seal Level 1 state, dark markings spreading across his face. He hurled several shuriken, aiming to block Naruto and Shikamaru's path. Partial multi-size jutsu. Choji's left hand expanded abruptly, looming over the incoming projectiles. With a casual sweep, he batted the shuriken away. Thud. Thud. The shuriken were embedded into the ground and tree trunks. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's group vanished from Jirobo's line of sight. Your opponent is me. Choji was solemn and focused. Drawing upon the instincts forged through 1,000 deaths, he entered a total combat state. Jirobo snorted. Fine then. I'll finish you off first before dealing with the others. He wove hand signs rapidly and flipped a section of the earth. He hoisted a 7-meter-tall boulder, the bedrock dumpling, into the air. Rumble. He hurled it, the massive rock hurtling toward Choji. Multi-size, double-human bullet tank. Choji's hands grew massive, glowing with chakra as he slammed them into the boulder. Boom. The bedrock dumpling shattered instantly. The battle is over. Jirobo's voice echoed as a circular wall of earth rose rapidly around Choji, trapping him in darkness. Jirobo smiled triumphantly at the sight of the trapped boy. A mere genin thinking they could stop him, how overconfident. Suddenly, he felt the wind whistling behind him. Just as he moved to defend, a massive force struck his back. Crack. Jirobo was sent flying. The sickening sound of a shattering spine and ruptured flesh rang out. To make matters worse, the point of impact was a bloody mess. An explosive tag, stuck to the blood, clung to his body. Sizzle. The fuse ignited. From the moment you used your first move on our team, I noticed it. That's your specialty, isn't it? A finishing move. Those markings on you must be a technique to enhance your physical vitality. However, under this level of power, no matter how strong your body is, taking a direct hit like that, if you're not dead, you're crippled. Choji's face was grim as he muttered to himself while watching Jirobo fly through the air. Tanbo-sensei's simulations had made him realize his flaws. Over the past few days, he had finally managed to compensate for some of them. Most importantly, he had gained combat experience. The one trapped in the dome was just a clone. Choji's real body had escaped the range of the jutsu before he was enclosed. He looked at the pillbox in his hand, where only the yellow and red pills remained. To ensure a lethal blow, he had swallowed the first secret pill of his clan, triggering his hidden potential. Boom. The explosive tag on Jirobo finally detonated. Flesh and blood splattered. Choji let out a sigh of relief. Now, he just needed to catch up with Shikamaru. Damn you, you brat. The enemy's voice rang out again, sending a shock through Choji. As the smoke cleared, Jirobo reappeared. He had transformed into a monstrous form. On his back, raw flesh was being covered by a horn-like, monstrous keratin. I'm going to kill you. Jirobo, now a yellow-haired monster, turned to glare at Choji with pure malice. Whoosh. He vanished, reappearing instantly in front of Choji. Arhat strike. The speed was incredible. The blow was about to connect. Poof. Choji turned into a log. Substitution jutsu. Jirobo's expression soured. When did he weave the signs? Choji, having dodged the attack, didn't stand around staring. He knew that in this state, Jirobo's speed was too high. He had only managed that last substitution by predicting the attack the moment Jirobo spoke. He wouldn't be able to dodge the next one so easily. Taking advantage of Jirobo's momentary confusion, Choji flicked open his pillbox and swallowed the yellow pill. With his extensive experience of dying in simulations, he could tell the enemy had become several times stronger. It was like facing a different person entirely. He didn't hesitate to take the second pill. Whoosh. Enraged at being played, Jirobo blurred across the distance again. His body, revitalized by Cursed Seal Level 2, possessed speed beyond normal human limits. Clash. Choji, fueled by the second pill, blocked Jirobo's fist with a giant-sized arm. Even so, he was sent sliding back. To be able to block my taijutsu in Level 2? Is it some kind of secret medicine? Jirobo noted Choji's earlier movement and the remaining red pill. He couldn't let the boy take that last one. Hiss. A sharp pain shot through Choji's arm. Even with the curry pill, his physical durability couldn't match the monster before him. He wove hand signs. Super multi-size jutsu. Using the power of the second pill, Choji performed a secret technique he normally couldn't master. He became a literal giant. His perspective shifted as Jirobo shrank to the size of a dung beetle. The core principle of Tanbo-sensei's training, a ninja must not hesitate, they must be resolute. Otherwise, you could be killed in an instant. Choji struck down with a palm infused with the force of his double-push taijutsu. Boom. Choji didn't feel the impact he expected. Instead, he felt the chakra within his body beginning to drain away. As the dust settled, an earthen golem about 2/3 his size had appeared, blocking his strike. Where they touched, his chakra was being siphoned into the golem. Don't think being big makes you special. Size isn't everything, Jirobo mocked. Once the boy's chakra was drained, no pill in the world could save him. Choji tried to pull his hand away, but he was stuck fast. Don't be naive. My clay golem traps the enemy and absorbs chakra. Now, just wait for your death. Damn it, this guy is actually this strong. Choji began to panic. Thinking of his last resort, he released the super multi-size jutsu, simultaneously breaking free from the golem's suction. Without a second thought, he swallowed the third pill. Shikamaru. I'm not as smart as you. I guess I just have to bet my life on this. His combat experience told him that if the enemy could survive his giant strike and turn into a monster, he had no hope of winning without the chili pill. He had hesitated for a moment, but now there was no other way. Form. His body's caloric energy was consumed at a terrifying rate. His stamina recovered, his body strengthened, and a pair of ethereal butterfly wings extended from his back. Jirobo stared, stunned. He hadn't expected Choji to escape, nor did Choji's battle-hardened instincts fit a boy his age. However, Jirobo remained confident. This was the power bestowed upon him by Lord Orochimaru. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, Data. Chapter 257, Data. In the shadows of the forest, Tanbo Tobitake maintained a hand seal while massive amounts of data streamed into his mind from a distance. The state changes of Jirobo's cursed seal and the data on how natural energy revitalized his physical body entered his consciousness bit by bit. Cursed Seal Level 1, only the natural energy maintained within the seal itself was active, providing a mild stimulation to Jirobo's vitality. Cursed Seal Level 2, natural energy was being continuously absorbed from the environment through the seal. After transformation and the influence of a special enzyme, the subject's entire physiology changed. This enzyme expanded on a massive scale, eventually forming Jirobo's current monster state. Compared to Level 1, he was more than 3 times stronger. Physically, he was now comparable to Rock Lee with the 4th gate open. However, compared to the 8 inner gates, the side effects of the cursed seal are much smaller. Orochimaru is a genius, this technology is incredible. As for Choji's physical changes, they were even more impressive. During the first pill, the spinach pill, Tanbo felt Choji liberate over 30% of his body's potential. Amplified by his ninjutsu, this resulted in exponential growth. That single punch had nearly ended Jirobo right then and there. If not for the level 2 state allowing Jirobo to maintain his physical integrity through the combination of natural energy and enzymes, he would have been obliterated instantly. Even so, once he dropped out of level 2, he was likely a dead man. No one can maintain that state indefinitely. The second pill, the curry pill, replenished Choji's physical essence, making his body rapidly stronger under the medicinal surge. It didn't just cover the exhaustion from the first pill, it supplemented his reserves. His chakra levels increased astronomically. The third pill, the chili pill, was what Choji was using now. It converted all his stored fat into chakra, merging it with the chakra from the second pill into a singular focus. This formed the butterfly state. Under the sensory nerves Tanbo had embedded inside Choji's body, he could feel that every slight movement Choji made was accompanied by chakra condensing into a single point. Every punch and kick unleashed devastating power. Tanbo even wondered, if Choji were a Jinchuriki in this state, could he condense the Nine-Tails chakra into a single point and unleash an attack even more terrifying than a tailed beast bomb? After all, the chakra concentration in Choji's butterfly state was arguably more focused than Tsunade's heavenly foot of pain. It was worth it. Placing nerves on every promising junior has yielded great rewards. The battle between Choji and Jirobo alone had provided a bountiful harvest. Fortunately, he hadn't stayed home. Using his clones to prevent accidents was the right call. If he were too far away, his main body wouldn't be able to collect information. This level of data streaming only worked within a certain range. He had collected the data on the Cursed Seal Level 2 transformation. He now understood how natural energy flowed through the body and intertwined with the special enzymes. His Sage mode should be nearing completion. At the very least, he could create a knockoff Cursed Seal to revitalize his own body and enhance his taijutsu. Facing a potential threat like Urashiki Otsutsuki, taijutsu would be vital. From what he remembered of the Boruto lore he'd skimmed, the Otsutsuki all had the ability to absorb ninjutsu. If Urashiki appeared in Konoha before Tanbo finished his force execution development stage, he would have to rely on taijutsu and senjutsu to defeat him. It was a daunting prospect. Thud. Butterfly Choji kicked through the clay golem. Stepping off the debris, he reached Jirobo in an instant. He flipped mid-air and drove his leg down. In his level 2 state, Jirobo didn't even have time to react before he was crushed into the earth. Rumble. The ground buckled and collapsed. As the dust settled, Jirobo was a broken mess, with only his head and portions of his torso remaining. His body reverted from its monstrous form. Confirming the enemy was dead, Choji deactivated his butterfly mode. I probably won't be able to back you guys up, Shikamaru, Naruto. The moment the state ended, Choji's body went limp. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes slowly closing. Once Choji's consciousness faded, Tanbo stepped out from the shadows. He inspected the boy's body. Confirming the nerve readings were accurate, he had to use a jutsu to stabilize Choji's condition, ensuring his survival. The injuries were severe, but Tsunade could fix them. This was a contribution for Tsunade to claim, he would leave it to her. Choji has become so strong. If the timing for the pursuit hadn't been moved up and the Sound 4 had met Genma's squad like in the original, Choji probably would have ended Jirobo in the first round, Tanbo mused. Despite the many ripples caused by the butterfly effect, things seemed to be gravitating back toward the original track. Is the old man of the 6 paths pulling the strings? He couldn't help but wonder. But that didn't make sense. Hagoromo shouldn't be interfering with Sasuke's growth. Tanbo had considered correcting the course, but it seemed the world was correcting itself. However, over on Kiba's side, things should be resolved much faster. He thought of Kiba Inuzuka. The current Kiba was not the Kiba of the original story, he was significantly more powerful after Tanbo's meticulous tutelage. We shall see. Whoosh. Whoosh. TCH, caught up already. Kidamaru sensed the movement behind him and signaled Tayuya and the others to keep going. He began laying traps in the area. A mature hunter must use mature hunting methods. Countless webs were spun throughout the dense forest as Kidamaru masked his scent and hid among the treetops. Swish. Swish. Shortly after the traps were set, Shikamaru's squad appeared. Before they entered the trap zone, Shikamaru signaled them to stop. Sniff. Sniff. Kiba and Akamaru utilized their superior sense of smell, while Niji activated his Byakugan to scout. One person. 9 o'clock direction. Traps in the vicinity. They left one person behind. It seems they're trying to stall for time. This means our time is running out. If we get delayed here, we might never catch Sasuke. Shikamaru analyzed the situation immediately. Let's go together and take him out. Naruto was impatient, ready to charge in. Don't be reckless, Naruto. Follow my plan, or we'll never get Sasuke back. Shikamaru stopped him, then looked at Niji and Kiba. We have to split up. Kiba, your strength is greater, go after the most dangerous guy. Leave this one to Niji. Are you confident? Kiba and Akamaru had already sensed that the most dangerous individual among the remaining enemies was another man further ahead. No problem, both Kiba and Niji replied confidently. It was the confidence born from 1,000 deaths. Then move out. This guy is yours, Niji. Kiba, go. Got it. Fong passing Fong. Kiba grinned. He transformed into a spinning tornado, tearing through all the traps in the path ahead. Shikamaru and Naruto followed close behind. Just then, a figure above them tried to intercept. Gentle Fist. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Chapter 258, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Damn it. Kadamaru nimbly evaded Niji's strike, tugging at the spider silk attached to his body. Suddenly, his pores secreted a yellowish metallic substance, forming golden arrows. Ignoring Niji for a moment, he used the silk to construct a bow and fired a shot toward Shikamaru's retreating group. Whoosh. Zip. Just then, a kunai equipped with an explosive tag flew through the air, intercepting the golden arrow. Boom. The explosion sent the metallic arrow spiraling away. Kadamaru could only watch helplessly as Shikamaru and the others vanished into the forest. He turned his gaze, now filled with irritation, back toward Niji. Fine then. I'll deal with you first. Did you really think those brats stood a chance against Sakan and the others? Niji didn't respond. As Kadamaru spoke, Niji channeled chakra into his feet and began catapulting himself between the tree trunks, closing the distance. Whoosh. Whoosh. As he neared, Niji threw shuriken to seal off Kadamaru's evasion routes. Naive. Dark markings began to spread across Kadamaru's face. He wasn't planning on wasting any more time. He had originally wanted to play with his prey, but Niji's persistent interference was starting to grate on his nerves. Pooey. He spat a massive web intended to envelop Niji's entire path. He didn't even bother to move from his spot. Clang. Clang. Niji's shuriken struck Kadamaru's body, producing the sound of metal clashing against metal. Gentle Fist. Niji swung his hands, severing the chakra flow within the spider web to break through. Simultaneously, he noted the metallic clanking sound. An ability to secrete some kind of metal throughout the body, Niji analyzed instantly. This meant the Gentle Fist had to break through that external defense before it could sever the internal chakra pathways. Whoosh. Bang. Clang clang clang. The two engaged in a frantic melee. Kadamaru swung yellowish spears formed from his secretions, their weapons clashing with high-intensity impacts. Occasionally, Kadamaru would spit out white webs, but Niji's Gentle Fist style perfectly countered the chakra-infused silk. Pesky brat, countering my webbing. But he's a close-range fighter. As long as I watch out for his shuriken and explosive tags, I still control the rhythm of this hunt. Kadamaru was no weakling, he had already deduced the strengths and weaknesses of Niji's style. Tanbo Tobate's clone appeared in the periphery again, watching the intense battle. Seeing Niji finally utilizing basic ninja tools like shuriken and tags filled him with a sense of relief. In the past, Tanbo had often wondered why every ninja, with the exception of specialized cases like Lee, didn't master the 3 basic jutsu and basic tool mastery. Niji had relied far too heavily on the Byakugan. Carrying a few ninja tools doesn't hinder a ninja, it creates more tactical possibilities. For an average ninja, it significantly raises their combat ceiling. Therefore, in Niji's battlefield simulation, Tanbo had specifically ramped up the difficulty by using basic tools and clones in unpredictable ways. According to Tanbo's logic, if Niji could achieve the same utility as tools and basic jutsu using only Gentle Fist, that was fine, but he couldn't. Now, after dying 1,000 times in the illusions, Niji had finally started acting like a proper ninja. Otherwise, he was just a warrior, which wasn't very ninja-like at all. Tiger Seal. A thought crossed Tanbo's mind as he wove a sign to resonate with the nerves left inside the two combatants. He began harvesting their physical data. The Sound Four at full health were quite formidable, definitely stronger than in the original timeline. He wondered if Niji, after his 1,000 ninja slaying training, could secure a win. Niji was a true genius. In Tanbo's simulations, he was the fastest to improve among the Konoha 12, second only to Sasuke. Even Naruto couldn't match his rate of adaptation. Tanbo suspected that Niji had previously been so immersed in his destiny complex that he couldn't break out of his cage to develop his true potential. This Niji was undoubtedly leagues ahead of his original counterpart. This was going to be a fight worth watching. After all, Guy's team had undergone Tanbo's simulation 4 separate times, whereas Choji's team had only gone through it once. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shikamaru, can Niji really handle that guy? Naruto asked, having sensed how dangerous the Spider-Man was. Shikamaru replied firmly, don't worry. Have faith in him. Our goal is to bring Sasuke back. He chose to believe in his teammates. He was confident that both Choji and Niji had made massive strides recently. Since the Orochimaru incident, everyone in the village had been training like possessed souls. Shikamaru also firmly believed that anyone who had survived the former acting Hokage's training would be able to survive, if not win. Only a strategist like him truly understood how much help that specific training provided to a ninja. Hey, there are 2 left. I'll take them on next, Kiba said confidently. He had already addressed the weakness Naruto had exposed during the Chunin exams. His nose had become even stronger, not just in sensitivity, but he had found a way to filter out foul odors. It reduced his overall sensitivity slightly, but his taijutsu was more than enough to compensate. Kiba, stay focused. Our goal is Sasuke, nothing else, Shikamaru cautioned as a leader. I know. Bang. Boom. Thud. In the forest, countless trees were blasted apart. A massive, yellowish arrow tore through a trunk and slammed into the ground, creating a crater. Why are you running? What happened to that spinning move of yours? Kidamaru had undergone a full transformation. 6 arms protruded from his sides, each wielding a weapon. He tugged at the thread attached to the arrow, reeling it back. Niji, however, had vanished from his sight. Kidamaru scanned the area, trying to locate him. He hadn't expected a close-quarters combatant to have such masterful stealth and aura-masking skills. The genius of the Hyuga clan was truly remarkable. In his mind, no ninja was a jack of all trades, except for Lord Orochimaru. One could only be relatively balanced between melee and range. But he had to admit, this Byakugan kid had refined his stealth to a deep level. However, you are a ninja, and so am I. Kidamaru suddenly turned and aimed his bow at a spot just 3 meters away. At this distance, no one can dodge my arrow. Whoosh! The arrow's release triggered a sonic boom. A twisted smile spread across Kidamaru's face. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Niji ignored the incoming arrow. Instead, he unleashed a vacuum palm, a technique designed to compensate for the gentle fist's lack of range. It struck Kidamaru squarely in his shocked face. But Kidamaru thought he had won. Poof! Suddenly, the Niji hit by the arrow vanished in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. Chapter 259, Tobitake Tanbo picking up the scraps. Chapter 259, Tobitake Tanbo picking up the scraps. Flash. As Kidamaru flew backward, stunned by the disappearance of Niji's shadow clone, a figure suddenly materialized behind him. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Thud. 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 Kidamaru's body jolted violently as he coughed up a spray of fresh blood. His vision began to blur. How is this possible, a Konoha ninja? Before he could finish his mutterings, the life left his body. Who? Niji took a deep breath, adjusting his rhythm to recover his stamina. Snap. He pulled a food pill from his ninja tool pouch and popped it into his mouth. He watched as the monstrous form of the cursed seal faded from Kidamaru's body. Once he confirmed the enemy was dead, he used a body flicker technique to leave the area, chasing after Shikamaru and the others. Whoosh. Whoosh. Only after Niji had departed did a clone of Tobitake Tanbo emerge from the shadows. He stepped forward to examine Kidamaru's corpse. Internal organs completely destroyed, the chakra pathway system severed, and the tenketsu entirely blocked. Now this is what you call gentle fist. A smile played on Tanbo's lips. As the ancestral secret technique of the Hyuga clan, the gentle fist was never meant to be as weak as it sometimes appeared in the original story. Looking at Kidamaru's condition, it truly lived up to its prestigious reputation. The gentle fist was a style where a single hit from a Hyuga could devastate internal organs and the chakra network. Because the network is deeply intertwined with every organ in the body, even a glancing blow to the skin should theoretically cause the enemy to lose partial function of their chakra system. From the looks of it, Niji was indeed a genius. With the 64 palms, every strike had perfectly pulverized a corresponding internal organ. Even in his cursed seal level 2 state, Kidamaru's insides had been turned to mush. But I've collected even more cursed seal data. I'm getting very close to sage mode now. Orochimaru is truly impressive. He managed to find so many talented ninjas with unique abilities from all over the world. Tanbo felt a sense of admiration for Orochimaru. Even with his own intelligence network, it was difficult to find such a diverse array of ninjas, from Akato Yoroi's chakra absorption to Kabuto's Ine healing wound destruction, and the Sound 4. But now, it was all falling into Tanbo's lap. The data on the Sound 4, and potentially Kimimaro, was now his. I need to notify my other clones. Niji is catching up. This might be the point where Sasuke's path to power begins to deviate. Tanbo's hands blurred as he formed seals. 2 seconds later, the clone vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing next to the clone following Shikamaru's group. Flying Thunder God technique. Though he wasn't proficient enough to use it effectively in active combat, it was perfect for traveling long distances. The clones touched briefly, allowing their memories to merge. Once the synchronization was complete, they continued the pursuit. Should I block Niji's path? Tanbo pondered. Whoosh. Whoosh. Kimimaro, pick up the pace. I have a bad feeling about this, Kabuto said as they traveled, acting on a sudden intuition. Hearing this, Kimimaro followed closely behind and increased his speed. If Master Kabuto has such a feeling, then their mission must be facing significant obstacles. Kimimaro trusted Kabuto's instincts implicitly. The bright moon had already dipped below the mountains, and the final veil of darkness before dawn began to settle. TCH, they caught up that fast. Kidamaru and the others are useless. Lord Orochimaru really shouldn't have grouped them with us. Sakan felt the movement behind them, his face twisting with dissatisfaction. Being unable to handle a few Konoha brats was an utter embarrassment. As he moved, Sakan formed seals, leaving behind explosive tag-like formulas on the ground wherever he stepped. Tayuya added, at this rate, Lord Orochimaru's goal might not be achieved. There were only 2 of them left now. If the enemy continued the tactic of leaving one person behind to stall their members, things would get difficult. Sakan remained confident. Don't worry, leave them to me. I'll settle it. Boom. Boom. Just then, the sound of explosions echoed from behind them. Heh, rushing in so fast. Are they that eager to enter the Pure Land? My explosive kill array may have a time limit, but it's much harder to crack than standard traps. Sakan's lips curled into a smirk. Using this move, he had eliminated countless opponents for Lord Orochimaru. Zip. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. He had white hair, 2 distinct bound locks hanging down, and 2 red dots on his forehead. Kimimaro? Why are you here? Tayuya and Sakan asked in shock. Hand Sasuke over to me. You 2 stay here and kill the pursuing Konoha squad, Kimimaro commanded. TCH, we could have finished the mission and gained Lord Orochimaru's favor even without you, Tayuya grumbled, clearly annoyed. Sakan was also irritated but conceded. Fine, give Sasuke to him. Lord Orochimaru's mission is the priority. They all knew Orochimaru was nearing the limit for his reincarnation. If they missed this window, they would have to wait another 3 years. Tayuya tossed the large barrel she was carrying to Kimimaro with a huff. Bastard. Give Sasuke back. Naruto and the others finally broke through the traps and caught up. Seeing the 3 enemies and the barrel in Kimimaro's hands, Naruto's blue eyes began to flicker with hints of orange-yellow. Sorry, Sasuke belongs to Lord Orochimaru. I cannot grant your request. Kimimaro glanced at him and flickered away instantly. Naruto tried to force a pursuit but was stopped by Shikamaru. Naruto, be careful. That guy looks like enemy reinforcements. Then what do we do? Naruto asked, frantic. How about you 2 handle these 2, and I'll go after the new guy? Inuzuka Kiba suggested, his nose twitching as he caught a dangerous scent. He originally wanted Naruto to go, but he didn't quite trust Naruto's current level of reliability. You really think we'd let you just walk past us? Sakan sneered from a distance. Too naive. Tayuya, let's show them what we're made of. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tayuya didn't waste any time with talk. Her hands flew through seals. Summoning Jutsu, Doki, angry demons. Poof. 3 massive summoned beasts appeared, one wielding a spiked club, one looking like a handless mummy, and a humanoid one without eyes. Immediately after summoning them, she pulled out her flute and began to play. The entire sequence happened in an instant, before Shikamaru's team could even react. Only after the 3 beasts stood before them did they prepare to counterattack. Naruto, you go after that guy. Kiba and I will deal with these 2. Shikamaru ordered. Naruto. Is he going to be okay? Kiba expressed his doubt. I'm going. I've learned a new secret technique too, I'll definitely bring Sasuke back. Naruto, consumed by worry for Sasuke, made his decision. Kiba, don't worry. Naruto is strong. Don't forget, he beat you during the Chunin exams, Shikamaru said, trusting Naruto's resolve. Alright then. Akamaru, let's go. We'll block them and give Naruto his opening. Hearing this, Kiba stopped arguing. He watched the massive yet agile summons and began forming his own seals. Chapter 260, Vital Ninjutsu Material. Chapter 260, Vital Ninjutsu Material. Is it Naruto again? In the shadows, Kabuto glanced at the remaining group before speeding off in the direction of Kimimaro. His exceptional experience as a spy allowed him to move in a way that Naruto didn't sense him at all. Kabuto wasn't there to intercept Naruto, he was there to safeguard Kimimaro. It seemed Lord Orochimaru's premonition was correct, the members of this Konoha squad were all quite formidable youngsters. He pushed up his glasses. Whoosh! On the forest road between the land of fire and the land of rice fields, a green blur was sprinting at high speeds. The predatory beasts lurking in the brush felt only a gust of wind pass them by. By the time they looked, no one was there. Naruto, I'm coming. Rock Lee's legs were like spinning wheels, moving so fast they were practically a blur. His youth was boiling over. Zip! Niji landed on a tree trunk, spotted the secret code carved into the wood, aimed himself in that direction, and continued the pursuit. After defeating Kidamaru, his chakra reserves were significantly depleted. However, he still had the strength to fight, and Choji's food pills had helped him recover quite a bit. Swish. Swish. Naruto, you must bring Sasuke back. Bang. 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 Tanbo Tobitake watched the battle of the four ninjas from the shadows. The butterfly effect had truly manifested. What was originally a series of 1v1 duels had now turned into a complex 2v2 struggle. However, Kiba should be more than a match for Sakan. Kiba had been personally tutored by Tanbo for a period of time. In school, Kiba had strictly followed Tanbo's learning philosophy, not just theory, but massive amounts of practical experience. He wasn't the reckless brawler of the original story, he should have no problem handling Sakan. The only variable was that Sakan, having not encountered Genma's squad, was in peak condition. As for Shikamaru, with Kiba's assistance, this should be much easier than fighting alone. In the original timeline, a strategist like Shikamaru suffered without a teammate to cover his physical openings. With Shikamaru's intellect and the combat simulations they had shared, the two should be able to coordinate perfectly. And indeed, the battlefield shifted. Kiba. After a period of intense combat, Shikamaru found a flaw in their coordination. Using a flash bomb to create a burst of light, he successfully connected his shadow to both enemies. Kiba's combat experience shone through. He and Akamaru crossed paths simultaneously, tearing Sakan's body apart. He was nearly reduced to mincemeat. On the ground where the remains lay, a series of branch-like patterns emerged. Kiba assumed it was simply a side effect of Sakan's death and turned his attention to Tayuya. But just as he moved to attack, his entire body stiffened as if something were invading him. Kiba, hurry. I can't hold them much longer. Shikamaru barked, seeing Kiba daze out. Further away, Tayuya was using her raw strength to nearly break free from the shadow possession jutsu. Hey, kid, you almost killed my brother. But you've fallen into our trap. Suddenly, a head sprouted from Kiba's shoulder. The mangled remains in the distance began to dissolve and extend, crawling into Kiba's paralyzed body. It's a good thing Lord Orochimaru gave us this power, or I'd really be dead, Yukon remarked, emerging from Kiba's other shoulder. Damn you, what are you? Kiba's face was filled with horror. Woof. Woof. Akamaru barked frantically, but even as a genius dog, he had no idea how to handle this situation. Shikamaru watched in shock, realizing the enemy could fuse their body with others. They were in trouble. To make matters worse, Tayuya had already placed her flute to her lips. Doot, doot, doot. What? He actually discarded my nerves. From the shadows, Tanbo saw Sakan being crushed, only for him to merge into Kiba's body. In his final sensory reading, Tanbo realized Sakan had broken his body down into a powder of cells and proteins to invade Kiba. Yukon had taken the hit for Sakan. Because Sakan had reduced his body to a cellular level, he could no longer carry the nerves Tanbo had attached to him, they had been cracked and shed. Wait, isn't this the perfect material for the displacement jutsu I've been researching? Tanbo recalled his previous jutsu research. He wanted to achieve high-speed displacement through his network of distributed nerves. However, his experiments in turning the body into a chakra form had many difficulties. Sakan's technique was exactly what he needed. Turning the body into cellular or protein-level dust would definitely allow the body to be transferred through a neural network. Tiger seal. Tanbo wove a sign, triggering the nerves inside Kiba's body. They began to extend toward Kiba's cells, enveloping his entire form and spreading toward Sakan and Yukon. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Sakan's current state was the perfect window for observation. Once the battle was over, he would read his physical memories and collect the data. For now, Sakan was his experimental subject. "Brother, what's wrong with your face?" "Yours is the same." Sakan and Yukon looked at each other's faces. The branch-like nerve patterns from Tanbo were now surfacing on them and Kiba. "I think I saw this stuff earlier," Sakan muttered, remembering the unknown substance that fell from his body when he used the parasite demon demolition jutsu. He had planned to investigate after the battle, but now it was everywhere. Was this some secret Inuzuka technique? Kiba, seeing the patterns on their heads, also assumed it was their secret technique. He grew even more anxious. He forced his hand to pull a kunai from his pouch and aimed it at his own stomach. If these patterns connected them all, then stabbing himself would surely hurt them too. He couldn't wait any longer, he had to take the risk. He could see Shikamaru was already at his limit. Divide. Tanbo quickly finished gathering the data on the twins' biology. Just as Kiba was about to bring the kunai down, Tanbo triggered the nerves to release a powerful genjutsu. He amplified the twins' fear, forcing them to eject themselves from Kiba's body. He immediately re-injected his nerves into them. As long as he provided chakra, the nerves could extend and divide. Kiba's plan had been sound, stabbing himself would hurt them, but the twins were two people. As long as one escaped, Kiba would be finished. Furthermore, Shikamaru was struggling against a full-strength Tayuya. Shikamaru wasn't a genius like Niji or a data monster like Choji. His only finishing move, the Shadow Strangle Jutsu, was being overpowered by the raw physical strength of a cursed seal user. Chapter 261, Chapter 261, Shadows. Chapter 261, Shadows. Whoosh. Whoosh. A white, maggot-like entity brushed past Shikamaru, and a cluster of his physical energy was bitten away. Simultaneously, a branch-like substance was absorbed into the entity's body. Shikamaru felt his entire being weaken instantly. Rumble. On the other side, without Shikamaru's tactical support, Kiba found himself struggling in close-quarters combat. Even with his refined taijutsu, he was no match for the cursed seal-enhanced Sakan and Yukon. Their multi-connect style of physical attacks forced him onto the defensive. Even with Akamaru's help, the twins' physical strength under the cursed seal's influence was simply too overwhelming. Damn it, Akamaru. Kiba noticed Shikamaru's deteriorating state and knew he couldn't wait any longer. Poof. In an instant, a massive two-headed wolf appeared before the enemies. Roar. Fong Wolf Fong. Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon. Facing Kiba's super-powerful ninjutsu and the high-density air pressure swirling around him, the twins immediately realized they couldn't use the parasite demon demolition jutsu to merge with Kiba as they had before. They quickly performed a summoning. A massive gate slammed into the ground, blocking Kiba's path. This is Lord Orochimaru's ultimate defensive ninjutsu. Sakan's cold laugh was cut short. He realized mid-sentence that Kiba's attack had swerved. Boom. Tayuya. The sudden change in direction caused Sakan and Yukon's expressions to warp in horror. Tayuya noticed the attack, but it was already upon her. She desperately tried to switch her flute melody from controlling the doki to a genjutsu intended to suppress Kiba. Too naive. I was trained by Captain Tanbo. Crunch. With a cold sneer from Kiba, Tayuya was torn apart. This time, she was truly reduced to shredded meat. Only half of her skull fell to the ground, the cursed seal markings slowly receding as the life left her. The two-headed wolf then turned its gaze towards Sakan and Yukon, eyes burning with predatory ferocity. Shikamaru, panting heavily, gave Kiba a thumbs up. Perfect timing. Curse you. Now it was Sakan and Yukon's turn to feel the pressure. Boom. Kiba didn't give them a moment to breathe, launching another spinning tornado attack. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, understanding Kiba's intent, manipulated his shadow to extend toward the twins. Faced with the combined assault of the two, even the powerful Sakan and Yukon could only face defeat. They fell to the ground, their bodies torn to pieces by Kiba, mirroring Tayuya's fate. However, Kiba and Akamaru were also exhausted. Performing the Fong Wolf Fong twice had taken a massive toll. Kiba, great job. Next, we have to support Naruto. Shikamaru approached and handed him a food pill. Kiba nodded, and after locating the secret signs Naruto had left behind, the two set off. Once they were gone, Tanbo Tobitake emerged from the shadows. He placed his hand on Sakan's remaining head and activated his mind-reading jutsu. After a while, he pulled back and repeated the process with Tayuya's remains, though her brain was far more fragmented than Sakan's. He collected some of Sakan's flesh and sealed it into a scroll. The twins' ability was a type of bloodline limit, an ability developed by combining two nature transformations. Tanbo needed that data. As for Tayuya, he had already collected data on her summons, which were likely biological experiments bred by Orochimaru. Her specific technique used pure spiritual energy chakra, which was how she could drain physical energy from Shikamaru. Her dotting hand ability had actually been the original inspiration for some of Tanbo's own research. Niji caught up and met with Shikamaru and Kiba. After a brief report, the three continued tracking Sasuke. However, Shikamaru was still worried about Choji. Relax. Didn't you say Choji is strong? Kiba grinned at him. Woof. Woof. Akamaru chimed in. In his specialized sense of smell, Choji's scent remained powerful. Shikamaru's lips finally curved into a smile. You're right. 3 dark shadows flickered through the forest. Gaara, they've split up. Let's move too. Understood. After nodding to each other, the Sand siblings dispersed. Gaara watched his siblings disappear and whispered, Naruto. A green figure sped forward. After checking the direction of the tracks and the surrounding traces, he made a decision and continued his advance. These Konoha kids are quite capable. No wonder Lord Orochimaru had a bad premonition. Kabuto, shadowing Kimimaro, sensed something and pushed up his glasses. He looked toward Naruto and Kimimaro. He came to a halt. The gap between Naruto and Kimimaro is too large, there's no need for me to follow closely. I'll stay back and cover Kimimaro's rear. His form gradually became blurred and transparent until he vanished. A green pitcher plant-like entity emerged from a tree trunk. What a spectacular pursuit. Zetsu watched Shikamaru and the others as they were about to vanish from sight. Indeed. For an Uchiha to have so many comrades chasing after him. It's quite unexpected. Beside him, a man in a swirl mask appeared. He is one of the few remaining Uchiha. Is it really wise to leave him to Orochimaru? Zetsu asked. The masked man replied, I believe Uchiha Itachi won't let his brother die at Orochimaru's hands. Hey, why do you care so much about Itachi? Is he really that much of a threat? Zetsu laughed. You don't understand. Compared to people like Itachi or Orochimaru, Nagato is actually the one we need to worry about the least. I truly find it hard to experience human emotions, except for the genjutsu of certain people. Zetsu recalled that particular sensation, a rare experience indeed. So, what exactly are we here for? To find Orochimaru and kill him. That might be difficult, that guy is hard to handle. Every member of Akatsuki was confident in their ability to deal with Orochimaru, but in a real fight, it was never a certainty. No, I'm just here to see if Itachi's brother has the talent. Currently, his resolve shows he has the potential to surpass Itachi. Hatred drives a youth, the will for revenge is the foundation of Uchiha strength. That was Itachi's goal all along, wasn't it? If Itachi knew everything was within your calculations, he might not be very happy, Zetsu chuckled. No, if he found out, we would be the ones who aren't happy, the masked man muttered to himself. Did he think he didn't know why Itachi joined Akatsuki? No, Itachi knew that he knew his plan, yet he did it anyway, to keep an eye on him, the architect of the Uchiha massacre and the Nine Tails incident. They both understood each other's thoughts perfectly. Let's go. There's no more show to watch. If I stay away too long, Itachi might get impulsive and try to take me down with him. He believed Itachi was capable of it. That was precisely why he needed the power of Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 262, Reinforcements. Chapter 262, Reinforcements. In the forest. Everyone, you are forbidden from going further. Kabuto stood on a branch, leaning against the tree as he spoke to the advancing trio of Shikamaru, Niji, and Kiba. Swish. Swish. The three stopped in their tracks the moment they saw Kabuto. Kiba immediately activated his sense of smell to search for any traps the enemy might have laid. Don't worry, I'm only here to stall you, not to kill you. As long as you stay put, I won't take action against you. Kabuto smiled as he watched their movements. You're that Yakushi Kabuto from the Chunin exams, aren't you? Are you trying to stop us too? Shikamaru gave a secret signal to the two behind him. At the same time, he felt a sense of dread. According to their intelligence, this man was an incredibly troublesome opponent. Stall us? Such big words. I've got 12 years of power behind this punch, can you handle it? Chakra flared from Kiba's limbs as he shot forward like a bolt. He reached Kabuto in an instant and threw a heavy punch. Boom. The massive tree was caved in by the punch, but Kabuto had already appeared on a tree several meters away. How reckless, Kabuto remarked nonchalantly. Whoosh. Whoosh. Behind Shikamaru, Niji suddenly hurled several kunai with explosive tags toward Kabuto, while Kiba provided support from the flank. Bang. Bang. Kabuto. Orochimaru actually sent him out. Talk about using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Tanbo Tobitake was quite surprised in the shadows. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to deploy Kabuto. In the original story, only Kimimaro was supposed to show up. Clearly, the butterfly effect was in full swing. He wondered what kind of threat the trio could pose to Kabuto. Tanbo felt they had no chance of winning. The gap between the current trio and Kabuto was simply too vast. One can only truly feel the overwhelming pressure of a Jonin-level fighter once they reach that realm themselves. Currently, even Niji, the strongest of the three, posed zero threat to him. He was curious, however, to see if their teamwork could put even a shred of pressure on Kabuto. Swish. Swish. Bang. No matter how the three attacked, Yakushi Kabuto neutralized everything with ease. He had no intention of killing them, he was simply killing time. He parried Kiba and Akamaru's assault while effortlessly dodging Shikamaru's support and Niji's Byakugan-enhanced gentle fist. Slice. Kabuto lightly evaded Kiba's taijutsu and grazed the boy's thigh with a chakra scalpel, severing the tendon. NGH. Kiba grunted, clutching his leg as he stared at Kabuto with a grim expression. This guy is too strong. Kabuto looked utterly ordinary, but whether it was taijutsu or ninjutsu, he was leagues ahead of them. Even Niji, hailed as a genius, felt like a child fighting an adult in his presence. But, why hasn't he killed us? Kiba wondered. He felt that Kabuto could have done far more than just slice a tendon if he had wanted to. Thud. After some time, all three were wounded. They looked at Kabuto, their faces filled with shock. He's a monster. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures appeared from the distance. Sister, I feel it. Hee hee, I didn't think we'd end up saving these leaf brats. Let's hope they don't die too quickly. Kankuro and Temari were traveling at high speed. Swish. Swish. Reinforcements are here, so I won't have to step in. Tanbo Tobitake sensed the two figures approaching from afar and looked back at the battered trio. He hadn't realized Kabuto was so proficient not only in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu but also in elemental styles. He was using wind, earth, and water styles with incredible fluidity. He truly was a man capable of being a spy in multiple countries without ever being caught. Move. On the grass, two figures were locked in combat. The large barrel had been reduced to splinters. Tanbo watched the fight. Sasuke had already emerged from the seal and headed toward Orochimaru's hideout, while Naruto was being intercepted by Kimimaro. However, compared to the original plot, Naruto had learned to use tactics. This time, he didn't blindly rush in with a swarm of clones for Kimimaro to mow down. Instead, he attacked in waves of continuous strikes, supported by smoke bombs and shuriken from a distance. Naruto's Ninetales chakra was leaking out, his eyes had turned from blue to orange, his pupils narrowing into slits. Where are the reinforcements? I guess I'll have to. Oh, they're finally here. In his perception, a figure arrived at high speed and sent Kimimaro flying with a kick. Bang. Kimimaro managed to block the attack with his bones just in time, but he skipped across the ground like a stone on water. Lee. Naruto looked at Rock Lee, his eyes lighting up with joy. Yeah. Leave this guy to me. You go after Sasuke. Lee dropped into a stance, looking at Kimimaro with a serious gaze. But your injuries. Naruto knew Lee's injuries had been severe. He had no idea that Tsunade and Tanbo Tobitake had already healed him. Don't worry, my body is fully recovered. Alright. I'll go after Sasuke then. Trusting Lee's strength, Naruto gave him and the enemy one last look before sprinting off in the direction Sasuke had gone. Zip. A bone spur shot out to block Naruto. Clang. A foot kicked the spur away instantly. Your opponent is me, the blue beast of the leaf, Rock Lee. After kicking the bone away, Lee looked at him solemnly. This was an opponent worth fighting. Whoosh. A breeze blew past. Kimimaro stared at the green figure, his expression becoming heavy. This one is trouble. The markings on his face began to shift slowly. Unlike the Sound 4, his markings were more symmetrical. He pulled a bone sword from his back. To protect Lord Orochimaru's plans, I must make you disappear. Heh, we'll see who disappears, Lee smiled slightly. Gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, open. He didn't waste another word as a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Wind style, great sickle weasel. Kabuto, looking somewhat disheveled, was about to focus on eliminating Shikamaru, the strategist, when a hurricane swept through and blew him back. What? Kabuto hadn't expected the leaf to have reinforcements at this hour. He stabilized himself in the wind, landing on a tree trunk to see the newcomers. Blonde hair, giant fan, teenage girl. Sunagakure. Where are you looking? A puppet suddenly appeared in front of him, forcing Kabuto back several steps, nearly into the open stomach of a waiting wooden trap. Poof. He instantly transformed into a log. Hey, for a smart guy, you sure look pathetic. Temari teased Shikamaru. However, her expression grew serious when she turned back to Kabuto. They had stayed hidden for a long time just to pull off that specific ambush to finish him. To think he dodged it so easily, this was no simple opponent. Can't be helped. Our teamwork was perfect, but the enemy is too strong. The gap in raw power is just too big. Shikamaru sighed in relief at their arrival. It was clear they were here to help. TCH, you guys had to come and steal the spotlight, Kiba grumbled from the distance. They had thought their final tactic under Shikamaru's command would work, but it only managed to mess up the enemy's clothes. Now that backup had arrived, he felt much better. The enemy in front of them wasn't even on the same level as the previous four. Kankuro landed near them. Is this the guy the Hokage asked us to help with? He looks pretty harmless. To Kankuro, Kabuto just looked like a polite older brother with glasses. He had a smiling face that felt very approachable. If they hadn't been observing him during their stakeout, he never would have guessed this man was so powerful. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, Neural Displacement. Chapter 263, Neural Displacement. A heavy silence fell over the forest. The atmosphere was so still that not even the cry of a crow could be heard. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. Ah, reinforcements have arrived. I suppose we'll call it a day then. Things were already becoming troublesome. Seeing the backup arrive, Kabuto checked the time and decided his job was done. Don't think you're getting away. Boom. Niji's 8 trigrams vacuum palm thundered through the air. Bang. Upon impact, the figure of Kabuto exploded into a spray of soil. It was merely an earth clone. Damn it. The 5 of them hadn't expected that they were facing a mere clone this whole time. It seems we missed our chance to keep him here. Kankuro remarked. Sigh. Shikamaru, acting as captain, let out a long breath of relief. The pressure Kabuto exerted on him was immense. If the men hadn't seemingly lacked the intent to kill them, they might have been wiped out. That guy is incredible. Compared to him, our combat experience. It feels like we're leagues apart, Kiba lamented. He was a truly cunning opponent. Gate of Wonder, open. Lee exploded with a terrifying aura. The surging chakra forced blood through his skin, staining it a deep crimson, while veins bulged across his face. His enemy, Kimimaro, had transformed into a monstrous form, his bone shield already webbed with cracks from Lee's previous strikes. Under Lee's newfound power, even Kimimaro felt the weight of the pressure. It was the first time he had felt such a threat from someone younger than himself. Leaf strong whirlwind. Whoosh. Bang. Lee appeared before Kimimaro in a blur, delivering a heavy kick. Crack. The sound of shattering bone echoed. At the last moment, Kimimaro had layered defensive bone over his body. Leaf rising rock. Great strong whirlwind. Hidden lotus. Rumble. Faced with Lee's speed, Kimimaro struggled to respond. He could only rely on his cursed seal-enhanced perception and his bloodline limit to barely endure the onslaught. Crunch. Crunch. He was driven straight into the earth by Lee's relentless assault, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Watching Kimimaro being smashed into the dirt, Tombo Tobitake felt a twinge of sympathy. Lee, he's going to need another long recovery session when he gets back. Thank goodness for Tsunade and me. However, the fact that Lee could beat Kimimaro to this extent proved that his strength was in a league of its own among the Konoha 12. But the cost-to-benefit ratio of opening the 8 gates was high. Every time he used them, he ended up in a hospital bed. He really needs to strengthen that body. Wait. He suddenly sensed a massive surge of chakra erupting from Kimimaro. Just as he was about to intervene, he sensed another figure arriving in the distance and stayed his hand. Puff. 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 From beneath the earth, gigantic bone spikes tore through the surface, rising toward the sky. The range was so vast that even the lightning-fast Lee couldn't fully evade them. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a mass of sand caught him and lifted him into the air. It's over then. Now it's just a matter of whether Sasuke can avoid the timing of Orochimaru's reincarnation. The Shikamaru squad failed. The mission to retrieve Sasuke was a failure. Naruto was picked up by Kakashi, who had arrived despite orders. Lee and Choji were carried back on stretchers. Yes, Lee was back in the hospital once again. However, this time Tsunade and Tombo were prepared. They stabilized him quickly, leaving him only needing a period of rest. Tombo sensed that Sasuke had likely avoided the reincarnation window. The nerves he had planted inside Sasuke didn't signal any major disturbance. Compared to others, he had done much more work on Sasuke, enough to help him resist a single instance of soul erosion. Consider it a favor to the saviors of the world. Ultimately, it seemed the precaution wasn't even needed yet. Tanbo's harvest from this incident was massive. Within a year, his version of Sage Mode would surely be complete. 6 months passed. Naruto Niken has gone off to train. It's so boring. Konohamaru muttered to himself after finishing a session of sexy jutsu. Recently, his technique had improved significantly, and he had wanted to share it with Naruto, only to hear that he wouldn't be back for several years. But I can already beat Tianyu and Maki now, he he he. Konohamaru grinned proudly. Between his clan's teachings and training under Captain Tanbo, he could finally defeat his rivals. My next goal, I'm going to give Captain Tanbo a beating. Udon and Moegi looked at him with eyes full of pity. What's with those looks? I'm super strong now. Even Tianyu and Maki are no match for me. Konohamaru snapped, annoyed by their expressions. He felt that since he had surpassed his rivals in a few months, beating Tanbo was only a matter of time. Maybe wait until your Genjutsu dispelling technique can actually break Tanbo teachers, the 8 fragrance of fire, before you talk, Moegi advised. Hearing the name of that jutsu, Konohamaru swallowed hard. It felt as if 1,000 floral scents were still lingering in his throat. That was the upgraded version of Irika teacher's punishment jutsu, the 8 fragrances of fire. Standard dispelling methods were useless against it, and even specialized throw protection techniques offered no defense. Konohamaru, I think beating Tianyu is enough. Don't say stuff about beating Tanbo-sensei. If he hears you, you're going to have a bad time, Udon added. The more they studied under Tanbo, the more they realized the depth of his ability. It was as if his mind were a treasure chest, he could teach anything. They had improved immensely in the last 6 months. The Ninja Academy couldn't teach them much anymore, and no one there was their match. But they knew Konohamaru's dream was pure fantasy. Konohamaru refused to back down. Nonsense. I'm the one who inherited the old man's legacy. I'm the future Hokage who will revitalize the leaf. How could I not beat him? Tanbo teacher is just bullying me because I'm young. Otherwise, I'd definitely take him down. Come on, let's go find Tianyu and the others. This time we'll do a 3v3 and beat them again. In the mountains behind the leaf village. Branch-like patterns were spread across an entire section of the forest. On the patterns of a large tree, Tanbo Tobate's had emerged from the thin markings. The displacement skill is finally complete. The next step is to achieve wireless displacement. He looked around, then emerged again from the markings on a nearby rock. This technique was called neural displacement. Drawing reference from Sakan and Yakan's parasite demon demolition jutsu, he could now break his body down to the cellular and protein level to travel through his pre-laid neural network. Currently, he could only move between connected points, he hadn't yet achieved the ability to jump across gaps in the network. He still required a physical conduit. The reason it took 6 months was that the twins' ability leaned heavily toward yang release. Since Tanbo's yang release wasn't his top-tier attribute, it required half a year of deep research. Had he not known how vital a displacement skill was, he never would have wasted time on the grueling study of yang release over yin release. But the effort paid off. Not only could he turn his body into cells, but his evolved nerves were now even finer and more delicate. He could hide them more effectively than ever. He finally understood why the nerves his future self had placed on Boruto were repelled by the Otsutsuki karma. At that time, his technique had simply been too crude. Chapter 264, Chapter 264, Class Reunion. Chapter 264, Class Reunion. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade looked at the mystical palm technique glowing in the hands of Sakura and Ino, falling into deep thought. The mystical palm technique is a high-level ninjutsu among medical nin, with an A-rank learning difficulty. It requires the practitioner to possess extremely refined chakra control and a deep, comprehensive understanding of human anatomy. As she watched the fish in their hands healing at an incredible speed, Tsunade began to doubt whether the technique was actually as difficult as she remembered. It must be their natural talent, she mused. To bolster Konoha's medical reserves, Tsunade had spent the last 6 months familiarizing herself with Hokage affairs before beginning to handpick and training future medical leaders. Sakura and Ino had quickly caught her eye. After a period of medical theory study, she had specifically chosen to teach them the mystical palm technique to give them a taste of how difficult high-level ninjutsu could be. But the result was unexpected. Based on their performance with the mystical palm, their chakra control was already on par with her own, a ninja with 50 years of experience. The mystical palm technique is surprisingly simple. Lady Hokage made it sound so hard, Ino remarked to Sakura with a smile after finishing her treatment on the fish. Sakura smiled back. Medical ninjutsu requires extreme chakra control. It's all thanks to the solid foundation teacher Tanbo gave us. She felt a wave of gratitude. Previously, she had thought that aside from that multipurpose, hand-seal-less gummy-like ninjutsu, basic chakra control only needed to be good enough. Only after delving into medical ninjutsu did she realize just how superior the foundation they had built back then truly was. Tobitake Tanbo. Tsunade interjected. What did she just hear? Yes, Sakura explained. After we failed the Chunin exams, while Sensei Asuma and Sensei Kakashi were busy with other things, we asked Teacher Tanbo to guide us. He was the one who taught us this level of chakra control. Tsunade huffed in annoyance. That brat. If he has this kind of talent, why isn't he teaching at the academy? Instead, he squats in that broken position as head of the intelligence analysis squad, using shadow clones to slack off every day under the pretext of training to face a great enemy. What frustrated her most was that whenever she asked him, a former acting Hokage, to help with paperwork, he would refuse her by claiming his wife's belly was only a few months away from delivery. It left her and Shikaku Nara buried in work every single day. Hearing that he possessed this teaching ability made her want to drag him out and force him to train Konoha's entire new generation. However, seeing the two girls before her, she felt satisfied that they were worthy successors to her medical legacy. Haha, Teacher Tanbo is indeed a bit. The two girls joined in the teasing. They weren't just thinking about his teaching ability, but his penchant for punishment as well. He had quite a few wicked tastes, like the 8 fragrances. Since your chakra control has reached this level, Tsunade said seriously, the next step is learning true medical surgery and techniques. With such a foundation, she could pass on her life's work without holding back. Barbecue restaurant. A large group of ninjas sat gathered around a massive table. Oh. Hayama, you're married too. And the kid is already 2 years old. You really kept that hidden. Tanbo Tobitake exclaimed in surprise when Shirakumo Hayama mentioned he had to go home and help with the baby after the drinks. He really hadn't noticed. Hey, why didn't you invite us to the wedding? Ebisu complained from beside him. Hayama took a sip of his drink. I wanted to keep things quiet. Plus, with the heavy mission load back then, I didn't hold a big ceremony. Tanbo's eyes twinkled. Ebisu, why are you interrogating Hayama? Look at you, Genma, Guy, Kakashi, none of you are proactive at all. We're all from the same class, and our kids are growing up. If you don't hurry up and get married, is the future of Konoha supposed to be carried solely by our children? In their graduating class, only Tanbo and Hayama were married with children. The others at the table looked on with deadpan expressions. Even Guy lost his patience. Tanbo, can we please change the subject? The nagging was relentless. It was one thing to be lectured, but since Tanbo actually was married and a father, it made them feel strangely inadequate. For mighty men, the word husband felt like a title they were failing to earn. I told you, we shouldn't sit at the same table as Tanbo. He's too annoying, Kakashi added. Genma sighed. Eat, just eat. I'll try to find a partner this year so I can join the nagging squad too. Exactly, Hayama. We need to keep pestering them, otherwise Konoha will have no successors. If people find out, they'll think our entire generation is just a pack of single dogs. Tanbo teased. It felt great. In his past life, he had been the one nagged about marriage. Now the roles were reversed. When you're the one being nagged, it's annoying, but when you're the one doing the nagging, it's surprisingly therapeutic. Coming to the ninja world and getting married early was definitely the right move. The others remained silent, eating as fast as they could in an attempt to stuff themselves into a stupor to block out Tanbo's voice. After all, Tanbo was paying, his father-in-law's restaurant chain was booming, and he was loaded. Speaking of which, where's Asuma? Kakashi suddenly asked. And Kurenai too, Ebisu noted. There. Look outside. Tanbo pointed out the window. 2 familiar figures appeared in their line of sight, though they weren't heading for the restaurant. Immediately, the group of elite ninjas abandoned their food. As the couple passed, the men peeked their heads out of the doorway, stacking one on top of the other to watch. No wonder. Looks like they're heading toward the cinema. That rascal Asuma, is he actually on a date with Kurenai? Not bad. I used to take my wife to the movies all the time back then too. See. Hayama, you truly are the second most visionary men in our class. This is youth, unfortunately, it's not my youth. The group was a mix of envy, jealousy, regret, and a sudden urge to jump Asuma. Only Tanbo and Hayama felt that Asuma was doing exactly what a man should do. Walking toward the theater, Kurenai Yuhi suddenly paused and looked back. Kurenai, what's wrong? Asuma asked. I feel like someone is watching us, and the feeling is very familiar. Kurenai looked suspicious. As a sensory specialist, she was certain her intuition wasn't wrong. Asuma's expression turned serious. Utilizing his Jonin instincts, he quickly scanned the surroundings. Swish. Swish. I don't see anyone. Did I really just imagine it? Let's go then. Kurenai's face flushed slightly. She figured she was just being emotional because of the date. Hee hee, today's movie is supposed to be great. You'll definitely like it, Asuma said, following happily behind her. Once they were gone, several heads popped out from an alleyway behind them. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Kigo Tobatake. Chapter 265, Kigo Tobatake. 1 year later. Konoha. Within the dense clusters of the forest, a figure flickered between various patterns. One moment he appeared atop a tree, the next he was perched on a rock, moving with incredible speed. Suspended between two trees, an infant watched Tanbo Tobatake darting back and forth, his eyes wide and mouth curled into an irrepressible smile of joy. Yee. From time to time, he tried to clap his hands like an adult, but he was too small and lacked the strength to make a sound. Swish. At that moment, Tanbo emerged directly in front of him. Kigo, isn't Daddy amazing? Tanbo looked at the infant and laughed with pride. He didn't care if the baby understood him or not, the look of pure curiosity in the child's eyes made him happy. Kigo Tobatake. His third child, and his second son. Having been conceived later, his physical and spiritual talents seemed even stronger than those of Tianyu and Maki. Perhaps it was because he was born after Tanbo's own body had undergone significant evolution. Tianyu and Maki hadn't benefited from those particular upgrades. Tanbo pulled out a specially refined food pill and swallowed it. As his body continued to evolve, his nutritional requirements grew, the demand for daily medicinal supplements was becoming massive. He now had to consume a secret medicine every hour. The stronger his body evolved, the higher its tolerance became, the higher the tolerance, the faster the rate of evolution. It had formed a perfect positive feedback loop. This would continue until the physical data he collected was no longer enough to push the evolution further. After all, his evolution was based on the accumulation of his knowledge. Neural displacement. I finally achieved wireless transfer. Now I have a displacement skill that can rival the Flying Thunder God. Though the principle is different, it's a movement skill within my own system, allowing me to better exert my personal power. However, since this is a sage art, I'm afraid none of my descendants will ever be able to learn it to this level. Tanbo picked up the babbling Kigo, lost in thought. To transfer through broken neural paths, one must harness natural energy. This was his very first sage art. The appearance of his first technique utilizing natural energy meant that his future development speed would skyrocket, and his other jutsu would receive epic buffs. He just wondered if the Otsutsuki clan could withstand it. Over the past year, Tanbo had kept a close eye on any traces of Otsutsuki Urashiki, but had found nothing. The threat remained a weight on his heart. Sometimes he wondered if Urashiki would appear after the Fourth Great War, or perhaps right in the middle of it. If his butterfly effect caused Urashiki to appear during the war, it would be a major problem, it would ruin his plan to lay low until the future. Yee. Kigo cried out again from his arms. I know. You miss Mommy, right? I'll take you back now. Forming a one-handed seal, countless branch-like patterns covered him and Kigo. Both vanished instantly. When they reappeared, they were inside a house, emerging from the patterns on the floor. Thankfully, chakra is no longer my weakness. I can use it as I please. Currently, his chakra reserves were definitely not inferior to Naruto's. Chakra is a combination of physical and spiritual energy. Naruto's spiritual accumulation was lacking, which limited his physical potential. Tanbo's mind-reading technique, however, allowed him to rapidly accumulate spiritual energy. Coupled with his current body, his chakra was virtually limitless. Even without activating secret techniques, his chakra could rival a tailed beast. He was now a tailed beast without a tail. Entering the living room with Kigo, he found I am knitting clothes. Her small hands moved with a dexterity that showed she had been practicing for a long time. Why are you knitting clothes for Kigo again? We could just buy them. If not, I could even knit them with ninjutsu, Tanbo said, feeling a bit protective. Yee. Kigo babbled, seemingly agreeing. My dad has hired so many employees now that I have nothing to do. If I don't find something to occupy myself, I'll die of boredom, I am teased. Besides, knitting for Kigo is how I show my motherly love. Right. It's not like my ninjutsu counts as fatherly love or anything. Tanbo muttered. What was that? Nothing. I said you're the best wife ever. Of course I am. Plenty of people say so. Yee. Tanbo then spent time playing with Kigo in the living room. After Tsunade took over as Hokage, Konoha had slowly begun to regain its strength, just as it always did after a major crisis. The new generation was growing. By now, everyone, except for the absent Naruto and Sasuke, had been promoted to Chunin. They were beginning to lead teams and take on various missions. Tanbo was preparing to step back from the front lines of Konoha, gradually delegating his authority. Currently, he was mentoring Ino. He was training her in everything required for the intelligence analysis squad, preparing her to be the next captain. Ino's current team was already handling analysis-related missions. Usually, she would also follow Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, as she had a natural talent for it. Years ago, Inoichi Yamanaka had pushed the captain's position onto him. Now, Tanbo was going to push it onto Inoichi's daughter. He had watched her grow up, after all. As for his own children, he would let them rise through their own merits. He had taught them more than anyone else and even cheated for them, using high-level formations to help them refine their ninjutsu. His mastery across all systems was now more polished than ever, and his teaching ability had matured. Only 29, and I'm about to retire. Life is good. Although he planned to create something like a technical development bureau in the future, it wasn't the time yet. Once Ino was capable enough, he could become a hands-off boss and wander around with his wife and kids. After the Fourth Great War, he would return to Konoha's logistics, establish the bureau, and invite Orochimaru back to work as his assistant. Orochimaru does the work, Tanbo does the directing. Just thinking about it was exciting. It would be even better if he could recruit Kabuto too. Researchers of that caliber are rare. But, where exactly did that Amato come from? Tanbo thought about the characters from Boruto that left an impression. He hadn't watched the series, but he had heard of the men, the one who supposedly replaced Orochimaru as the world's greatest scientist. While building his intelligence network, he had been secretly gathering information on Amato and the Kara organization. But there was nothing. They were hidden very deep. As expected of the Boruto villains, hard to find because they show up so late. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, A Powerful Secret Technique. Chapter 266, A Powerful Secret Technique. A dark, underground space. Clang. Clang. Not enough, not enough. As a ninja, your actions cannot be predicted by others. You must use feints. The more you consider the possibilities, the higher your chances of survival. Orochimaru spoke with a sword protruding from his mouth, clashing with the Kusanagi sword in Sasuke's hand. Finally, he brought the blade to rest against Sasuke's neck. Sasuke was more mature now, no longer the naive boy he once was. Facing Orochimaru's words, his expression remained cold, yet he absorbed everything the Sannin said. Again, Sasuke said impatiently. His current strength was still too weak. Even with the cursed seal active, he was powerless before Orochimaru. Heh, excellent. I hope you don't waste my tutelage. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to kill Itachi and avenge your Uchiha clan. Orochimaru sheathed the blade and laughed, flicking his long tongue. You don't need to tell me that. I will kill that man with my own hands, Sasuke said, clenching his fist. You are still far from it. It's not just a matter of combat experience, your Sharingan development is leagues behind your brothers. I expect a satisfactory body in a year and a half. You are currently far from unlocking your full potential. Despite Sasuke's combat experience becoming formidable, even making moves that surprised the Sannin, to a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, his behavior was still too transparent. Sasuke's grip tightened. He was confident in the power of the Sharingan, but facing powerhouses like Tanbo Tobitake and Orochimaru, he always felt the Sharingan was missing something. Rest assured, since I promised to give you power surpassing Itachi's, I will do exactly that. I am not like that old fossil Sarutobi, always sticking to the conventional path. I will use every means possible to strengthen your power until my body becomes yours, right? Fine. If you can actually do it, I don't care who kills Itachi, Sasuke said expressionlessly. Heh, come. Follow me. Orochimaru turned and walked toward a corridor. Continue the training, Sasuke commanded, not wanting to waste a single second. I'd love to continue training, but guess what I found on your body? If I'm not mistaken, Konoha ninjas could appear at my base tomorrow. Orochimaru paused, looking back with a sinister, piercing gaze from his snake-like eyes. What? Did Konoha do something to me? Sasuke frowned. Was it Kakashi? Naruto? Or someone else? He searched his memory but couldn't recall when something might have been planted on him. From Orochimaru's words, it seemed someone had placed a tracking device inside him. Was it Itachi? He thought of the stone tablet in the Uchiha shrine. Is it to locate me so he can find me once I obtain that power? But Orochimaru said people from Konoha might come. Orochimaru continued, it seems so. Truly an extraordinary young man, to be able to develop a ninjutsu like this is simply magnificent. If he weren't a Konoha ninja brainwashed by the old man's will of fire, I would truly want to collaborate with him. The discovery fascinated him. It had taken over a year of researching Sasuke's body to find it. No wonder Konoha had sent him to pursue the rogue ninja Itachi back then. Sasuke followed Orochimaru. Tap. 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 In the deep tunnel, their footsteps gradually slowed. They reached a large door, which Orochimaru pushed open. Kabuto was there, gently swirling a test tube. Inside the liquid, a branch-like pattern swayed with the motion, looking like a tree root drifting in the deep sea. Hearing the door, Kabuto set the tube down and turned. Lord Orochimaru, you've arrived. Kabuto, what are the results? Any other findings? Sasuke fixed his gaze on the test tube. Seeing the branch-like pattern, his brow furrowed. This came from inside me. Sharingan. His eyes shifted into the three-tonal form. He could see the chakra flow within the branch-like pattern. It was actually absorbing energy from the liquid in the tube to maintain itself. It was as if it were alive. What is this? Kabuto explained, this is a human nerve. Through powerful in-release nature transformation, the nerve has been refined and extended. It can move through living organisms or objects and absorb the host's physical energy, spiritual energy, or chakra to sustain itself. It appears to be a secret technique that separates the nerves and uses this trait to take up residence inside your body. Sasuke's frown deepened. When? Who planted it? No wonder Orochimaru said Konoha could arrive tomorrow. This didn't seem like Itachi's style. If Orochimaru hadn't found it, would his life have been in someone else's hands indefinitely? What else can it do? Orochimaru asked. Kabuto replied, I've performed secondary cultivation and experiments. It aligns with your theories, Lord Orochimaru. If these nerves are paired with a specific secret technique, they can connect with the host's nervous system to disrupt it, causing a total loss of bodily control. He glanced at Sasuke. Second, this ability likely works in tandem with Genjutsu. As long as these nerves are within a living body, that being cannot use conventional methods to evade Genjutsu. In other words, a 100% hit rate. He gave Sasuke a look of pity. Third, and this is what Lord Orochimaru found most interesting, my experiments suggest this neural secret technique can steal information from within a body or object. This means taijutsu, ninjutsu, secret techniques, as long as he wishes, everything is under his control. Kabuto's tone was filled with disbelief and awe. When Orochimaru first suggested these possibilities, Kabuto thought them impossible. But as the experiments progressed, he realized the seemingly ordinary nerve could do so much. Can the user of this technique sense us right now? Orochimaru asked. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. Judging by the nature transformation of the nerves, stealing information likely requires being within the user's sensory range. In other words, at this distance, the only thing this nerve can do is provide a location. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, The Passage of Time. Chapter 267, The Passage of Time. For a moment, an unidentifiable tension permeated the entire space. Kabuto's gaze made Sasuke incredibly uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that Kabuto provided the physical strengthening medicines, the spiritual energy accumulation tasks, and various other necessities, Sasuke would have cut him down long ago. But Kabuto's words had sent him deep into thought. Nerves, information, positioning. Genjutsu. Combining these clues, only one person came to mind. Tanbo Tobitake. At first, he wondered if it was Itachi, but he dismissed the thought. While Itachi was a genius hailed as having the thinking of a Hokage, even as a child, it was impossible for him to have conducted this kind of research. Damn it, that guy, why did he plant these things in me? Stealing physical data, tracking my location, is he trying to steal the power of the Uchiha? Is he the same as Orochimaru? Sasuke was filled with doubt. He remembered the men who had possessed a wicked sense of humor since they were kids, the one who gave him the unbreakable Itachi action figure. No matter when he saw him, Tanbo always had a smile on his face, appearing both mischievous and gentle. Now, it seemed it was all a ruse to steal Uchiha power. Perhaps during the pursuit of Itachi, Tanbo had set his sights on the Sharingan and decided to use Sasuke as a conduit. In a split second, Sasuke's brain processed a massive amount of information. The light in his eyes grew darker and deeper. Is there not a single good person left in Konoha? Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei. For a moment, he felt as if no one was worth trusting. His Sharingan began to spin faster and faster, as if something new were about to be gestated from within. Heh. Tanbo Tobitake. He truly is a troublesome character, to have developed such a secret technique and stationed it within Sasuke. He likely intended to use it to interfere with my reanimation. Orochimaru hadn't noticed the subtle shift in Sasuke. Upon hearing Kabuto's report, he simply licked his lips meaningfully. He realized that the information regarding his 3-year reincarnation cycle had likely been leaked. Tanbo was trying to use these nerves to block him. Sasuke startled, and the fluctuations in his Sharingan gradually faded. However, this secret technique is a rare treasure indeed, Orochimaru mused. I truly wish I could collaborate with him just once, or perhaps trade for this technique. Orochimaru was intensely interested. The ability to covertly steal information from both biological and non-biological targets would be a massive boon to his research. His goal of immortality was driven by the desire to learn every jutsu in the world and master all truths. Kabuto asked, Lord Orochimaru, do you think this, Captain Tanbo, has the same goal as you? Is he after immortality, or something else? There was a pause. Orochimaru recalled his previous impressions of Tanbo. He had always felt that Tanbo Tobitake had a hidden agenda, unlike a standard Konoha ninja. He was more like Orochimaru himself. Looking at this secret technique now, it was clear the man possessed no small amount of ambition. He was just smarter and more cautious. Is he using the power of Konoha to achieve his own ends? What an interesting fellow. I suspect we will cross paths with him again in the future. Orochimaru's voice was laced with curiosity. Seal these things away. I don't want him finding our base, that would be too much trouble. As you wish, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto took out a scroll and began performing a sealing jutsu to lock away all the neural materials. Orochimaru turned his gaze to Sasuke. Doesn't it feel interesting? Such a capable man, lurking in the shadows of Konoha for so long. His ambition is likely far greater than mine. Sasuke's face showed only impatience. I don't care about Konoha. I only care about getting stronger so I can kill that man. Since we're done here, let's get back to training. Heh, very well, such a clear goal. If only Kabuto had half your focus. Orochimaru shrugged and walked out of the room. Sasuke followed. In truth, he was secretly worried. If Tanbo Tobitake was truly that ambitious, would he pose a threat to Naruto? Or Sakura? A goal. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, watching the two silhouettes disappear. He tucked the scroll away. Lord Orochimaru truly dotes on you, Uchiha Sasuke. Konoha Training Grounds. Fire style, ash pile burning. Konohamaru spat out a massive cloud of fire-infused ash, surging toward Ebisu. The gray smoke enveloped the entire training field. A single spark ignited, followed by a violent explosion. Rumble. Cold sweat broke out on Ebisu's forehead as he used a body flicker to escape just in time. He patted his chest, wiping away the perspiration. Close, that was too close. Teacher, don't get distracted. At that moment, Moegi's voice rang out from his flank. He turned to see a massive water dragon roaring toward him, jaws wide. Poof. He evaded with a substitution jutsu. Hee, teacher, look at my newly developed ninjutsu, snot coagulation. Udon performed a series of hand seals. The snot hanging from his nose instantly merged with the moisture in the air. Just as Ebisu landed, he found his feet stuck in a viscous, slimy liquid. Hearing Udon's words, he had a very bad feeling. Sure enough, he tried to move, but his feet were bound, and the slime began to crawl up, encasing his entire body. Udon, hurry and let Ebisu-sensei out. He's going to suffocate. Konohamaru shouted. If Ebisu-sensei died from being smothered by snot on their very first day as genin, it would be a village-wide scandal. Oh. Right. Udon released the jutsu. Ebisu emerged, his face a pale shade of green. He stared at Udon. Did you just use a disgusting jutsu like that on me? Teacher, that's the jutsu that defeated you. How can you call it disgusting? I worked so hard to develop that. Udon pouted, feeling slighted. To keep up with Moegi and Konohamaru, he had studied theory extensively at the academy and sought guidance from teacher Tanbo. The result was his snot coagulation technique. Just answer me, was that made of snot? Ebisu wanted to scream. However, deep down, he was incredibly impressed. To develop your own ninjutsu at such a young age, the last people he'd seen do that were Kakashi and Naruto. To think he was teaching three geniuses at once. This was truly a test for an elite private tutor like himself. Teacher, you're kind of weak. You can't even beat the three of us. How are you supposed to teach us? Konohamaru couldn't help but tease. Ebisu felt like his pride was crumbling. Nonsense. I was just testing your strength. I haven't used my full power yet. If I did, I'd have you all on the ground in a few rounds. Then how about we go again? No, today is your first day as genin. I'm taking you all out for a big feast. Really? Awesome. We'll save the rematch for next time. The three cheered. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, Infinity Mode. Chapter 268, Infinity Mode. Konoha, Ichiraka Ramen. Sensei Hayama, I heard you were classmates with my dad. Slurp. Noodles disappeared into Tianyu's mouth as he spoke to the middle-aged man sitting beside him. Shirakumo Hayama smiled. That's right. I can't believe you kids are already this old. He looked at Tianyu, Maki, and Wataru. Today marked their first day as graduated genin. Hee, so sensei, how do you think we compare to my dad? Will we be stronger than him? Tianyu asked, his face full of expectation. Now 12 years old, his dream of surpassing his father grew stronger by the day. He wanted to hear from his teacher just how powerful his father had been back in the day. Maki interjected, haven't we looked into it? Dad wasn't impressive at all back then. I heard his grades were just above average. Compared to us, there's definitely a gap. She was already starting to look like a young lady, her high white ponytail swaying behind her. Her eyes burned with the desire to surpass her father. Well, your father's grades in school were indeed just above average, Hayama recalled, feeling the passage of time. But after graduating and heading to the battlefield, he began to grow rapidly. Eventually, he became the head of the analysis squad and even the acting Hokage. He surpassed both me and Kakashi. Haha. Since we're already this strong right out of school, we'll definitely be better than Dad in the future. Under his black hair, Tianyu's eyes sparkled with ambition. Wataru added quietly, I feel like Teacher Tanbo is very difficult to surpass. His wisdom is as deep as the ocean. Unlike years ago, Du no longer wore bandages over his eyes to imitate Tanbo. He had learned to master the power of his eyes. His gaze alone emitted a sharp aura, as if it could cut through anything in existence. You three are indeed impressive. Tanbo's teaching ability is far superior to most, Hayama admitted. Before coming to ramen, he had tested their skills. They were far beyond what ordinary ninjas could handle. He had heard that Tanbo performed special ninjutsu training for the graduates every year at the academy, but only in actual combat could one see the true depth of that foundation. Their strength exceeded his expectations. They possessed the experience of veterans, they only lacked the leadership practice to be qualified as chunin or even jonin. And that was his responsibility as their sensei. As for ninjutsu and combat, they already had mature systems of their own, he didn't even need to teach them. Great. So, sensei, what's our first mission? Weeding. Even though you're strong, my kid is only 3 years old. I don't want to take long-distance missions for the time being. Konoha Hospital. Lady Sakura, we have a victim of an explosive tag. We need your help. Get him into the operating room and prepare a basin of clean water. Sakura looked at the patient. One leg had been blown off, and a hole in his side exposed his internal organs. Fortunately, it was mostly a tissue defect, the organs themselves were intact but becoming infected. As the patient was wheeled in, Sakura moved with precision. Her delicate hands poured a special disinfectant into the water basin. Chakra spun rapidly in her palms, mixing the liquid perfectly in seconds. With a pull of her hands, she drew a large sphere of liquid from the basin. She applied her medical ninjutsu, pressing the bubble against the patient's wound. Within a second, the liquid began to draw out impurities and necrotic debris. Step by step, every site of infection was purged. The assisting nurses stood frozen in awe. This level of medical ninjutsu was extraordinary. Only those who had studied the craft knew the sheer level of chakra control and medical knowledge required to pull this off. In less than 10 minutes, she had saved the man's life. Unfortunately, she couldn't regrow the missing leg, she could only wait for him to wake up to discuss a prosthetic. Konoha Intelligence Analysis Squad. The pituitary gland was destroyed by a kunai. We can only collect partial physical data. Bring me the report. Also, where is Captain Tanbo? Ino placed her hand on a corpse's head, attempting to read its memories. However, since the enemy had died from a brain injury, she couldn't extract much. The assistant ninja replied, I don't know. He said he's leaving everything in the analysis squad to you. He said he trusts your ability. The ninja truly did trust Ino. She was the handpicked successor for a reason. Beyond her information processing and memory reading skills, Ino possessed a logic-defying technique, using medical ninjutsu to heal corpses, forcing the body to reveal more data. This had become the treasure of the analysis squad. Damn it. My mom went to the capital today, and I still have to look after the flower shop. Ino fumed. Tanbo had stood her up again. He had promised to handle his duties as captain these few days. An undisclosed location. Achoo. Tanbo Tobitake suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, knowing Ino was definitely cursing him. Currently, his cerulean eyes were filled with endless shimmering runes. His hands formed a seal. Sage art, earth style, earthshore return. He pointed a single finger toward the vast, empty expanse beyond the cliff. Rumble. Crack. Crash. The terrain ahead transformed instantly. It was as if a gargantuan beast was being birthed from the earth. In moments, a structure the size of a city rose from the ground. Mountains shifted, and rivers were redirected. Birds scattered in terror, wild beasts fled in panic. Earth style that pries into the crust and shifts tectonic plates. Under Sage mode, the consumption is negligible. Tanbo's lips curled into a smirk. The runic patterns in his eyes restructured themselves constantly. Despite performing such a massive ninjutsu, one that spanned 25 miles, he had consumed less than 1% of his chakra. Calling this creation wouldn't be an exaggeration. No, this is my Sage chakra mode. I'll call it Infinity mode. This was the Sage mode he had pioneered, one that could reduce the chakra consumption of any ninjutsu to a mere 50th of its original cost. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, Swelling Pride. Chapter 269, Swelling Pride. My physical evolution has hit a bottleneck. My chakra reserves have reached the upper limit of what a normal ninja can possess. I suspect only data from Hashirama's cells or Otsutsuki cells will allow my chakra to increase further. Tanbo Tobitake summed up the changes his body had undergone over the last few years. By collecting physiological data from numerous chakra users, his body had evolved significantly. But now, he had reached a plateau. To grow further, he needed information from even more powerful chakra constitutions, or a faster accumulation of spiritual energy. According to his calculations, even Hashirama's chakra might no longer suffice. His own chakra volume had already surpassed that of the tailed beast inside Naruto. Over these years, he hadn't just practiced Sage mode, he had traveled the world. While searching for intelligence, he collected data from ninjas scattered across various lands. It wasn't just Hashirama or Naruto who possessed massive chakra, ninjas like Kisame or the various Reikage were also tailed beasts without tails. Within the vast ninja world, there was no shortage of mutants with extraordinary constitutions, people who were never discovered or never became ninjas but lived with bodies capable of housing immense energy. This powerful physique allowed him to consume chakra recklessly during jutsu experimentation. And once his infinity mode was perfected, his margin for error increased 50-fold. Perfect Sage mode can now be maintained indefinitely. The state he named infinity mode was, in essence, a perfect Sage mode. It allowed his body to remain in constant communion with natural energy without the risk of petrification. In this permanent state, his physical recovery was boosted, and his chakra replenished even faster. He effectively no longer had any chakra deficiency. I'm getting a bit cocky. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki had moments where she ran low on chakra, yet I have completely lost the worry of overconsumption. Tanbo felt his ego swelling. In the original series, even the progenitor of chakra, Kaguya, had to conserve energy when facing Naruto and Sasuke. I'm invincible. Wait, no. Reanimated bodies could also recover chakra quickly, even if their total volume wasn't as massive as his. They didn't lack chakra either. He couldn't say he was truly peerless, just mini-invincible. Besides, there was the legendary Shinobi Otsutsuki. He recalled snippets of information from short videos in his previous life. Many shinjutsu ignored chakra volume entirely. If the jutsu said you die, you die. Like the shinjutsu that modified everyone's memories to swap Boruto and Kawaki's identities. Against mechanics-based monsters, he still had to be careful. His swelling pride gradually receded. No matter how high your stats are, they are nothing compared to a single click of the game master's mouse. And the Otsutsuki were that mouse. He sighed. He wasn't truly invincible yet, only Shippuden invincible. Once the hidden Kara organization emerged, they might actually have the means to make him disappear. He was wary of shinjutsu. Information is still the most important thing. I'll stay low for a bit longer and assist the protagonists from the shadows. My safety comes first, after all, I have elders to care for and children to raise. Better safe than sorry. Tanbo felt himself becoming more cowardly again. Thinking of his wife and children at home, a smile touched his lips. Being a bit cowardly was good, it proved he was still a human being, not some high and mighty god. He had no desire to become an omnipotent deity. That sounded boring. The friction of human interaction was what he truly pursued. Sage art, forced execution. He suddenly appeared atop the massive structure he had just created with earth style and slammed his hand down. Branch-like neural patterns spread across the building at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Crack. Crack. In less than half a second, the structure, stretching 25 miles, was folded by an invisible hand. Folded, and folded again. Eventually, it vanished from the physical realm, leaving behind nothing but a massive crater. Splash. After Tanbo vanished, water from the severed riverbanks began to pour into the pit. In a year or two, nature would rearrange this place back to its original state. Uncle Tanbo. Where on earth have you been? Ino watched Tanbo materialize, her face flushed with a fury that threatened to incinerate the man who had just been comparing himself to a god. Ahahaha. On my way back, I saw a giant city suddenly rise out of the ground. I was so curious that I stayed to watch for a bit. It was a massive city, 50 miles long and wide. Tanbo suddenly remembered he had promised Ino he'd be back early to work. He gestured wildly with his hands, trying to make the lie sound convincing. Monster strength. Ino rolled her eyes. Did he take her for a fool? A city rising out of the ground. He could at least pick a better excuse. Boom. Ino's punch shattered the wall of the analysis squad, the shockwave even cracking the wall next to it. Those walls are made of specialized materials. They're very expensive, Tanbo noted, appearing behind her. I don't care. You're paying for everything today. Ino huffed, placing her hands on her hips before stomping away. Tanbo scratched his head. Geez. But wow, this girl has actually learned monster strength too. To him, the people of Konoha were no longer paper characters on a screen. He had watched Ino grow up, she was like a niece to him. Her strength was still a far cry from Sakura's, though Sakura had a much higher talent for that specific art. Still, it didn't hurt to learn more. Ino was already exceptional in sensory skills, telepathy, and mind reading. She was on the verge of surpassing Inoichi. But her obsession with handsome guys hasn't changed at all. Even with her growth, Ino's face-con, attraction to looks, remained consistent. He looked at the mess in the analysis squad as other ninjas rushed in, alerted by the noise. Forced execution. His nerves wrapped around the debris, pulling every fragment back into place. He fused them together until the wall looked exactly as it had before the punch. He knew the structure of this building like the back of his hand. Using forced execution to adjust microscopic particles allowed him to restore inanimate objects easily. Biological bodies were different, human anatomy has tiny variations that make reconstruction much harder than simple destruction. If he broke someone with forced execution, he could put them back together easily, but if someone else did the breaking, he couldn't just undo it. One was a reversal, the other was recreation. The difficulty levels were worlds apart. As expected of Captain Tanbo, the surrounding ninjas whispered, staring in awe at the instantaneous repair. Chapter 270, the 30-year-old virgins. Chapter 270, the 30-year-old virgins. Konoha. Boom. 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 Over 200 figures lunged from the village, rapidly advancing in all directions. To any familiar observer, it was clear, these were all shadow clones of Tanbo Tobitake. Whoosh. Whoosh. Once a safe distance from Konoha, each clone used the Eye of the Creator technique to summon various riding mounts. Immediately after, they simultaneously used the transformation jutsu to adopt different appearances. Following distinct behavioral patterns, they began their journey toward their respective targets. Some rival factions observing the outskirts of Konoha noticed the sudden movement. What's going on? What just happened? But moments later, they found they couldn't quite remember, they only knew that something had occurred. After years of training, I finally have the confidence to defeat a powerhouse and bring him back as my husband. On this trip to Konoha, I must capture one of those men, Kakashi or Might Guy, and take them back to the village to marry. Shizuka of the Nadeshiko village walked along the road with her guard. The guard sighed. Lady Shizuka, what if that man was lying to us? Impossible. Others might lie, but my master wouldn't. Even if that Jiraiya fellow was deceptive, I still believe in the vow between him and my master. Regardless, there will be no mistake in going to Konoha. The strength might be real, the guard muttered, but from the intel I've gathered, there's no mention of their looks. In her reports, Kakashi only had data on the Sharingan, and Might Guy was merely listed as a Konoha elite. There was zero description of their physical appearance. While Konoha protected its ninjas' identities, it was strange for there to be absolutely no physical profile. It doesn't matter, Shizuka said confidently. As long as they are strong enough, I can be satisfied regardless of their looks. The tradition of Nadeshiko village was to conquer the strong. Aesthetics were not part of their traditional values. Fine. I just hope your training over these years is enough to win, the guard lamented. Having traveled the world, she had grown tired of the village's feudal traditions. Are those people coming from Konoha? Let's go ask. Shizuka noticed a figure riding a sprinting tiger coming from the direction of the village. The rider sat cross-legged on the tiger's back, a brown hooded cloak fluttering in the wind. Excuse me, I'd like to ask a question. Shizuka blocked the rider's path. The figure slowed to a halt. As the hood fell back, Shizuka and her guard finally saw the man's face. He had graying hair, a long mullet framing his cheeks, a small goatee, and eyes that held a weary, all-knowing look. Ask away, little girl. Coincidentally, I have questions of my own. Tanbo Tobitake hadn't expected to run into Shizuka here, years after their encounter in the Land of Steam. So, she's here to find a husband for the village. I wonder if Kakashi and Guy can finally escape their single status. Ah, thank you. I wanted to ask, do you know two ninjas named Kakashi and Might Guy? I know them. Why? Are you looking for intel? I'd advise against any ill intentions. Those two aren't the type of people you should be poking around, Tanbo said in a gravelly, aged voice. No, no. We just have business with them. But, why do you say that? Shizuka asked, puzzled. Were they village secrets? He. Did you know? Those two are Konoha's last remaining 30-year-old virgins. If their pent-up vigor were to be unleashed, not even all the single women in Konoha could handle them. I wonder if you two can withstand that. Tanbo chuckled, his voice rising and falling dramatically as he built up their fearsome image. What a lewd old man, both women thought. Shizuka regained her composure and asked, 30 is a bit old, but I can accept it. What do they look like? The guard thought, ha. And you said you didn't care about looks. It seems they really are your targets. As for their looks, they are only slightly below Konoha's former acting Hokage, Tanbo Tobitake. Furthermore, they are very unique. They leave quite an impression. Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't hideous. I've answered your questions. Now for mine. I want to know if you've encountered any special organizations or unusual institutions. Something strange, or perhaps ancient ruins. I am an information broker, I live by selling secrets. To pay for the intel I just gave you, you must answer truthfully, otherwise. As Tanbo spoke, his cloak flared. A massive surge of chakra pressed down on their hearts like a physical weight. Shizuka and her guard were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Senior, we would never lie. They tried to mold chakra to resist, but it was futile. They could only recount everything they had seen in their travels. Fortunately, they weren't planning on lying anyway. When they finished, the crushing pressure vanished instantly. Along with it, the mysterious old man and his tiger were gone. What a terrifying elder. The two were shaken. In all their years traveling the war-torn ninja world, they had never met anyone so frightening. To suppress them with mere killing intent alone, they had only felt a similar presence once before, from a brief glimpse of the fourth Reikage in the Land of Lightning. The ninja world truly hides its masters. Village head, are we still going to Konoha? The guard asked, heart still pounding. Yes. That old man has nothing to do with us, Shizuka replied. Land of bears, land of rivers, sea god island. From Shizuka's account, they had indeed seen many minor factions during their travels. Beyond the 5 great nations, there were countless small countries where mysterious things resided. Looking for a needle in a haystack, Tanbo sighed. He hadn't sent out so many clones to find the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki no longer posed a significant threat to him. His true target was Kara. He knew his future self clearly hadn't found their specific base, otherwise the information would have been sent back, or perhaps it was sent, but it was useless because interfering might make the timeline even more unpredictable. Regardless, Tanbo had to try. He knew too little about the Boruto era, and that lack of knowledge made him feel unsafe. He sent out his clones to solve future threats before they could even begin. Meeting Shizuka and her guard was just a side distraction. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, Sage Art. Chapter 271, Sage Art. Konoha Main Street. Shizuka of Nadeshiko and her guard had finished their registration at the village gate, recording their chakra signatures. In Konoha, this was standard procedure for all visiting shinobi. It ensured that if they attempted anything detrimental to the village, they would be tracked and neutralized immediately. Village head, why did those gate guards have such strange expressions? The guard asked, recalling the registration process. When the two guards asked why they had come to Konoha, they had answered truthfully. The moment the names were mentioned, the guards' faces became quite peculiar. It must be because Kakashi and Might Guy are recognized as exceptionally powerful ninjas within the village, Shizuka replied. I see. Let's go then. I heard they both happen to be in the village right now. MHM. Achoo. On the main street, Might Guy, who was currently walking on his hands, suddenly sneezed. A string of snot instantly landed on his stylish bowl-cut hair. Curse it. Is Kakashi thinking about me again? Or perhaps it's Tanbo. Guy quickly wiped away the snot, falling into deep thought. He had a nagging feeling that something troublesome was about to happen. Hokage's office. Achoo. Kakashi suddenly sneezed so hard his mask fluttered. Kakashi, don't tell me you caught a cold while on mission in the Land of Frost, Tsunade said, looking at his mask with a hint of disgust. I'm fine. I just ran into a troublesome fellow there. It might have been his ninjutsu that caused this, Kakashi replied. Before Tsunade could react, he produced a tissue from nowhere and cleaned himself up. Well, you did a good job on the mission. This cooperation with the Land of Frost will bring more benefits to Konoha in the future. Tsunade nodded in approval. By the way, Lady Tsunade, any news on Naruto? How is his training with Lord Jiraiya going? Kakashi asked. It had been nearly 2.5 years. He wondered how much Naruto had grown. Sakura had already reached the rank of special jonin. He hoped Naruto wouldn't be too shocked when he returned. At the mention of Naruto, Tsunade smiled. He's grown a lot. But to be honest, that idiot Jiraiya doesn't have a single hair's worth of my teaching ability. She spoke with pure pride, completely forgetting that it was Tanbo Tobitake who had built the foundation for Sakura and Ino. Now, both girls had been promoted to special jonin due to their outstanding talents, one for medical ninjutsu, the other for her prowess in intelligence and mind reading. Haha, true. Kakashi laughed. He certainly wasn't going to argue with her on that point. Land of Bears. An old man in a white hooded cloak appeared. Beneath the cloak, one hand was formed into a sensory seal. The Land of Bears, located right next to the Land of Fire, near the coast. 200 years ago, the first Hashikage founded the prototype of Hashigakure. Could it be related to Kara? Tanbo Tobitake walked through the streets of a town, deep in thought. 200 years ago, the first Hashikage discovered a radioactive meteorite from space and developed the mysterious peacock method. Back then, the world was dominated by individual clans and clan alliances. Aside from established nations, organized shinobi villages were rare. Yet, this man created his own unique system and sustained it for 2 centuries. Surviving the warring states and 3 great ninja wars suggested Hashigakure might be a front or a base for an organization like Kara. An extraterrestrial star sounded highly suspicious. Tanbo had come to the Land of Bears specifically to investigate if Kara had any influence here. Even as one of over 200 clones, he possessed chakra reserves surpassing an average jonin. Because he was in infinity mode, his consumption was reduced 50-fold, allowing him to use natural energy to boost his sensory range. In just 2 days, he could cover the entire Land of Bears with his perception. No signs of Kara in the surrounding areas. Let's see if there are any traces within Hashigakure itself. Tanbo hadn't found anything yet. He had spent 2 days scouring the mountains and valleys. Now, only the hidden star village remained. He soon arrived at the village, using sage art, frontal concealment to walk past the guards unnoticed. His Genjutsu, now elevated to a sage art, was far more potent. He was in a state of oneness with nature, making his presence nearly impossible to detect. Quickly, give chase. Natsuhi assassinated the acting Hashikage and hasn't gone far. Find her, kill her, and bring back the star. Mysterious peacock method, sensory. The village was currently in chaos. Shinobi were searching everywhere. Waves of sensory chakra passed right over Tanbo, but it was as if they were looking at empty space. So this is the mysterious peacock method. Strong shape transformation and unique abilities, though the side effects are severe, Tanbo observed. The first Hashikage must have been a remarkable talent to create this during the Warring States era. During his 2 days in the country, Tanbo had gathered a general idea of the current situation. Natsuhi had supposedly assassinated the third Hashikage and fled with the star. For the sake of stability, a jonin named Akahoshi had taken over as acting Hashikage. In reality, there was clearly more to the story. Natsuhi had likely returned to assassinate Akahoshi. Tanbo wasn't familiar with this specific plot. He hadn't watched this filler arc in his previous life, but he knew the village revolved around a fallen meteorite. It doesn't look like a Kara hideout, but you never know. Following his senses, he arrived at the acting Hashikage's residence. Compared to the noise outside, it was quiet here. A few men were talking, led by a man with pale purple hair and blue eyes. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I'll have to turn you all into my subordinates. Tanbo's figure suddenly manifested before them. Who's there? The men were horrified. They thought Natsuhi had returned to finish them. Their chakra manifested into purple wings, ready to strike. Sage Art, Hypnotic Eye. Sage Art, History Correction. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, Control. Chapter 272, Control. Hashigakure, Hidden Star Village. What's the situation? Did they find Natsuhi? I don't know. The Hashikage suddenly summoned us, saying there's a major announcement to be made. Even you don't know. Could it be they captured Natsuhi's son, Sumaru? Impossible. If he were captured, Natsuhi would have shown herself long ago. The entire village was a hive of activity and bustling discussion. Just moments ago, the acting Hashikage, Akahoshi, had recalled every shinobi searching for Natsuhi and gathered them together. It was utterly baffling. If Natsuhi had truly returned, there should have been a massive commotion. After all, Natsuhi was the most talented ninja Hashigakure had seen in a century, the only one capable of mastering the mysterious peacock method to its absolute peak. If she hadn't assassinated the previous Hashikage and defected, she would be the leader by now. However, those with inside knowledge knew the assassination was fishy. Even if she believed that star was harmful to the body, she wouldn't have killed the Hashikage over it. In the shadows of the village, a woman with crimson hair peeked out, watching the residents and ninjas gather. What is Akahoshi planning now? Is he going to do something detrimental to the village? Her heart felt heavy. She couldn't understand why Akahoshi would stop the search for her and instead gather everyone. At that moment, the men responsible for her heavy heart appeared in the distance, flanked closely by 2 guards. Yadaka, Mizura. Akahoshi, you murdered the 3rd Hashikage. You will pay for this. Hatred flickered in her eyes as she looked at the 3 men who had turned her and her husband into outcasts. Her greatest worry was the deceived villagers. That's. A hooded figure appeared in her field of vision. The figure lowered the hood, revealing a white-haired old man. Is Akahoshi planning to sell out the village? The land of bears won't let you get away with it. Natsuhi prepared herself for a mutual destruction scenario, desperate to expose Akahoshi's true goals. Suddenly, the old man performed a hand seal and muttered something. A blinding flash of light crossed her vision. Being skilled in lip reading, she caught 4 words, history correction. Wait, why am I standing here? That is, the projection of the 1st Hashikage. To resolve the disputes in the village, he has actually returned from the Pure Land. Watching the figure, Natsuhi felt a wave of shame wash over her. I was too selfish. I shouldn't have taken the star away. Whether or not to train in the mysterious peacock method is a personal choice. If we lose the power of the star, the village will have no means of resistance, which is more dangerous than the star itself. Her eyes filled with tears of regret. She pulled out the sealed star and began walking slowly toward the 1st Hashikage. Lord Hashikage, your appearance humbles us. From now on, our village will be united in love and harmony, resisting foreign enemies together and honoring your sacrifice. The residents and ninjas of Hoshigakure felt as if they had experienced a lifetime of history in an instant. They gathered there to answer the call of their founder. For a while, the sounds of repentance filled the village. Tanbo Tobitake lowered his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. He instructed Akahoshi to hand the position of Hoshikage over to Natsuhi. Akahoshi and the other jonin would serve as Natsuhi's umbu, existing solely to protect the leader. He also gave Natsuhi a mission, to gather information on any unusual organizations within the land of bears. He told her not to alert them, but simply to pass the intelligence to him. He handed her a scroll containing his contact method. Finally, Tanbo vanished from Hoshigakure, leaving a peaceful village behind. A few days later, a boy wearing a hidden star headband returned from the outside world. He stared at his mother, who was now sitting in the Hoshikage seat with Akahoshi and the others serving as her respectful guards. What is going on? My mom is the Hoshikage. Sumaru couldn't believe it. He had gone out to find his mother to ask her face-to-face why she killed the leader and defected. Now that he was back, she was the leader, and even elite jonin like Akahoshi were subservient. He was highly skeptical of the projection of the 1st Hashikage they spoke of. The founder had been dead for nearly 200 years, how could he reappear? However, no matter who he asked, the villagers remained steadfast in their belief, even trying to brainwash him with the same story. The whole village must be under a massive genjutsu. Or maybe the star caused everyone to go crazy, Sumaru hypothesized. He preferred to believe it was a problem with the star rather than the idea that the entire village had been bewitched. After all, how could a ninjutsu that powerful exist? He steeled his heart, determined to find the truth. I thought the history correction move wouldn't be very useful to me, but it turns out it's quite handy. Why didn't I think of this years ago? Tanbo Tobitake walked out of the hidden star village and into the capital of the land of bears, sipping tea while he contemplated. Ultimately, it had to be used. With one move, he had injected his own scripted memories into hundreds of ninjas. Essentially, he had turned Hoshigakure into his private subsidiary village. He realized there were no useless jutsus, only the wrong environments. He had used Genjutsu to expand his intelligence network before, but he had rarely cast it on an entire village at once. This kind of control, to toy with lives in the palm of your hand, is truly intoxicating. Tanbo knew this was a dangerous mindset. Regardless, his clone didn't leave the land of bears. He planned to stay there permanently, patrolling the borders until his chakra ran out or the main body dispelled him. Beyond just the clone in the land of bears, Tanbo's figures began to roam all over the ninja world under various identities. He was searching for any information related to Kara. It was truly a needle in a haystack. He focused specifically on technological and scientific research factions in both large and small nations. Since that man named Amato was a scientist, there had to be a trail. I'm definitely not doing this to steal scientific results from other nations, he told himself. Tanbo's clones appeared in the ruins of the Land of Silence, the Land of Valleys, and the long-lost Takumi village. He controlled many organizations, but their individual strength was too low, they might not be able to perceive Kara's presence. He had to use his shadow clones to do the legwork personally. He knew his future self must have thought of this and told him to act as usual, likely because the future version already knew that searching was futile, or had already tried. But Tanbo's nature made the existence of Kara feel like too big a threat to ignore. He would keep pushing. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, Akatsuki, Action. Chapter 273, Akatsuki, Action. Konoha. Kigo, can you actually understand that? Tanbo Tobitake sat on the sofa, watching his 3-year-old youngest son curiously as the boy flipped through a book. The book was Advanced Mathematics. Kigo turned another page and replied, "It's a bit challenging. Compared to intermediate mathematics, the difficulty level of advanced mathematics rises by more than just a single point. If you don't understand it, stop looking. Come here and let your old man teach you." "Back in the day, I was the one who taught your brother and sister," Tanbo said, tilting his head back with pride. He was, after all, an all-around top student. Over the years, using his shadow clones, he had acquired an immense amount of knowledge, not just in ninjutsu. He could claim to be a professor of ninjutsu, but he could just as easily be a professor in various other academic fields. "No need. I feel like you wasted my sibling's talent, Dad. This level of difficulty just requires a little more time than intermediate math," Kigo said bluntly. He didn't sound like a child at all. His eyes shone with a brilliant, piercing light of intelligence. "You really know how to hurt your dad's feelings," Tanbo muttered, speechless. He had wanted to fulfill his fatherly duties once more. He hadn't expected that Kigo would be nothing like Tianyu or Maki. The boy was too smart, he gave his father no sense of participation. Furthermore, he was incredibly well-behaved, whatever he was asked to do, he did perfectly. His talent was far higher than that of his siblings at that age. Though this was a research-oriented mindset, and might not translate to the same type of IQ as someone like Shikamaru, he hadn't grown up yet, so it was hard to be certain. However, Tanbo was already sure that his youngest son would likely become a great assistant in the future. "Just do your own thing and don't worry about me. If there's something I can't understand, I'll find you," Kigo said with a decisive, efficient tone. He was just a bit of a brat to his father. Humph, so annoying. Tanbo felt helpless. Still, looking at the time. Naruto should be returning to the village soon, shouldn't he? "Pervy Sage, let's go. It's been so long since I've been back to Konoha. When I get back, I'm going to have a massive feast." Naruto's voice reached Jiraiya's ears. Naruto was currently wearing the new clothes Jiraiya had bought for him. Dressed as he was, he had the look of a handsome young man. He carried a travel pack on his back. I know. Honestly, there was supposed to be a group of girls coming to play by the waterfall this afternoon. Jiraiya looked back at the stream with a lingering, reluctant gaze. These past few days had brought him many unforgettable memories. Truly beautiful. Then, his expression shifted, turning solemn. During the time he had taken Naruto out for training, he had never forgotten the existence of the Akatsuki. From the intelligence he had gathered, it was likely that the time for the Akatsuki to begin their large-scale operations was fast approaching. Jiraiya thought of the great Toad Sage's prophecy. He shook off his stray thoughts and walked toward Naruto with a smile. "Naruto, use the multi-shadow clone jutsu to perform the harem jutsu one more time. I need to inspect your progress. Pervy Sage, we're going home. Stop playing around. Just once. Just once." Naruto. Their silhouettes stretched long as they joked together. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's back, a smile playing on his lips. He's so similar, will Naruto be the savior? Or could the prophecy be wrong? After 2.5 years of building his foundation, even if something happens to me, Naruto should be able to learn Sage Mode in a short time. He'll significantly increase his strength to face powerful enemies. Oh, right, it's a pity he never learned Tanbo Tobitake's invisibility Genjutsu. As he thought, Jiraiya's mind began to wander again. A dark, underground space. Chirp. Chirp. The sound of 1,000 birds rang out. A spear-like bolt of lightning extended from Uchiha Sasuke's hand, piercing through Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru vomited himself out of his own mouth, looking at Sasuke with great satisfaction. Excellent. Your body now has a foundation that surpasses Itachi's. When the time comes, I will help you get your revenge. I'm going back to rest. Have my secret medicine ready for tomorrow, I don't want a single mistake. Sasuke's face was no longer childish, he was now a strikingly handsome young man. He didn't show Orochimaru the slightest bit of courtesy, speaking as if he were the master of the hideout. He turned and walked down the corridor, vanishing from Orochimaru's sight. Whoosh. Lord Orochimaru, how can he speak to you in such a tone? He simply has no respect for you, Kabuto said, appearing beside the Sannin with a frown. Hee, it's fine. Before a death row prisoner is executed, shouldn't we satisfy his appetite? Orochimaru stared in the direction Sasuke had gone, licking his lips. How is your research? Any results? Yes. Regarding the nerves left behind by Tanbo Tobitake, I've found a way to defend against them. However, I still hope we don't encounter him. After all, that was only one of his abilities. Kabuto pushed up his glasses with confidence. After over a year of research under Orochimaru's guidance, he had finally cracked the secret of Tanbo's neural strings and developed countermeasures. They had simulated various ways the nerves could be used and created responses for each. That's good. For a man as ambitious as that, it's best to have specific countermeasures ready. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto, very pleased. His only dissatisfaction was that Kabuto's own goals were too hollow, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Looking back toward where Sasuke had departed, his eyes shone once more with a thirsting light. It's almost time. Shish. Shish. Within the underground space, atop 10 fingers, various figures manifested as multicolored light. Everyone, the time for the Akatsuki has arrived. Our plan is nearing completion. For our great ideal, give it your all. Next, I will assign the tailed beast missions. Deidara, Sasori, the one tail of the hidden sand is yours. Can you handle it? Pain spoke. The hidden sand, it's been a long time. I'll take it, Sasori said. Deidara added, no problem. Haiden, Kakuzu, your target is the 2 tails. Itachi, Kisame, your target is the 4 tails. Soon, Pain had finished assigning the capture missions. Then, if there is nothing else, depart. We, the Akatsuki, shall ultimately reshape the world. Lord Leader, I have something, Zetsu suddenly spoke. Take care to avoid that fellow named Tanbo Tobitake. From my intelligence, that man is hiding very deep. He is likely far more than just a Genjutsu-type ninja. Why do you say that? Although we have prepared methods to break Genjutsu, the intelligence I've gathered from Konoha suggests he hasn't just mastered Genjutsu. He has likely learned several of Konoha's forbidden jutsus. He could be a major problem. Zetsu shared this with the group. He had heard interesting rumors while lurking near the Shimura clan grounds. During Tanbo's time as acting Hokage, he had strongly requested to view the Scroll of Seals. It was likely more than just curiosity. Zetsu hated variables like this. I will handle the 9 tails of Konoha myself when the time comes, Pain declared, taking responsibility for the final hunt. Tanbo Tobitake's strength was more mysterious than even the Kage of the 5 great villages. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Watching the Fun. Chapter 274, Watching the Fun. Konoha Main Gate. Naruto followed behind Jiraiya, gazing at the great gates of Konoha with eyes full of memories. Hey, Izumo. Why do you and Kotetsu look so dejected? They walked to the registration desk and saw Izumo and Kotetsu. Both had expressions of intense anxiety on their faces. Jiraiya noticed it too. With his vast experience, he could tell at a glance that they weren't anxious because something was wrong with the village, but rather the kind of anxiety one feels when they are missing out on a spectacular show. Kotetsu sighed. A woman came to Konoha. She's the head of a certain village and is currently challenging Kakashi and Guy. She says she wants them to marry into her village. We have to guard the gate. Damn it. Yeah, it's such a pity. Why did it have to be our shift right now? Lady Tsunade is really something else, Izumo complained. For these two to complain about the Hokage, one could imagine how enticing the fun must be. After all, it was Kakashi and Might Guy. If either of them lost, the gossip in Konoha would be legendary. The key was that the challenge was perfectly above board, officially approved by the Hokage. Oh. A pretty lady. Oh. Are Kakashi-sensei and Bushibrao-sensei finally going to find partners? Naruto and Jiraiya had completely different focus points. One was interested in the lady, the other was interested in the prospect of their teachers getting married. Let's go, pervy sage. Let's hurry and see. Naruto couldn't wait. His heart for gossip was burning as brightly as the day he tried to see what was under Kakashi-sensei's mask. Right. I want to see the lady too, Jiraiya said with a grin. Then, under the resentful glares of the gatekeeper duo, they finished their registration and hurried off. Konoha Plains Training Ground. This was an ultra-large training field. Currently, a crowd of people was watching the spectacle with great interest. Go for it, village head Shizuka. You must defeat Kakashi and the others. Tsunade was acting like a cheerleader, pumping her fists to encourage Shizuka. The smile on her face hadn't faded for a second. Watching from behind, Shizen wondered if she had been nagging Tsunade too much lately. It had been a long time since she had seen her lady smile like this. At the same time, Shizen felt she should perhaps let go of some work and find a partner of her own. She was the same age as Kakashi, they had been classmates. But it seemed no one was pursuing her. How rude. Shizun glanced at Tsunade's 2 great papayas. Could that be the reason? She wondered. Inside the arena, Kakashi and Might Guy looked utterly speechless. That fellow Tanbo Tobitake, he really knows how to find trouble for us, Kakashi grumbled. This sudden duel had left them completely bewildered. It was that damn Tanbo again, acting as a matchmaker from the shadows. Guy shouted, a woman who wishes to conquer the strong. I won't just fail like that. I will definitely defeat you. In the distance, Tanbo Tobitake appeared with Kigo by his side. They were there to watch the fun today. Kigo stared at the group opposite them. Dad, instead of wasting time watching this, we should go back and research more ninjutsu or study other knowledge. It's better than wasting time here. Besides, you could have come alone, you didn't have to bring me. Seeing more and accumulating experience is also knowledge. It's not just things found in books. The things in books were summarized by people after they experienced them, Tanbo said, finally feeling like he was actually parenting for once. But the knowledge I accumulate through my own experiences doesn't reach 1% of the efficiency of absorbing book knowledge. From an efficiency standpoint, I should learn the book knowledge first and then use experience to consolidate it, rather than experiencing first and summarizing it myself. I'm only a 3-year-old, shouldn't I learn in the most effective way? Kigo argued back, his logic perfectly sound. Should I send you back then? Tanbo produced a soft bamboo whip and swished it through the air. No need. Since we're already here, Kigo said, turning his small face back toward the people in the distance with a serious expression. This is the place. Naruto and Jiraiya appeared at the edge of the training ground just as the battle in the center had begun. Jiraiya immediately pulled out his telescope. Amazing. Naruto watched the fighters. Both Kakashi-sensei and that woman seemed very strong. However, he soon saw that Kakashi-sensei showed zero chivalry, landing a direct punch that sent the woman face first into the dirt. After the woman rested, Bushibrao-sensei stepped up. Naruto could tell Guy was quite eager for the fight. But the woman looked at Guy and seemed to fall into deep thought. After muttering a few words, she turned and left with her guard. Guy was left standing there, jaw dropped in confusion. What happened? Why did they stop? Naruto was puzzled. Judging by her lip movements, it looks like Guy was rejected because of his looks. Seems I have a chance. Jiraiya started drooling. The woman was exactly his type, only slightly behind Tsunade. Pervy sage. You know lip reading. Why didn't you teach me? Naruto said angrily. Lip reading is part of the espionage curriculum. You just didn't study hard enough, Jiraiya said dismissively. Village head Shizuka, don't be discouraged. Next time I'll knock Kakashi out so you can win, Tsunade called out, catching up to Shizuka to comfort her. But won't you reconsider Guy? He's also an excellent man, she added. Personally, Tsunade wasn't a fan of Guy's aesthetic either, but if this beauty could take him, it would gain Konoha another ally. Nadeshiko was an all-female ninja village, they were worth befriending. As the Hokage, she had to think of Konoha's future. No. I've made up my mind. After failing this challenge, I will return to my village and prepare to abolish our outdated customs. My travels through the ninja world have taught me a lot. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Hokage. I will manage Nadeshiko village well. Shizuka hadn't expected Might Guy's appearance to be like that. She refused to even mention him. That old man on the road told her both were excellent and handsome men, second only to himself. If the men of Konoha were all below that bowl cut in looks, they'd all be bridge trolls. She just wanted to escape before the bowl cut man noticed her. Why did she leave? I was looking forward to a duel of youth. Guy was still fired up, but the woman had run off the moment it was his turn. Truly, how was a beast like him supposed to handle this? With that look of yours, it's indeed hard to find a partner, Kakashi teased from the side. Guy pouted. Heh. You didn't find one either. We're in the same boat, both single being teased by Tanbo. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, A New Goal. Chapter 275, A New Goal. Konoha Training Grounds. Reflect. Facing Kakashi's great fireball technique, Haruno Sakura pulled her hands apart, manifesting a massive chakra net that enveloped the flames. After a brief surge of energy, the fireball was reflected straight back. Boom. On the other side, Kakashi, who had just exhaled the fireball, stood frozen in shock. Sakura can use ninjutsu without hand seals now. No seal ninjutsu. He truly hadn't known. Since Sakura became a Chunin, he hadn't teamed up with her much. He only knew that under Lady Tsunade's tutelage, her medical ninjutsu had improved by leaps and bounds. Whoosh. Despite his surprise, his reflexes remained sharp. He vanished from his spot, narrowly avoiding the reflected attack. Kakashi-sensei, gotcha. At that exact moment, two Narutos appeared, grabbing Kakashi from both sides to pin him down. Behind Kakashi, a third Naruto materialized. He was crouching. His hands were formed into the tiger seal. 1,000 years of death. Thwack. This was the battle to test Naruto and Sakura's strength following Naruto's return. After the incident with Shizuka of Nadeshiko, Jiraiya had arrived with Naruto. Since everyone was gathered, Tsunade ordered Kakashi to spar with the duo to see how much Naruto had grown over the years. What a coincidence. One show ends, and another begins. Kigo, look at them. Your older brothers and sisters are quite powerful. Do you feel any pressure? Tanbo Tobitake was now paying close attention to Kigo's words. He felt he hadn't quite fulfilled his fatherly duties and lacked a sense of participation, so he made a conscious effort to communicate with him. Why would I feel pressure? I don't, Kigo said, his words surprising as usual. They are allies, aren't they? The ones who should feel pressure are their enemies. Then do you want to become that powerful? Are they powerful? I feel like even if they all teamed up, they couldn't beat you, Dad, Kigo said flatly. Tanbo's eyes flashed with excitement. Heh. You finally said something that satisfies your old man. You're right, even together, they're no match for me. So, can you teach me to be even stronger than them? Kigo asked. Of course. In that case, why would you ask such a childish question? In the future, I will certainly be an outstanding jonin. At the very least, I could be the chief executive officer of Ichiraku Ramen, expanding the brand and providing limitless resources for our family's ninjas. Kigo continued, besides, my goal isn't just to be a jonin. That's too low level. I want to enter the research industry to study the ultimate secrets of chakra and ninjutsu. Becoming a jonin is merely a means to access more resources. Tanbo rolled his eyes. Good grief. This kid had the exact same dream as Orochimaru. He hoped Kigo wouldn't follow in Orochimaru's footsteps and start researching immortality jutsus just to have enough time for his studies. Fine. Having a dream is a good thing. I'll find a good teacher for you when the time comes, Tanbo said, feeling a bit helpless. Even with his own talent, he didn't dare claim he could uncover the ultimate secrets of chakra and ninjutsu. And here was a 3-year-old. A teacher. In all of Konoha, you're the one with the deepest understanding of ninjutsu research, Dad. Are you talking about a ninja from another country, or a scientist or something? Kigo's eyes filled with anticipation. For his proud father to consider someone a good teacher, that person had to be incredible. I can't invite them just yet. Maybe there will be a chance in the future. It's a promise, then. The person Tanbo had in mind was, naturally, Orochimaru. He hoped the Sannin wouldn't actually die due to the butterfly effect of his presence. It was unlikely, though. Orochimaru's cursed seals weren't just on Sasuke. In the original story, he had placed them on countless test subjects. With the maturity of the cursed seal and living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru wouldn't die easily. Only a man like that was fit to be his son's teacher. Tanbo had high respect for Orochimaru's capabilities, even if he was a rogue ninja. That guy truly is the foremost researcher of chakra in the ninja world. To think he managed to seal the nerves I planted on Sasuke. Tanbo thought admiringly. With the completion of his sage mode and neural transfer techniques, Tanbo had considered trying to project himself over to Sasuke's location. But when he formed the seals, he found he could no longer sense the nerves he had planted. Considering he was in sage mode, which amplified his senses dozens of times over, this was no small feat. Fortunately, Tanbo's arsenal was constantly evolving. He wasn't a one-trick pony. Otherwise, if Orochimaru found a flaw in his forced execution, it could have been game over. Most ninjas are finished once their ultimate move is cracked, but an all-rounder like him could simply rotate through an endless supply of jutsus. I can't slack off. The Akatsuki is no longer a threat, but the future holds mechanics-based monsters like Shirobya-Otsutsuki. One of his abilities, if I recall, is reflection. Anyone who harbors killing intent toward him is hit by the counter-effect of that shinjutsu. The stronger the intent, the harder the reflection. He didn't know if the ability countered only active, emotional malice or passive, physical intent, but he had to create a counter-mechanism regardless. Tanbo was already absurdly powerful. Aside from Six Paths Naruto, Sasuke, and Kaguya, even Madara would likely struggle against him. He was confident because Madara, despite his combat experience, was still a stats-based fighter of flesh and blood, the exact type of ninja Tanbo's abilities countered. Tanbo's combat experience was at least equal to Madara's, and he had the advantage of future intelligence. His goal wasn't Kaguya, Naruto and Sasuke could handle her. He just needed to preserve his strength and guard against Kara. As for reflection of malice, he already had a counter-theory. Just like the memory-altering Genjutsu could be countered by his heart steel ability, he planned to seal his soul's emotions, leaving only computer-like data instructions. Using Heart of Steel as a foundation, he would control his body to fight like a robot. Without emotions, there would be no malice. But if their Genjutsu can detect the malice in physical actions alone, then it'll be too late to reconsider. Perhaps Boruto's Jugen has the power to purify such Genjutsu, that's why he's the protagonist. Tanbo had to consider every possibility. After all, Shirbai Otsutsuki was hailed as an omnipotent god. It wouldn't be strange if his abilities possessed a mechanism to judge intent based on action itself. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, A Headache. Chapter 276, A Headache. Bang. Bang. As Tanbo Tobitake finished contemplating the next targeted ninjutsu to develop following the completion of forced execution, Kakashi, in the distance, was already being terrorized by Sakura's fists. It looked as though Sakura was about to uproot the very crust of the earth. Rumble. It wasn't just Kakashi, even Naruto was breaking out in a cold sweat. Having not seen her for 2.5 years, Sakura had become terrifyingly strong. If he took one direct hit, he could already visualize his head exploding on impact. Only Tsunade wore a wide, satisfied smirk. Sakura was the most suitable successor to her combat system she had ever seen. Genjutsu, Taijutsu, Nintaijutsu, everything was perfect. Her medical ninjutsu was also progressing at lightning speed. Years from now, Sakura would undoubtedly drive Konoha's medical arts to even greater heights. Tsunade shifted her gaze to Jiraiya, walking over to his side. Jiraiya, compared to my apprentice, Naruto's progress seems to be lagging a bit behind. She was reasonably satisfied with the results of Naruto's training, but compared to her own student, there was a gap. At the very least, looking at the fight with Kakashi, Naruto's strength manifested in his chakra control and a slightly improved combat style. He had finally learned how to fight like a proper ninja. Was that no seal ninjutsu developed by her? Jiraiya scratched his head, deep in thought as he watched Sakura's incredibly fluid, seal-less movements. That looks even more useful than the Rasengan. However, he doubted Sakura could develop such a technique on her own. Aside from the Rasengan, he had never seen a ninjutsu that could be used by completely bypassing hand seals. No, Tanbo Tobitake taught it to her, Tsunade explained. He said it was to build a foundation for her chakra control, allowing her to enter the proper state quickly when learning other techniques. I have to admit, Tanbo was right. Thanks to that foundation over the last 2 years, Sakura's progress has been immense. Tsunade watched Sakura use versatile tactics to pressure Kakashi alongside Naruto. While Kakashi wasn't using his full strength, Sakura's current capability was evident. That no-seal technique gave her massive tactical flexibility. Combined with her genjutsu and monster strength, she was already a ninja on par with Kakashi in terms of raw potential, provided she gained enough experience. It's a shame. Naruto's chakra control is now perfect for extreme shape transformation, but this kind of brain-intensive chakra usage doesn't seem to suit him, Jiraiya sighed. Naruto was unpredictable, but playing with chakra shape transformation as intricately as Sakura was still difficult for him. Although it feels a bit intrusive, for the sake of Konoha's development, I've asked him to release that ninjutsu. It will be integrated into the Academy for General Education. Tsunade smiled. If every graduating class had a few students who could master that technique, they would be the blue-chip stocks of Konoha's future. As a medical ninja, no one understood the value of chakra control better than she did. That guy again, huh? His talent for developing ninjutsu is catching up to Orochimaru's. Jiraiya muttered upon hearing Tanbo's name. Tsunade nodded. True. But he's different from Orochimaru. He has elders to care for and kids to raise. I heard he's even planning on having another child. Speaking of this, she thought of her former lover. If he were still alive, they would probably have many children by now, and they'd certainly be cuter than Tanbo's kids. She had met Kigo, he wasn't exactly a cuddly child. He was too smart. It wasn't that she disliked him, but a child like that didn't give her any sense of nurturing achievement. That's true. Speaking of which, how about the two of us have a few kids? Pow. Do you want to die? Jiraiya was sent flying with a single punch, a few ounces of blood spraying from his nose in midair. Konoha Main Street. What? Sakura, you're already a special jonin. Naruto was gobsmacked. Then, what about the others? Sakura smiled. Ino is a special jonin too. Shikamaru, Choji, they're all chunin now. Oh, and Niji is already a jonin. So, I'm the only genin left. Naruto was utterly bewildered. How did this happen? Well, there's still Sasuke, Sakura added softly. At the mention of his name, both fell silent. The time for Orochimaru's reincarnation was drawing near, yet they still had no news of him. The mood shifted instantly. Naruto's house. Konohamaru was cleaning the room, making everything spotless. When will big brother Naruto come back? He'll definitely be floored by my earth-shattering new ninjutsu. He looked excited. Over the past few years, he had worked hard to catch up to Naruto, even innovating his signature pervy techniques. He was sure he could impress Naruto. Pitter-patter. Two figures suddenly appeared on Naruto's windowsill. Konohamaru. Naruto. Big brother Naruto is back. Tanbo Tobotake's house. Seeing that Naruto had returned, Tanbo knew the Akatsuki's move was imminent. However, he no longer feared the butterfly effect moving the timeline forward. From the reports sent by his clones across the land, he knew the Akatsuki were already in motion. When the army moves, provisions go first. When ninjas move, intelligence goes first. The Akatsuki's outer subordinates were already busy gathering data on the tailed beasts' locations. While the core members were few, their network of subordinates was extensive. Every powerful ninja needs an intelligence web, and the Akatsuki were no exception. The Akatsuki's strength is no longer a threat to me. I just need to ensure my family isn't taken hostage. The rest can be handled by Naruto and Sasuke. The most important thing now is to develop a method to counter the reflection Shinjutsu. Tanbo didn't know if the wielder of that Shinjutsu was an enemy yet, but he knew the ability existed. Based on the rules of fiction, such an overpowered ability usually belonged to a villain. He had to think of a way to use his existing knowledge to counter it. Time couldn't be wasted. He even considered waiting for Orochimaru's return to consult with him. It took him 10 years to develop forced execution. A technique to counter a god's Shinjutsu might take even longer, even with a clear direction. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Crushed. Chapter 277, Crushed. Konoha Rear Mountain. Big brother Naruto, what jutsu are you going to teach me? Is it the harem jutsu? Konohamaru looked at Naruto with sparkling eyes, full of anticipation. Although he had undergone training with Tanbo Tobitake and knew that sexy techniques, unless used against specific characters, couldn't be relied upon as ultimate moves, it was still the technique that had once defeated his grandfather. For him, it was a way of remembering the old man third. This technique is called the Rasengan. It's an incredibly powerful ninjutsu. Naruto grinned and used a shadow clone to manifest a swirling blue sphere in his hand. Isn't that just a ball of chakra? There's nothing special about it. Konohamaru looked at the basketball with suspicion. Watch closely. Boom. Naruto smiled confidently and slammed the Rasengan into the ground. A gale of wind erupted, and Konohamaru shielded his eyes with his arms as he took in the scene. Beneath Naruto's feet, a circular crater over 3 meters wide and 3 meters deep had appeared. Naruto stood right in the center. How's that? Pretty powerful, right? Naruto laughed triumphantly. This was his most powerful jutsu besides the shadow clone. During his travels, he had defeated countless powerful enemies with it. Amazing. This move is so strong. Konohamaru acknowledged the power. But, isn't it hard to hit people with it? His eyes were sharp now, he had spotted the fatal weakness of Naruto's move at a single glance. Ugh. Do you want to learn it or not? His comment reminded Naruto of his own struggles, how the Rasengan was often dodged by enemies. He usually had to wait for a specific opening or coordinate it with high-level taijutsu or body flicker. It was a bit embarrassing. As Konohamaru said, the drawback was obvious. I do. Konohamaru's body flicker was quite strong now, he felt hitting an enemy shouldn't be a problem. How do I learn it? Like this, spin it, and then, bam, it's done. Naruto demonstrated the rotation for him. Is it really that simple? Konohamaru asked. Yeah, that's simple, but it's really hard to practice. Naruto remembered how long it had taken him. No, I mean, a no-seal jutsu this powerful has such a simple principle and operation. The person who invented this was a genius. Konohamaru looked at Naruto, extended his right hand, and a blue sphere of chakra manifested. Mimicking Naruto's method, he slammed the Rasengan into the ground. A crater appeared, only slightly smaller than Naruto's. How? Konohamaru, you really are a genius, as expected of my little brother, ha ha ha. Naruto's eyes went wide, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. His eyes were practically doing a Hyuga Byakugan cosplay. Genius. Didn't you say it was simple, big brother Naruto? You didn't take a long time to learn it, did you? Konohamaru asked, his tone laced with suspicion. Of course not. I'm your big brother. Anyway, don't worry about that, later I'll teach you a stronger. Big brother Naruto. If I adjust the chakra volume, I can make an even bigger Rasengan. Before Naruto could finish, Konohamaru's excited voice reached his ears. What the boy held above his head made Naruto feel even more defeated. A Rasengan larger than Konohamaru himself was being held aloft. A bead of cold sweat rolled down the boy's forehead. Clearly, this was a massive drain on him. Bang. Rumble. Under the weight of the big ball Rasengan, the sheer power became uncontrollable. Konohamaru was sent flying backward, and Naruto was blown away by the erupting air currents. Crack crackle. Dirt and stones sprayed everywhere. A 10-meter crater now marked the ground. Naruto looked at the crater, a single tear of self-deprecation falling from his eye. I was just about to mention the big ball Rasengan. Big brother Naruto, what were you going to say? Sorry about that. Konohamaru walked over, looking a bit disheveled and apologetic. Nothing. I just remembered I have something to do. Gotta go. Whoosh. Naruto scratched his head and vanished, his face flushed with embarrassment. Huh? What's with big brother Naruto? His face was so red, is he going on a date with a girl? Konohamaru was baffled. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. But looking at the mess he'd made, a smile returned to his face. So this is big brother Naruto's ultimate move. Truly amazing. High power, easy to learn, no hand seals, it perfectly fits teacher Tanbo's definition of a good ninjutsu. Big brother Naruto is the best, though the consumption is a bit high. Just one tiny flaw. Konohamaru's admiration for Naruto grew even deeper. Pant, pant, pant. Behind the Hokage rock, Naruto stopped, catching his breath. What is with Konohamaru? He learned it so fast. He scared the life out of me. He was truly shaken. Back then, under Pervy Sage's guidance, it had taken him forever. And the kid even figured out the big ball Rasengan without being taught. That was something Naruto had spent a massive amount of time developing over the last 2 years. It was supposed to be his move. Is Konohamaru a genius like Sasuke, he wondered. That learning speed was monstrous. He felt like he had nothing left to teach. Dad, why are you so twisted? Kigo held a pair of improved binoculars, parameters adjusted by him and modified by Tanbo, watching the duo in the distance. Beside him, Tanbo zoomed in. I'm just testing your invention to see if it works. How is that twisted? In their sights was Shikamaru, who had been tasked by Tsunade to handle Chunin exam logistics. Temari was right beside him. That Shikamaru is one lucky guy. Even though the beauty saves the hero scene was changed, he still managed to get involved with Temari. Did this kid plan this in advance? Tanbo muttered. Planned what? How are the parameters on my new binoculars? Kigo was far more concerned with his technical adjustments. Good, very good. The image is crystal clear. Those two are getting a bit mushy, they're practically one step away from a kiss. Dad, stop gossiping. You promised to help me finish my experiment, Kigo said, exasperated. He was still too young, if his body could handle chakra refining, he wouldn't have to ask his father for help. Relax, your old man is reliable. Tanbo didn't blink. He hadn't expected that helping his son test an invention would lead to this scene. He wasn't watching on purpose. See. People with similar outlooks always share a common trait, they choose their partners well. Shikamaru's dream was no different from his own, get a wife, have a kid, and live a peaceful, ordinary life. As for Kakashi and Guy. Poor, lonely single souls. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, the Kazekage captured. Chapter 278, the Kazekage captured. High above Konoha, a messenger hawk soared in from the distance, eventually landing at the intelligence communication department. Achoo. Kakashi wiped his nose once again. An emergency mission. A message from the hidden sand, the Kazekage has been captured by the Akatsuki, Tsunade said, her expression grim, showing no concern for whether Kakashi had a cold. They are requesting reinforcements from Konoha. Besides Tanbo Tobitake, you are the only person in the village who has had direct contact with the Akatsuki. I want you to lead Team Kakashi to support the sand and retrieve the Kazekage. Understood. But Naruto. Kakashi started to say. The Akatsuki's target is Naruto. We cannot protect him forever. He needs to grow, Tsunade said firmly, having already made up her mind. Understood. Then move out immediately. Tanbo Tobitake received Tsunade's orders, maintain the security of Konoha. The news of the Kazekage's abduction reached him shortly after. Dad, what happened? Kigo asked. He was currently hammering away at a suit of armor. For long mechanical tentacles extended from his back, and he wore a pair of dark goggles. The tentacles occasionally swapped tools, drills, tweezers, blowtorches, with mechanical precision. Clang. Clang. Nothing much. The hidden sand was attacked. The Hokage wants me to keep an eye on Konoha's safety, Tanbo replied, watching the various tools in motion. So, is your old man's ninjutsu convenient or what? This will definitely let you feel the charm of ninjutsu ahead of schedule. The tools were instruments Tanbo had constructed using his Eye of the Creator technique based on his own knowledge. They were linked to Kigo's nervous system via a specialized connective ninjutsu. This not only reduced the neural strain on the boy but also drew the required chakra from Tanbo himself, the master of the technique. It's amazing. How did you think of this, Dad? Now I can perform all sorts of operations even before I've learned to refine chakra. Kigo's eyes were full of genuine praise, causing Tanbo to tilt his head back in pride. Finally, some positive feedback from this kid. But Dad, where did you get these scientific ninja tools and all this data? Kigo asked suspiciously. He had started reading extensively at age 1, by 2, he had finished most of the research books in the Konoha library. Now 3, he had a general grasp of the village's non-classified research. According to the leaky bucket theory, the general level of public knowledge usually indicates a collective ceiling. The data in front of him, specifically regarding scientific ninja tools, far exceeded the knowledge Konoha should possess. Hey, your father is a ninja. I've roamed dozens of large and small nations. What's wrong with spying out some useful intel? Don't go questioning your father's professional standards, Tanbo said proudly. The armor was from the land of snow, the research data was a compilation of results from many countries, including some from the Takumi village. Since Kigo had a talent for this, Tanbo wanted to nurture it early. Once the Fourth Ninja War began, he would need his son's help to analyze the Hashirama cells, Madara's cells, samples from the 9-tailed beasts, the 10 tails, and the body tissues of Kagaya. Tanbo's forced evolution required a deep understanding of those biological structures to find the right path for his own evolution. He needed information fraud to trick his body into evolving, and a mistake in gene compilation would be disastrous. Doing the research himself was too tedious, and there were few people he could truly trust. If his son could grow into his right-hand man, it would be perfect. Stealing is stealing, don't call it professional standards. You're so hypocritical, Dad, Kigo muttered with disdain. But his eyes betrayed him, he was clearly hungry for the knowledge and the data and the armor before him. You haven't started your ninja curriculum yet, so of course you don't understand. But let's not talk about that, Tanbo said, watching his son dismantle the armor. He suddenly posed a question, you've read so many books. If there were an enemy technique that could counterattack anyone who harbored killing intent toward them, where the stronger the intent, the higher the damage, and it was a passive ability. How would you solve it? Tanbo had thought about this for a long time. If a shinjutsu could judge an action itself as malice, he couldn't find a direction for a solution. His only hope was that the technique judged subjective malice via soul waves rather than objective physical movement. But he didn't like relying on hope. Dad, how could such a terrifying ninjutsu exist? Do you have a fever? Kigo stopped his mechanical work and deadpanned. If such a judgment mechanism existed, would other ninjas even need to exist? What if it really does exist? Tanbo pressed. Kigo gave his father a long look, seeing his unwavering conviction. Has Dad actually encountered an enemy like that? He then sank into deep thought. The first rule of scientific research, if it exists, it is rational. If such an enemy truly existed, how would he, a 3-year-old child, solve the problem? I would probably try to distribute televisions to the people of every nation. Then, at a specific moment, I'd expose that person's threat to the entire world simultaneously. This would cause everyone on Earth to harbor killing intent toward him at once. Even if he is an incredibly powerful ninja, the sheer volume of reflections should eventually drain his chakra, right? Kigo thought for 15 minutes before coming up with this mutual destruction strategy. He knew that as soon as he took action to deal with such an enemy, he would inevitably be flagged by the technique and die. Likewise, the citizens who harbored killing intent would also perish. Whether the malice was judged by the soul or by the action, the resulting backlash would be immense. To him, this was the only viable solution. Do you have any other, better ideas? Tanbo Tobate's eyes lit up. As expected of his son, brilliant. To think he came up with a way to force a stalemate so quickly. Dad. I'm only 3 years old. How am I supposed to solve such a complex problem? Kigo was getting annoyed. The question was haunting his mind now, and it was distracting him from his research. He wanted to push it aside, but for someone with such a strong desire for knowledge, the puzzle was too seductive to ignore. What does being 3 have to do with it? Haven't you heard that the younger you are, the closer you are to the source of the world? Maybe you'll have a flash of inspiration. I don't care, keep doing your research, but you have to keep thinking about this for me, Tanbo countered. Why don't you ask big brother and sister to help you think? Them. They have brains, sure, but not enough. They aren't cut out for this kind of thinking. You're in trouble, Dad. I'm going to tell Mom that you said my siblings are brainless. Don't you dare. Then get serious and build me some more tools suitable for my research. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, Finding a Way. Chapter 279, Finding a Way. Hidden Sand Village. Lady Chiyo watched in silence as Sakura extracted the metallic toxins from Kankuro's body within seconds. Sakura then performed a hand seal sequence that appeared to be the start of a genjutsu, quickly stabilizing Kankuro's condition. Her posture and efficiency made the Sand's own medical ninjutsu look amateurish. The poison they were helpless against had been removed with ease by Sakura. As expected of Sakura, that's amazing. Naruto exclaimed, watching Kankuro's face as he slowly regained consciousness. Kakashi thought to himself, she actually learned Tanbo's genjutsu for body deception. Sakura truly does have a talent for genjutsu. It seemed that leaving Sakura with Tanbo Tobitake for a period of training back then was the right call. That was Tanbo's secret technique. Without a certain level of innate talent and a profound understanding of human anatomy, one could never master it. Is she Tsunade's apprentice? To think even that woman's student has reached such a level of medical ninjutsu. Chiyo sank into thought. It was a massive shock. As a master of poisons herself, she had never seen detoxification handled so effortlessly. Quick, ask him what happened. Hidden Sand Commercial Street. A burly man with spiky hair appeared, wearing a cloak to shield himself from the desert wind. Based on Sasori's movements across various regions before joining the Akatsuki, it looks like I'll have to step in this time. This man was a shadow clone of Tanbo Tobitake using the transformation jutsu. Through his intelligence network, he had uncovered parts of Sasori's history. Combined with the recent movements of his other clones, his understanding of powerful rogue ninjas had become much clearer. After Sasori left the Sand, he had assassinated various unique ninjas across the world for his puppet art. Most of these victims were known or unknown holders of Kekkai Genkai. Due to the nature of these bloodline limits, some ninjas were hated by their own communities. Ignorant factions viewed Kekkai Genkai the same way the common villagers of Konoha viewed Naruto. Sasori hunted these people. Based on this behavior, it was likely that every puppet in Sasori's performance of 100 puppets was a human puppet possessing different bloodlines or secret arts. Tanbo had even located the ruins of a nation Sasori had destroyed, the Land of Cinder, a small country with unique materials where organic and inorganic matter coexisted, perfect for puppet making. Tanbo didn't know if Sasori would throw the fight and choose to die at his grandmother's hands out of a lingering spark of humanity, as some fans in his previous world had speculated. What if he hears my name, Captain Tanbo, and decides he wants to collect me as his greatest masterpiece? Tanbo thought shamelessly. Of course, that was unlikely. Sasori would probably prefer the bodies of people like Pain. He had sent his clone here just in case, to ensure Sakura and Kakashi didn't die. Otherwise, the primary goal of his clones remained searching for the hidden Kara organization. Whoosh. Whoosh. Just then, several figures blurred past him on the street. It was Kakashi, Naruto, and the others. Konoha Library. Misfortune has its uses, like the toad, ugly and venomous, it wears yet a precious jewel in its head. Luck is hindered, activity is restricted. Release creates form out of nothing, manifesting things that do not exist in the physical world, such as imagination, shadows, the mind. Curse technique, death blood possession, linking two people's misfortune through a medium. This is a special nature transformation of release, manifesting misfortune and applying it to reality. There are references, but developing nature transformations for luck and misfortune is a project with no definite timeline. Tanbo sat with his 3-year-old son, flipping through the library's deep archives. Despite being so young, Kigo saw his father's obsession and set aside his own research to help find a way to resist that specific shinjutsu. Over the past few days, the father and son finally found a possibility. To counter a specific mechanism-based technique, one must develop a technique with a matching mechanism. After their discussions, Tanbo's high-level release talent became the only breakthrough point. Kigo didn't know exactly how high his father's talent was, but since Tanbo said he was a big deal, Kigo helped brainstorm in that direction. Father and son united, their sharpness could cut gold. Risking Iam's wrath, the two neglected sleep and food until they finally found the opening. It went back to Kigo's initial idea: if the reflection of damage is based on the strength of malice, one only needs a single person to commit to a mutual destruction. Tanbo used the Jashin cult's death blood possession as a reference for Kigo. Through their combined logic and Tanbo's practical application, they concluded that the technique was a nature transformation that manifested misfortune and used a medium to balance the misfortune scale between two people. As long as one side has a way to bypass death, the enemy can be eliminated. But Dad, developing this kind of nature transformation won't be easy. Kigo's mind was exceptionally sharp. Even at 3, he provided the core logic. It's fine. I've already developed several nature transformations. No matter how hard it is, I have to do it. Normal nature transformation development, like the 5 elements, takes an average ninja 2 to 3 years. In release is naturally harder, but Tanbo's talent was off the charts. He had confidence. You're really determined, Dad. It looks like when I research the ultimate secrets of chakra later on, I'll still need your help. Kigo was already imagining his adult self with his father acting as his assistant. If his dad could pull off this kind of nature transformation, it proved he was a top-tier asset for research. Hey, you little brat. I asked for a little help and you're already trying to scout me. I'm a man who wants to retire early. Don't think about ordering your old man around, you'll have to rely on yourself. Tanbo patted his son's head. Don't pat my head, I'll get stupid. Well, we finally found a countermeasure. Dad will buy you whatever you want today. What do you want? I want a laboratory of at least 500 square meters, fully equipped with the latest technology from the land of lightning. Huh. Even selling Ichiraku ramen wouldn't cover that. Sigh. Then just buy me 2 lollipops. Why 2? Because you'll definitely want one too, Dad. Haha. As expected of my son. The lollipops are on me today. Chapter 280, The Battle Begins. Chapter 280, The Battle Begins. Everyone, please wait. Before you catch up with my partners, defeat me first. Uchiha Itachi appeared before Team Kakashi, his expression serene. It's Uchiha Itachi. Everyone be careful, do not look into his eyes, Kakashi warned as soon as he saw him. He adjusted his headband to reveal his Sharingan, his gaze solemn. Itachi, your eyesight isn't what it used to be, is it? Oh. Itachi felt a flicker of surprise, observing the Sharingan in Kakashi's eye. Senior Kakashi, you truly are a genius of Konoha to be able to use the Sharingan to this extent. Seeing Itachi, Naruto immediately thought of Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, don't waste words with him. Defeat him and rescue Gaara. Bang. Before Itachi could even respond, Sakura appeared behind him and threw a heavy punch. Whoosh. The ground was instantly pulverized. Impressive girl. You dispelled the Genjutsu so quickly, Itachi remarked with a hint of admiration. The battle erupted. Tanbo Tobotake's shadow clone stood outside the battlefield, observing the clash. Sakura's current state is the only one that can be said to have caught up with Naruto and Sasuke, he thought, feeling gratified as he watched the speed at which she dispelled Genjutsu. This is the kind of progress the protagonist team should have. To be honest, Naruto's current strength was actually inferior to Sakura's. With a solid foundation, learning other abilities becomes incredibly fast. Naruto had only just finished building his ninja basics with Jiraiya. If he wanted to catch up to Sakura, he'd need to start using shadow clones to cheat his way through training. I sense it. Suddenly, Tanbo concentrated his sensory power deep underground in the distance. A figure entered his perception, watching Itachi, Kakashi, and the others. Zetsu. If it weren't for natural energy, it would be truly hard to find you. The Mayfly Jutsu, huh? What a remarkable technique. As expected of an old antique who has lived for over 1,000 years, you certainly know a lot. Only by entering Sage mode could Tanbo detect Zetsu's presence. Before this, he had never once sensed him. Now that Zetsu was finally in his sights, things would be much easier moving forward. Is he there to monitor Itachi? It seems the threat the enemy poses to Itachi is quite palpable. Tanbo had already deduced that Uchiha Obito and Itachi likely understood each other's motives for being in the Akatsuki. They stayed close to keep each other in check. An enemy like that can only be managed if kept right under your nose, as both were too dangerous to be left alone. Obito wouldn't dare implement his full plan until Itachi completed his own and died at Sasuke's hands. Two clever men, constantly checking and balancing one another. The only fool in this mess is Sasuke, Tanbo thought. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. On a vast expanse of desert water, Niji stepped across the surface. His vacuum palm struck Kisame's Semihata with unparalleled force. Bang. Kisame was sent flying backward. What a troublesome brat. It's not over yet. Joyful rocket launcher. On the other side, Tenten pulled out a large scroll cannon, infusing it with chakra. The muzzle fired countless shing kunai wrapped in explosive tags. Pop pop pop. Although Kisame blocked most of the attacks, the shockwaves from the explosions shredded his clothes, revealing his strong, blue-skinned torso. Boom. Konoha Dragon God. In the distance, Lee saw his opening. He transformed into a green dragon of wind, soaring through the sky to strike Kisame. Water style, water wall. Kisame used water style to summon a massive rotating wall to defend himself. After a few rotations, the green dragon pierced through his defense. Land of Rivers, Akatsuki Base. These Konoha fellows are truly difficult. Even Itachi and Kisame likely won't hold them off for much longer, Zetsu reported, feeding intel back to the center. In the middle of the base, a giant head, The Geto Mazo opened its mouth, spitting out 9 spectral chakra dragons. They converged on Gaara, slowly extracting the tailed beast chakra from his body. It doesn't matter. We are nearly finished here, and I have other arrangements outside, Pain said. Deidara maintained his hand seal, a smirk playing on his lips. Is the Ninetails here too? Perhaps we can take him down while we're at it. MHM. Konoha, rooftop outside the Hokage's office. Is something bothering you? Jiraiya walked out from behind her. Seeing the sunlight fall on Tsunade, he could sense her worried thoughts. Tsunade looked into the distance. MHM. The Akatsuki's goal, why are they collecting the 9-tailed beasts? Regardless of why, the tailed beasts have always been used as war machines by every nation. Their goal won't deviate too far from that. We just need to stop them, Jiraiya said with a smile. Besides, we're in our 50s. We can't do much more than give our last bit of effort in our final years. You're still as annoying as ever. I fear the Akatsuki has hidden for so long that they aren't something Konoha can solve alone, Tsunade said, pouting. She wasn't old, she was still very young. The breeze brushed past her temples, blowing her hair and echoing her current state of mind. Jiraiya agreed. Yeah. They likely aren't easy opponents. He thought of the intelligence he had gathered recently. Every member of the Akatsuki was an S-rank rogue ninja. Each possessed unique, terrifying abilities. Especially their leader, to be able to gather such monsters into one organization, he had to be harder to deal with than imagined. But why didn't you send Tanbo Tobitake this time? Naruto is the Jinchuriki the Akatsuki is targeting. I'm afraid Kakashi and Guy might have their hands full, Jiraiya asked. Tanbo Tobitake was currently one of Konoha's highest combat assets. And he was the most idle, unlike Jiraiya, who had to travel to collect info. Sending more people would have increased the success rate. Danzo, Orochimaru, unknown enemies. Tsunade muttered a few names. Jiraiya understood immediately. Tanbo was being used to protect the home base. They were both veterans of countless battles. From the abilities Tanbo had revealed, they knew he had never used his full strength. Having a man like that in Konoha allowed the Hokage to breathe easier. That kid, lately he seems to be teaching his youngest son. He uses a shadow clone for work every day. Where does he get all that chakra? Jiraiya was baffled. It seemed like a waste. If an enemy attacked, the missing chakra could lead to a loss. I suspect that, like my grandfather in Naruto, he is the type of person who simply has inexhaustible chakra, Tsunade replied, equally puzzled. Even so, using a shadow clone to substitute for work is excessive. It still lowers his combat readiness. However, he isn't wasting time. The battlefield simulation training he developed has provided a powerful foundation of combat experience for countless graduates over the last 2 years. It has significantly reduced Konoha's casualties. There has been a visible improvement. What Tsunade praised most was Tanbo's ability as an educator. You couldn't always judge his combat power without a fight, but his teaching ability was absolute. Chapter 281, Chapter 281, Instant Release. Chapter 281, Instant Release. Dad, you're acting weird. Why do you have to take medicine every so often? Are you losing it? Kigo had just turned a page in his new book when he saw his father popping another pill. He looked at him with genuine suspicion. What are you talking about? That's to maintain my body's nutrition. My body is still growing. Tanbo Tobitake replied defensively. Kigo shot him a look of utter disdain. Impossible. You're a grown man, you're long past your developmental phase. Stop treating me like a 3-year-old, okay? He didn't buy it for a second. If you're healthy, you're healthy, if you're not, you're not. What was this, maintaining nutrition, nonsense? Didn't you say you wanted to study the ultimate secrets of chakra? Since that's the case, I'll teach you the ultimate ninjutsu knowledge I've researched. Though, you might not actually be able to learn it. Tanbo patted his son's head. Poof. He used a summoning jutsu to bring out his private collection. These were the documented research processes of everything from forced evolution to forced execution. The theoretical foundation alone consisted of 10 volumes, each nearly 10 centimeters thick. One volume was purely a table of contents for the required prerequisite knowledge. One had to master those specific academic fields before even looking at the ninjutsu application to truly understand it. Originally, Tanbo hadn't planned on passing these down to his children because their talent simply wasn't high enough. But Kigo's brain was exceptional, he might actually have a chance. At the very least, it could serve as a reference for the boy to develop his own path, just as Tanbo had once used the Kurama clan's Genjutsu records. I can't even refine chakra yet. Don't try to tempt me with these, I won't fall for it, Kigo said dismissively. Ninjutsu required chakra to execute. If he read about the execution but couldn't practice it, the curiosity would kill him. Half of this knowledge doesn't require chakra at all. It's enough to keep you busy for years. I haven't even given these to your brother or sister because they're simply too difficult. Tanbo had withheld his most complex teachings from his other children. Even with his divine tier teaching methods, some of his miracles were nearly impossible to replicate. Fine. Kigo took the books, curious to see his father's masterpieces. Meanwhile, Tanbo's mind was already racing, beginning his research into the new in-release nature transformation. The massive stone cavern collapsed under Sakura's punch. Sunlight poured in from above. Bang. Little girl, your talent is excellent. You can become part of my art. Sasori looked at Sakura's body with a gaze of genuine appreciation. Behind him, a puppet with a wild afro mimicked his gaze. It made Sakura's skin crawl. Sakura, be careful. That puppet is a human puppet made from the third Kazekage's body. It possesses his magnet release Kekei Genkai and can control iron sand, Lady Chiyo warned, sharing the intel. Sakura's strength had exceeded her expectations. She had assumed the girl lacked combat experience due to her age, but Sakura fought like a seasoned veteran and possessed a vast arsenal of techniques, not to mention inheriting Tsunade's monster strength. Understood. Sakura wore her gloves, her hands blurring through seals. Genjutsu, 8 fragrances of fire. As I thought, his body is likely a puppet too. Genjutsu has no effect at all. Sakura had tested him several times and found him immune. It seemed she would have to cooperate with Lady Chiyo and use raw power to subdue him. Still a Genjutsu type. Only puppets are art. Iron sand drizzle. Sasori saw that Sakura likely struggled with large-scale AoE attacks. Even if she could block some of it with her strength, a single scratch would decide the battle. Shish shish shish. Sakura. Lady Chiyo tried to maneuver the mother and father puppets to block, but the mechanisms jammed. Don't worry, I can handle it. Sakura pulled her hands apart, and her chakra expanded like bubblegum, forming a parachute-like shield in front of her. The iron sand hit the barrier and was cushioned by the elastic chakra, stopping inches from her face. However, she quickly realized the attacks were becoming more frequent. This defense wouldn't last. Instant release. Taking advantage of the brief cover, she used the ultimate move Tanbo had taught her. Phantom Taijutsu. Boom. A sonic boom echoed, and Sakura vanished. The iron sand shredded the ground where she had stood, leaving it riddled with holes. Sasori stared in disbelief. That body flicker. Bang. Sakura suddenly appeared beside him, her fist connecting with his head and causing it to explode. She immediately pivoted in midair, her leg sweeping through the third Kazekage puppet. Crash. The puppet shattered into pieces. Sakura stood there, her entire body covered in a pitch-black substance, looking more like a dark silhouette than a human. Beautifully done, Sakura. Outside the battlefield, Tanbo Tobotake's clone applauded. This was the first time instant release, a subset of Phantom Taijutsu, had been used in a life-or-death battle. He had only ever used it sparingly in spars with Guy or during demonstrations for his older children. Originally, he had intended this move for enemies immune to standard ninjutsu, like a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. But plans change. His own talent was so high that his older techniques couldn't keep up with his pace, so he had kept them tucked away. Seeing someone inherit it was satisfying. And Sakura, being a monster-strength girl, was the perfect fit to maximize the power when combined with Tsunade's techniques. As for the black appearance, that was a side effect of the technique. It used the nature transformation of his Eye of the Creator to construct a second tissue layer over the human body, effectively a biological exoskeleton. Black was simply the most chakra-efficient color for the construct. However, Sasori isn't the type to stay dead like that, is he? Huff, huff. Sakura deactivated instant release, breathing heavily but smiling. I won. The move was a massive strain on her body. She swallowed a secret pill and used Phantom Taijutsu, self-healing to accelerate her recovery. She needed to go support Naruto and Kakashi soon. She walked toward Lady Chiyo to tend to her wounds. Chiyo was stunned. Sakura, just now. What kind of ninjutsu was that? Even an old veteran like her couldn't identify it. The speed was simply too much. It's fine. That was my trump card. Let's go support Naruto and the. Sakura smiled. Watch out. Suddenly, an earthen spike erupted, piercing Sakura's chest and Chiyo's leg. Chiyo stared in horror at the spike through Sakura, then looked toward the source of the sound. Truly an impressive girl, said a voice from a newly emerged puppet nearby. The Sasori whose head had been blown off earlier slowly stood back up. But that ability, it makes you quite suitable to become part of my art. Chapter 282, Chapter 282, Jin. Chapter 282, Jin. Sasori transplanted his core into this specific puppet, looking down at the bewildered Chiyo. I have already achieved it, turning myself into eternal art. Lady Chiyo, along with this little girl, you shall both become part of my collection. Click. Chiyo's seasoned combat experience allowed her to suppress the emotional turmoil caused by Sakura's apparent death. She unfurled a scroll. Poof. 10 puppets were released. Sasori, it is your grandmother who failed you. To make amends for my sins, I will bury you here along with your puppets. Chiyo glanced toward Sakura. Blood was flowing from the girl's chest, staining the earthen spike. Human puppets, a puppet capable of earth style. Sasori, you truly are a genius of the puppet arts, the likes of which is seen only once a century. But. Whoosh. Whoosh. Under Chiyo's control, the 10 puppets launched a fierce assault on Sasori. She showcased the height of the puppeteer's craft, hidden mechanisms, traps laced with sealing jutsu, and clouds of sprayed toxins. The 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. Masterpieces of the genius puppeteer Monzaemon, perhaps. But his work is outdated. Sasori let out a wild laugh. He pulled out a scroll and performed a summoning jutsu. Bang. 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 Over 100 human puppets appeared in the air above him. Under his manipulation, they effortlessly repelled the attacks of the Chikamatsu 10. Earth style, water style, ice style, swift style, dark style. A barrage of ninjutsu executed through Sasori's strings crushed the 10 puppets. As Sasori said, puppets relying solely on mechanical traps and seals had long been surpassed. Slash. Crash. A puppet appeared beside Chiyo's defenders, its skin turning the color of hardened steel. With a single punch, it shattered one of her puppets. Another moved like a bolt of lightning, its modified blade slicing through another defender. With ice style providing crowd control and other puppets acting as support, Chiyo's forces were decimated in a matter of moments. How is this possible? Chiyo wasn't just stunned, she was horrified. Her intelligence network was vast, and among these 100 puppets, she recognized famous Kekkai Genkai users from various nations. These were once powerful, prominent ninjas who had vanished over the years. Nothing is impossible. This is my eternal art, Sasori introduced. These puppets are the collection I have gathered since leaving the sand. While the third Kazekage is my most satisfying piece, he is not my strongest asset. They are all ninjas who possessed secret arts or bloodline limits. Lady Chiyo, be proud of your grandson. Take your pride with you to the Pure Land. Ha! A female voice rang out. Sakura, having somehow reactivated her instant release state, charged at Sasori with a punch. Whoosh! A puppet intercepted the blow for Sasori, shattering into pieces. Naive. 3-day barrier. Following a swift-style puppet's distraction, 3 identical puppets released a barrier, trapping Sakura. She punched the wall of the barrier, it rippled under her massive strength and eventually shattered, but she was met with a massive, reaching hand. Sloop. Sakura felt her chakra vanishing rapidly. Her black exoskeleton receded, revealing the exposed, succubus-like seal markings beneath, which were also fading fast. I see. A combination of sealing and medical ninjutsu. Sasori deduced the mechanics instantly. Given that the girl had extracted his toxins earlier, her mastery of medical ninjutsu was no surprise. Despair flickered across Sakura's face. Chiyo tried a desperate final struggle with shuriken, but it was futile. Lightning strike. Boom. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the dark-style puppet that was draining Sakura's chakra. Sasori reacted instantly, making the dark-style puppet release Sakura and raise its hands to absorb the electricity. Bang. The dark-style puppet was struck directly, limbs flying everywhere. Who's there? Sasori didn't bother wondering why the dark style hadn't absorbed the jutsu, instead, he fixed his gaze on a figure appearing in the distance. The newcomer wore a green cloak with yellow fur trim over a sharp, formal suit with leather shoes. Judging by his build, he was a burly young man with golden blonde hair. Found you at last, Nation Destroyer. Tanbo Tobitake rolled his neck. If he was going to play a part, he had to look the part. This was his transformation jutsu persona. As he suspected, Sasori's 100 puppets were all specialized human puppets, not that disposable trash seen in the original story's records. The display in the original timeline wouldn't have been enough to topple a nation. Now, Sasori was showing his true colors. This was the strength Sasori needed to be confident in taking on someone like Orochimaru. Do we know each other? Sasori asked expressionlessly, carefully sizing up the stranger. My name is Jin. Does that ring a bell? Tanbo said. Never heard of it, Sasori replied. Is that so? You forgot the nation you wiped out so quickly. It doesn't matter. Whether you remember or not, I'm here today to end you. Tanbo tilted his head, his neck cracking. His hands blurred into seals. Lightning style, thundercloud barrier. A massive barrier rose, surrounding Sasori and all his puppets. ZZZZT. Countless bolts of electricity materialized, arcing toward every puppet. An interesting opponent. You shall be part of my collection. Sasori finally remembered, the Land of Cinder had the character for Jin in its name. Rubber style, Thunder Shield. One of Sasori's puppets unleashed a massive jutsu, manifesting sheets of rubber to insulate and block the lightning. Wind style, Depletion. Another puppet released a blast of black wind that spread in all directions. The lightning it touched crumbled away like rotting wood. Sakura, let's go. Taking advantage of the opening, Chiyo grabbed the weakened Sakura and fled the range of the wind style. Judging by the effect, that wind likely dismantled chakra itself. Sasori ignored them, his focus entirely on the two men left in the arena. Sasori actually. Chiyo was breathless. He had modified so many human puppets, all capable of using the jutsus they had in life. Sakura, having lost too much chakra, watched the battle with wide, trembling eyes. So many bloodlines, how many people had he killed? And according to Sasori, this still wasn't enough to defeat Orochimaru. Rumble. Thunder pressure, raging waves. The man calling himself Jin seemed to pull out his trump card. The sky filled with thunder as natural energy gathered, condensing into a devastating attack. Too interesting. Where did you crawl out from? The Land of Cinder had no one like you. No matter, you just need to become my masterpiece. Wave style, no entry. Feeling the immense energy, Sasori let out a crazed laugh. He pushed one female puppet to its limit, exhausting all its chakra to release its specific bloodline limit. Chapter 283, Divine Thunder Palace. Chapter 283, Divine Thunder Palace. A distance away from Sasori's battlefield, at Niji's location. Niji, can you see how the others are doing? Guy's voice came through Niji's radio. Bang. Bang. Niji's gentle fist collided with his clones. Hearing his teacher's voice, he quickly leaped back to create distance. Byakugan. His X-ray and long-distance vision activated. His gaze pierced through rivers and rock walls, reaching Sasori's battlefield. The sight of over 100 chakra signatures shocked Niji. However, he quickly noticed that many of these signatures were connected via chakra threads to a single core figure. The person fighting that figure possessed an immense chakra reaction of their own. He also spotted the chakra signatures of Sakura and Lady Chiyo. Sakura's chakra is severely depleted, her situation is not optimistic. She has been rescued by Lady Chiyo. There is another person, likely a reinforcement, who is currently engaging the Akatsuki enemy, Niji reported to his teammates. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he clashed with his clone again. Facing a duplicate that could perfectly mirror his abilities, including his Kekkei Genkai and Taijutsu, was an exhausting ordeal. Rotation. Two Nijis collided in a spinning dome of blue energy. Reinforcements. That's excellent news. But we need to deal with these clones quickly so we can support Sakura and Kakashi. Guy's voice crackled in his ear again. MHM. Outside the main battlefield, a head poked out from the ground. That's Sasori, he was hiding quite a lot. To think he collected so many puppets. If those ninjas were handed over to me, I could get so much done, Zetsu muttered, practically salivating at the sight of 100 puppets with secret arts and bloodlines. If they truly fought, even Pain might find it troublesome. The sheer variety of abilities made them too versatile. But who is this Jin? I've never heard of him. Judging by his tone, is he a survivor of a nation Sasori wiped out? Zetsu had scoured the ninja world for centuries but had no record of this individual. Looking at the man's lightning style, which was successfully dismantling the puppet army and fighting Sasori to a standstill, he was clearly a powerhouse. Zetsu wondered if, should the man survive, he should have Pain invite him to join the organization. However, Zetsu doubted that lightning style alone could defeat 100 human puppets. Rumble. Lightning clashed with vibrations. The countless bolts descending from the sky seemed to hit an invisible barrier, suddenly reverting to raw chakra before vanishing into the air. What kind of bloodline is this? It actually neutralized my lightning style. It seems to be a method of assimilating deep-level particles to achieve neutralization. The bloodlines in this world are truly varied, Tanbo Tobitake marveled. Even with so many clones and an extensive intelligence network, there were still things outside his scope. The ninja world was vast indeed. Well, this shadow clone's chakra is running low. Time for the final move. I'll leave the rest to Chiyo and Sakura. Tanbo glanced at the recovering Chiyo and Sakura, then back toward Sasori. After this bout, Sasori had lost dozens of puppets, leaving him with about 50. Sasori was truly in a league of his own, using a secret technique to preserve the chakra of his human puppets for his own use. All Sasori had to expend was the chakra needed to maintain the threads. It was a formidable art. But having exhausted this many puppets, Sakura and the others should be able to handle the rest. This was just one of Tanbo's 200 clones. Even with his limitless mode, minimizing consumption, it had reached its limit. Playing a lightning-style ninja with this kind of result is enough. Tanbo didn't plan on using other tricks. The combination of lightning style and natural energy was sufficient to weaken Sasori. He would end with one last move and then exit. His goal was merely to nudge the plot back onto its track. As long as there weren't massive deviations, he could accept the outcome. His hands blurred into seals. In just 4 seconds, he completed 50-some signs. What an incredible lightning-style user. You are more skilled than those brutes from the Cloud Village, Sasori remarked, seeing the speed and complexity of the seals. He knew a final move was coming. After his rare praise, he unfurled his final scroll. He had already decided, this man would be his most satisfying masterpiece, surpassing even the third Kazekage. Divine Thunder Palace. 18 Enslaved Demon. Rumble. BZZZZZZT. Lady Chiyo's elderly eyes suddenly regained a youthful sharpness. She grabbed Sakura and fled toward the edge of the battlefield. What is that jutsu? Sakura gasped. Likely a forbidden technique from both Sasori and that man. The terrifying energy surging behind them left no doubt, a single stray hit from the aftershocks would mean certain death. Did that boy Sasori hold back against us earlier? Chiyo thought in horror. She hadn't expected him to be capable of this. Yikes. Run. Hiding underground, Zetsu broke into a cold sweat. He used his Mayfly jutsu to frantically escape the blast radius. He looked back at the sky, where 300 massive spheres of concentrated lightning energy hovered. Where did this guy come from? This move is on par with that old man from the Tsuchigumo clan. Zetsu recalled no Gyoja of the Tsuchigumo clan. His forbidden jutsu, Fury, felt similar to what this blonde man was doing. Both were village-destroying techniques. And both utilized natural energy, Senjutsu. Zetsu truly hadn't expected such a strong freelancer to exist. That is. Kakashi, Naruto, and the others were pursuing Deidara when they were struck by a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread. Looking back toward the Akatsuki base, they saw massive thunderclouds gathering, with gargantuan lightning orbs encircling the entire area. Even from this distance, the pressure was terrifying. Sakura, are they okay? Naruto asked, his voice trembling with worry. Even he could tell that if this was an enemy's attack, Sakura and the others were in grave danger. Kakashi quickly tapped his radio. Guy, status report. Kakashi-sensei. Akatsuki, enemy, it's, support. Niji's voice filtered through the static before the signal cut out completely. Kakashi noted the lack of panic in Niji's voice. Naruto, keep pursuing. Sakura should be fine. How do you know? Niji didn't sound panicked. Though the signal was bad, I can deduce that someone is helping them fight Sasori. Since Sasori is a puppeteer, he couldn't possibly be the one using that lightning style, Kakashi explained. Still, he wondered who could use such a technique. He could only think of the Land of Lightning or the Fire Capital's elite guards, who possessed powerful secret lightning jutsus, specifically the form and barrier techniques capable of wiping out a village. Chapter 284, Chapter 284, The 18 Enslaved Demon. Chapter 284, The 18 Enslaved Demon. Deidara felt it too. Sitting atop his clay bird, he looked back, the lens over his left eye quickly zooming in on a horizon now saturated with blinding thunderlight. It seems my man Sasori has run into a formidable enemy. I wonder if he can handle it. Well, whatever. Better focus on how to bag the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Deidara looked down at the pursuing Kakashi and Naruto, a smirk playing on his lips. His hand spat out clay, molding it into countless tiny grasshoppers and fleas which he rained down toward them. First, I'll separate this copy ninja Kakashi from the Jinchuriki, then they can witness my art. Sasori's final scroll unfurled. Countless seal formulas extended from the parchment, absorbing every puppet on the field, including those already broken and those still intact. While I do not agree with Deidara's instant art, I would very much like to collect your body as my most satisfying masterpiece. I hope you don't die under this move. Sasori wore a puppet-like smile. As the scroll finished devouring the chakra of all the puppets, it triggered the final link of the puppet forbidden technique. Within the long, unfurling scroll, 18 blank spaces amidst the formulas suddenly glowed, and corresponding names manifested: black, white, crimson, azure. At the exact moment Tanbo Tobate's lightning style was complete, Sasori's technique was also finished. The chakra within Sasori's core depleted at a terrifying rate. 18 gargantuan puppets materialized, surrounding Sasori in a protective, offensive formation. Drink. ZZZZT. From the Divine Thunder Palace in the sky, countless yellow lightning bolts descended. Each bolt was as thick as a man's torso. Rumble. The thunderous roars were incessant. Tanbo Tobitake watched Sasori's movements, his eyebrows twitching upward. What kind of puppet secret art is this? He truly hadn't heard of this one. It appeared this final scroll was indeed Sasori's ultimate trump card. From the way Sasori was manipulating it, he seemed to be merging the chakra natures of every puppet he had ever collected into a single technique. It was likely a forbidden jutsu on the same tier as his own Divine Thunder Palace. Divine Thunder Palace was a lightning-style senjutsu Tanbo had developed out of boredom after successfully mastering Limitless Mode. He had developed a powerful senjutsu for every basic element. This was the lightning equivalent to his earth-style, land return. He hadn't expected Sasori to have the confidence to withstand a city-leveling ninjutsu. It seemed he hadn't underestimated the men. Based on the original story's records, Sasori's battle was often called one of the best, but in terms of pure visual scale and destruction mechanics, Sasori had never seemed like he could actually topple a nation. He just seemed like a version of Naruto who used gadgets instead of clones. Now, seeing this move, Sasori's reputation finally carried weight. At that moment, facing the Divine Thunder Palace, the 18 puppets roared. A sea of chakra erupted from the circle surrounding Sasori. Boom. With Sasori as the center, a massive convergence of chakra exploded outward. In an instant, a pillar of light pierced the heavens. Hey, hiding something that deep, are you? Also, didn't you say you hated Deidara's instant art? What exactly do you call this? In the split second of the chakra explosion, Tanbo's mind raced. If Sasori had used this when Conan came to recruit him, she would have probably had to break out her 600 billion paper bombs immediately. The thought flashed by. His shadow clone vanished in the collision of the two forbidden techniques. He had originally planned to fake his death here after using a suicidal forbidden move, but now, he didn't even need to pretend. The collision did the work for him. Summoning Jutsu. Far away, Chiyo and Sakura felt the shockwave. Sakura, who had recovered most of her chakra using a soldier pill, slammed her hand down just as the aftershock arrived. A massive slug, Katsuyu, materialized, enveloping her and Chiyo. Just as the slug closed its body, the blast hit. Even as a mere aftershock, the force was enough to turn the surrounding landscape upside down. NGH. What is that? ARGH, 8 inner gates, gate of life, open. Guy was still fighting his clone, worrying about Sakura, when the sudden fluctuation made him turn his head. His eyes went white as he erupted in green steam, delivering a kick to temporarily blow his clone away before sprinting in the opposite direction. Behind him, the ground was literally being peeled away by the wind, chasing his heels. NGH. Gate of pain, open. Rock Lee was horrified. Combat experience told him, run. He mirrored Guy's move, kicking his clone away and spinning his legs like a fiery wheel to escape. Run. Niji Spyakugan saw it first. He knew his body flicker wasn't fast enough to outrun the blast. Drawing on his tactical experience, he forced his clone into a distance where they both initiated rotation simultaneously. Two blue domes spun against the oncoming wave. However, Niji didn't clash with the clone, he retreated several steps. As the explosion arrived, the clone Niji took the brunt of the impact first, shielding the real Niji from a portion of the devastation. Ten noticed it too. Her eyes went wide, terrified by the sheer scale of the energy. She was relatively close to the epicenter. Ignoring her clone, she retreated and pulled out the specialized ninja tools she had developed over the years. First, she summoned heavy shields, morning stars, massive shuriken, and iron gates, to create a barrier. Then, she pulled 10 small scrolls from her pouch. Summoning, 10-fold earth wall. Tenten's heart ached at the cost. These were earth-style scrolls she had paid teacher Tanbo a fortune to help create, sealing his high-level jutsu into her scrolls. It had taken a massive amount of time. Once these 10 earth walls were gone, she only had 10 lightning, 10 water, 10 fire, and 10 wind scrolls left. If she had the time, she would have used them all. It wasn't about the money, it was the hassle of restocking. Bang. Bang. Space-time ninjutsu was instantaneous. The moment the seals were finished, 10 massive stone walls rose before her. Another one with a death wish. Zetsu was surprised by the power of the ninjutsu, though he didn't feel much emotional weight. In 1,000 years of history, he had seen many such suicidal, forbidden techniques, some even stronger than Sasori's. The 10 tails could change the weather of an entire continent, the Sage of 6 Paths could create the moon. Under his machinations, most geniuses who developed such techniques died before they could leave a legacy. Sasori and that unknown man would likely be the same today. Even if they didn't die from the blast, Zetsu would make sure they didn't leave the crater alive. Chapter 285, Chapter 285, Guy cried. Chapter 285, Guy cried. The collision of their two ultimate jutsus happened in an instant. In just a few seconds, the explosion had run its course, leaving behind nothing but a desolate wasteland. Sasori's eyes were wide as he stared ahead, The ceiling patterns on the scroll before him had completely vanished. Those 18 puppets from a moment ago were like single-use props, the scroll was now a blank sheet of paper. Sasori could only use his puppet frame to prop himself up, struggling to keep from collapsing. What had just erupted wasn't just the chakra stored within those puppets, the energy required to trigger such a forbidden jutsu had been drained directly from his core. Deidara. I never thought I would end my life in your style of art. As death approached, a kaleidoscope of memories flashed through Sasori's mind. His only regret was that he wouldn't leave this world in the manner he considered true art. He certainly hadn't expected that men to possess such terrifying lightning style. However, he could no longer see his opponent. He assumed the men had been reduced to ash and scattered to the winds during the clash. To force him to violate his artistic beliefs and release a forbidden jutsu he never wanted to use, the man was a worthy opponent. From the day he created that technique, he had viewed it as a curse, a betrayal of his inner faith. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing footsteps, Sasori lifted his head. He saw Sakura and Chiyo, both physically exhausted, walking toward him from the distance. Looking at Chiyo, the images of his parents appeared in his mind, followed by memories of Chiyo teaching him puppet mastery as a child. 10 days from now, at noon. Tenchi Bridge in the Grass Village. I have a spy at Orochimaru's side, he is scheduled to meet me there. Although you weren't the ones who defeated me, still, that guy is just too disgusting. Spurt. Before he could finish, blood sprayed from the core in his chest. His puppet eyes slowly closed. Sakura and Chiyo hadn't expected Sasori to reveal information about Orochimaru in his final moments. Sakura let go of Chiyo, stepped forward to examine him, and pulled out the core from inside the puppet. His physical energy is depleted, and his chakra is exhausted, so he died, Sakura murmured. Sasuke's image immediately filled her mind. Crush. Sakura tightened her grip, shattering Sasori's core into dust. Lady Chiyo. She turned to speak but saw the hollow look in Chiyo's eyes. A breeze swept by, carrying with it a longing that had been suppressed for decades, floating in with the wind, and now floating away with it. The purple hair of the elder fluttered, carrying the weight of her memories. Sakura, let us go. This old woman's remaining breath must still make one last contribution to the Sand Village, Chiyo said before Sakura could utter a word. Yes. Sakura supported Chiyo as they headed toward Kakashi and the others. It took them 3 full minutes just to walk out of the central crater created by the explosion. Wow, my luck is too good. On a cliffside, Guy was hugging a fallen tree trunk, tears streaming down his face. If he hadn't run fast enough just now, he would have been a goner. He wiped his eyes. Right, my 3 beloved students. Beep, beep. He frantically pressed the radio at his ear. After pressing it for a long time with no response, he wailed, it can't be. Wah, my dear students, in that explosion. The tears already covering Guy's face turned into a literal waterfall. Snap. Suddenly, his hand stopped. He took the radio off and realized the sound he'd heard was just the noise of a broken device. The radio is just broken. Ah. My beloved students. Infinite hope rose in Guy's heart as he scrambled up the cliff. On a massive rock face, a 3-meter-wide crater sat illuminated by the sun. Niji was embedded in the wall in a star shape. Not dead. Crack, crack. The sound of misaligned bones echoed. Niji used the tiny bit of chakra he had just recovered to open his Byakugan. He quickly snapped his bones back into place. Thanks to the clone acting as a shield against that powerful attack, he had survived. Even so, his chakra and physical body were pushed to the limit. He would need time to recover before he could provide support to Naruto. Fortunately, he hadn't been too close to the center. The radio is broken. Rock Lee stood behind a massive fallen tree, 5 men wide, staring at the radio in his hand. Because of the trees and his speed, his injuries weren't heavy, but the radio couldn't withstand the pressure. He stood up and climbed to the top of the remaining timber to look back at the battlefield. Everything in sight was in ruins. The forest where he stood had been flattened like wheat in a storm. Only in this far-flung area had a few individual trees withstood the aftershock. Gulp. Lee swallowed hard. Sakura. A look of worry flashed across his face. He jumped down and sprinted back toward the direction of the blast. On top of a massive earth wall, a girl with twin buns poked her head out. Looking ahead, out of the 10 layers of earth walls, only the one beneath her was intact. The other 9 had been pulverized. Teacher Tonbo is such a blowhard. He said these were ultimate defenses, and yet so many layers were broken just by an aftershock. I'm definitely complaining when I get back, Ten grumbled. But seeing the scene in the distance, she let out a sigh of relief. Regardless, she had cheated death. Wait, I wonder how Guy-sensei and the others are. She quickly pressed her radio, but after a while, there was no response. Whoosh. Worried, Ten hurried off. She knew they weren't specialists in defensive ninjutsu. A wide-range attack like that could easily cost them an arm or a leg. Zetsu emerged next to the remains of Sasori, holding a cracked ring engraved with the kanji for jewel, Gyoku. Impressive. A ring made by the Rinnegan actually shattered under this kind of attack. Swish. Suddenly, a figure snatched the ring from his hand. It's broken. It's broken. Does this mean I can't become an official Akatsuki member anymore? A masked man hopped around playfully with the ring. There's no one here, stop acting. It's annoying, Zetsu said. Is that so? He was quite something. Sasori, the masked man said, his voice turning deep and somber. Let's go. The Konoha ninjas will be back to investigate soon. They aren't dead. Zetsu picked up a piece of organic debris, a fragment of the core Sakura had crushed. Heh. It's coming soon, for this world filled with war. The space around the masked man warped, and he vanished. Zetsu watched for a moment with a strange smile before sinking back into the ground. A short while later, a figure in a green jumpsuit appeared. Lee looked at the empty shell of the puppet. The enemy is dead. Sakura should be safe. Not seeing her body, Lee felt a wave of relief. But what had happened here? It had taken him 3 minutes just to walk from the edge of the crater to where Sasori was. What kind of attack could Lady Chiyo or Sakura really have caused this? Chapter 286, Chapter 286, End of the Sand Village Mission. Chapter 286, End of the Sand Village Mission. Konoha. Tanbo Tobitake, who was in the middle of researching a new in-release nature transformation, suddenly felt a massive influx of memories. It's a bit of a pity I didn't get those puppets, but for the amount of chakra a shadow clone has, doing that much was already impressive. Tanbo felt some regret over missing out on Sasori's various bloodline limit puppets, but he was generally satisfied. He finally knew what was in Sasori's last scroll, satisfying a long-held curiosity. For a puppet artist like Sasori, that kind of instant art was fundamentally not what he desired. In the original story, it made sense that he went easy on Chiyo, he was already seeking death. Perhaps in this real world, influenced by Tanbo's butterfly effect, Sasori's mindset had gained a bit more obsession or tenacity, leading him to fight without holding back. Or perhaps it was simply Tanbo's appearance, Sasori may have truly wanted to collect such a unique and powerful new puppet. That move was incredibly strong. To actually crack my Genjutsu, Divine Thunder Palace in one go, truly impressive. The Divine Thunder Palace Tanbo created was designed to continuously absorb natural energy and rain down lightning strikes. It could only be broken by destroying all 300 lightning orbs simultaneously. Otherwise, the natural energy would simply birth new orbs, creating an endless barrage. In previous experiments, if no one broke the technique, it could last for half an hour until the internal energy expansion caused the jutsu to collapse under its own weight. In terms of wide area destruction, only his hurricane phenomenon and forced execution surpassed Divine Thunder Palace. He created these varied jutsus not just for senjutsu experimentation, but to provide his traveling shadow clones with diverse skill sets. This allowed him to deceive the world-ending villains into thinking he was just a capable elite ninja, rather than some legendary figure transcending the 5 Kage. He didn't want to be a superstar, he had a family and didn't want the spotlight ruining his domestic peace. In his past life, celebrities couldn't even go to the bathroom without paparazzi. In the ninja world, being a star meant being targeted by rival villages and terrorist organizations. They would investigate him relentlessly, and if they couldn't track him, they would target his family. Thus, the strength Tanbo maintained in the public eye was never god tier, he was simply a highly capable jonin who had once served as acting Hokage. In the ninja world, there were no official ranks like Kage level or 6 paths level above jonin, it was simply common knowledge that a village's Kage was stronger and more versatile than an average jonin. With shockwaves of that magnitude, I wonder if Lee and the others are okay. At most, they should just be injured. They weren't close enough to die, he mused. He decided to stop worrying about Team Kakashi. He had already intervened after laying low for so long, Kakashi should be able to handle the rest. Besides, he didn't have any clones left in that area, they were all scattered across the world trying to find leads on the Kara organization. And, while Deidara was a genius, he was young. He didn't hide his cards nearly as deep as Sasori did. Dad, did you get a new idea? Tanbo Kigo asked. He was playing with his large toys and noticed his father's brief pause. How could it be that fast? Your dad might be a once-in-a-century genius, but I'm still just a genius, not a god. Tanbo rolled his eyes. Rain Village. Defeated by a strange ninja. Pain muttered, listening to Zetsu's report. Yes. Who knew there were still such powerful ninjas out there? Supposedly, he was a survivor of a nation Sasori destroyed, Zetsu chuckled. Pain looked out at the rain. The wars between the great nations leave many small countries living in pain, eventually fading into despair. This only further proves that what we are doing is right. Only when everyone truly knows cruelty can they realize the importance of peace. Conan added softly, it's almost time. Yahiko's dream. An unknown base. Lord Orochimaru, are we finally moving against Sasori? After being entangled for so long, I've grown impatient. He's interrupted our experiments so many times. Kabuto adjusted his glasses as he listened to the plan. Because Sasori had taken the mission to hunt Orochimaru, the latter had lost several secret bases and suffered heavy setbacks, hindering their research. They had been annoyed for a long time. Yes. The Akatsuki has begun to move. Weakening them is in our best interest. Orochimaru sat on a sofa, his eyes glinting like a predator's. And Sasuke? Kabuto hesitated. He didn't fully trust Sasuke. If the two of them left together, Sasuke might try to flee. Orochimaru's body transfer was approaching, he couldn't afford to wait another 3 years. I hope you two can hurry up. My training doesn't wait for anyone, Sasuke said, emerging from the shadows. Sasuke, you. Kabuto's face darkened at Sasuke's disrespect toward Orochimaru. It's fine. It won't take long. It will be very fast, Orochimaru laughed, unbothered by Sasuke's arrogance. Tap, tap, tap. Sasuke didn't bother replying and simply turned to walk away. Konoha. Screech. A messenger hawk from the sand village soared overhead. Shortly after its arrival, Tanbo was summoned by Tsunade for a high-level meeting. Kakashi is heavily injured, but the mission is complete. The Kazekage has been rescued and is safe. They will return shortly. Tanbo, Jiraiya, Koharu, and other high-ranking officials were present. Hearing Tsunade's report, they knew the situation wasn't simple enough to justify such a large meeting. Tanbo suggested, do they need a backup escort? Lord Jiraiya is here, and I can go meet them to ensure they don't run into more Akatsuki members. No need. Guy and the others are fine, it's just that Kakashi's injuries are severe. There is something more pressing, Tsunade said solemnly. Since the Akatsuki has stepped out of the shadows, and given what happened to the Kazekage, I have sent letters to all major villages possessing tailed beasts, proposing a joint coalition to exterminate the Akatsuki. And their response? Shikaku Nara asked. Tsunade shook her head. They refused. Furthermore, there is news from Shibuki, the leader of the hidden waterfall, their seven-tails Jinchuriki, Fu, has been missing for half a month. She has likely fallen into the Akatsuki's hands. Tanbo frowned. So you're saying that against the Akatsuki, only Konoha, the sand, and the waterfall are willing to unite? The other 3 great nations have no intention of getting involved. Correct, Tsunade said, her fist tightening. Those pedantic fools. Chapter 287, Chapter 287, Jigen. Chapter 287, Jigen. I'm afraid it's more than just that. As major powers, and with the hidden mist's current situation being unclear, the Stone and Cloud are currently the most prosperous villages, Tanbo Tobitake analyzed. Until they face a massive, direct threat, they likely won't view the Akatsuki with much alarm. To them, it's just an underground organization picking up scraps and resources through the cracks of the great nations. Jiraiya nodded. Tanbo is right. Anoki, that old fox, has actually hired the Akatsuki several times to carry out violent missions while the organization has been active. It seems he wants to manufacture a sense of crisis so the Land of Earth won't cut funding to the Hidden Stone. Maintaining a hidden village during peacetime is incredibly expensive, and he doesn't want the higher-ups in the Land of Earth thinking about reducing military spending. I suspect certain high-ranking officials in the Land of Earth are quite happy with this arrangement, Shikaku Nara added. It gives them an excuse to ignore the concerns of ordinary citizens. After all, if there's a danger, the civilians are willing to pay for the security. Tsunade looked grim. It's not just the Land of Earth. Anoki might be the most frequent employer of the Akatsuki, but the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water have similar situations. It's just a matter of degree. A long period of peace has likely dulled everyone's vigilance, Tanbo sighed. Because the Akatsuki wasn't a structured power like a hidden village, being composed of rogue ninjas from various places, the great nations viewed them as nothing more than a convenient tool to be used at will. As long as the Akatsuki didn't establish its own ninja academy to train new recruits, the 5 great villages saw them as disposable. Until they actually feel the pain, they won't take it seriously. Old veterans like Anoki have likely used the Akatsuki for countless unsavory tasks. The Akatsuki recognized this and exploited the loopholes left by each nation. Tsunade growled in annoyance. Those guys, even if their Jinchuriki are captured, they'll probably try to handle it in secret. After all, it's not exactly something they want to brag about. I suggest we emphasize the Kazekage's situation further and try to secure the strength of the other nations as much as possible, Shikaku recommended. That's all we can do. Shikaku, you handle the communications. Contact not just the 5 great nations, but also the smaller countries. We need to actively seek their support, Tsunade ordered. Yes, Lady Hokage. Then we'll leave it at that for today. Everyone, stay alert, Tsunade said wearily. With the Akatsuki surfacing, her time for gambling was disappearing fast. Wait, Tsunade, Mitokado Hamura spoke up, stopping everyone in their tracks. How do you plan to handle the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? You can't be willful and let him run out of Konoha again. If he falls into an Akatsuki trap, we might not have enough strength to protect him. Tsunade frowned. We can't protect him forever. He needs to grow, otherwise, sooner or later, the Akatsuki will catch him. She remained firm. Protecting him perfectly would eventually lead to a lapse. Only Naruto growing stronger was the correct way to solve the problem. Udatane Koharu countered, you aren't wrong that Naruto becoming stronger is the best way, but time waits for no one. There is no time left for him to slowly grow. Think about it carefully, don't be too hasty in your decision. With that, she and Mitokado Hamura walked out of the meeting room. Tsunade's expression was dark. Seeing the meeting was over, Tombo Tobitake slipped away quietly, leaving Tsunade to her thoughts. 3 days later, at the Konoha main gate, Kakashi and the others returned from their support mission. Kakashi was being carried on Guy's back, he was already incredibly weak, and after being jostled the whole way back, his complexion looked even worse. Yo, Kakashi. Back to the hospital again, I see, Tombo Tobitake was already there waiting for them. Uncle Tombo. Quickly, save Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted as soon as he saw him. Relax, relax. As long as he's not dead, Lady Tsunade can bring him back, Tombo waved his hand dismissively. He scanned the group and noticed that only Kakashi was seriously injured. Poor guy. However, Sakura's expression was noticeably off. From this, Tombo deduced that Sasori likely hadn't died instantly in the clash of their jutsus and had managed to leak intel to her. He felt a brief sense of being the mastermind behind the scenes. Sakura snapped out of her daze and glared at Naruto. What's that supposed to mean? Do you not trust my medical ninjutsu? She looked ready to roll up her sleeves. No, no. Not at all. Naruto quickly retracted his statement. He didn't dare argue, Sakura's fists weren't what they used to be. A single punch now could actually kill him. Teacher Tanbo, Kakashi-sensei just overextended his chakra, which put a massive strain on his body. He just needs 10 to 15 days of rest, Sakura explained with a smile. She was still very respectful toward Tanbo. Land of Stone. This body is too fragile. It cannot carry the full extent of my power at all. Jigen looked at his hands, then at an old man in front of him who was currently feeding medicine to a young girl. The old man looked like a simple farmer, but Jigen did not underestimate him. This was the most gifted scientist he had encountered while wandering the ninja world in search of a way to restore his power. But who else is searching for scientists everywhere? Jigen recalled his travels over the past few days. He had encountered others searching for the whereabouts of scientists as well. He wasn't sure what they were looking for, so he used various means to hide Amato, the men he had his eye on, to prevent him from being discovered. The Otsutsuki clan possessed precognitive abilities, and similar powers existed in the ninja world. Thus, he used his methods to keep Amato moving constantly. He would wait until Amato's daughter died of old age before forcing him into his service. Humph. Suddenly, he felt the pressure on his body increase, and his skin began to show slight cracks. He looked at Amato one last time and activated a spacetime portal. He arrived at a base and entered a stasis pod. When I emerge again. Jigen slowly closed his eyes. Tombo Tobitake had no idea that the target he was searching for had already been spotted by Jigen, who had erased Amato's tracks. Furthermore, the organization known as Kara had not yet officially formed. Kakashi. How about while you're sick, I introduce you to a few ladies. See if any of them catch your eye, Tombo teased. Seeing the man lying alone in a hospital bed with no one to take care of him was truly pathetic. Kakashi gave him a dead fish stare. No thanks. If you have that much free time, focus on the Akatsuki. The people in that organization are not easy to deal with. From Sakura's account and his own experience, Kakashi knew the Akatsuki was comprised entirely of these troublesome individuals. What do you mean, hard to deal with? If the Hokage didn't make me stay in the village to protect Konoha, I'd take them out one punch at a time, you know. Tanbo brandished a fist confidently. Kakashi didn't believe him for a second. Don't underestimate them. Individually, they might not kill you, but if you fall into a trap, it's over. Chapter 288, Chapter 288, Battle at Tenchi Bridge. Chapter 288, Battle at Tenchi Bridge. Time flowed on. The future unfolded just as Tanbo had anticipated. Since Kakashi was bedridden, Yamato, who possessed the ability to suppress the Ninetales' power, took over as the captain of Team 7. Danzo, in turn, extended his influence into the team. The two old geezers of Konoha, upon learning the intel regarding Orochimaru, would rather keep Tanbo Tobitake, an essential force for defending the village, within the gates than let Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, out on a mission. However, after Tsunade's fierce arguments, Naruto was ultimately dispatched. Danzo's pawn, Sai, joined Naruto's squad. All of this was within Tanbo Tobitake's expectations. Watching this world in reality was different from watching the original story. Although Danzo had been dismissed by the Third and the Root had been officially disbanded, he remained the patriarch of the Shimura clan and a high-ranking official of Konoha. When he kept his mouth shut, he was just a dismissed jonin. When he spoke, he represented the will of the Shimura clan. Seeing Danzo's maneuvers firsthand made Tanbo feel the sheer weight of that old fox's political power even more than the original series portrayed. It was likely that Danzo's shadow lingered in almost every department of Konoha. If Tanbo didn't already know that Danzo was destined to die eventually, he would have rooted out Danzo's influence back when he was acting Hokage. Though mind reading was a strain on the brain, Tanbo could plant emotional perception seeds to determine if someone's emotions fluctuated. Or, if Danzo's training was so impressive that his subordinates had no emotions, Tanbo could perform a direct neural intrusion to check for the presence of a cursed tongue seal. Based on his current understanding of Danzo, the men wouldn't trust any subordinate who didn't carry a seal. This feeling of letting others blaze the trail while I lie back and win is truly great. Tanbo had never intended to change everyone's regrets, he just wanted to live his own life. As long as he kept the plot within the general framework, he could cruise to victory. Why put in all that extra effort? Besides, the threat of the Otsutsuki loomed in the distance. Now was the time to farm and develop. Some say life should be grand and dramatic. Tanbo, however, believed life was best when it was peaceful and steady. If it weren't for the fact that the god tree would eventually drain the world's natural energy and ruin his quality of life, he might have just slacked off completely, only practicing ninjutsu occasionally. After all, his current strength was already among the best in the ninja world. "Dad, what are you thinking about? Come practice with me." In the distance, Tianyu shouted, seeing his father daydreaming again. Over these past months, he had finally witnessed the danger of being a ninja. Although their team was inexperienced, their foundation was solid. After Hayama led them through 2 weeks of D-rank missions, they moved on to C-rank and B-rank missions. The trio had finally seen the cruelty of the ninja world. When he killed for the first time, Tianyu gained true resolve. In Tanbo's battlefield simulations, Tianyu had seen various combat techniques and traps, but Tanbo hadn't exposed him to the darker side of human nature due to his young age. After executing real missions, he truly felt the status of the weak in this world. Consequently, he demanded his father train him more. He didn't want to be a weakling at the mercy of others. "Alright, let me see how your genjutsu is coming along," Tanbo snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. "Naturally. I can already use genjutsu to coordinate with my teammates in actual combat," Tianyu grinned. Maki stood beside him, holding a flute. Tianyu was a visual-type genjutsu ninja, while Maki specialized in auditory types. It wasn't that they were strictly limited to one sense, they could do both, but they each had a specialty. Tanbo had trained them in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu since childhood. Naturally, his specialty, genjutsu, was a priority for his children. With their current strength, even Naruto might not be able to beat them unless he could already convince the Ninetales to break him out of illusions. The Kyoka Suigetsu that manipulated the 5 senses had evolved over many years, it was not easily dispelled. Visual displacement. Mass manipulation. Morphological transformation. Decadent sounds. The 8 sense of fire. While Tanbo was enjoying his family time, over at Yamato's squad. Boom. The moment Naruto saw Orochimaru, he went berserk. He went from 3 tails to 4. Naruto's tail slammed into Kabuto, sending him flying toward Sakura. Based on the instinctive reactions she had honed under Tanbo's tutelage, Sakura threw a punch immediately, intending to pulverize Kabuto while he was midair. However, Kabuto's reactions were also lightning fast. He adjusted his posture in time, narrowly dodging Sakura's impact. He maneuvered gracefully in the air to shed the force of Naruto's blow and landed on the ground. After sliding for several meters, he came to a halt. So this is the power of the Ninetales. Truly incredible. No wonder it left Konoha in such a shambles on that fateful night. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. And Sakura, we are old acquaintances, after all. Isn't this a bit too violent? Luckily, I have my latest research results, otherwise, if that hit had landed, I'd be heading to the Pure Land for sure. He smiled at Sakura, though he felt a secret chill of lingering fear. He was extremely satisfied with his progress. Ever since he had stripped away the neural threads Tanbo had planted on Sasuke, he had become fascinated by them while helping maintain Orochimaru's body. He hadn't developed anything world-shattering, but he had developed a means to defend against raw physical power. By replicating part of the operational mechanism of those neural threads, he had modified his own body, increasing his neural reaction speed by about a third. From the moment his eyes received information to the moment his brain controlled his body to move, he was significantly faster. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to dodge Sakura's strike. "Where is Sasuke?" Sakura asked, shooting a worried glance at Naruto, who was chasing after Orochimaru, before turning her interrogation back to Kabuto. "Sasuke is doing very well under Lord Orochimaru's tutelage. He isn't the same person he used to be," Kabuto chuckled. "He didn't seem interested in a deathmatch, he was merely stalling for time." Screech. In the sky, Sai's ink bird chased after the two departing figures, catching Kabuto's eye. "Is that your teammate?" "Rushing off like that, it's going to be very dangerous," Kabuto advised. Thump. 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 At that moment, several wood-style branches erupted from the ground, quickly surrounding Kabuto to bind him. Whoosh. Kabuto's reactions were superb. He leaped backward lightly, evading the binding and dodging Yamato's follow-up attacks. "I have no desire to fight you. You still have your uses. Let's just wait for the showdown between Lord Orochimaru and the Nine Tails," Kabuto said, evading every strike. Zip. Sakura launched a chakra thread, anchoring it to a tree trunk behind Kabuto, and yanked herself forward with force. Her face contorted with determination as she swung a vicious right hook. Chapter 289, Chapter 289, Secretly Watching. Chapter 289, Secretly Watching. Bang. The ground split apart. Kabuto reacted with extreme speed, leaping out of the attack range. It was clear that Kabuto's strength was far from simple. Truly, this power is even greater than Lady Tsunade's. Kabuto marveled at Sakura's physical strength. He was also impressed by her chakra control. She could move a ninja's body using pure chakra threads, precision that rivaled his own chakra scalpel. Whoosh. Whoosh. Beside her, Yamato moved in tandem with Sakura, desperate to capture Kabuto and secure intelligence regarding Orochimaru. Thump. Bang. Clang. Kabuto's superior reaction time, coupled with years of training under Orochimaru, allowed him to dodge their coordinated assaults with fluid grace. By researching Tanbo Tobate's neural ninjutsu and replicating parts of that capability, he had enhanced his own neural responses. Naturally, the duo's purely training-honed speed struggled to keep up with his modified reflexes. "Damn it, what kind of reaction speed is this?" Yamato muttered, using wood style to support Sakura's heavy hits. Facing Kabuto's agility was an ordeal, especially since the man didn't seem to be using his full strength, he was merely stalling them. Remembering the rampaging Naruto, Yamato didn't lose focus, he sent a wood clone to pursue the boy. Simultaneously, he noted Sakura's performance. Is this the result of training under both Lady Tsunade and Lord Tanbo? Hokage's office. "Tanbo, I want you to go support Yamato's team." "I'll handle things here in Konoha," Tsunade said after long deliberation. Despite her trust in Naruto, she felt an underlying unease. Will those two stubborn old geezers actually agree to this? Tanbo asked, puzzled. It was rare. Usually, the two advisors didn't rescind their decision so easily. "This is my personal decision, I haven't told them. I am the Hokage, after all, am I not?" A slight smile played on Tsunade's lips. "The Hokage is right. In that case, I'll be off. I'll leave the safety of Konoha in your hands, Lady Hokage." Tanbo didn't mind. He could continue his ninjutsu research through shadow clones anyway. Having a chakra battery for a body allowed him to be that reckless. Besides, it would be nice to witness a famous scene in person. He wondered if Sakura would still get injured like in the original story given her current strength. "I'll have someone disguise themselves as you to avoid the elders' prying eyes," Tsunade added. This was exactly why she hated being Hokage, it was too restrictive. If not for her sense of duty, she'd rather spend her life in a casino. "No need. I can handle the disguise myself. Don't underestimate my basic ninja skills," Tanbo declined. If she sent a random person to pretend to be him, he doubted they'd even get past his third son. "Fine, I trust your abilities." Tsunade reached her goal and didn't push further. "I'm off." Tanbo formed a seal and vanished from the office. Tsunade watched the spot where he stood, whispering to herself, "Please, let there be no accidents." After leaving the office and leaving a shadow clone behind to maintain the facade, Tanbo Tobitake flew toward Tenchi Bridge in the Land of Grass. Looking at these kids who used to be so small, now all grown up and fighting to the death, it's a bit melancholic, he mused, standing atop a summoned hawk as Konoha receded into the distance. But there was no helping it. If they didn't fight to the death, he would have to work like a dog, so it was better that they handled the heavy lifting. He would just watch over them. The fourth great ninja war was coming, it was only a few months away. In a short time, he too would have to step onto the battlefield. Tanbo was already contemplating how to minimize casualties while displaying Kage-level power, all without disrupting the essential growth of Naruto and Sasuke. Border between the land of rain and the land of fire. Hayama Shirakumo held a pair of binoculars, scouting the distance. Behind him, the Tianyu trio followed closely. "Teacher, any news?" "We haven't sensed anything out of the ordinary," Tianyu asked, reporting his own sensory findings. This entire squad consisted of sensory-type ninjas. Even their captain, Hayama, though a specialist in sword arts, possessed strong perception. However, the trio was more specialized. "Nothing yet. The hidden rain has been quiet for months. I don't know if they are plotting something, but the situation Lord Jiraiya warned us about hasn't happened yet," Hayama said. "I see. What exactly is Lord Jiraiya worried about? Is there an enemy in the rain?" Tianyu asked. Hayama explained, Tanbo once served as a long-term spy in the Rain Village. According to intelligence gathered by Jiraiya, their leader is likely a member of the Akatsuki, the organization stirring up trouble in various nations. Even if it seems quiet, we cannot be negligent. Stay alert. Maki asked, Lord Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin, right? Why would a ninja that strong be worried? Wataru added, Teacher Tanbo said, people die if they are killed. Even ninjas have moments of laxity. Lord Jiraiya's concern is justified. Exactly. The Akatsuki has become active recently, even the Kazekage of the sand was captured. We must be extra vigilant so no one finds an opening, Hayama reminded them. Wataru drew the katana from his back. I really want to test my sword skills against them. Their current mission was to guard the border alongside Hayama. Spending every day on high alert made them long for a proper battle. Because of the Akatsuki's activity, they didn't dare conduct their usual heavy training while on guard duty. Wasting chakra could be disastrous if an enemy struck. It was a lesson they had learned, a ninja must always have chakra ready for the unexpected. Hayama smiled. Don't be in such a hurry. You're still young. You're already doing better than Konohamaru and the others, aren't you? That's true. Konohamaru is still in the village doing simple tasks while we're already guarding the border. Ha ha ha, they'll be so jealous when we get back. At this, Tianyu became exceptionally excited. Since Konohamaru had joined Tanbo's training sessions, his progress had been immense. Eventually, the trio couldn't beat him in one-on-one duels, they could only make Konohamaru's team taste defeat in 3-on-3 matches. While they were analyzing the situation, two figures were watching them from the darkness of the forest, hiding their presence. Those brats, should we notify Pain and take them out? Zetsu suggested to the masked men. The masked men stared at the children. Those two little ones, they are Tanbo Tobate's children, aren't they? To think they've grown this much already. If only. He thought of his own past. Chapter 290, The Ruthlessness of Ninjas. Chapter 290, The Ruthlessness of Ninjas. Oh, right. That guy even found a way to cast Genjutsu using the ocular power of the Rinnegan. He's likely very difficult to deal with. Are you confident in your Sharingan? If not, we could try capturing these two brats. We can use them to threaten him later, can't we? Zetsu had a sudden, bright idea. As he watched Hayama Shirakumo's team, his eyes gleamed with increasing malice. The masked man paused, looking toward Tianyu and Maki. You have a point. Since they've become ninjas, they can no longer live as ordinary civilians. I imagine they already have the resolve for this. He found the idea appealing. It wasn't that he intended to kill the two children, but they would serve as excellent leverage against Tanbo Tobate, a valuable ace up his sleeve. Nagato, Itachi, and Kisame had all praised Tanbo's Genjutsu. If he could neutralize a potential threat now, it was a logical move. The masked man still felt a lingering threat from Tanbo. He had investigated the subordinate Tanbo had placed in the Rain Village, the one who had briefly cracked his Kamui and found a way to counter him. He deduced that the man hadn't used his own power, but rather a jutsu Tanbo had gifted him. Mibu Shinobu. Ever since then, he had looked into that ninja and found the man didn't possess that level of skill naturally. It was more like he had been possessed by a master. Suddenly, Tianyu, who had been observing the distance, abruptly whipped his head around and lunged toward the masked man's position. Tianyu, what is it? Hayama Shirakumo noticed his movement immediately. I felt like someone was peeping at us, but I don't see anyone, Tianyu said, sounding confused. A moment ago, he felt a distinct gaze on them. Me too, Maki added. I didn't sense anything, Wataru admitted. Hayama frowned. Your sensory talents are high. If both of you say so, someone is likely watching us. Stay on high alert. He placed his right hand on his hilt, his eyes darting around to locate the potential enemy. Tianyu and the others mirrored his vigilance, forming a defensive formation around their captain. Is it the rain? Or the Akatsuki? The four of them thought simultaneously. Or perhaps the hidden stone. The land of rain bordered 6 nations. The sand was allied with Konoha, the land of birds was on the opposite side, the land of rivers had no quarrel with them, and the land of grass were mere opportunists. That left the rain and the stone as the prime suspects. As for rogue ninjas, it was unlikely, experienced rogues avoided border outposts manned by official village squads. Slash. A white head popped out from a tree, only for a blade to instantly take its head off. Thump. Thump. Swish. The 3 students were equally fast, cutting down the emerging enemies. Who's there? He, such high vigilance. You're quite troublesome. Black Zetsu appeared in the distance, chuckling. Got you. The masked man's hand reached out toward Tianyu and Maki. I'll get your grandmother. All 3 students were sensory ninjas. The moment the masked man prepared to solidify, they sensed him. 3 blades left their sheaths at once. Clang. To their shock, their sure-hit attacks passed straight through his body. The masked man and Tianyu phased through each other. It's a space-time ninjutsu. Everyone, be careful. Wataru shouted a warning. Whoosh. Whoosh. The masked man tried several times to seize Tianyu or Maki, but the trio's teamwork managed to force him back each time. Meanwhile, in the distance, Hayama was being swarmed by countless white Zetsu. Are Konoha brats' analytical skills this high nowadays? The masked man looked at his empty hands and then at the wary trio. He felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he were facing his old teacher. Humph, mere space-time ninjutsu. Just a cheap trick. Showing off your slight skill before a master. Dumbass. The 3 students spoke simultaneously. In reality, they were breaking into cold sweats. Fortunately, Tanbo's training had been to the death, exposing them to all types of enemies. Only because they were sensory types could they react to his space-time shifts. Even with the intel, it was a terrifying fight. Hey, are you really failing to take down a few kids? Zetsu called out from the side. Hayama Shirokuma was close to breaking free, white Zetsu's numbers couldn't hold an elite jonin forever. Don't worry, I'll take them. The masked man wove hand seals, refining his chakra. His chest expanded. Tianyu, Maki. On it. Morphological transformation. Mass manipulation. Tianyu formed seals and locked eyes with him. Maki pulled out her flute and began to play. Doo-doo. Zip. HM. Demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. Seeing the Genjutsu, the masked man shifted his seals and reflected the attack right back at them. Release. This guy is a pain, Genjutsu doesn't seem to work on him. Wataru dispelled the reflected illusion for his teammates. Damn it. Didn't Dad say that outside of certain powerhouses or entire squads, this Genjutsu has no rivals? Tianyu grumbled. Maybe it's because your seals are too obvious. Wataru shot back. Experienced ninjas could deduce the type of jutsu just by the hand signs. Nonsense. We hid them well. They knew they had been careless. Hey, we can't win like this, they realized. Facing such a veteran enemy was a different league. They knew about the space-time ability in theory, but knowing isn't the same as countering. If he touched them, it was over. His ability allows him to phase through things, but he can also suck people inside. Do not let him pull you in. Hayama shouted from the distance. As the Akatsuki moved, Konoha had begun sharing partial intel, including some on the masked men. Vacuum sword. Facing the sea of white Zetsu, Hayama's katana erupted with a hurricane. A single horizontal sweep cleared out the Zetsu within a 10-meter radius. Trees were snapped like twigs. He moved to support his students. I can't let you through. You aren't our target. Black Zetsu triggered a bloom. Pop. A cloud of spores flew out. Hayama used wind style to clear a path, but some spores still landed on him. Suddenly, white, bulbous growths began erupting from his body, binding him. What is this? Chapter 291, Chapter 291, The Damn Evil Scientist. Chapter 291, The Damn Evil Scientist. I've arrived. High in the sky, a summoned bird glided through the clouds. Tanbo Tobitake looked down at the commotion below. Boom. Boom. Crash. The four-tailed Naruto was currently locked in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. Just like in the original story, Naruto was surging with malevolent chakra, wrapped in a deep crimson shroud that left him looking more like a beast than a human. Tanbo had no intention of showing himself just yet. Sai, who was also flying in the distance, hadn't noticed him at all. It was as if Tanbo simply didn't exist in that space. Voom. Below them, Orochimaru, who had lost the use of his hands, was holding his own against the four-tailed Naruto using only his modified body. In fact, he seemed to be overwhelming Naruto. That's just a bit much. Tanbo watched Orochimaru literally vomiting up a new version of himself and felt a wave of nausea. This guy, when he was cool, he was incredibly cool, but when he was gross, he was truly revolting. Without the filters or stylized art of the anime, the scene was raw and visceral, far more violent than anything on a screen. Tanbo could feel Naruto's current state. The neural threads he had planted in Naruto's body felt the boy's emotions, pure, mindless rage. Naruto's physical body was being scorched by the high-density heat of the Nine-Tails chakra. At that moment, Naruto condensed a high-density chakra sphere in his mouth and swallowed it. On the other side, seeing this, Orochimaru actually smirked, looking quite delighted. Tanbo thought he had misread the expression for a second. Suddenly, a familiar sensation flooded Tanbo's perception, coming directly from Orochimaru. Then, he witnessed an impossible scene. Orochimaru's hands, which were supposed to be soul-dead and useless, seemed to find a sudden spark of vitality. They moved, weaving the hand signs for a summoning jutsu. Poof. 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 Triple Rashomon erupted from the earth just as Naruto released his high-density energy beam. Is it possible Orochimaru recovered the soul of his hands? No, even if this real world differs from the original plot, the deviation shouldn't be this massive. If Orochimaru regained his hands, Sasuke wouldn't stand a chance against him, Tanbo thought with alarm. Could it be that in this reality, Sasuke was actually going to be taken over by Orochimaru? Would he have to step in and fix the timeline himself? What a pain. Rumble. The chakra beam collided with the triple Rashomon. When the dust settled, Orochimaru was planted headfirst in the ground. Naruto, looking like a feral predator, watched with animalistic suspicion. Squelch. Orochimaru emerged from the ground right in front of Naruto, the Kusanagi sword darting from his mouth and piercing the tailed beast form, sending Naruto flying. The Kusanagi sword extended like a growing staff, and Orochimaru's neck stretched right along with it. Tanbo watched as Orochimaru's head extended all the way up to his level, while the sword continued to push Naruto back toward Tenchi Bridge. Thanks to the little gift Tanbo Tobitake left behind, this was much less troublesome than expected, Orochimaru murmured to himself, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Hearing this, Tanbo froze. At the same time, he sensed the specific signature on Orochimaru's body. That's the signature of the neural threads I left on Sasuke. Tanbo watched Orochimaru's hands, which immediately reverted to their dead, grayish state after the jutsu. He remembered the neural coordinates he had placed on Sasuke a couple of years ago that had suddenly vanished. He had assumed Orochimaru had simply found and destroyed them. Based on that fleeting aura, Tanbo realized what had happened. Soul-dead hands indeed cannot weave signs, the lack of a spiritual connection causes a sensation deeper and more agonizing than phantom limb pain. Even if Orochimaru regenerated physical hands, they would be quickly scorched by that spiritual agony. However, if Orochimaru had researched Tanbo's neural technology and achieved some results, he could have created a set of artificial nerves to control his hands. By using his brain to force manual control, he could perform simple hand signs, though the nerves would be burned out by the soul void agony shortly after. You sly fox, Orochimaru. The safety measure I gave Sasuke didn't protect him, and instead, you just took it for yourself. You damn evil scientist, stealing my patents. Tanbo was fuming. He had wanted to see how the real Orochimaru would handle Naruto's chakra cannon without the use of his arms. In the original series, fans always complained about him using signs, there being a plot hole. Here, the guy was using Tanbo's own inventions as a patch for the logic. He was genuinely annoyed that his curiosity wasn't satisfied. Though, I have to admit, that guy is in a league of his own when it comes to research. Tanbo conceded that much. Fine. You can work for me in the future. He imagined a future where he was the director of a major department and could work Orochimaru to the bone. Suddenly, the idea didn't seem so bad. He just had to ensure Sasuke wasn't actually possessed, but with the Sage of Six Paths watching, that was unlikely. Still, he'd keep an eye out. Roar. Naruto grabbed the Kusanagi sword that failed to pierce him and flung it away, descending further into madness. Naruto. Sakura and Yamato ignored the lingering Kabuto and rushed toward Naruto. Sensing Sakura, Naruto let out a roar so powerful the very air seemed to vibrate. Boom. Here I come. Instant release. Sakura was never one for patience. She activated her black state, appearing before the tailed Naruto with explosive speed. Before the beast could react, she slammed a fist into its face, pinning it to the dirt. Captain Yamato. Hokage-style 60-year-old technique, Kakuan entering the society with bliss-bringing hands. A wooden array erupted around Naruto. Pinning the beast down with Sakura's strength, Yamato initiated the sealing. Naruto's tails lashed out, striking Sakura. Thump. Thump. In her instant-release state, Sakura moved like a blur, instantly clearing the area. Naruto's tails hit himself. As he reeled, Sakura was back in position. Yamato's seal finished, activating the first Hokage's chakra stored in Naruto's necklace. Slowly, the tailed beast shroud receded. Seeing this, the black marks on Sakura's skin faded, and she quickly crunched down on a soldier pill. She panted heavily. Her body wasn't yet capable of maintaining instant release for long periods. During her fight with Sasori, she had relied on the mitotic regeneration jutsu to keep going. Now, her strength of 100 seal hadn't accumulated enough chakra to sustain that kind of healing. Otherwise, she would have crushed Kabuto right then and there. Hey, it seems I'm no longer needed. I'll be taking my leave. Seeing their focus on Naruto, Kabuto smiled and vanished, giving them no chance to continue the fight. Naruto. Sakura looked at Naruto's raw, blood-red skin and immediately began applying medical ninjutsu. The reason she had been so violent earlier was her absolute confidence in her own healing skills. She could beat Naruto half to death and bring him back perfectly fine. It was the most efficient way. Chapter 292, Chapter 292, Surveillance. Chapter 292, Surveillance. The border of the Land of Fire. Lightning-style scroll. Water-style scroll. Earth-style scroll. Facing such a powerful enemy, and with their captain currently pinned down, the siblings finally pulled out their ultimate trump cards, summoning scrolls. Items that Tanbo Tobitake had sealed within these scrolls were pulled out one by one. Wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and the most critical piece of all, the proxy license, ninja tool. Rumble. The masked man's eyes widened. Facing this barrage, one that seemed to be specifically locking onto his coordinates, he realized his opponents were seeing right through the mechanics of his space-time ninjutsu. His fire style and genjutsu were being systematically dismantled, one after another. It was just like years ago at the border of the Land of Rain with that ninja named Mibu Shinobu. Their raw power wasn't necessarily overwhelming, but their combat experience had suddenly skyrocketed, as if they had become entirely different people. Sizzle. Black Zetsu was covered in black smoke as lightning ravaged his body. Madara, it seems we can't capture them. Black Zetsu said in despair. The children's combat intuition had spiked unnaturally. No ninja of their age should possess such seasoned experience. Furthermore, the sheer volume and variety of high-level ninjutsu scrolls they were burning through gave off a sense of immense wealth. The masked man used Kamui again to evade a lethal blow, but a wind-style blade grazed him, leaving a large gash on his torso. Splatter. Blood sprayed from the wound. Hearing Zetsu's words, he cast a deep, lingering look at the trio. I underestimated them. There must be a ninjutsu that allows their combat experience to explode. Tanbo Tobitake. This situation reminded him far too much of Tanbo. It had happened at the rain border, and now it was happening again. Even though he hadn't used his full strength last time, this time Tanbo's two children were displaying extraordinary combat prowess backed by an endless supply of expensive scrolls. It was becoming a nuisance. If not for the elusiveness of the Kamui spacetime technique, he might not have even known how he died. Sensory ninjas are such a pain. Because all three were sensory specialists, Obito's Kamui couldn't grant him a decisive advantage. They had already figured out the timing. Should we wear them down? Zetsu suggested. Activating scrolls still required chakra, draining them was a viable tactic. Ninja teamwork exists for a reason. I'll let them go this time. The masked man gave them one last look. Seriously, we failed before we even started. If even the brats are this difficult, can we really capture the Ninetales with that Tanbo Tobitake around? Zetsu grumbled. There's always a way. I don't believe they can maintain this state forever. Besides, these scrolls must cost a fortune, the masked man noted. Even he felt a twinge of envy. The number of scrolls the two had unleashed represented a small fortune in Rio. Let's go. Swish. Hayama Shirakumo's blade sliced through the masked man's body, but the figure was already vanishing. Zetsu also sank into the ground, disappearing from the spot. Damn it, what were those things? Maki said, clearly frustrated. Despite using so many precious ninja tools and the trump cards their father had given them, they still hadn't managed to take the enemy down. These enemies were just too strong. The battle just now had left them trembling with a lingering fear they had never experienced before. While they had encountered strong enemies in the past, they had always been manageable. This fight, however, exposed a massive gap in power. They had even been forced to use the proxy licenses their father gave them. Based on their clothing, they were likely members of the Akatsuki, Wataru noted. Hayama Shirakumo nodded. Yes, they are Akatsuki members. Although there isn't much intel on those two specifically, they have been seen in action before. As the strongest ninja village, Konoha's intelligence network spanned the entire ninja world. Once they focused their resources, a great deal of information regarding the Akatsuki came to light. Among that intel were records of those two, though they carried out missions far less frequently than others. What did that pitcher plant guy call the masked man just now? I think it was Madara. Tianyu suddenly spoke up. His hearing was excellent, and he was certain he had heard that name. Madara. Hayama's face grew solemn at the mention of the name. That's impossible, wasn't he dead long ago? Are you sure you heard correctly? Hayama asked. I'm sure. Tianyu shook his head, certain of what he had heard. It seems the leader of the Rain Village really does have a connection to the Akatsuki. Their hideout might even be right there in the rain. However, according to Tonbo's intel from years ago, the Rain ninjas didn't show signs of joining the Akatsuki. Could it be? Hayama shook his head and told the trio to keep watch while he contacted the Hokage. On the other side, Tonbo Tobitake watched the exchange between Orochimaru and Sai, then followed as Yamato led Naruto and the others in pursuit. Naruto's self-healing is truly impressive. Though, looking at it now, it's not quite as amazing as I thought. Early in Tonbo's physical evolution, he had focused on chakra volume. Once he no longer lacked chakra, he shifted his focus. While his chakra volume had hit a plateau, his other attributes had not. His self-healing and toxin resistance were constantly improving. With the addition of Sage Mode, his regeneration was definitely a step above current Naruto's, but perhaps not yet on the level of Tsunade's strength of 100 or Kabuto's heal wound destruction. Suddenly, he sensed a specific anchor point disappear. No. 2. Tianyu and Maki used their proxy licenses. Did they run into a powerful enemy? As soon as the chakra in the proxy licenses was exhausted, Tonbo could feel it. He knew immediately his children were in danger. He glanced at the tracking team with Naruto. He wove a series of hand signs. Sage Art, Transfer. His body broke down into cellular particles. Communicating through the chakra left in the neural threads, he tunneled through the intervening space. When he reappeared, he was in a blood-red mental landscape. Their chakra is nearly depleted, but they aren't in any serious danger. Tonbo had appeared inside Tianyu's body, though he did not manifest physically. Who's there? Tianyu suddenly barked, focusing his perception inward. His sudden shout startled the others. It's your dad. Did you run into some trouble? Tonbo had intended to stay quiet, but Tianyu's perception was so sharp he had detected Tonbo even while he was merged within him. Tonbo was forced to speak. Wow, Dad. You're actually spying on me. Tianyu's first reaction was that his father must have placed some kind of jutsu on him to communicate so quickly. He puffed out his cheeks in annoyance. Hurry up and tell me, I have things to do. Do you need help? Tonbo expanded his perception. He found the surroundings in a state of total ruin, covered in the scars of ninjutsu strikes. As he felt the familiar lingering chakra in the air, a bad feeling sank into his gut. My money.